Traversing through an era of the warring states that eludes historical documentation, Zhang Fenghuo harbors grand ambitions, foolishly aspiring to carve out a vast dominion. Chapter 1. The Crossing. Ran Fei, hailing from a humble background, faced the harsh reality of inadequate educational resources in his county. Despite his relentless efforts, he managed only to secure a spot in a mediocre second-tier university. Through sheer self-reliance and the financial aid provided by the government, alongside various part-time jobs, Ran Fei graduated without burdening his family financially. As he entered his final year, his perseverance bore fruit when he was accepted into a prestigious company. Delighted, he relayed the news to his family, who rejoiced in his success. One evening, after finishing a tutoring session and returning to his dormitory, Ran Fei was abruptly struck by a speeding car, which sent him sprawling over 20 meters. The driver, having consumed alcohol, mistakenly pressed the accelerator instead of the brake. What might have been a mere few centimeters of error for the driver became an insurmountable divide between Ran Fei and his family. Upon impact, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Time became an abstract concept until he felt a flicker of movement in his fingers. Gradually, he opened his eyes to a star-studded night sky. A chill ran down his spine as he realized he was floating on the surface of water, his clothes drenched. The water caressed his back like a gentle mother's hand, yet there was no discernible current. Bewildered, he pondered the nature of his surroundings. Attempting to rise, he found that aside from the slight movement of his fingers and toes, he lacked the strength for any further action. From the depths of the darkness, a deep, resonant voice emerged. "You met your demise due to an unfortunate accident. Do you not find it unjust?" Ran Fei, hearing the words, felt no inclination to question their source. Instead, sorrow overtook him. His parents had toiled tirelessly to raise him, and just as he was on the brink of graduation and ready to honor them, he was struck down in this tragic accident. Thoughts of his grieving parents and kind-hearted friends overwhelmed him, and his vision blurred with tears. The strength of a man should be unwavering. What purpose does weeping serve? The voice boomed, tinged with irritation. Ignoring the admonishment, Ran Fei remained lost in his own grief, prompting the voice to fall silent. After a moment of introspection, Ran Fei inquired, "Who are you? Where am I?" "Ah, you seem indifferent to my musings," the voice continued. "Nevertheless, you possess conviction. I see. I have not misjudged you." Ran Fei refrained from responding, and the voice pressed on. "The location is of little consequence. What truly matters is whether you wish to experience life once more. Can you return me to my former life? Returning you is impossible. However, I can grant you another chance at life. What transpires thereafter depends solely on your fate." The voice paused. "I shall merely facilitate your return to the mortal realm." After a brief silence, the voice resumed. "What say you? Have you made your decision? Very well. Once you commit, there shall be no turning back. Contemplate carefully, for you cannot foresee the world I shall transport you to." Ran Fei pondered for a moment, steeling himself, and replied, "I am resolute no matter what. I shall not regret my choice." "Excellent." As soon as the voice concluded, Ran Fei felt the water beneath him begin to swirl violently, forming a vortex that drew him in. A wave of dizziness washed over him, inducing a strong urge to vomit. Yet he found himself unable to do so. The nauseating sensation reverberated in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Time slipped away, and though he remained engulfed in discomfort, he eventually closed his eyes. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the swirling water ceased. And when Ran Fei mustered the strength to open his eyes once more, he found himself encircled by a multitude of corpses clad in armor, the ground stained red with the blood of fallen soldiers. Struggling to push aside the lifeless bodies, he surveyed his surroundings, noting the remnants of battle scattered about, and realized he too wore the same armor as the slain warriors. In that moment of clarity, he understood that he had been transported to a battlefield. Fortunately, he had not directly participated in the skirmish. Otherwise, with only the martial arts taught by his university instructors to rely on, he would have met the same grim fate. As he examined himself, he discovered a scabbard at his waist. With a bittersweet smile, he mused, "Who would have thought I would be a swordsman?" He then searched the area and found a sword nearby, resembling his scabbard, albeit with a considerably damaged blade. Shaking his head, he approached and drew the weapon, sheathing it at his side. A sorrowful sigh escaped his lips as he contemplated the scene before him, the grim realities of war echoing the descriptions he had read. "Ah, war! How many lives have been extinguished because of you? How many have lost husbands, sons, and brothers due to your relentless devastation?" Estimating the bodies within a half-mile radius, He reckoned the casualties to be in the thousands, deepening his sympathy for the fallen. At that moment, several vultures descended from the sky. Initially inclined to shoo them away, he abandoned the thought as their numbers swelled. Having grown up in poverty, Ran Fei understood that wealth remained essential, regardless of the era. Upon searching his person, he discovered a small pouch containing a handful of knife coins, inscribed with characters he recognized from his historical studies as belonging to the state of Qi during the Warring States period. A rueful smile crossed his face. The Warring States indeed. Fate has thrust me into a time of chaos. No wonder the voice spoke of my future being left to chance. He shook his head in disbelief and continued his search for any remaining possessions. After a thorough examination, he let out another sigh aside from a talisman and the pouch of knife coins. He possessed nothing more. Gazing at the desolate landscape surrounding him, he felt tears welling up. How would he return to the state of Qi? Unbeknownst to Ran Fei, in the military camp of Qi, King Min of Qi faced his own sorrows. The Qi army, under the command of General Chuzi, had been routed without a fight as the allied forces of Yin, Zhao, Han, Wei, and Qin pursued them relentlessly. Reluctantly, King Min appointed De Zi as the commander to confront the coalition. At that very moment, Ran Fei found himself beside the Jishui River, where General Chuzi led his troops against the five-state alliance. Under the pressure of King Min's threats, Chuzi had lost heart and fled, resulting in a catastrophic defeat for the Qi forces. Meanwhile, the commander of the five-state alliance, General Yi of Yin, reveled in triumph within his camp. Before long, Ran Fei spotted a troop approaching, and he concealed himself among the corpses, narrowly escaping detection. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the soldiers bore the emblem of the Qin state. This is the army of Qin? Aren't they stationed in the western regions? Ran Fei recalled the writings of Li Si from high school, which detailed how the Duke Mu sought skilled individuals from the west and east. One in the west, the other in the east. How did they come to be here? Could this be during the time when the Yin state nearly annihilated Qi with the help of the other four states? Chapter 2. Opportunity. Ran Fei placed his right hand on his forehead and lamented, "Heavens, I have been transported to the most arduous time in the state of Qi, and I'm still an officer of Qi. Is this not a rhythm that oscillates between life and death?" Hidden amidst the piles of corpses, Ran Fei observed waves of soldiers from various nations passing by without a sound. He contemplated, these fellows have no intention of clearing the battlefield. They must be eager to pursue their victory. Indeed, Lu Yi's reputation is well-deserved. Just as he was lost in thought, a soldier from the passing ranks suddenly dashed out, claiming to need the lavatory, only to seek valuable items among the dead. Ran Fei had no choice but to close his eyes and feign death. Fortunately, the soldier was wholly focused on the bodies and paid no heed to Ran Fei's presence. Before long, the soldier was called back to his unit, and Ran Fei let out a long sigh of relief, waiting quietly for nightfall. Originally, Ran Fei believed that once darkness fell, the armies of the five nations would cease their advance, for this era lacked electric lights, relying solely on torches with exceedingly poor visibility. However, he did not anticipate that Lu Yi had issued a death order for the five armies to cross the Jishui River regardless of day or night, pursuing the Qi forces relentlessly. Thus, even at night, the armies of the five nations continued to pass through the area, causing Ran Fei to lament as the blood that stained much of his body congealed and became sticky and uncomfortable. As the night deepened, Ran Fei felt increasingly cold. It was autumn after all. After enduring the autumn winds for a considerable time, he finally glimpsed hope. After 3 waves of troops passed during the late night, no more soldiers traversed the area. Ran Fei cautiously stood up and surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any flickering lights. He surmised Lu Yi must have divided the army into several routes. This was merely one of them, and it should have completed its passage. With that thought, he relaxed, removed his armor, and took only his sword before hastily departing the location. After walking a short distance, he suddenly felt cold and returned to strip off several garments from the corpses. Although they were grimy, Ran Fei could not afford to be picky. He certainly did not want to catch a cold. After walking for 2 or 3 hours, Ran Fei sneezed, realizing he might be catching a cold. But escaping took precedence over such concerns. Utilizing the moonlight, he surveyed the surrounding plains and felt a flicker of joy. Had it not been for the mountains surrounding the plains, the armies of the 5 nations might have been right beside him without his knowledge. Yet amidst his excitement, Ran Fei felt vexed. Which direction should he take next? The camp of the Five Nations after the defeat of Chuzi. King Min of Qi appointed Zita to command the three armies and resist the coalition of the Five Nations in the territory of Qi and Zhou. Lui, on one hand, urged the coalition to hasten to Qi and Zhou, while on the other, he admonished them not to disturb the populace. The passing troops were ordered to make adjustments to their farming practices and reduce taxes, thereby winning the hearts of the common people of Qi. Within the main tent of the military camp, Li and the various generals stood gathered around a map when a messenger entered, reporting, "General, the armies of the Five Nations have arrived and are standing ready, awaiting your commands." "Excellent. Order all troops to set up camp and rest properly." "What? Settle in place?" The generals present were astonished to hear Lui suggest resting instead of seizing the night to launch an attack. One of the generals stepped forward and said, "General, we are currently in high spirits and could easily take advantage of the darkness to launch a surprise assault on the Qi forces." Lui observed the expressions of the generals and, with confidence, replied, "Are you all aware of the saying, 'A weary soldier must prevail'? If we were to launch a night raid, the soldiers of Qi would believe we sought to annihilate them, prompting them to resist with all their might. Our army has marched tirelessly through the night and is already fatigued. Should the enemy fight with desperation, our chances of victory would no longer be in our favor. Furthermore, Zita is no ordinary general. Should our ambush fail, we risk being surrounded, rendering all our prior efforts in vain." Upon hearing Lui's words, the generals internally praised the commander and all responded, "As you command." Lui instructed, "You are all dismissed. Set up sentries, and the rest of you should get some rest." "Yes, sir." Once all the generals had departed, Lui remained alone, studying the map by candlelight. He had initially thought that defeating Chuzi would eliminate any formidable generals in Qi, allowing for a swift conquest. However, another Zeta had emerged. Although the skirmish with the Qi forces that evening had incurred minimal losses, Lui was acutely aware that the foundation of Qi had not yet been destroyed. To conquer Qi, they could only proceed step by step. At that moment, in the camp, apart from Lui's tent and the torches set up outside to illuminate the path, no other tents glimmered with light. Most of the troops had already succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, a shadow appeared outside Lui's tent. Lui was not startled. Instead, he greeted warmly, "Come in." The shadow entered Lui's tent, clasping his hands in salute. "General?" As the candlelight flickered, it revealed a man dressed in plain attire, with a scar running along the corner of his left mouth, giving him an exceedingly sinister appearance. Yet, Lui showed no signs of fear. Rather, he inquired amiably, "What news do you bring?" Due to Chuzi's retreat, King Min of Qi had lost trust in his subordinates. The soldiers had not received their wages this month, and when Zita inquired about the military pay, King Min stated that only victories would yield rewards, leading to rising discontent among the Qi troops. Indeed, King Min of Qi is warlike and reckless, causing Chuzi to lose heart and flee without battle. Now, he refuses to pay his soldiers. It seems that heaven is on our side. "Yes." "Should I return to the ranks?" Lui relaxed, contemplating for a moment. "Yes. Tomorrow we shall begin searching for opportunities to engage in battle with Zita." "Understood." Chapter 3. Luck Ran Fei wandered aimlessly, guided by the scattered moonlight filtering through the crescent moon. He had no knowledge of how long he had walked, yet still saw no signs of a village. Now, cold and hungry, he thought to himself, even if there were a village nearby, the battleground between Qi and the Five Nations would have caused the inhabitants to flee long ago for fear of being caught in the crossfire. Ran Fei felt his feet growing heavier, fatigue slowly creeping in, blurring the already indistinct ground beneath him. He lifted his foot to take a step, only to find it had not landed on solid ground. "What is happening?" Plop! The sound of falling into water echoed. Ran Fei had not only missed his footing, but had also plunged into the river. "Goodness! This is the battleground of the Jishui River. How could I have forgotten?" The Jishui River was not shallow, yet it flowed gently, a solitary stream moving quietly, akin to a refined lady, unperturbed. Ran Fei could not hear the sound of the water, naturally oblivious to its presence. Though he could swim, in the pitch-black night, he was as directionless as a landlubber. His chances of survival merely marginally improved. Yet, it seemed that fortune was not on Ran Fei's side. The Jishui River marked the boundary between Qi and Yin. In 321 BC, after the death of King Yi of Yin, his son Huai ascended the throne. King Huai was incompetent, while the prime minister, Ziji, held considerable power. In the 5th year of King Shen of Zhou, 316 BC, At the behest of Lu Mao and Su Dai, King Huai willingly abdicated in favor of Ziji. Ziji ruled for 3 years before General Shibei and Crown Prince Ping initiated a military coup against him. The state of Yin fell into chaos for months, resulting in tens of thousands of deaths, including Shibei and Crown Prince Ping. In 314 BC, seizing upon the turmoil in Yin, King Xian of Qi commanded Guangzhong to lead troops from the 5 capitals and the northern territories to invade Yin. In just 50 days, they captured the capital of Yin, leading to the death of King Huai and the capture of Ziji, who was subsequently ground into meat paste. Yin, already one of the weaker states among the 7 kingdoms, found its strength further diminished following this blow. After the Qi army entered Yin, they treated the Yin people brutally, inciting rebellion among the populace. 2 years later, the Qi army was forced to retreat. In 306 BC, King Zhao ascended the throne and vowed to avenge Qi, offering substantial rewards to attract talented individuals. Although Guo Ke was of mediocre talent, he studied under Guo Ke and built palaces for him to reside in. Thus, a multitude of talented individuals flocked to Yin. Lei journeyed from Wei, Zhou from Qi, Juxin from Zhao, and Su Qin returned from the eastern Zhou. King Zhao of Yin esteemed talented individuals and entrusted them with significant responsibilities. He appointed Lei as the deputy minister and dispatched Su Qin as an envoy, tasked with traversing between the states of Qi, Zhao, and Wei. Together, King Zhao and Su Qin devised a diplomatic strategy to revive the Yin state, forming an alliance with Zhao to counter Qi. While in Qi, Su Qin worked diligently to sow discord between Qi and Zhao, with the primary aim of preventing Qi from attacking Yin. He further urged Qi to assault Song, thereby creating a situation where Yin, weakened by adversaries, could stand against a formidable Qi. To alleviate national humiliation, King Zhao feigned submission to Qi. When Qi attacked Song, Yin sent General Zhang Fenghuo with an army of 20,000 to follow Qi's military command. Zhang Fenghuo was slain by King Min of Qi, prompting King Zhao to hastily apologize to Qi. In 284 BC, King Zhao mobilized the national army and appointed Li as the supreme general, ordering an expedition against Qi. Qin dispatched Wei Si to lead troops in conjunction with the armies of Han, Zhao, and Wei. The king of Zhao conferred the seal of prime minister upon Li, who then commanded the allied forces of 5 states to attack Qi. Qi appointed Chuzi as general to lead their conscripted soldiers into battle. The 2 armies clashed at the west of the Ji River, where Chuzi, the commander of the Qi forces, fled in panic, resulting in a decisive defeat for Qi. King Zhao personally visited the battlefield to commend the troops and conferred upon Li the title of Lord of Changhua, present-day Eastern Sichuan County, Shandong. Li, seizing the moment, advanced his army, instructing his subordinates to regroup the Yin forces, forbidding plunder, and dividing the troops into 5 contingents. The left army to raid Jiaodong and Donglai. The front army to march east along Taishan to the sea, raiding Langia. The right army to follow the rivers, encamping at A and Ju, joining forces with Wei. The rear army to patrol the northern seas, pacifying Qianxing, northeast of Gaoqing County, Shandong, and the central army to secure Linzi as a stronghold against Qi's capital. As the waters of the Ji River flowed downstream, in Yinquan village, thick fog enveloped the area in the early morning. Zhang Dali, bearing a fishing net, approached the riverbank. Amidst the conflict between Qi and Yin at the Ji River, Zhang Dali pondered that regardless of the victor, it would ultimately be the common folk who suffered. He was astonished that Yin could defeat the so-called Eastern Emperor Qi, and after vanquishing Chuzi, Li issued a stern decree. Any soldier who harmed the populace in the slightest would face execution. He firmly prohibited his troops from disrupting the lives of the commoners. Yinquan village had once belonged to Qi, and during Guanzhong's time, he divided governance into 3 departments and established a tripartite system. Officials were categorized into 3 councils. Industries were divided into 3 clans, commerce into 3 towns, agriculture into 3 regions, and forestry into 3 balances. 30 households constituted a township, each with a designated official. 10 townships formed a battalion, with each battalion overseen by its own commander. 10 battalions made a county, and each county had its own military force. 10 counties formed a jurisdiction, each governed by a noble. The nation comprised 5 jurisdictions, each with a noble overseeing it. At the beginning of each year, the nobles would report the conditions within their jurisdictions to Duquan of Qi, supervising their merits and faults. Thus, the nation became a unified entity. However, under King Min of Qi, Heavy taxes were imposed on the populace in his quest for supremacy, leaving the people in silent resentment. Zhang Dali, standing at a height of 6 feet, was robust enough to lift stones weighing 300 pounds. Observing King Min's militaristic tendencies, he recognized the impending doom of Qi. Initially, he contemplated fleeing to the law-abiding state of Qin, yet his ailing mother prevented him from embarking on such a journey, compelling him to submit to King Min's tyranny. Upon reaching the riverbank, Zhang Dali discovered an object in the water. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a person, adorned with a sword at their waist. Zhang Dali, being a kind-hearted individual, promptly leaped into the river and brought the person ashore. This person was Ran Fei, who was currently unconscious. Zhang Dali removed the sword from Ran Fei's waist, noticing an inscription of the Qi character, immediately deducing the man's origin. He surmised that this individual must have been knocked unconscious during the previous day's defeat and subsequently fell into the river. Testing for signs of life, Zhang Dali felt a faint breath emanating from Ran Fei and hurriedly carried him back home. Aside from farming, Zhang Dali often ventured into the mountains to collect firewood and fished in the river. When luck was against him, he would frequently suffer from sprained ankles and kept a stock of medicinal herbs for injuries. To ensure that Ran Fei was not a nefarious character, he placed him in the woodshed, secured his sword, then adeptly selected herbs to brew medicine to administer to him. After several hours, Ran Fei awoke coughing. During this time, Zhang Dali remained at his side. Noticing him awaken, he felt the dagger at his waist. Had Ran Fei been a villain, he would have dealt him a fatal blow. Chapter 4. Meticulous care. Ran Fei slowly opened his heavy eyelids, and his initially blurred vision gradually cleared. The first sight that met his gaze was a robust man, Zhang Dali. "Where am I?" Ran Fei struggled to inquire. "You fell into the river. I rescued you," Zhang Dali replied expressionlessly. Coughing, Ran Fei attempted to rise and express his gratitude, yet found himself unable to move due to the pain coursing through his body and fell back down. Zhang Dali, fixated on the dagger at Ran Fei's waist, paid little attention to his discomfort. In such chaotic times, who could guarantee that this person would not repay kindness with malice? Ran Fei, compelled to lie amidst the grass, clutched his chest and gasped, "Thank you for saving my life, valiant one. I am unable to rise, so I shall forego the customary gesture of gratitude." Having seen depictions of historical figures expressing thanks in dramas, Ran Fei had intended to rise and bow, but felt too feeble to do so. Observing Zhang Dali's demeanor, which showed no interest in him, he chose to remain silent and closed his eyes to rest. Seeing no malicious intent from Ran Fei, Zhang Dali lowered his guard and said, "Wait here, I will fetch you some porridge." Upon awakening, Ran Fei felt a gnawing hunger, yet was too weak to request food, so he remained silent. To his surprise, this seemingly rough man was attentive enough to sense his hunger, stirring a wave of gratitude within him. He resolved to repay this kindness whenever the opportunity arose. Before long, Zhang Dali returned with a bowl of plain porridge and carefully helped Ran Fei sit up among the grass, offering him the bowl. Weak as he was, Ran Fei accepted the porridge and began to sip it slowly, recalling the health advice he had learned in college, that one should not rush to swallow food when feeling weak. Zhang Dali, observing Ran Fei's graceful manner of drinking, noted that he did not resemble a typical soldier. Considering that those who carried swords were often officers, he casually inquired, "You appear to understand etiquette. You must not be an ordinary soldier." Ran Fei was startled by this comment. Not only was he not a soldier, but the body he inhabited was also not his own. How could he explain this? If he spoke vaguely, would this man suspect him of impersonating a soldier and drive him away? Noticing Ran Fei's silence and somewhat apprehensive demeanor, Zhang Dali furrowed his brow and scrutinized him. Having finished the porridge, Ran Fei wiped his mouth and replied, "I hail from Mo City, summoned by the King of Qi to join the military. My father, being a teacher, taught me some characters, hence I was appointed as a captain. During the battle at the Ji River, we suffered defeat, and I was knocked unconscious, waking only at midnight. Fearing capture by Yan's forces, I removed my armor, but in the darkness, I lost my footing and fell into the river." Having studied the Han language in college, Ran Fei was aware of the principle that commoners were not subject to the same punishments as nobles, and that ordinary folk generally lacked literacy and understanding of etiquette. Zhang Dali, upon hearing this, noted that Ran Fei's accent was indeed from Qi, and his account aligned closely with his own analysis. Seeing that Ran Fei appeared educated and reasonable, he deduced that he was not a bad person. With his mind now at ease, Zhang Dali asked. Do you still feel any discomfort? My head is still a bit dizzy. Then rest well. I shall not disturb you. Thank you. Zhang Dali supported Ran Fei as he lay down and was about to leave the woodshed when he was called back by Ran Fei. Benefactor, I am Ran Fei. Might I inquire your name? Should there be a chance in the future, I shall be sure to express my gratitude. Zhang Dali smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth, and replied, there is no need for such gratitude. I merely could not bear to see you freezing to death while floating on the water. It was simply a trivial act on my part. As for my name, you may call me Zhang Dali. Very well. Thank you, Brother Dali, for saving my life. Ran Fei attempted to rise and clasp his fists in thanks, but Dali pressed him down gently. You are still too weak. There is no need for such formalities. I shall remember your good intentions. Upon hearing this, Ran Fei felt a surge of emotion and lay back on the grass, closing his eyes to rest. After Zhang Dali departed, Ran Fei sensed something amiss and checked his belongings, discovering that while his money remained, his sword was missing. This prompted him to recall the moment when Zhang Dali's expression had suddenly turned serious, and he thought to himself, this man is not only kind-hearted but also quite observant. Fearing I might be a rogue, hence he took my blade. A smile unwittingly crept onto his face. Chapter 5, however, Ran Fei soon froze, recalling that during their conversation, Zhang Dali had paid little attention to his injuries, instead keeping his left hand pressed against his waist, with most of his focus directed there. An unsettling thought washed over him. Had he exhibited even a hint of malice, he might have already found himself on the wrong end of Dali's blade. Lying on the grass, he pondered how Dali's act of rescuing him indicated a benevolent nature. He likely wished to test whether he was a villain. If he truly were malevolent, Dali might have swiftly dealt with him, and in this isolated village his disappearance would go unnoticed. What should he do next? A headache began to form in Ran Fei's mind as he contemplated the defeat of the Qi state. According to history, Dazi in the Qizhou region was no match for Lu Yi, and Qi would ultimately be left with merely 2 cities. Following this, Lu Yi would be exiled, and Tiandan would employ the Fire Ox formation to vanquish the Yin army, allowing Qi to reclaim over 70 cities. However, at present, Qi's army was at a disadvantage. Returning to Qi might very well cost him his life, yet he saw no other escape. After much futile contemplation, he resolved to cease worrying about the matter for now. Opting instead for rest, taking each step as it came, gradually he drifted back to sleep. Days later, Ran Fei was able to rise and walk, and he began assisting Zhang Dali with simple tasks. This was not only beneficial for his recovery, but also a means of repaying his debt of gratitude. During these days, Zhang Dali had remained at home, preparing medicine for Ran Fei, seemingly also inquiring about certain matters. One morning, a beam of sunlight streamed through the woodshed window, striking Ran Fei's right eye. He opened his bleary eyes, rubbed them, yawned, and then stood up, estimating the time. Zhang Dali had risen early and was seated at the door, seemingly awaiting something. Before long, the sound of approaching hoofbeats grew louder, causing Zhang Dali to stand up abruptly, fixing his gaze in the direction of the sound. A youth, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, rode a tall horse towards Zhang Dali's home, his face alight with joy. Upon spotting Zhang Dali standing at the door, the youth's excitement intensified and his smile broadened. He eagerly leaped off the slowing horse, wiping the sweat from his brow as he rushed towards Zhang Dali. Observing the youth's joyous expression filled Zhang Dali with excitement as well. Just as he was about to speak, the youth interjected, "Brother Dali, just as you predicted, Lu Yi." The youth was about to continue when Zhang Dali hushed him, glancing towards the woodshed and noting the stillness. He urged the youth to enter the house and have some water while he contemplated something. After both had entered the house for a while, Ran Fei finally opened the door to the woodshed. Initially, upon hearing the hoofbeats, he had halted his intention to open the door, quietly listening from within. When he heard the name Li, he surmised the situation. Li had suffered a great defeat for Dazi in the Qizhou region, and Qi was soon to be left with only 2 cities. Inside the house, the youth sat at the table while Zhang Dali poured him a bowl of water, which he drank in one gulp. This youth was named Li Tianyi, a villager who had lost his father at a young age and was often bullied by some of the villagers alongside his widowed mother. Zhang Dali, being a kind-hearted individual himself, empathized with the boy's plight and treated him like a younger brother. Whenever someone mistreated Li Tianyi, Dali would step in to defend him and often provide assistance to the mother and son. Gradually, Li Tianyi came to regard him as an elder brother. The Qi state, under the tyrannical rule of King Min, had resorted to oppressive taxation of the people to fund the military. Zhang Dali had initially planned to flee Qi with his elderly mother. However, the formation of a coalition of 5 states to attack Qi and the military order issued by the great General Li, which forbade any harm to the common folk, changed his perspective. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Dali's heart began to settle as he discerned the likely outcome of the conflict. Qi's defeat was imminent. Not long ago, the Qi general, Chuzi, had fled without a fight under King Min's threats, resulting in a disastrous defeat for the Qi army. Subsequently, King Min appointed Dazi as the commander of the 3 armies to confront the coalition forces in the Qizhou region, yet he was still defeated by Lui. After Li Tianyi recounted the outcome of the Qi-Yin battle, Zhang Dali felt a weight lift from his heart. Had Qi emerged victorious, King Min would have surely imposed heavy taxes anew, prompting Dali to consider fleeing with his mother. Now that Yin had triumphed, Zhang Dali felt relieved at the prospect of not having to uproot his life. As they conversed, a figure suddenly entered, Ran Fei. Upon seeing Ran Fei, Li Tianyi curiously asked Zhang Dali, "Brother Dali, who is this?" Dali rose, his expression tense as he regarded Ran Fei. However, Ran Fei smiled reassuringly. "Though I am a soldier of Qi, I have no intention of serving King Min, the tyrant who exploits the common people. You need not be so apprehensive. I have long anticipated Qi's defeat." Upon hearing this, Zhang Dali's expression began to soften, realizing that Ran Fei's words indicated he was also a man of virtue. Moreover, his consistent assistance over the past few days reflected a sense of gratitude, leading Dali to conclude that he had not erred in rescuing him. Zhang Dali gestured for Ran Fei to sit, and then explained to Li Tianyi, "This is Ran Fei, a soldier of Qi whom I rescued from the river a few days ago. Do not worry, he is not like those officers." Chapter 6. Brother Zhang, I see you are quite invested in the affairs of the nation. What are your own plans? Ran Fei inquired directly. Zhang Dali was taken aback, not expecting Ran Fei to see through his thoughts so easily. "Since you have asked, I shall speak plainly," he said, pausing for a moment. "King Min's oppressive policies disregard the welfare of the people and impose heavy taxes. Should Qi emerge victorious, I intend to flee with my mother. However, heaven has favored us, and General Lu Yi, who alleviates the burden on the populace, has triumphed. Qi is now in a state of utter defeat. I foresee it meeting the same fate as the annihilated state of Zhongshan. Therefore, I shall remain. Brother Dali, though you are unlettered, your insights are commendable, yet what?" Zhang Dali interjected, his expression darkening, interrupting Ran Fei before he could continue. "There are indeed aspects of your analysis that are flawed." Ran Fei swallowed hard and continued, "It is essential to recognize that the strength of the Yin state is the weakest among the 7 kingdoms. The recent significant defeat of the Qi army was only achievable due to the assistance of Zhao, Qin, Wei, and Han. However, warfare invariably results in casualties, and with such an extensive front, maintaining supply lines becomes exceedingly challenging. Even if supplies can be secured, the cost will be exorbitant. For these 4 states to expend such vast resources to assist another in seizing territory, would you, in my stead, continue this endeavor?" Upon hearing Ran Fei's assertions, Zhang Dali pondered thoughtfully before responding. "You indeed present a compelling argument. Were I in your position, I would certainly be reluctant to engage in a venture that offers no profit." "Indeed," Ran Fei replied, "the alliance of the 4 states to support Yin against Qi arises from the latter's recent annexation of Zhongshan. Qi was already nearly on par with Qin, having declared itself the Eastern Emperor. Should it absorb Zhongshan and subsequently take time to recuperate, its power would undoubtedly surge, thereby diminishing the strength of the remaining 6 major states. This, I posit, is the true motive behind the 4 states' assistance to Yin in combating Qi." Both Zhang Dali and Li Tianyi, upon digesting this information, felt a sense of trepidation, for they recognized the astuteness of his analysis and feared that any misstep in their own words would result in loss of face. After a moment of silence, Zhang Dali clasped his fists respectfully and acknowledged, "You speak most wisely, sir. I apologize for my earlier folly." Li Tianyi, upon hearing Zhang Dali's admission, could not help but smile benevolently. "Then, according to your perspective, how might the situation unfold? Shall we remain or depart?" Zhang Dali inquired with an urgency that betrayed his concern. "We shall not depart. Instead, we will await the reclamation of the territories seized by Qi," Ran Fei replied. "What?" Both Zhang Dali and Li Tianyi gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape, as if the very ground beneath them had shifted. They exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions morphing into skepticism as Zhang Dali began to question the sincerity of Ran Fei's previously amiable demeanor. "Allow me to elucidate," Ran Fei said, observing the confusion on their faces with a smirk. "She has maintained its power for several centuries. Its roots are deep and not easily uprooted. Once the four states withdraw their forces, Yin alone cannot hope to conquer such a formidable opponent as Qi. However, following this battle, Qi will suffer significant losses, particularly in terms of its talented personnel. When Qi eventually regains its lost territories, it will be in desperate need of skilled individuals. At such a time, it will be our opportunity to achieve great deeds." Zhang Dali and Li Tianyi inhaled sharply, realizing that the ambitions harbored by Ran Fei were far beyond their own humble aspirations. The simple country folk had always yearned for a life of peace, free from calamity. Seeing their astonishment, Ran Fei chuckled gently and remarked, "Brother Dali, you possess innate strength. You are cut out to be a general. In this conflict between Qi and Yin, many of Qi's commanders have perished. When Qi mounts its counteroffensive, the need for capable leaders will be immense. You should enlist and showcase your skills. The king of Qi would surely reward you with a position of rank." Zhang Dali felt a flush of embarrassment at Ran Fei's praise and sheepishly replied, "I had not considered such things, but your words do resonate with me. If I were to exert my full strength, I could lift stones weighing 700 or 800 pounds. If what you say comes to pass, I would not seek grand accolades. Being a minor commander to support my mother would suffice." The simple-hearted villager harbored no lofty ambitions, his thoughts solely on providing for his mother. Hearing this, Ran Fei felt a surge of emotion, reminiscent of his own parents from millennia hence. "Are they well? My demise would surely bring them great sorrow," he pondered. Noticing the somber shift in Ran Fei's expression, Zhang Dali, flustered, abandoned his visions of a glorious future and inquired with concern, "Ran Fei, what troubles you?" "Nothing of consequence." Ran Fei sighed. "I merely recalled my parents. As I venture far from home, I cannot help but wonder about their well-being. Rest assured, your parents must be proud of the fine person you have become, instilling in you such manners, wisdom, and filial piety. They are undoubtedly thinking of you at this very moment," Li Tianyi reassured him. Ran Fei remained silent, letting out another deep sigh. Zhang Dali and Li Tianyi were left in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend the situation and unsure of how to respond. They fell silent. After a moment of quiet reflection, Ran Fei recognized that his mood had soured and quickly regained his composure, stating, "There is no cause for concern. I shall be well shortly." He then rose and exited the room. Zhang Dali and Li Tianyi exchanged puzzled glances, ultimately resigning themselves to the uncertainty of the situation, allowing Ran Fei to depart. Chapter 7. Encounters according to historical accounts. Qi's final two strongholds held out for 2 years before Tian Dan employed the fire oxen formation to secure victory. Following this triumph, Qi launched a relentless pursuit, reclaiming over 70 captured cities. Consequently, this indicates that Qi's restoration could be anticipated within 2 years. Opportunities favor the prepared, thus we must ready ourselves in this interim period. Reflecting on his parents from millennia hence, Ran Fei felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. He retreated into the woods, seeking solace from his tumultuous thoughts while contemplating the preparations ahead. The autumn season blanketed the ground with withered yellow leaves, and the barren branches evoked a profound sense of desolation akin to Qi's impending decline. Suddenly, 2 sharp sounds of branches snapping broke the silence, prompting Ran Fei to glance over, only to be met with a heavy blow to the head, plunging him into darkness. Meanwhile, some 40 miles from Yuchuan village, at Zhilongzai, the bandit leader Yuan Qi hailed from a once prosperous merchant family. However, due to Qi's financial constraints, King Min of Qi coveted his family's wealth and orchestrated a scheme to falsely accuse Yuan Qi's father, resulting in the confiscation of their entire fortune within Qi. Yuan Qi's father rallied his retainers to assassinate King Min, but was betrayed and killed, leading to the execution of his entire family. Fortuitously, Yuan Qi was studying irrigation techniques in Han at the time and escaped this fate. Upon hearing of his family's slaughter, Yuan Qi vowed never to kill King Min, swearing to remain unyielding. In a bid to eliminate any future threats, King Min sought to have Yuan Qi assassinated in Han, but with the aid of friends, Yuan Qi evaded this peril. Ultimately, to escape further attempts on his life, he fled to Julong Mountain, where he became a bandit. The original leader of Zhilongzai, Lu Dalong, was skilled in wielding the nine-linked broadsword and named the stronghold accordingly. Born into poverty, he harbored a deep disdain for officials who oppressed the common folk. Upon learning of Yuan Shi's background, he empathized deeply and not only welcomed him, but also took him on as his foremost disciple, imparting his unique swordsmanship known as the linked blade technique. Later, when officials besieged Zhang, Lu Dalong was tragically struck by an arrow and fell. As Lu Dalong's direct disciple, Yuan Shi's combat prowess made him unmatched in the stronghold. Being the only one besides the strategist who could read and write, he was elected as the new leader by his comrades. Upon receiving news of the conflict between Shi and the 5 states at Jishui, Yuan Shi led his brothers down the mountain, eager to seize the spoils of war. As anticipated, many battlefields remained untended, allowing them to collect the belongings of slain soldiers. However, Yuan Shi was not the only one with such intentions. The Qingxi gang, led by Chen Sheng, also sought to profit from the situation. As both factions descended the mountain to pilfer the valuables of the deceased, a dispute erupted. A jealous underling from Qingxi gang, frustrated by Zhang's earlier arrival, attempted to assassinate a lone Zhang member, only to be confronted by Yuan Shi. In a fit of rage, Yuan Shi killed the Qingxi gang member, prompting Qingxi gang to demand compensation from Zhang, which they vehemently refused, leading to a confrontation. With the spoils in hand, Zhang was unwilling to incur further losses and, under Yuan Shi's command, engaged in a tactical retreat. As they retreated, they found themselves in Yuyuan village. Yuan Shi's subordinates, noticing Ran Fei's robust physique, mistook him for an ordinary villager and assumed he was an accomplice of the Qingxi gang. They swiftly rendered him unconscious and were poised to behead him when Yuan Shi intervened. When a subordinate attempted to protest, Yuan Shi immediately interrupted, asserting that they were too far from the Qingxi gang's territory for Chen Sheng to take such a significant risk in pursuit, and that there were no signs of his men in the vicinity. They should avoid causing harm to the innocent. The members of Zhang, all hailing from impoverished backgrounds, set down their weapons upon hearing this. "Chief, what shall we do now? If we leave him here, his family will come looking for him if he does not return soon." "Very well." The men from Zhang, feeling the autumn chill, decided to move Ran Fei to a sunnier location, clutching him with both hands. However, in their haste, one of them accidentally tore the sleeve of Ran Fei's left arm, revealing a long scar. The onlookers gasped, recognizing it as a knife wound. This injury is too extensive to be from merely chopping wood. If he is not from the Qingxi gang, then he must be a soldier of Qi, one subordinate remarked. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi's expression twisted into a menacing glare as he coldly ordered them to take the unconscious Ran Fei away for interrogation. Understood. Shortly after Ran Fei was taken away, Li Tianyi recalled unfinished business back home and bid farewell. After escorting Li Tianyi away, Zhang Dali, concerned for Ran Fei, decided to follow the path he had taken. To his dismay, he soon heard a commotion and quickly concealed himself to observe. Before long, he witnessed a group of individuals traversing the woods, with Ran Fei being carried by one of them. They wielded weapons but were not clad in military uniforms. They appeared to be bandits. Zhang Dali pondered the motives behind the bandits abducting Ran Fei, knowing that his home was over 1,000 miles away and not affluent. As the bandits drifted further away, he thought, whatever the case, I should check on him. Li Tianyi will look after my mother if he notices my absence. Resolutely, Zhang Dali decided to follow the group. Chapter 8. Unmasking. Zhang Dali trailed the bandits from dawn until dusk. Thanks to his frequent hunting expeditions, he had honed his skills in stealth, allowing him to remain undetected by Yuan Shi and his men. During their journey, the bandits took several breaks, and it was during the second one that Ran Fei regained consciousness. Bound tightly, he surveyed his surroundings filled with unfamiliar faces and weapons, realizing he had been kidnapped. Upon noticing Ran Fei awake, the bandits swiftly brought him before Yuan Shi, forcing him to kneel. Yuan Shi toyed with a knife in his hand, coldly regarding Ran Fei. "I abhor deceit. I am a soldier of the state of Qi," Ran Fei replied. No sooner had he spoken than Yuan Shi's knife was pressed against his neck. "So, you claim to be sent by King Min of Qi to kill me?" Yuan Shi scoffed, disdain evident in his tone. "How many of you came this time? And where are they? Speak, and I may grant you a complete corpse." Stunned, Ran Fei retorted, "What nonsense is this? I simply found myself in the midst of a battlefield, barely surviving. When I came to, I was surrounded by the dead." I have no idea why King Min would wish to harm you. Despite his frustration, with a blade at his throat, Ran Fei dared not act recklessly. In a calm tone, he recounted, I was a soldier engaged in battle against the 5 kingdoms at Jishui. I was knocked unconscious and fell into the river, nearly drowning, until a villager saved me, allowing me to survive. As for your accusations, I am utterly clueless. Chief, this brat is not speaking the truth. Let us kill him. One of Yuan Shi's subordinates suggested. Have you all forgotten our master's teachings? Yuan Shi, angered by his subordinate's eagerness to kill without discerning the truth, reminded them of the principles their master established while alive. We hail from impoverished backgrounds. We cannot indiscriminately take innocent lives, or we are no different from the callous nobility who view lives as mere fodder. Observing their leader's ire, the men of Zhilongzai bowed their heads, silenced. Yuan Shi turned to Ran Fei again. You are correct. Recently, the state of Qi suffered a great defeat, resulting in many casualties. Perhaps you truly were knocked unconscious and rescued. However, how can I trust that your words are genuine and not a ruse from King Min to see me dead? You may inquire with the villagers of Yuyuan, particularly Zhang Dali. He was the one who saved me. Zhang Dali? Yuan Shi's icy demeanor shifted to one of curiosity. After a brief pause, he remarked, I am familiar with him. He is an exceptional hunter, renowned for his incredible strength, able to lift stones weighing over 700 pounds with one hand. He is also of humble origins. I once sought to recruit him, but he declined, wishing to care for his elderly mother. Since you can mention his name, I am inclined to believe that 7 parts of your tale are true. As for the remaining 3 parts, I am afraid you must accompany me for further clarification. Ran Fei felt a deep sense of helplessness. He had unwittingly become embroiled in this predicament, now at risk of being taken to a bandit lair under suspicion of being an assassin. Yet, as he contemplated the situation, he realized these were not mindless killers. During his stay in Yuyuan, he had heard Zhang Dali speak of a band of righteous thieves, led by someone named Yuan Shi, who refrained from robbing the impoverished. Initially, he had admired these noble bandits, and witnessing Yuan Shi's restraint only deepened his respect for them. Yuan Shi gestured to his subordinates, who promptly understood his intent and covered Ran Fei's head with a burlap sack. After obscuring Ran Fei's vision, the bandits split into 2 groups, one returning to their mountain stronghold with the stolen goods, while Yuan Shi led the other, including Ran Fei, on a winding path. Aiming to ascertain the truth of Ran Fei's claims and to ensure there were no Qi soldiers lurking nearby. Poor Ran Fei found himself akin to a caged bird, being dragged from one location to another. Even more unfortunate was Zhang Dali, who remained in pursuit, weary and famished. Fortunately, as it was autumn, he could stave off hunger by foraging for ripe fruits. Despite his exceptional stealth skills, after a prolonged chase, Yuan Shi, a cunning individual, eventually discerned Zhang Dali's presence. By noon the following day, Zhang Dali was ensnared in a large net. Recognizing him, Yuan Shi burst into laughter. Zhang Dali, having once met Yuan Shi but forgotten the encounter, was taken aback by the laughter. It was only when Yuan Shi spoke that he recalled, I once dispatched my men to find you and recruit you, but you refused. Now you've come right to my doorstep. How amusing that when one seeks you, you are nowhere to be found. Yet when you are not sought, you appear. Yuan Shi chuckled, gesturing for his subordinates to release the net. They joined in laughter, and as Zhang Dali processed the situation, he recalled the time Yuan Shi had sought him out. Embarrassed, he stammered, So you are the chief of Zhilongzai. In my life, I have seldom admired anyone, but you are an exception. Had it not been for my duty to care for my elderly mother, I would have joined your ranks long ago. As for King Min and his lackeys, I would kill every last one if given the chance. Zhang Dali, well aware of Yuan Shi's noble deeds and Zhilongzai's righteous cause, spoke candidly, treating them as kin. Chapter 9. Dining, how is it that you follow us? Do you wish to join our ranks? Yuan Shi inquired earnestly of Zhang Dali. I have stated my intent. I must attend to my elderly mother. Once she has passed from this world, I shall seek you out, Zhang Dali replied. Is that so? A few days ago, I rescued a soldier from the Qi state. He is not a villain. In fact, he possesses a commendable filial piety. Your men captured him, and I have come to negotiate for his release, Yuan Shi remarked, his expression shifting as he considered the implications. Ah, I see. It appears that lad spoke the truth. Yuan Shi continued, his keen eyes darting. However, I cannot hand him over just yet unless... Yuan Shi trailed off, leaving the statement hanging in the air. Unless what? Zhang Dali pressed, urgency lacing his voice. You must accompany us up the mountain. I have already declared my stance. I will seek you out once my mother has departed this life. Do not be hasty, Yuan Shi interjected. My invitation for you to ascend the mountain is not to enlist you, but rather, I believe you are a man of worth, and I wish to host you at a banquet. Zhang Dali was taken aback by Yuan Shi's esteem. To secure a meal, he resorted to using Ran Fei as leverage. Yet, with Ran Fei in his grasp, if Yuan Shi were unwilling to release him, he would be compelled to take him up the mountain. After weighing his options, Zhang Dali reluctantly acquiesced to Yuan Shi's invitation. Very well, I shall accompany you, but you must adhere to your promise. Once the feast is concluded, you will set him free. Rest assured, our chieftain's word is as solid as a rock. We shall not renege on our promise, an underling of Yuan Shi assured him. Then let us depart at once, Yuan Shi declared to Zhang Dali. Let us go, Zhang Dali responded with a palpable sense of resignation. Half an hour later, within their party of over 20, 2 individuals were blindfolded. This was due to the fact that Ran Fei and Zhang Dali were not part of the mountain stronghold. To ensure the safety of the stronghold, Yuan Shi had no choice but to obscure their vision, preventing them from discerning the path up the mountain. Zhang Dali understood Yuan Shi's intentions and complied willingly. It seems the heavens truly watch over us. Had we slain that soldier from Qi, we would not have had the opportunity to invite Zhang Dali. Yuan Shi mused aloud to his companions as they walked. One of his subordinates, noticing Yuan Shi's high regard for Zhang Dali, voiced his confusion. Brother, is Zhang Dali truly worthy of your esteem? Is it merely his physical strength that has captured your interest? You fail to grasp the matter, Yuan Shi countered. Zhang Dali possesses not only immense strength, but also a deep sense of filial piety. Furthermore, I previously dispatched someone to observe him for a time, and I discovered that he frequently inquires about the affairs of the state. This indicates he understands the larger picture. Should he choose to join us, he would be more than just a strongman. You shall see. Most of Yuan Shi's followers hailed from impoverished backgrounds, lacking the insight to comprehend his words. However, they held a steadfast belief that Yuan Shi treated his brothers with great care, and his judgments had never been misguided. They merely followed his commands. After traversing the mountain path for nearly 3 hours, Yuan Shi led the 2 men in a wide arc before finally setting foot on the proper ascent. Upon reaching the mountain stronghold, Yuan Shi ordered the blindfolds removed from Ran Fei and Zhang Dali's heads. Ran Fei yawned widely, appearing exceedingly fatigued. Yuan Shi, observing Ran Fei's demeanor, could not help but chuckle. With such an appearance, you must be a man of high standing. How can you appear so drained after such a brief journey? Ran Fei paid no heed to Yuan Shi's jest, choosing to remain silent. Finding no amusement, Yuan Shi turned and walked into the stronghold. However, his subordinates, noticing Ran Fei's disregard for their leader, glared at him menacingly. Unfazed by their stares, Ran Fei feigned a state of half-sleep. As Yuan Shi entered, Ran Fei and Zhang Dali followed closely behind, flanked by the over 20 men. The Jiulong stronghold, situated upon Feihu Mountain, was fortified by 3 peaks, easy to defend yet hard to assault. After Yuan Shi ascended the leadership of Jiulong stronghold, he divided his men into 3 factions, each tasked with guarding the treacherous paths of Feihu Mountain, taking turns on watch. A Qi state scholar had once dispatched a force to quell them, but they failed to even locate the main peak, suffering heavy losses at the hands of the 2 outposts. Since then, no further attempts have been made. Now, with the Qi state in disarray and the Yin state eager to extinguish Qi, who would still concern themselves with Yuan Shi's Jiulong stronghold. Upon entering the main hall, Yuan Shi promptly instructed his subordinates to prepare a lavish feast for his guests. Zhang Dali personally untied the bonds of Ran Fei. Observing this, Yuan Shi felt a flicker of doubt. After all, Ran Fei was merely a minor officer from Qi. Why did Zhang Dali invest such concern in him? Might there be more to this man than meets the eye? Before long, Yuan Shi's strategist arrived, standing at approximately 1.70 meters, sporting a goat's beard and wielding a feather fan. After greeting Yuan Shi, he approached Zhang Dali. I am Wang Yin, the strategist of Jiulong stronghold. I have previously heard of your virtuous conduct, and I hold you in high regard. Wherefore such praise? Zhang Dali replied, visibly taken aback. I am but a rustic villager. How could I warrant such esteem from you, sir? Modesty does not suit you, Wang Yin said, taking a seat at the long table within the hall. Reminiscent of scenes from TV dramas, Zhang Dali and Ran Fei sat on one side, while the strategist occupied the opposite end, close to Yuan Shi, who sat at the head of the table. Chapter 10. Brotherhood. The hall was occupied by 4 individuals, yet apart from Zhang Dali. It appeared that both Yuan Shi and Wang regarded Ran Fei with indifference. Their discussions revolved solely around Zhang Dali, as if Ran Fei were invisible. Ran Fei remained unfazed by this treatment, intermittently listening to their conversation while contemplating a pressing concern. In a time of turmoil, 2 resources are paramount for survival: martial prowess and strategic acumen. While Ran Fei possessed some understanding of strategy, his martial skills were limited to the youth martial arts and Tai Chi taught by his physical education teacher in his first year of college, Tai Chi being primarily for fitness and devoid of practical application, while the youth martial arts were only sufficient to fend off minor ruffians. In the face of genuine conflict, one would not simply stand and wait to be struck down. As Ran Fei ruminated on how to procure a martial arts manual, he overheard Zhang Dali extolling Yuan Shi's virtues. "I am no more than a brutish man. Who does not know of Brother Yuan Shi's profound mastery of Liu De Ji's true teachings? When the link blade technique is unleashed, who among them can stand a chance?" Yuan Shi, blushing with embarrassment, responded, "Brother Zhang, you flatter me. I have merely grasped a smattering from my master. It is hardly noteworthy." "Oh, you are being overly modest." Zhang Dali, a straightforward man, perceived no hint of Yuan Shi's humility and genuinely believed that Yuan Shi felt inadequate. He continued to sing Yuan Shi's praises, causing Yuan Shi's face to redden further, while Wang In chuckled heartily at the exchange. Upon hearing the esteemed mention of the linked blade technique, Ran Fei's interest peaked. Through the course of their encounters, he discerned that Zhang Dali was an honest man, unlikely to boast without merit. Thus, he listened intently to their discussion, plotting how to interject and gradually earn Yuan Shi's trust to ultimately learn the linked blade technique. Yuan Shi, noticing Ran Fei's sudden interest in their conversation, found himself intrigued by the man. As they conversed, he silently observed Ran Fei's expressions. He soon realized that whenever the linked blade technique was mentioned, Ran Fei's focus intensified. This led Yuan Shi to conclude that such decisiveness indicated a capable individual. Moreover, through their previous exchanges, Yuan Shi had noted Ran Fei's reticence to respond to provocations, suggesting a depth of character. Yuan Shi pondered the truth of his assumptions and decided to mention the linked blade technique a few more times. As he suspected, Ran Fei's interest remained steadfast. Yuan Shi mused, Zhang Dali would not ally with those who harbor treachery and ingratitude. His concern for this man was a testament to his character, which was beyond reproach. As these thoughts occupied her mind, Yuan Shi conceived the idea that this individual was indeed present in the mountain stronghold. With a subtle flicker in her eyes, a notion took shape, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Although Zhang Dali had refrained from ascending the mountain due to his mother's circumstances, he held a profound admiration for this gallant figure based on various accounts he had heard. Encountering someone he revered stirred an undeniable excitement within him, prompting him to pour forth his thoughts like bamboo shoots tumbling from a tube, speaking incessantly for nearly an hour. Despite his throat becoming parched, he could not contain himself. Yuan Shi and her companions, concerned that he might exhaust himself, frequently urged him to drink water. With an abundance of hydration, Dali found himself making frequent trips to the restroom. During these intervals, Yuan Shi seized the opportunity to pose questions to Ran Fei, thereby assessing whether he possessed the talent she suspected. However, after several inquiries, Yuan Shi realized that not only did he possess a keen analytical mind, but he also had unique perspectives that further solidified her conviction that this individual harbored grand ambitions beyond the reach of ordinary men. She felt a considerable distance between herself and him, compelling her to enlist him into their ranks. Before they knew it, evening descended, and Yuan Shi broached the subject of dinner. Only then did the brothers of Jiulongjai begin to serve an array of dishes. Observing the encroaching twilight, Zhang Dali felt a sense of urgency. He had initially come to rescue someone, but found himself engaging in a lengthy conversation with Yuan Shi, as if they were old friends. As he contemplated taking his leave, Yuan Shi stopped him, saying, "Brother Dali, do we not agree that one must dine before departing? One cannot retract what has been said." It was at this moment that Dali realized he had fallen into Yuan Shi's scheme, designed to captivate his attention and keep him talking, thus losing track of time until evening arrived, at which point she suggested dinner. Was she not hoping to keep him there for the night? Upon this realization, Dali, with a resigned demeanor, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Yuan Shi, exclaiming, "I have long heard of Brother Yuan's astute foresight, and today, it is indeed as I have been told. I am truly impressed. Ah, my actions were merely to encourage my brother to converse more," Yuan Shi replied quickly, lifting Zhang Dali with both hands. Hearing this, Dali was overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes misting as he grasped Yuan Shi's hand, rendered speechless by his excitement. Observing this scene, the strategist and Ran Fei were equally moved. The strategist stepped forward and proposed, given the profound bond between the chief and Brother Dali, "Might we seize this opportunity to become sworn brothers, despite differing surnames?" "Agreed," Dali responded without hesitation. Chapter 11. I, Yuan Shi. Today I swear brotherhood with Zhang Dali. Henceforth, we shall share in fortunes and bear each other's burdens. We do not seek to be born on the same day of the same month in the same year, but we do seek to depart this life on the same day of the same month in the same year. Should either of us violate this oath, may we not find peace in death. Zhang Dali. Today, I swear brotherhood with Brother Yuan Shi. Henceforth, we shall share in fortunes and bear each other's burdens. At this moment, there was no need for a statue of Guangong. Zhang Dali and Yuan Shi bowed before 3 incense sticks, partook of a blood oath, and, under the gaze of the brothers of Jiulong Zhai and Ran Fei, became sworn brothers. Following their oath, they commenced their meal. Yuan Shi, this time, spared no expense. In an era where resources were scarce, they had chicken, fish, and meat, deeply moving Dali's heart. A long table, measuring 3 meters along with several smaller tables, accommodated everyone from Jiulong Zhai, except those on guard duty. They feasted heartily, consuming meat and wine in great gulps. Ran Fei, who had not witnessed such a scene before, realized that while the food may not have been as abundant as that seen on television, considering the current level of productivity, the warmth and enthusiasm of the gathering were commendable. The following day, the inebriated Ran Fei did not awaken until nearly noon. Stepping outside, he was met with a gust of wind that felt unexpectedly chilly under the high sun. Such was the autumn of the north. Awake? Your tolerance for alcohol is quite poor, isn't it? You were down after just a few bowls. Yuan Shi was practicing his martial arts, wielding the 9-linked broadsword with impressive ferocity. Upon seeing Ran Fei emerge from his chamber, he froze mid-action and inquired, "Ran?" Seeing the large broadsword in Yuan Shi's hands piqued Ran Fei's interest, and he replied, "My tolerance for alcohol has always been lacking." Noticing the shift in Ran Fei's demeanor, Yuan Shi cut to the chase, asking, "What? Do you wish to learn my swordplay?" "Indeed." Ran Fei did not hide his eagerness. Having witnessed Zhang Dali's downfall and subsequent capture, followed by Yuan Shi's discourse, he understood that Yuan Shi was an astute individual, and his own schemes would be transparent to him. "You are quite candid," Yuan Shi remarked, retracting his movements, "because I know I cannot hide anything from you. It will be discovered sooner or later, so it is better to be forthright." "Huh?" Yuan Shi chuckled lightly. "I can teach you, but you must agree to one condition." "What condition?" "This condition is not unfavorable to you. After all, the state of Qi is on the brink of collapse. I require you to remain at my Jiulong Zhai and join my band of outlaws." "Do you believe the state of Qi will fall to Yin?" Ran Fei countered. "Will it not?" Yuan Shi expressed surprise. "With all its generals defeated, does Qi still possess any capable leaders to withstand Lu Yi's cavalry? I can agree to your condition, but it must have a time limit. For how long? Until the day Qi is restored." "Huh?" Yuan Shi laughed heartily. "Agreed. This is but a wager. I propose this bet. If you win, you may come and go freely. If you lose, you shall be my trusted aide for life." "Very well," Ran Fei replied with confidence. "From today onward, I will reside with you." "Not a problem," Yuan Shi responded joyfully. "Bring forth the strategist. Today, our Jiulong Zhai gains another brother." "Yes." Upon hearing the news that Ran Fei intended to join the bandits, Zhang Dali pulled him aside to a secluded spot and asked, "Are you truly going to become an outlaw? What of your parents in Mo City? With Lu Yi's forces pressing forward, I cannot return. Rather than that, it is better to follow him. At least I will have a place to rest. I cannot keep troubling you. Troubling me is a minor issue, but you must understand that being an outlaw is fraught with peril. Your life could be at stake at any moment, with the authorities pursuing you and other bandits potentially attacking for territory. I have considered this, but if I do not stay here, where else can I go? Besides, I was a soldier. I have already faced death once, So what is there to fear? Since you say so, that is indeed a point. If even Lu Yi cannot take your life, what chance do lesser foes have? Seeing that his heart was already set on staying, Zhang Dali felt he could say no more. Rest assured, everything will be fine. Do take care. You too, be well. Ran Fei clasped his hands in farewell. Zhang Dali mirrored the gesture. At midday, Zhang Dali was blindfolded by Yuan Qi's subordinates and led down the mountain. Ran Fei remained at Zhilongjai, becoming one of Yuan Qi's followers. The strategist took Ran Fei to receive weapons and attire. Yuan Qi watched as Ran Fei donned the same garb as the other subordinates and chuckled, "Good. From this day forth, you shall be my personal guard." Yuan Qi first imparted some fundamental skills to Ran Fei, cautioning him that if the foundation were not solid, it would be akin to an unstable building. It must be firm. After a few days of calm practice, Yuan Qi summoned Ran Fei to venture out for reconnaissance. Chen Dafu was the wealthiest and scrupulous merchant within 100 miles, having colluded with the gentry of Qi to secretly commit numerous acts of abduction and land usurpation. After the Qi forces were defeated by Yan, Chen Dafu, fearing retribution, began to rally bandits and retainers. Lu Yi originally intended to eliminate this menace, but with war imminent, he could not attend to such matters. Seizing the opportunity while Chen Dafu lacked support, Yuan Qi devised a plan to extract wealth from him, part of which would be used to aid impoverished citizens, and the remainder kept for the stronghold to recruit soldiers, forge weapons, and cover daily expenses. On this outing, Yuan Qi equipped himself with only a sword, refraining from taking the 9-linked broadsword to avoid recognition. Ran Fei also carried a sword. Upon learning that Chen Dafu was seeking to recruit retainers, Yuan Qi and Ran Fei went to apply. The steward responsible for recruitment, upon observing their robust physiques, arranged for them to demonstrate their skills. After witnessing their prowess, he allowed them to stay. Chapter 12. The steward had initially arranged for Yuan Qi and Ran Fei to be stationed at different posts. Just as Ran Fei was about to voice his thoughts, Yuan Qi quickly grasped his arm and whispered, "If we are not in the same location, we can better observe the guard's movements, thus increasing our chances of success." Ran Fei fell silent, obediently heeding the steward's directions. The Chen residence was vast, sprawling over 7 or 8 mu, due to Chen Dafu's numerous and scrupulous deeds. And following the assassination of his supporters, he grew anxious about potential retribution, prompting him to recruit a multitude of henchmen. Here, one could observe guards every 5 meters and a post every 10, indicative of Chen Dafu's palpable fear. The reason Yuan Qi brought only Ran Fei along this time was twofold. Firstly, to gauge his character, and secondly, to assess his capabilities. Although he appeared to have brought along only Ran Fei, he had secretly dispatched 7 or 8 astute subordinates into the Chen residence. Yuan Qi noted that Chen Dafu's estate was roughly oval-shaped, fortified by 2 layers of defenses. The outer layer was not much different from an ordinary wall, while the inner wall soared nearly half again as high and was quite thick. The top of the wall featured apertures, below which were stairways, allowing individuals to stand on the steps and shoot arrows through the openings. Newly recruited guards like Yuan Qi and Ran Fei were stationed at the outer layer, while the inner layer comprised Chen Dafu's trusted enforcers. Yuan Qi realized that to seize his treasures, he first needed to earn Chen Dafu's trust, infiltrate the inner circle, and then orchestrate a coordinated effort. While the strategy was conceived, the specifics of its execution left Yuan Qi somewhat vexed. He pondered enlisting actors for a ruse. However, with so many of Chen Dafu's confidants around, it was unlikely he could step forward without risking exposure, which could endanger his life. Suddenly, an idea struck Yuan Qi. The Qingxi gang. If he could orchestrate a heist against Chen Dafu with their assistance, he could either eliminate Chen Dafu or, even better, weaken both sides through mutual attrition. This would diminish the Qingxi gang's strength while simultaneously increasing his own chances against Chen Dafu. However, the greatest challenge lay in persuading the Qingxi gang to serve as cannon fodder. Yuan Qi thought of Ran Fei. Firstly, the Qingxi gang had never encountered him, making it less likely for them to harbor suspicions. Secondly, he was a soldier of the Qi kingdom, robust and battle-hardened, a formidable asset that the Qingxi gang would likely wish to recruit. Lastly, this would allow Yuan Qi to ascertain Ran Fei's loyalty to his friends. Although Yuan Qi and Ran Fei were not assigned to patrol the same location, they were part of the same cohort, meaning they rested and commenced their shift simultaneously. As night descended, Yuan Qi seized an opportunity to lead Ran Fei to a secluded spot, where he outlined the plan. After much contemplation, Ran Fei deemed the plan feasible and agreed to participate, albeit with one condition. He requested Yuan Qi to teach him a few self-defense techniques. Yuan Qi considered this a reasonable request and readily acquiesced. In the following days, Ran Fei frequently approached Yuan Qi, and after a week or so, he had nearly mastered the techniques Yuan Qi had taught him. Once proficient, Ran Fei informed the steward of Chen Dafu that his mother was gravely ill and he needed to return home. The steward, regarding him as merely an inconsequential outer guard with limited capability, permitted his departure. After leaving the Qin residence, Ran Fei made his way toward the territory of the Qing Shi gang. After traveling for 7 or 8 days, he estimated he was nearing Shi'in Mountain and decided to pause in a small town to gather information. On a crisp autumn morning, the sun cast its first rays upon the earth, heralding the start of a new day. The town, named Qingshi Town, was situated along a southwest-northeast axis. Heading southwest led directly to the Qing Shi gang's territory, Shi'in Mountain. The mountain earned its name from its winding and treacherous paths, characterized by its numerous ravines. The Qing Shi gang's strength was not on par with the Jiulongzhai, but remained moderate within the realm of the Qi kingdom. The gang leader, Chen Xingdong, was a lecherous individual skilled with the sword. Should Yuan Qi find himself in a direct confrontation with him, he might not fare poorly, though a moment's carelessness could lead to his downfall. While most townsfolk were just rising for the day, Ran Fei had already ascended a small hill to practice the fundamental techniques taught by Yuan Qi. The emphasis of his swordplay lay in powerful strikes. Even a single blow that failed to connect could instill fear in his opponent due to its sheer force. Thus, mastering the basics was essential to achieving speed, ferocity, and precision. After breaking a sweat, Ran Fei planned to return, change his clothes, and visit a tea house to seek out useful information. Although the Qing Shi gang was composed of bandits, Chen Xingdong understood the wisdom in not disturbing the grass near the rabbit's nest, maintaining a non-aggressive stance toward Qingshi Town. The townspeople, perceiving his restraint, had no desire to provoke him, allowing both sides to coexist amicably while pursuing their respective interests. In the tea house, Ran Fei ordered a bowl of noodles, savoring it slowly while eavesdropping on the patrons' mundane conversations. Among them, a table of 4 or 5 individuals appeared to be outsiders, all in their mid-20s, armed and speaking with accents that deviated from the locals. At another table sat 2 men. One, with a prominent scar across his nose, appeared to be in his mid-30s and sat composedly as he awaited his meal, while the other, a younger man in his 20s, seemed to be his apprentice, both carrying swords. At that moment, a group of 7 or 8 individuals entered, led by a particularly burly man clad in a tiger-striped vest, revealing his muscular arms. He wore a sword at his waist, yet his expression was exceedingly lewd, his eyes gleaming upon seeing the attractive proprietress. The ruffian approached the counter, leaning on it with one hand while the other rummaged about, playfully addressing the proprietress. "Bring me a few good dishes and a couple of fine wines. If you wish to join us for a drink, you would be most welcome." "Very well. The food and drink will be here shortly," the proprietress replied curtly before turning to the kitchen to relay her orders. The thug spat contemptuously on the floor, disgruntled, before taking a seat with his men, who divided into 2 tables. If it weren't for the boss's orders regarding Qingshi Town, one of his subordinates began, but was abruptly silenced by a slap from the ruffian, who glared with menace. "Are you looking to lose your life?" Realizing his gaffe, the subordinate quickly covered his face and pleaded, Yes, I misspoke." "Enough, enough." The ruffian dismissed him with a wave of his hand. "Do not ruin my mood, and settle back down." Yes. The subordinate continued to shield his face, clearly shaken by the force of the blow. Chapter 13. Ran Fei swiftly finished his noodles, eavesdropping on the conversation of the burly man and his companions, and confirmed his suspicions that they were indeed members of the Qingshi gang. The ruffians consumed their meal with remarkable speed, devouring everything on the table. After wiping his mouth, the leader's subordinate instinctively poured him a cup of wine. The burly man downed it in one gulp, exclaiming, "Not bad." Just as he was about to set down the cup, another individual approached their table, hands clasped in greeting, and said, "Might you be willing to accept me as one of your subordinates? Our boss's reputation truly precedes him, drawing followers even to a mere meal." The beaten subordinate remarked, "The boss's name carries weight indeed." The burly man stroked his beard thoughtfully, seemingly unimpressed by the flattery, and asked, "Where are you from?" "Mo City. A soldier from the Qi kingdom." "Is that so? You serve under the Chuzi general, I presume?" a general who fled without a fight. How can I trust you won't abandon us in battle? May I explain? Ran Fei interjected hastily. Speak. I am curious to hear your defense, the burly man replied. The Chuzi general did not flee out of fear, Ran Fei insisted. Not out of fear? The ruffian interrupted, laughing, and his laughter was joined by his companions. Ran Fei felt his face flush with embarrassment, but once their laughter subsided, he pressed on. Do you know what the Chi-Min Wang said to the Chuzi general on the eve of battle? What did he say? The burly man scoffed. King Chi-Min, on the eve of battle, resorted to threats against General Chuzi, declaring that should he suffer defeat, he would annihilate the entire Chuzi family. Upon hearing this, General Chuzi was filled with despair, leading him to flee without a fight the following day. It was indeed as you have described. The burly man stroked his beard and remarked that Chuzi was a renowned general. One does not retreat without reason. It seems your assertions hold true. Judging by your attire and physique, you must be a soldier. The Yin army has consistently triumphed, and only the scattered soldiers of Qi would find themselves without a home. Since you are indeed one of these disbanded soldiers from Qi, you may remain here. Thank you for your hospitality. Follow me diligently, and you shall not suffer. Certainly, allow me to see your sword. Without hesitation, Ran Fei handed over his sword to the burly man. The man drew the blade, and, upon spotting the character for Qi, swiftly positioned the sword against Ran Fei's neck. Startled, Ran Fei frowned and asked, What are you doing, brother? Who is your brother? The burly man's expression suddenly contorted into a menacing grimace. Ran Fei felt an urge to retaliate, yet, with his head in another's grip, he dared not make a move. The burly man laughed heartily at Ran Fei's anxious demeanor, retracting the sword and sheathing it, jesting, Look at how tense you are. Ran Fei, caught between amusement and exasperation, mused that this man was indeed as Yuan Qi had described, a ruthless character who regarded human life as inconsequential. Had there been no character for Qi on the sword, he might have already met his end. Despite his discontent, he was under their roof and had to acquiesce, forcing a smile to defuse the situation. The burly man returned the sword to Ran Fei and, along with his companions, departed, with Ran Fei trailing behind. Shortly after exiting Qingstone town, Chunsheng seized the opportunity to strike Ran Fei unconscious, signaling his men to carry him to their hideout. Ran Fei awoke to the sensation of cold water splashed upon him. Apologies, but we were unaware of your true background, and to avoid alerting others to our ascent, we had to resort to this method, said a bandit whom Ran Fei had never encountered. Feeling a dull ache at the back of his head, Ran Fei pressed his hand against it, his expression betraying discomfort. Do not worry. You will be fine in a few days. I experienced the same when I first ascended. The bandit reassured him. You also volunteered to join? Ran Fei inquired. The taxes were exorbitant, and survival became impossible, leaving me no choice but to turn to banditry. Upon hearing this, Ran Fei lifted his gaze to scrutinize the man before him, standing at about 175 meters. He was somewhat lean, yet handsome, with a pleasant smile and kind eyes. It seemed this individual had heard snippets of Ran Fei's story from others and felt a sense of empathy. The man introduced, extending his hand. Ran Fei grasped it firmly and, using the leverage, rose to his feet. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was in a wooden shed and could not help but ask, Is this where I will be staying? Ha! How could that be? I will first take you to meet the chief. He instructed me to bring you to him as soon as you awoke. Very well. Let us go. Following Han Ling out of the shed, Ran Fei beheld a village comprising over 20 modest wooden houses, nestled on a mountainside. It offered a panoramic view of the surrounding peaks, making it easily defensible. I did not expect you to be knowledgeable in military strategy. Not at all. It is merely experience gained during battles. As Ran Fei had anticipated, he noticed several small scattered cabins nearby, likely serving as lookout posts. He marveled at Chun Sheng's capabilities. Otherwise, he would not have been able to dominate the region for hundreds of miles. The officials have attempted to assault us, but they only glimpsed our village and failed to ascend, ultimately suffering a great defeat in the woods. Behind the mountain lies a cliff, so we need not worry about surprise attacks. Han Ling led Ran Fei into the forest where Chun Sheng was training his men. Upon spotting the two, he beckoned to Ran Fei, signaling him to approach. My brother, I apologize, as we have only just met, to avoid exposing our whereabouts. I had no choice but to put you in this predicament, Chun Sheng expressed with a hint of remorse. It is fine. I understand completely. Were I in your position, I would act similarly. Ran Fei replied with a respectful bow. Thank you for your understanding. Is your head still hurting? Chen Sheng inquired with concern. No, it will be fine in a few days, Ran Fei stated. However, he thought to himself that Chen Sheng truly knew how to win people over. It was no wonder that, despite his lecherous nature, many chose to follow him. Had he been an ordinary man, these few words might have easily bound someone to his cause. Chapter 14. Joining rest for a few days. Let Han Ling show you around to familiarize yourself with the situation of the village. Understood. Ran Fei recognized that to gain Chen Sheng's trust, he must first earn his keep, so he agreed and then addressed Han Ling. I appreciate your assistance. We are all family here. It is no trouble at all. Han Ling's polite demeanor left a good first impression on Ran Fei. Since Ran Fei had just joined, Han Ling only acquainted him with the living quarters, knowing full well that complete trust would take time. Thus, he harbored no eager ambitions for swift success. The next 5 days passed quietly, during which Chen Sheng assigned Ran Fei no tasks, granting him a reprieve. One day, while practicing his swordsmanship, the technique taught by the Qi nation, Ran Fei, reborn in this body, retained the memories of the 2 years the original had experienced. Han Ling approached and informed him that the chief requested his presence. Here we go, Ran Fei thought to himself. In the village's hall, Chen Sheng sat upon a grand chair adorned with a tiger skin, surveying all present. At that moment, only 3 individuals occupied the hall. Chen Sheng, Ran Fei, and Han Ling. Chen Sheng dismissed Han Ling and began. Throughout my life, I have encountered countless individuals, and the moment I laid eyes on you, I recognized you as a person of both courage and intellect. I wish to retain someone of your caliber, yet promoting you directly might breed discontent among my subordinates. Chief, I would willingly face death to fulfill your commands, Ran Fei declared. Ah, you are indeed astute. Grasping the situation immediately. You are aware of Qin Dafu, the wealthiest man within hundreds of miles, correct? I do not require you to undertake any laborious tasks. Merely ascertain the nature of his guards and the layout of his estate. Ideally, I would like a map drawn, and as an officer, this should not be beyond your capabilities. I will not fail in my mission, Ran Fei pledged with a bow. Excellent. Once you present the map to me and I secure Qin Dafu's treasures, you shall be appointed as the vice chief of the Qing Shi gang. Thank you for your elevation, chief. You might find yourself at a disadvantage alone. Thus, I shall assign Han Ling to accompany you for support. Ran Fei understood well that this was not merely for support, but rather supervision. However, under the circumstances, he had to acquiesce without protest. I have heard that Qin Dafu is recruiting retainers. You and Han Ling should infiltrate under that guise. I have an informant within. Han Ling knows how to make contact. You need only provide me with a map afterward. Understood. Prepare to leave. We set off tomorrow. With Qin Dafu no longer under the protection of the doctor, I anticipate that there will be more than just us bandits vying to profit from him. The following morning, Ran Fei and Han Ling set off. This time, Han Ling did not render him unconscious, but merely blindfolded him. Yet, as someone with extensive combat experience, Ran Fei possessed an innate awareness of terrain and routes, allowing him to mentally map the ascent despite his blindness. After 2 days of arduous travel, Ran Fei and Han Ling successfully entered the residence of Qin Dafu as guests. As before, Ran Fei was placed in the outer layer since he was not one of Qin Dafu's trusted confidants. However, Ran Fei remained unperturbed, for he was aware that Han Ling would arrange a meeting with the insider. This thought brought him some confusion. Why did Chen Sheng have an insider while Yuan Qi did not? It seemed implausible. Yuan Qi was not only astute, but also had a military strategist at his side. Then it dawned on Ran Fei that this fellow sent him to the Green Serpent Gang not merely to deplete Qin Dafu's strength, but also to prevent himself from encountering Chun and the insider. What a cunning rascal. Reflecting on this, Ran Fei could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. Nevertheless, it was understandable. After all, they had only known each other for a short time, and it was forgivable for him not to be privy to such confidential matters. The steward responsible for recruiting guests did not recognize Ran Fei, as 5 or 6 days had elapsed since their last meeting, and the steward encountered numerous individuals daily. So it was natural for him to forget. Yuan Qi seemed to be aware that Han Ling was under Qin Sheng's command, for when she saw Ran Fei, she offered no greeting and acted as if they were strangers. Thus, a few more tedious days passed. One day, while on his day off, Ran Fei went out for drinks with several other guests. As they walked along the street, Ran Fei noticed 4 or 5 beggars, around 7 or 8 years old. With his kind-hearted nature, he casually tossed some coins their way. One of his companions, seeing this, also threw some money and remarked to Ran Fei that in times of chaos, these children were pitiable, not knowing whether their parents were still alive. If they were, it was fortunate. If not, their plight was even more tragic. Alas! Ran Fei sighed. The group soon found a tavern, and Ran Fei inquired about the name of the man who had thrown coins to the beggars. The man replied, Yang Quan. Brother Yang, I am Ran Fei. Brother Ran, I can see from your demeanor that you are not an ordinary guest. Oh, in what way do I differ? Did I not just mention it? Your demeanor. Ran Fei chuckled. How so? I have seen many people, and your eyes are filled with a certain fierceness, yet you do not appear to be a savage. Ran Fei's expression darkened slightly. As a soldier from Qinao in Yin territory, if discovered, it would spell doom for him. Yang Quan, however, disregarded Ran Fei's expression, chuckling as he clasped his fists and said, Brother Ran, you must be a chivalrous man. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated with this turn, and Ran Fei felt a sigh of relief within. What chivalrous man am I? Merely a downcast warrior. Brother Ran is too modest. I see a certain vigor in your eyes. You are not a mere pawn, and you will surely rise to prominence in the future. Oh, you can read fortunes? The art of fortune-telling is but a matter of observing faces. However, a person's heart and character are often reflected in their gaze. The more one sees, the more one can discern. Ran Fei smiled, unconvinced. Among the 5 or 6 who had come to drink, 4 were gathered at one table playing a game, while Ran Fei and Yang Quan enjoyed a quieter conversation. Ran Fei laughed, raising his cup to drink. Yang Quan lifted his cup as well, exclaiming, I drink to that. Ran Fei felt somewhat taken aback by Yang Quan's enthusiasm, but soon laughed and downed his drink. With no duties to attend to that day, they drank late into the night. On their way back, the beggars were nowhere to be seen, prompting Ran Fei to sigh again. In times of war, the common folk suffer. Who cares for their plight? Without the common people, how can there be kings? When the priorities are reversed, who can understand the kings? The group had indulged a bit too much and stumbled, supporting one another as they crossed the street. Yang Quan accidentally knocked over someone's stall, but fortunately, it was merely a vegetable stand. The owner was reasonable, and they all spoke amicably as they helped pick up the fallen produce. Feeling somewhat guilty, Yang Quan offered the owner some money, which was accepted given the evident loss. Upon returning to Chen's residence, Ran Fei slept until the evening. After resting for 7 or 8 hours, he found himself unable to sleep again and decided to rise and practice his martial arts. Thus, the day passed in tranquility. After another week, Ran Fei had thoroughly familiarized himself with the outer perimeter of Chun Dafu's residence, sketching 2 detailed diagrams. Now, he awaited the insider from the Green Serpent Gang to contact him. One day, while on duty and feeling bored lying in his room, he heard a faint sound outside. As the noise approached his door, he noticed that due to the nature of their perimeter guard duties, he and the others were housed in a large room accommodating 7 or 8 people. For some unknown reason, everyone except Ran Fei had gone on duty that day. Drawing his treasured blade, he stood at the door. As soon as the door opened, he saw someone slip inside, seemingly unaware of Ran Fei's presence. The person turned to shut the door, only to find a blade poised at their throat. Upon closer inspection, Ran Fei realized the individual was Han Ling. With a smile, Han Ling remarked, Brother Ran, it hasn't been long, yet your skills have improved significantly. Ran Fei chuckled in response, retracting his blade. I have already mapped out the outer perimeter. Now we merely await entry into the inner sanctum. Show me the diagram first, Han Ling said as he closed the door. Ran Fei retrieved one drawing from his chest pocket and another from his shoe. The diagrams detailed the entire outer area of Chen's residence, including the layout of rockeries, ponds, wall heights, thicknesses, the number of guards present, and their shift changes, all meticulously recorded. Ran Fei's body had once belonged to a centurion, and with 2 years of memories and experience in engineering drawing, this task was not daunting for him. Han Ling was pleased upon reviewing the diagrams. Well done, Brother Ran. I have come to take you into the inner sanctum tonight. Then let us go. Indeed. The 2 exited the room, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, and boldly approached the inner layer of Chen's residence. The residence comprised 2 layers, the outer layer with ordinary walls, and the inner layer, whose walls towered significantly higher, forming a distinct realm. They arrived at a secluded corner of the inner wall, surrounded by firewood storage, which provided excellent concealment as these structures towered above the inner walls. Han Ling scanned the area and, finding it clear, mimicked the call of a partridge for times. A response echoed from within, and Han Ling instructed, "Lower the rope." A rope was tossed out from inside, and Han Ling urged Ran Fei to ascend first. Ran Fei climbed up, but upon seeing the scene inside, he was nearly struck with terror, fortunate that Han Ling followed closely behind and caught him to prevent a catastrophe. The person waiting for them was none other than the steward responsible for recruiting guests. "No wonder you seem not to recognize me during my second visit. You must have already known I was with the Green Serpent Gang," Ran Fei mused. The steward, startled, adjusted his clothing, saying, "Did you think I had truly aged to the point of not recognizing you?" Han Ling, puzzled, inquired, "Who are these two?" Ran Fei felt a pang of worry, fearing the steward might have discerned his connection with Yuan Shi during his first entry into Chen's residence. Yet the situation appeared favorable. "I had entered once before, but found it uninteresting and left. Later, I saw him arrive with you," the steward explained. "So that was it. I did not expect you to leave the residence merely to join the Green Serpent Gang." Ran Fei chuckled, swiftly steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. "Now, please take us there." "Very well. Follow me." With the steward's assistance, everything proceeded smoothly. Following him, Ran Fei explored the layout of the inner walls, discovering that the design was remarkably fortified. He surmised that the inner residence had likely been crafted by scholars in collusion with Chindafu. The walls were thick enough to support two individuals standing side by side, and in certain areas, they were much wider, stocked with bows, stones, and oil. Moreover, the residence featured a watchtower that rose nearly a yard above the walls. Though it could not provide a view of the outer perimeter, it offered a comprehensive oversight of the inner wall situation. Within the inner layer, there are more than 10 houses. Based on this, Ran Fei estimated that the number of guards in the inner layer should be around 100. Among these houses, one stands out significantly larger and more luxurious than the others. Ran Fei conjectured that this must be the residence of Chindafu. In Chapter 16, the steward instructed Ran Fei to memorize the terrain and the locations guarded by the sentinels. The three of them found themselves on the southwestern wall, the highest point of the structure, standing at a height of about 1.5 zhang. Consequently, the guards' vigilance was rather lax. They lingered there for quite some time without encountering any patrolling guards, perhaps because Chindafu did not believe that anyone could scale this wall. The most infuriating aspect was the lookout tower, where the guard would frequently peer down at the wall's condition, forcing the trio to crouch and conceal themselves within the wall. After about half a stick of incense had burned, the steward deemed it time to proceed and urged the two to move swiftly. After all, Chindafu was no fool. Despite the height, it was improbable that he had neglected to station guards here. The steward acted with meticulous care. Throughout their journey, they encountered no sentinels, at most needing to duck behind the wall to evade the torchlight. Ran Fei mused that such careful and astute planning could be advantageous if harnessed for greater ambitions. Just as they had successfully entered the wall, they also managed to exit it without incident. Once they were a considerable distance away, Ran Fei inquired whether the steward was also affiliated with the Qingxi gang. "No, he is not one of us." "Then can we trust him?" Han Ling smiled knowingly and reassured, "Fear not. He will not betray us." Given Chun Dafu's wealth, one would assume that his steward enjoys a life of luxury. If he is not one of us, why would he assist us? When the time comes, I shall reveal all. For now, focus on your drawings. Han Ling replied dismissively. Ran Fei understood the implication. He had only just joined and was not yet privy to the information. Rather than returning to his lodgings, Ran Fei decided to seek refuge at an inn. He knew that most of the guards who had been patrolling the rooms would have returned by now, and attempting to draw at this moment would surely lead to his capture. It was wiser to feign merriment over drinks and return later. In this era, there were no candles, let alone electric bulbs. Only oil extracted from the tung trees served as lighting. Ran Fei busied himself until midnight before finally succumbing to sleep. The next morning, while washing his face, he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the basin and chuckled to see that he had become a figure resembling the infamous black-faced Bao Gong. He laughed at his own comical appearance. Aware that it was his turn to stand guard that night, he gathered his belongings, descended, and ordered congee along with a jug of wine. The innkeeper's boy, puzzled, remarked on the peculiarity of consuming both congee and wine at such an early hour. Ignoring the curious glances around him, Ran Fei finished his congee and drank several bowls before preparing to leave. Suddenly, A sharp sound echoed through the inn. All patrons turned towards the source of the noise, which came from upstairs. Unable to see what transpired, they fell silent, listening intently. Damn it! I only toy with you because I find you appealing, yet you dare to be so ungrateful? A voice resonated, recognized by some as belonging to Qindafu's son, Chunjiang. Alas! I wonder which poor girl has fallen victim to his whims this time, a patron lamented, revealing through their tone that Chunjiang had inherited his father's predatory nature, having harmed countless women. Upon hearing this, Ran Fei's fists clenched in preparation to confront him. But reason prevailed. It was not yet the time to act. He forcibly suppressed his rising fury and approached the stairs with a composed demeanor. Upon ascending, he witnessed a pockmarked, rotund man kicking and striking a frail woman. The girl seemed desperate to cling to him, but Xinjiang's strength was beyond her capacity to resist. In mere moments, he freed himself from her grasp. The girl, unwilling to relent, attempted to advance again, only to be unceremoniously kicked aside by Xinjiang, who ordered, "Get this woman away from me." Following his command, several thugs approached and forcibly lifted the girl, casting her aside. Ran Fei had been suppressing his anger, thus initially oblivious to the girl's plight. Now, however, he observed her clearly. She was of average height, around 1.67 meters. Her once beautiful face now marred by tears, rendering her even more pitiful. Her clothing was tattered, but fortunately, her undergarments preserved her modesty. Chunjiang, wiping his nose, commented as he descended the stairs to a nearby guard. "Well done, it feels splendid. I shall reward you handsomely upon our return." The guard nodded eagerly. "Thank you, young master. Next time, I'll find you an even better one." Ran Fei's rage surged to a boiling point, internally vowing to dismantle Chunjiang piece by piece. As onlookers continued to gather, he understood that lingering here was unwise, so he grasped the girl's hand and led her away. The girl, devoid of any will, allowed herself to be led from the inn. Yuan Qi had purchased a house upon entering the town, designated for discussions. But Ran Fei had refrained from visiting to avoid revealing his whereabouts. Now, he had no choice but to take the girl there. Along the way, he inquired about her home. "It's a small village by the river on the outskirts. If you trust me, come with me. I will take you to someone who is not only loyal and righteous, but also harbors a deep-seated hatred for evil. He will surely assist you." At this moment, the girl had lost all rationality and simply replied, Seeing her lack of refusal, Ran Fei brought her to the house Yuan Qi had purchased, placing his remaining money on the table. "This should suffice for your expenses over the next few months. You can stay here, and if anyone inquires, tell them Ran Fei brought you. If possible, recount your experiences to him. He knows how to help you. As for your parents, they will undoubtedly be worried about your overnight absence. I shall return now to inform them." The girl burst into tears. "If they find out I have been humiliated, they will surely kill me." As Ran Fei's eyes darted around, he resolved to inform them that she had eloped with a man. At present, Ran Fei was solely preoccupied with aiding the woman in her quest for vengeance, oblivious to the harsh reality that, in this era, a woman who had suffered disgrace was unlikely to return home. His sole intention was to escort her to a safe place, where Yuan Qi would make arrangements. Chapter 17. Alas, what a wretched world this is, Ran Fei exclaimed in frustration. The woman ceased her weeping and sighed softly. "I am nearly a ghost now. Why do you exert yourself so tirelessly to assist me? How can you be so self-destructive?" Ran Fei retorted, visibly angered. "I have invested so much effort into helping you, and yet you contemplate ending your own life. Do you not owe me your gratitude?" The woman remained silent, prompting Ran Fei to continue. "If heaven does not favor me, I shall defy it. One's fate is firmly in one's own hands." The woman was taken aback by his words. Coming from a well-off family and having received an education, she understood the intricate social customs of her time. Yet this man seemed utterly indifferent to the societal norms that others held dear, leaving her astonished. Noticing that the woman no longer harbored thoughts of self-harm, Ran Fei suggested, "Since you cannot return home, you may temporarily reside here. As I mentioned earlier, if anyone comes looking for you, inform them of everything. They will assist you. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave." Upon seeing him prepare to depart, the woman sprang to her feet, wanting to speak but hesitating, finally managing to utter a heartfelt, "Thank you." Ran Fei nodded and turned to leave. Having been born into poverty, Ran Fei understood the struggles of the destitute and harbored a deep disdain for those who bullied the poor due to their wealth. Previously, He had merely heard that Qin Dafu was a heartless man who oppressed the impoverished, but recent events had confirmed that he was indeed a thoroughly wicked individual. Ran Fei had initially thought that Qin Dafu was merely greedy and had planned to intercede on his behalf when Yuan Shi breached the city walls, hoping to spare his life for a moment of mercy, only to rob him of his wealth. However, the indignity inflicted upon the unfortunate woman made it clear that Xinjiang had driven her to the brink of despair. At that moment, Ran Fei's fury surged. Had today been the day of the city's fall, he would have personally dispatched the Chun father and son to their doom. As he reached the doorway, he suddenly realized he had forgotten to inquire about the woman's name. He turned back, clasped his fists, and asked, "May I ask for your esteemed name?" The woman's face flushed as she replied. Sunday. Ran Fei paused, then recalled that in ancient times, women were typically regarded as inferior. Thus, they were often known only by their surnames. After spending over 3 hours conveying the news to Sun's parents that their daughter had eloped with a man, he relayed their message to the couple. Upon hearing this, Sun's father erupted in anger, exclaiming, "What a disgrace! Our family name has been tarnished." Sun's mother, however, remained relatively unfazed, inquiring about the man involved. Ran Fei described Yuan Shi's appearance, emphasizing that he was a man of integrity who would not mistreat Sun's father. A stubborn man grew even angrier and stormed off, while her mother asked whether she had brought any money or clothing. Ran Fei reassured her, stating that Yuan Shi was indeed the son of a wealthy family and had sufficient funds for their journey. Sun's mother continued to pose numerous questions, and although Ran Fei found it somewhat tiresome, he restrained his irritation upon realizing she was of a similar age to his own mother, patiently answering her inquiries. Eventually, Sun's mother remarked that her husband was a man who valued his reputation greatly, advising Ran Fei to tell Sun that if she left, she should not return. Hearing this, Ran Fei felt a chill in his heart, but agreed to comply. Upon returning to the Qin residence, he found it eerily quiet, indicating that such incidents were not uncommon. It seemed the surrounding populace was aware of the humiliation suffered by a beautiful young woman at the hands of Qin Dafu's son, but most merely discussed it casually, showing little concern. Later, he learned that after Chun Jiang had insulted Wang, he returned home only to be reprimanded by Qin Dafu, not for his misdeeds, but for the need to avoid making more enemies during this critical period. Yang Quan, having brought 2 jugs of wine, sought out Ran Fei. They found a secluded corner where Yang Quan took several large gulps and sighed. "Ran, through our acquaintance over the past 10 days, I have come to see you as a commendable person. Tell me, if we assist the wicked in guarding their homes, does that not make us villains as well?" Ran Fei discerned the implication in Yang Quan's words. Through their recent interactions, he was not one to betray others, and thus sought a confidant. Ran Fei opened the wine jug and drank deeply, finishing nearly half of it in one go. Yang Quan sensed something was amiss and asked, "What troubles you today? Have you encountered some misfortune?" After a moment of silence, Ran Fei managed a bitter smile, saying, "I do not know. I suppose I shall just go with the flow." Alas! How can all the powerful in this world be such despicable beings? "Rest assured, things will improve," Yang Quan responded. Noticing Ran Fei's increasing intoxication, his face flushed. "Oh dear! I had forgotten, Ran. Your tolerance for alcohol is poor. You still have duties to fulfill tonight." "Huh, just saying those words sent me reeling," Ran Fei replied, and promptly collapsed. When Ran Fei awoke, he found himself in his own chamber. After scratching his head, he rose to wash his face. In this era, toothbrushes were non-existent, and feeling discomfort in his mouth, he rinsed with salt water, only to remember that salt was a major economic commodity of Qi, and thus relatively expensive. Recalling the previous night's events, he vaguely remembered that Yang Quan had offered to take a shift, allowing him to rest easy. Since he had no duties today, he decided to check on Sun, fearing her emotional state might be unstable. With a little money left, he purchased a few items and was relieved to find Sun safe. Though still somewhat sorrowful, he reassured her by sharing his name and that of the house's owner. Thus, the days passed uneventfully for 4 or 5 days. One evening, Han Ling came to seek out Ran Fei once more. This time, the steward led them to a different location. Ran Fei took the opportunity to carefully observe the steward, noting his lean figure, oval face, neither large nor small eyes, sharp gaze, and goat-like beard. The steward, upon reviewing the drawings Ran Fei had made, smiled and complimented his artistry. Similar to their previous encounter, they encountered no dangers and departed without incident. After moving some distance away from the city walls, Ran Fei once again inquired Han Ling about the steward's background. This time, Han Ling revealed that the steward had once been a sworn brother to Chen Dafu. He had remained loyal to Chen Dafu until the latter's rise to wealth, after which Chen Dafu had become debauched and immoral. The steward had a daughter, cherished as his jewel, but Chen Dafu had coerced him to marry her off to Chen Jiang, despite the latter's unattractiveness. The steward had resisted, but ultimately, under Chen Dafu's relentless pressure, his daughter eloped, and for 7 or 8 years, he had received not a single word from her. The steward harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Chen Dafu, vowing to see him ruined. However, he had an agreement with Chen Sheng that they could only rob without causing harm, for their long-standing brotherhood still lingered in his heart. Yet, Ran Fei was not aligned with Chen Sheng. His intentions were clear. Not only did he seek to rob, but he also aimed to personally eliminate Chen Dafu and his son. Naturally, he would refrain from voicing these thoughts. To maintain secrecy, Ran Fei returned to the inn for the night, working until the early hours. The next day, Yuan Qi opened the door to his newly purchased house, only to find a woman watering the flowers in the courtyard. Puzzled, he asked, "Who are you?" Sun, unfazed, replied, "Are you not a friend of Randigo?" "You mean Ran Fei?" "Yes." "Then you must be Yuan Qi. Did he bring you here?" Sun recounted her experiences of that day, which infuriated Yuan Qi, who slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "Beast!" After she finished, feeling somewhat despondent, Yuan Qi promptly approached her to offer comfort, saying, "Since you have nowhere to go now, come stay with us. This is merely a temporary residence that cannot hold you for long." "You all? Are you and Randaji not from this place? What is going on? Didn't T. Ran Fei inform you?" "No." Chapter 18. Yuan Qi forced a smile and remarked, "Ran Fei truly knows how to present me with challenges. How am I to explain this to you? Had he informed you earlier, it would have been easier. At least you would have been somewhat prepared." "What is this about?" Sun sure felt perplexed, thinking it was merely a matter concerning their hometown. "Nothing particularly difficult. Just tell me, it's all right." "This." Yuan Qi hesitated before saying, "I shall speak plainly. We are bandits." Sun sure fell silent, while Yuan Qi's expression turned sour. He felt a sense of degradation in admitting to being a bandit, especially when addressing a respectable woman. After a long silence, Sun sure finally spoke. "And what of it? There are those who appear refined and cultured, yet are nothing more than beasts in human guise. You, in comparison, are undoubtedly far superior to them. As Randaji said, my life is in my own hands. As long as my heart is pure and I commit no wrongs, I am a good person." Upon hearing this, Yuan Qi found himself at a loss for words. Pondering for a moment before replying, "You are a girl, and we are all burly men. Your presence may be somewhat inconvenient. How about this? I will arrange for you to leave first, and after some time, I shall purchase a house for you elsewhere. You can then find a decent family and live a peaceful life. I have stated that my life is mine to decide. I wish to accompany you to the mountains." Yuan Qi's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the seemingly delicate woman before him. "In these tumultuous times, even if I yearn for a peaceful existence, can I truly attain it?" Yuan Qi was taken aback. The woman before him, though seemingly fragile, possessed an insight far beyond the ordinary. "You must think carefully. It is not that I wish to deter you, but our lives are fraught with peril." Yuan Qi stated earnestly, "In this world, is there any reason left to uphold? The strong dictate the terms. If you are unafraid, what have I to fear?" Sun Shi replied with a smile, her heart recognizing the true spirit of a heroine. "Since I have resolved to join, when shall you take me to the mountains?" Sun Shi inquired. "There is no rush." Yuan Qi poured himself a cup of tea, sipping it before continuing, "We are orchestrating a grand plan. Should it succeed, we shall never again worry about sustenance for the remainder of our lives." Sun Shi's eyes gleamed with curiosity. "A plan? Here?" She quickly connected the dots, exclaiming in surprise, "The wealthiest within a radius of several hundred miles is Chen Dafu. Are you suggesting?" "Indeed." Yuan Qi nodded. "What of it? Do you not wish for revenge?" Sun Shi remained silent, a long-lost smile gracing her face. Yuan Qi discerned her intent and returned a cold smile, an unspoken understanding passing between them. "What would you have me do?" "For now, nothing. However, you are currently untrained. It would be prudent to learn some martial skills from me for self-defense." "Very well." As the two continued their conversation, the door suddenly swung open, revealing a robust man. Yuan Qi nodded to the three men and then turned to Sun Shi, explaining, "Today is the day we, the Zhilongjai, have arranged for a rendezvous. Rest assured, these are our people. Oh. Sun Shi nodded in understanding. Seeing that guests had arrived, Yuan Qi invited them to sit and introduced Sun Shi. This is Miss Sun, who is now a member of our Zhilongjai. Greetings, Miss Sun. The leader of the newcomers clasped his fists in salute. Sun Shi reciprocated the gesture. The plans are nearly finalized. You all return and instruct the brothers to prepare. They must await my command. Zhao Ji, you shall not return. Remain here to teach Miss Sun some martial arts and report back directly should anything arise. The trio clasped their fists in acknowledgement. Sun Shi felt a twinge of fear upon realizing that one man would remain in their midst, but Yuan Qi seemed to sense her concern and assured her, rest easy. Zhao Ji is a man of integrity. Though Sun Shi was aware of Zhilongjai's rules, anyone who insults a woman would face dire consequences, and those who cause fatal harm would be met with severe retribution. Her past encounter with Chun Jiang had left her wary of strangers. Yet, inexplicably, she felt no fear towards Yuan Qi, whom she had only just met. I am fine. I am aware of Zhilongjai's rules and know that its members are men of righteousness. That is well. For now, let Zhao Ji instruct you in self-defense, and he will be able to relay information promptly when needed. Chun Dafu's residence boasted over 400 guests, along with numerous local connections, should conflict arise. There could be nearly 700 individuals involved. However, Zhilongjai had just over 500 members, while the Qing Shi gang numbered around 400. Were the two factions to unite, they could certainly besiege Qin's estate. Yet the two were not allies. One was an honorable thief, the other a common bandit. Moreover, past grievances lingered, prompting Yuan Qi to consider using Ran Fei to manipulate Chun Sheng into acting as cannon fodder, allowing him to reap the benefits. Yet Chun Sheng was no fool. He understood that Chun Dafu was a prize, and Yuan Qi would not simply allow him to remain unchallenged. Thus, he had dispatched men to keep watch over Zhilongjai. As expected, Zhilongjai would periodically send individuals into the town to gather information on Chun Dafu. Chun Sheng realized that if he were to strike, he first needed to eliminate Yuan Qi's foothold in the town. Consequently, he had refrained from making any rash moves. However, Yuan Qi was a shrewd individual who would not overlook such details. He had been troubled by this issue until he met Sun Shi, which sparked a new idea. Now it was simply a matter of waiting for Chun Sheng to take the bait. Chapter 19 Yuan Qi entrusted Zhao Ji with a few additional tasks before leaving the estate and returning to Qin's residence. Not long after, Ran Fei arrived. Upon seeing Zhao Ji, he instantly understood that Yuan Qi had already come and that no major issues were at hand. He merely felt compelled to check on Sun Shi, and upon confirming that someone was looking after her, he felt reassured and departed shortly thereafter. Thus, the days passed peacefully for another 5 or 6 days until the stewards sought out Ran Fei once more. After conducting this field investigation, Ran Fei completed the entire map. As before, he visited the inn. Having finished his drawing, he wasted no time and hurried to Yuan Qi's rendezvous point, climbing over the wall to enter. Zhao Ji, having been a bandit for 7 or 8 years, understood the necessity of keeping one eye open while sleeping. As soon as Ran Fei approached Zhao Ji's room, Zhao Ji sensed his presence. In the darkened room, Ran Fei fumbled about, preparing to wake Zhao Ji, only to have a hand grasp his neck, a blade's tip swiftly pressing against his chest. If you wish to live, do not speak. I will ask questions, and you may only nod or shake your head. If you dare utter a word, this knife goes in. Understand? At that moment, Ran Fei felt like a fish on a chopping block, knowing better than to resist. He nodded vigorously 7 or 8 times. Are you from the Qing Shi gang? How many of you are there? Ran Fei shook his head emphatically, indicating he was not from the Qing Shi gang. Not from the Qing Shi gang? Then has Chun Dafu discovered us? Are you one of Chun Dafu's men? Ran Fei again shook his head. Not one of them either? Zhao Ji's confusion deepened. If you are deceiving me, I will not hesitate to plunge this knife into you. Ran Fei shook his head with greater fervor, fully aware of Zhao Ji's volatile nature. Provoking him would surely result in a swift and merciless outcome. Stay still. Zhao Ji, still unclear about the situation, chose to observe for the moment. At this juncture, he had no intention of killing Ran Fei. If he were indeed from the Qing Shi gang or Chun Dafu's men, there would certainly be more than one of them. In that case, he could use Ran Fei as a hostage and make his escape. Meanwhile, Ran Fei was utterly terrified. Although the man before him was someone he admired, he was also a ruthless killer. Lacking the courage and strength to act, he understood why Yuan Qi entrusted such a critical task of message delivery to him. After waiting for a moment, Zhao Ji observed that there was no sign of movement outside the door. Relieved, he spoke with a tone of disdain. So you're just a petty thief. You have quite the audacity to come here and steal. As he spoke, Zhao Ji bound Ran Fei's hands behind his back with clothing, turned on the light, and upon recognizing Ran Fei, was instantly taken aback. Brother, how could it be you? He hurriedly approached and untied the ropes. Shou Yi, you nearly scared me to death, Ran Fei exclaimed, his voice trembling as if holding back tears. I was almost at your mercy. Zhao Ji, his face filled with remorse, replied, Brother, I had no idea it was you. Thank goodness it's you. If it were really someone from the Qingxi gang. No witties. I was just speaking casually. I understand, Ran Fei reassured him. Indeed, Zhao Ji acknowledged. However, I must ask, why did you come without knocking? Is there something urgent? I have already drafted the defense plans for Qin's residence and came to deliver them to you discreetly in the dead of night, Ran Fei explained, producing a sheepskin map from his cloak and handing it to Zhao Ji. Ah, I see. I will inform the chief first thing in the morning, Zhao Ji responded. Yes, time is of the essence. The sooner, the better, Ran Fei insisted. I shall take my leave now. Please extinguish the lamp, and I will depart shortly. Understood. The following morning, Zhao Ji promptly dispatched someone to notify Yuan Qi. Upon hearing the news, Yuan Qi was elated and whispered a few words to Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji nodded in agreement and sent the map back to Jiulong village. To prevent Chen Sheng from discovering their movements, Yuan Qi organized two groups, one that appeared to frequently travel between the town and Jiulong village, and another that secretly communicated with Zhao Ji and his companions. The first group maintained a low profile, merely gathering intelligence, which allowed Han Ling to follow Ran Fei during his initial visits to the inn without noticing any irregularities. When Ran Fei escorted Sun Shi to the residence, Han Ling remained oblivious, assuming that Ran Fei merely sought refuge in a friend's home. Failing to grasp the intricacies of the situation, Han Ling was aware of his own surveillance of Ran Fei, yet felt no apprehension, as everything was within Ran Fei's control. This confidence emboldened Ran Fei to bring Sun Shi to the residence. Later, when Han Ling inquired about Yuan Qi's situation, he received the expected response. It was merely a friend. Having never met Yuan Qi, he felt reassured, at most concluding that Ran Fei was merely a lecherous man. Han Ling perceived Ran Fei as a discarded soldier, curious about his ulterior motives. After witnessing Ran Fei's deep slumber over the plans in the dead of night, he felt at ease, convinced that Ran Fei had fled to Chen Sheng out of desperation. He quietly withdrew. Subsequently, when the steward reported inaccuracies in the drawn plans, Han Ling began to trust Ran Fei, ceasing his surveillance. Ran Fei, too, ensured that he checked multiple times to confirm he was alone before visiting Yuan Qi's residence. Upon receiving Ran Fei's plans, Han Ling appeared delighted and immediately dispatched them to the Qingxi gang. After reviewing the plans, Chen Sheng quickly gathered 300 men, realizing that their adversaries were stronger, and devised a plan to launch a night raid on Chen's residence. Before the operation, they had to eliminate the troublesome thorn in their side at Jiulong village, so Chen Sheng sent assassins ahead, while the main force would rest for a few days before coming. That morning, as Sun Shi returned with her purchases, she noticed a group of people seemingly waiting for her. Upon closer inspection, she froze in shock. Chun Jiang, my little beauty, have you missed me after all this time? Chun Jiang leered at Sun Shi, rubbing his hands together and advancing towards her with his subordinates in tow. Sun Shi attempted to flee, but was swiftly encircled by Chun Jiang's men. So you were hiding here. I wondered where you had gone, Chun Jiang remarked, eyeing her dwelling before turning back to Sun Shi, nearly salivating. I've missed you so much these past few days. He moved forward, lifting her up and carrying her into the house, disregarding whose property it was. Not far away, Yuan Qi observed the scene, sneering, "Make your move." Upon receiving the order, Zhao Ji immediately led over 20 brothers to intervene, swiftly subduing Chun Jiang's men. Chen Jiang set Sun Shi down, astonished. Who are you to dare wreak havoc in my territory? Get lost. Your territory indeed, but what can you do now? Zhao Ji taunted, gesturing to his men. Take him away. One of his subordinates swiftly struck Chun Jiang with a blow, causing him to black out momentarily. Zhao Ji approached Sun Shi, clasping his fists together. Miss Sun, I apologize for the fright, but after this, you cannot remain here. You must accompany us to Jiulong Mountain today. Without hesitation, Sun Shi replied, I will follow your lead. Yuan Shi, watching from a distance, saw Zhao Ji and the others pushing a heavy sack out and nodded at Sun Shi and Zhao Ji. They acknowledged each other and, to avoid drawing attention, split into two groups to leave. Yuan Shi observed her men depart and quickly returned to Chen's residence, while Chen Zhang's men, now bound, were confined in the courtyard. Chapter 20. Chen Zhang's men, possessing small knives, quickly cut through their bindings and rushed to inform Chen Dafu. Upon hearing that his son had been kidnapped on his own turf, Chen Dafu furiously smashed a teacup. "What are you all doing? My son was abducted right under my nose. A bunch of useless fools." The messenger, clasping his fists, explained, "Master, this was purely an accident." "What kind of accident? Is my family's influence so weak that it cannot protect my son? How many of them were there? 1,000? No, master. This time it was a woman your son was involved with, someone we never expected to be from Jiulong village. That's how we fell into their trap." "You ungrateful wretch. I told you not to indulge in women, yet you wouldn't listen. And now look where we are." Chen Dafu scolded his son, but paused. "You said Jiulong village?" "Yes. I can assure you it was Jiulong village. Others heard it too." "Indeed, we heard it clearly, Jiulong village. Weren't the people from Jiulong village under our watch?" "There were no signs of activity." Chen Dafu asked incredulously. Jiulong village was one of the largest bandit factions in the area. Having lost the protection of the officials, Chen Dafu had kept a close eye on them. Eventually, he discovered that Yuan Shi had indeed sent people down the mountain, but he was unaware that this group was merely a decoy, successfully deceiving both Chen Sheng and himself. "Bring those Jiulong village scoundrels to me. I want to see if Yuan Shi has the audacity to touch my son." At that time, communication was not well developed, and there were no posters or similar means, so it was entirely normal for Chen Dafu to have heard of Yuan Shi's name without ever having seen him. Thus, Yuan Shi operated right under his nose. Unbeknownst to him, when the dispatched men returned to report that everyone from Jiulong village had already returned to their stronghold, Chen Dafu collapsed into a chair, realizing that despite all precautions, he had still been outwitted. "Ungrateful wretch, I told you not to." Before he could finish, one of his subordinates asked, "Should we send someone to surround Jiulong village and rescue the young master?" Chen Dafu shook his head. "No need. Yuan Shi is after money. He won't harm him. At most, he'll face a bit of hardship. Besides, Jiulong village is a place that even the officials have struggled to conquer. With our numbers, we stand no chance. What should we do now?" "Wait. Yuan Shi will send a message." "Understood." Meanwhile, Chen Sheng and his men were halfway through their journey when they discovered that the assassins had returned empty-handed. The assassins briefed him on the situation, detailing Chen Zhang's abduction. After hearing this, Chen Sheng burst into laughter. "Heaven is aiding me. When Chen Dafu goes to retrieve his son, he'll undoubtedly bring many followers, which will greatly increase my odds." With that, Chen Sheng led his men back. 2 days later, a flying dagger pierced through the Chen residence, accompanied by a note affixed to it. Without even glancing at it, Chen Dafu ordered his subordinates to comply with the monetary demands stated in the note. Though he was not particularly concerned about the money, the affront was something he could not tolerate. In private, he conferred with his steward, instructing him to gather their allies in Korea, so that upon Chen Zhang's return, they could swiftly eliminate Yuan Shi. This course of action would not only alleviate his own humiliation, but also prevent the perception that Chen Dafu was an easy target, susceptible to anyone's demands. 3 days later, Yuan Shi's men brought Chen Jiang to Yuan village for a transaction with Chen Dafu's associates. Fearing for his son's safety, Chen Dafu dispatched over 100 men to escort him. The exchange proceeded smoothly, with Yuan Shi seemingly intent on merely extracting some funds, and Chen Jiang returned home without a scratch. Observing this, Chen Dafu scoffed, remarking that Yuan Shi was indeed a character, though ultimately a mere avaricious individual. He then ordered his men to withdraw and, in a fit of anger, kicked Chen Jiang, scolding him to be more cautious. The force of Chen Dafu's kick sent Chen Jiang sprawling to the ground, prompting a frightened plea. "Father, are we just going to let this go?" With another swift kick, Chen Dafu retorted, "How dare you even ask? You've brought shame upon me." After receiving 2 kicks, Chen Jiang fell silent. Moments later, Chen Dafu declared, "You eat my money but fail to consider the consequences. Go fetch him, and remember to bring him through the back door. We must not be seen." "Understood," Chen Jiang replied before turning away. Before long, Chen Jiang re-entered through the back door, accompanied by a man whom anyone familiar with the Qingxi gang would immediately recognize as Han Ling. "You've endured quite a bit while hiding within the Qingxi gang these past years," Chen Dafu said, a tinge of guilt in his voice. "I owe a great debt to Master Chen. It is only right," Han Ling replied. "Have you located the whereabouts of Zhilongzai? I have discovered 2 branch villages, but the main village's location is exceedingly secretive, and one must pass through the branch villages to find it, which poses a challenge. That will suffice. Destroy those 2 branch villages, and it will be akin to severing Yuan Shi's right and left arms. He will be unable to recover. We can then deal with him at our leisure." One of the stewards sighed. "I have wronged him, it is true. We shall proceed as planned and spare him a life when the time comes." "Very well. When the steward's men arrive, you are to immediately notify Chun Sheng according to the plan, and we shall eliminate Yuan Shi together." "I understand. You can rest easy," the subordinate replied. Chen Dafu was a cunning old fox, wary of being caught in the chaos of war. In both the Qin and Han states, he had acquired estates and gathered numerous followers. The steward's journey to Korea was to rally these allies. After 6 days, he returned with over 300 men. Following Chen Dafu's strategy, the steward first informed Chen Sheng, while Chen Dafu dispatched someone to seek reinforcements to dissuade any rash actions against him. Han Ling was tasked with advising Chen Sheng to strike when Chen Dafu attacked Yuan Shi, thus coordinating a simultaneous assault on Yuan Shi. There were only 2 paths leading to Yuan Shi's main village, both heavily guarded by branch villages, making it a formidable stronghold. However, Chen Dafu had bribed one of Yuan Shi's branch village subordinates, ensuring they could launch a surprise attack on Yuan Shi's main village. Conversely, Chen Sheng found himself at a disadvantage. Without inside support, his losses would be significant. Chen Dafu was effectively killing 2 birds with 1 stone, neutralizing 2 of his most pressing threats. Meanwhile, the outcome of the conflict between Qi and Yin remained uncertain, likely taking 2 to 3 years to resolve. In that case, the territory within hundreds of miles would be his to command. Chapter 21. Upon receiving word from the steward that Chen Dafu was mobilizing forces to attack Yuan Shi, Han Ling immediately notified Chen Sheng, suggesting that since Yuan Shi had previously slain their men, this was an opportunity for revenge. Chen Dafu would likely only manage to assault one of Yuan Shi's branch villages, prompting Yuan Shi to divert his forces for support, thus creating a chance to strike another branch village, surrounding Yuan Shi from both sides. At that point, he would either be dead or gravely injured. Chen Sheng merely replied, "I shall ponder this for a few days." Han Ling, upon hearing this, grew anxious. Should Chen Sheng decline to mobilize, despite having inside support, they would be operating in Yuan Shi's territory, one he had controlled for decades, with a familiarity of the terrain far beyond that of Chen Dafu's newly arrived followers. Should Yuan Shi prove adept in military strategy, Chen Dafu could suffer severe losses. Han Ling underestimated Tian Hen, viewing him as a man of loyalty, yet impulsive, a trait he admired, though his flaw was his lustfulness, which could lead him to disregard all else for a woman. This lack of respect for Chen Sheng lingered in Han Ling's mind. While Chen Dafu was similarly inclined toward lust, he was also exceedingly rational. Matters of affection were insignificant compared to his ambitions. This pragmatism garnered Han Ling's admiration, and thus he remained steadfastly loyal to Chen Dafu, motivated by both gratitude and respect for his strategic acumen. Although Chen Sheng valued loyalty, he was aware that if they followed Han Ling's advice to ambush Yuan Shi, he would ultimately fall prey to Chen Dafu's schemes. Concerning life and death, a more measured approach was necessary. Chen Sheng contemplated whether his agitation stemmed from the brother lost to Yuan Shi or his deep bond with Han Ling. Han Ling had always acted with caution. So he sought counsel from his brothers, only to discover that Han Ling did not even recognize the brother slain by Yuan Shi. Chen Sheng did not suspect that Han Ling was an agent of Chen Dafu. Rather, he found himself perplexed, wondering if perhaps Yuan Shi or his subordinates had done something to provoke Han Ling's ire. Nevertheless, Chen Sheng was no fool. He would not blindly follow Han Ling's suggestions. While he agreed with Han Ling, he also harbored his own plans. Chen Sheng's agreement was merely a means to probe Han Ling's true intentions, assessing his reaction. Han Ling remained oblivious to any discrepancies, for in matters where lives were at stake, Chen Sheng needed ample time to deliberate before responding. In Han Ling's eyes, Chen Sheng's trust in him was unwavering, although Chen Sheng understood the necessity of balance. His emotional nature would not allow him to forsake the opportunity to strike against Yuan Shi. Even if Chen Dafu were to emerge dominant in the future, Chen Sheng, residing in the mountains, would be limited in his capacity to retaliate. However, Han Ling's considerations in this matter were misguided. From the outset, Chen Sheng had no intention of intervening in the conflict between the two factions. Though he was lustful and impulsive, his impoverished background instilled within him an understanding that merely surviving in these tumultuous times was a significant achievement. His aspirations were modest. He sought to live comfortably, perhaps abduct a few women to enjoy life, but he was not excessively greedy. Initially, he thought Han Ling was being overly rash, but upon reflection, he realized that their connection to the outside world had relied upon Han Ling for years. If they acted according to Han Ling's suggestions, it would ultimately benefit Chen Dafu. After so many years away, he understood that betrayal was always a possibility, and thus he began to contemplate testing Han Ling's loyalty. Though Chen Sheng shared the same surname as Chen Dafu, their relationship was tenuous at best, a remnant of history long past. Chapter 22. Chen Sheng remained composed as he replied to Han Ling, stating that the majority of the men in the village opposed the idea of ambushing Yuan Shi. Despite years of conflict resulting in casualties on both sides and a deep-seated enmity, they were all impoverished men, and their common enemy should indeed be Chen Dafu. Upon hearing the news, Han Ling was immediately alarmed. In truth, Chen Dafu's true intention in having Chen Sheng strike at Yuan Shi was not due to the inadequacy of their retainers nor their unfamiliarity with the terrain. Both Yuan Shi and Chen Sheng were the only two bandits within 100 miles radius. How could Chen Dafu not possess a modicum of caution towards him? In addition to having a substantial number of retainers for defense, he frequently bribed individuals to survey the terrain and sketch maps, and even discreetly dispatched agents to roam around the lairs of the two bandits to gain insight into their surroundings. Although he had never managed to penetrate the headquarters of either bandit, launching an assault on Yuan Shi's division was certainly feasible. By sending Chen Sheng to undermine Yuan Shi, he aimed not only to exhaust Yuan Shi's strength, but also to divert a portion of his retainers specifically to ambush Chen Sheng following their confrontation, thus achieving a dual purpose. Yet, Chen Dafu lacked military acumen. His retainers easily knocked out one of Yuan Shi's teeth, leading to a sense of arrogance and a relaxation of vigilance. Yuan Shi's strategy, however, was to conserve strength and await the opportune moment. Sacrificing a tooth was merely a ruse. In a precarious location where Chen Dafu's retainers continued to advance, Yuan Shi personally led an ambush, resulting in a significant loss for Chen Dafu's men, who returned in disarray. Although Yuan Shi too suffered the loss of several brothers, he spread rumors claiming devastating losses, asserting that he could only secure his own safety. The intention was to lure Chen Sheng into attacking him, while Chen Dafu was vulnerable. Indeed, Chen Sheng fell into the trap and promptly led his troops to assault Chen Dafu's residence. The local populace fled in all directions to save their lives. Chen Dafu's stronghold was well fortified, and Chen Sheng pretended to retreat after several feigned assaults during the day, biding his time for the housekeeper's inside assistance at night. All the while, Yuan Shi observed these developments closely. On the night when Chen Dafu believed Chen Sheng's attacks were ineffectual and prepared to rest easy, the door of his residence was opened by his trusted housekeeper, allowing Chen Sheng to breach the thick inner walls. A fierce battle ensued between Chen Dafu and Yuan Shi, resulting in considerable injuries on both sides. Infuriated, Chen Dafu berated the housekeeper. "I've been so kind to you. Why do you betray me? You treacherous scoundrel." The housekeeper coldly scoffed. "You know well the deeds you have committed. There is no need for further words." Chen Dafu recalled a long-past incident filled with guilt, and said, "Even if I have wronged you, you should not act thus. He is a bandit. Can you truly trust his words?" The housekeeper replied, "My only aim is revenge. As for the rest, I care not." As the two parties confronted each other in the courtyard, Chen Dafu's men on the walls were systematically slain, and then an unexpected figure appeared. Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi laughed heartily. "Ladies and gentlemen, did you not foresee this? If you lay down your arms today, I might spare your lives." "Yuan Shi?" Chen Sheng exclaimed in astonishment. "How came you to be here? Did not your men suffer heavy casualties? You have all fallen for my brother's scheme." "Ha ha!" Yuan Shi laughed again, as another figure emerged behind him. Ran Fei. Chen Dafu, Chen Sheng, and the housekeeper all gaped in disbelief. This man had actually defected to Yuan Shi, a truly unforeseen turn of events. "You treacherous wretch! I had hoped to make you my deputy upon our success. Yet here you are, betraying me." Ran Fei chuckled. "Betray you? I have not betrayed you. I was always Yuan Shi's confidant, infiltrating your stronghold solely for this scheme. Now let us dispense with idle talk. It is either your heads or your lives." Ran Fei's right hand mimicked a slitting motion across his throat. Not wishing to meet his demise, Chen Dafu immediately commanded his men to lower their weapons. Observing Chen Sheng's reluctance to comply, Yuan Qi glanced at him. Humph. This time you are fortunate. After pondering for a moment, Chen Sheng ultimately decided that discretion was the better part of valor and ordered his men to lay down their arms. With the covert support of local physicians, Chen Dafu had plundered an excessive amount of the people's wealth. Yuan Qi imprisoned both Chen Sheng and Chen Dafu in Chen Dafu's dungeon, intending to, first, prevent the two from seeking assistance from the armies of Qi. Second, compel Chen Dafu to surrender all his treasures, allowing Yuan Qi to bolster his forces for future endeavors. Of course, all these strategies were devised by Ran Fei. As for why they did not simply take the treasures and depart, Yuan Qi was uncertain. However, he had gleaned the depth of Ran Fei's strategic mind through this conflict and placed his trust in his judgment. In the days that followed, Yuan Qi uncovered a portion of Chen Dafu's wealth, leaving him astounded at the sheer volume. Meanwhile, the local residents, having heard of Chen Dafu's capture and the cessation of hostilities, returned to the village. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Qi established 3 guiding principles for the villagers, based on Ran Fei's philosophy. First, those who kill shall face death. Second, those who rob others' wealth shall be punished. Third, Yuan Qi's men shall not harm the common folk in any way, with violators subject to military law. The villagers, upon hearing this, eagerly complied, choosing to overlook Yuan Qi's previous identity as a bandit. In reality, despite being a bandit, Yuan Qi upheld a code of conduct, which the surrounding populace had come to recognize. Consequently, upon Yuan Qi's arrival, the villagers willingly returned to the village. According to Ran Fei's plan, the most pressing issue was to recruit more troops. Yuan Qi dispatched numerous subordinates to scout the area for soldiers. Having already established a reputation and wealth, many flocked to join, and within 4 days, they had amassed over 1,300 men. On the 5th day, scouts dispatched by Ran Fei reported that the Qi army had suffered another significant defeat, with the Zi dead and fleeing to the state of Wei. The ruler of Wei had offered submission, but King Min of Qi continued to regard himself as a sovereign, acting arrogantly and ultimately being expelled by the people of Wei. He then ventured to Zhou, Lu, and other regions, only to be rebuffed by their inhabitants. Ultimately, he was forced to flee to Zhu. King Qingxiang of Chu dispatched Nao Qi to rescue Qi, who was appointed as the prime minister by King Min of Qi. Yet, Nao Qi had no intention of saving Qi. Rather, he sought to divide the state with Yin. In the end, King Min of Qi was slain by Nao Qi. With the army of Lu Yi poised to attack Linzi, Ran Fei resolved that everyone should head to the capital, Linzi. Yuan Qi expressed confusion. The state of Qi is on the brink of collapse, besieged by 5 nations. Our arrival may yield little effect and could even result in our complete annihilation. Ran Fei thought to himself that he must not reveal his origins from the future, nor mention that later Tian Dan's fire oxen formation would defeat Yan's forces and reclaim lost territories. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "The state of Qi is a great power. As the saying goes, a dying insect does not curl up." Currently, most of the armies from the 5 nations have retreated due to stretched supply lines, leaving only the small force of Yin, which cannot pose a significant threat. Moreover, Linzi is guarded by General Tian Dan. Even if Lu Yi possesses great capabilities, he cannot contend with him. If we assist now, once Tian Dan defeats Yan's army, we shall be hailed as heroes, granted titles and promotions, and shall no longer dwell in the mountains, living as neighbors to beasts and subsisting on berries. Chapter 23. The military strategy is somewhat wavering. Just as Ran Fei was about to hear more, Yuan Qi interjected, "Allow me to speak. We have previously slain many officials, and when they come to hunt us down, we fear they will seek retribution." Upon hearing this, Ran Fei considered it and said, "Indeed, although your reputation among the common folk within 100 miles is favorable, the wealthy despise you to the core. Should they write petitions against us, it could lead to complications. You speak wisely, brother. We concur with your thoughts, but our men from Jilong's stronghold may not accompany you." Yuan Qi replied with a hint of sadness. Ran Fei, feeling a surge of anger, responded, "Brother, what are you saying? You have treated me as kin. How could I abandon you for the sake of wealth and glory? Moreover, I have greatly admired your character over these past months. Even if mountains of gold and silver were laid before me, I would not wish to leave your side." Yuan Qi's right hand landed firmly upon Ran Fei's left shoulder. "Brother, you are a general of Qi, unlike us mere mountain bandits. You are destined for a promising future. As for me, I have grown accustomed to the life of a bandit, unfit for the constraints of authority. You should go to Lindsay alone to rescue Tiandan. There is no need to concern yourself with us. We are quite content in our freedom. Ran Fei, clenching his fists in anger, retorted, Elder brother, since I have forged a bond of brotherhood with you, I do not seek to live or die on the same day, but rather, I wish for our fates to be intertwined. I will not abandon you to venture to Lindsay alone. This matter is not open for discussion. With that, Ran Fei turned on his heel and walked away. Brother, Yuan Qi attempted to call him back, but Ran Fei paid him no heed, leaving Yuan Qi to sigh, alas, such a fiery temper. Why should you bear the burden of our plight? Hey, the strategist consoled. This only signifies that you have a good brother. Why the long face? We can persuade him gradually. Yuan Qi replied, alas, time is not on our side. The scouts report that the Yin army will reach Lindsay in 10 days. If we do not depart soon, it will not be a matter of rescue, but rather, when Li surrounds Lindsay, we will be unable to enter. Then we must hasten to convince him. We cannot ruin his future. Our lives may be expendable, but he possesses both valor and wisdom and hails from a prestigious family. Surely, he will achieve great things and leave his name in history. Indeed, we shall go at once. Ran Fei sought a secluded platform to ponder a solution to their predicament. Yuan Qi and the strategist approached from behind, and as Ran Fei turned, he beheld Yuan Qi brandishing a long sword. Brother, what are you doing? Ran Fei exclaimed in astonishment. Yuan Qi pressed the blade against his own throat, declaring, Brother, I have become a burden to you. Today, I shall compel you with my life. If you refuse to go to Lindsay alone, I shall end my life right here. Ran Fei was taken aback. Yuan Qi was willing to sacrifice himself for his future. He immediately shouted, Yuan Qi, you fool. If you die, I shall die too. He rushed forward and seized the sword from Yuan Qi's grasp. Over the past few months, whenever he found himself alone, Ran Fei had secretly practiced the 9 linked rings sword technique that Yuan Qi had taught him, and his skill had grown remarkably, astonishing even Yuan Qi. Ran Fei sheathed the sword and glanced at Yuan Qi, stating, I have conceived a brilliant idea. Yuan Qi and the strategist were somewhat taken aback. It was only a brief moment, yet he had devised a plan. Clearly, Yuan Qi had not misjudged him. Ran Fei's quick thinking and intelligence were indeed remarkable. Ran Fei continued, However, this idea may require some sacrifice on your part, elder brother. Speak freely. As long as you go to Lindsay for the rescue, I shall agree to anything. Yuan Qi's demeanor brightened significantly. Though your reputation precedes you, only a few have truly seen your face. As long as we ensure that none from Zhangzai divulge your identity, no one will know you are a bandit from Zhangzai. Your brothers merely need to adopt new names, and publicly, they will all be regarded as my subordinates returning to the army. The strategist hesitated, preparing to gauge Yuan Qi's opinion, but was surprised when Yuan Qi readily agreed. Indeed, this is an excellent idea. My brother is truly formidable. I pledge to you from this day forth. We shall be your subordinates. Command us as you wish. As long as we can lead our brothers away from suffering, what does it matter if we live under another's roof? Besides, we are still kin. Whatever it is, I thank you on behalf of my brothers. Yuan Qi clasped his fists in gratitude. Nonsense, this is what I ought to do. However, we must deal with Chun Sheng and Chen Dafu, for they not only have seen you, but are also aware of all our dealings. They must be eliminated to prevent future troubles. Brother speaks wisely. I shall attend to it immediately. Yuan Qi promptly led his confidants to Chen Dafu's dungeon, but upon opening the cell, they were met with shock. Chen Dafu was nowhere to be found. Chun Sheng remained, and Ran Fei instructed Yuan Qi to first execute Chun Sheng and his men before addressing Chen Dafu's disappearance. Chun Sheng was notorious for his heinous acts, having committed countless crimes that had incited the ire of the local populace, who longed to see him punished. The decision to execute him and his subordinates was intended to be discreet, yet the next day, the news spread throughout the village, and the townsfolk adorned their doors with red characters to celebrate. However, Chun Sheng was not truly dead, for Ran Fei still had use for him. The mystery of how Chen Dafu had escaped left everyone perplexed. The dungeon was heavily guarded, akin to an impregnable fortress, yet a living man had vanished without a trace, and there were no signs of a breach. Speculation ran rampant, with some suggesting he was aided by a malevolent spirit, but Ran Fei dismissed such notions. Having studied for 16 years and been steeped in Marxist thought, he understood that such tales were mere spiritual crutches for humanity's inability to explain the inexplicable. Ran Fei suspected foul play, particularly involving those tasked with guarding the dungeon. Considering that Chen Dafu had previously dared to send men to assault Jilong Mountain, a place with many vital paths accessible only through a single entrance, it was evident that there must have been an insider. Without such a traitor, they would have perished there. Yet, they had easily breached 3 layers of defenses. Ran Fei was certain there was a mole within Jilong Mountain. After years of operation, it was plausible that Chen Dafu had managed to infiltrate their ranks. Nevertheless, the pressing matter at hand was not to uncover Chen Dafu's whereabouts, but to prepare for the rescue of Linzi. With more and more individuals seeking to join them, Ran Fei instructed Yuan Qi and the strategist to stage a play, claiming that the strategist had colluded with Chen Dafu to facilitate his escape, with Chen Sheng taking the fall. As for Chen Sheng, he would resist, and the actors portraying Yuan Qi's men would feign injury, ultimately leading to Chen Sheng's demise by the hands of a chaotic barrage of blades. Yuan Qi would pretend to be gravely wounded and subsequently die. Ran Fei had 2 masked attendants by his side, one being Yuan Qi and the other the strategist. To avoid raising suspicion, he instructed the brothers from Jilong Mountain, except for a few of Yuan Qi's trusted confidants, to be given travel expenses to return to their homes. Just as Ran Fei and his companions were preparing to depart the following morning, a familiar figure appeared. Zhang Dali. Ran Fei was taken aback and inquired, "What brings you here? Did you receive the money we sent?" "Brother," Zhang Dali replied, "I did receive it, but my mother, she passed away yesterday." Ran Fei consoled him. "Death is irreversible. Your mother was a good person. You must take care of yourself. I heard you were preparing to go to Linzi today. I thought about it, and since I am already alone, I might as well join you. Brothers share life and death together. No need for further discussion." "Excellent. Your presence shall be like wings to a tiger. Invincible in battle." Ran Fei exclaimed with joy. After setting out with over 1,000 men, Ran Fei soon encountered another dilemma. They lacked sufficient bows and arrows. Although he had compelled Chen Dafu to part with a significant amount of wealth, he understood the old adage about the cunning rabbit having 3 burrows. Chen Dafu undoubtedly still had treasures hidden away. However, bows and arrows could not simply be bought with money. They required skilled craftsmen and materials. Within a 50-mile radius of the village, it was impossible to procure even 300 bows and arrows, a vexing predicament indeed. With bows and arrows, they could launch long-range attacks against the enemy and defend themselves during retreats. Yet soon, Ran Fei recalled a critical detail. Not far to the north lay the camp of one of Qi's high-ranking officials, which also served as the main base for Ran Fei's troops. Though the high-ranking official had perished in battle, the location where bows and arrows were stored was a secret known only to the Qi army. While it was guarded, the strength of Qi had diminished significantly, and it was uncertain whether the guards still remained. The only course of action was to investigate. 2 days hence, over 1,000 individuals, under the leadership of Ran Fei, arrived at the encampment of one of the 2 high ministers of the Qi state. As archery equipment constitutes a vital part of military supplies, the Qi state had been diligently stockpiling it, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. Just as Ran Fei and his companions caught sight of the concealed military camp nestled in the mountains, an individual emerged to obstruct their passage. Upon recognizing him as a guard, Ran Fei promptly produced his official insignia, a token of his rank as a subordinate general. The guard immediately clasped his fists in salute, addressing him, "I pay my respects, General. Our High Minister has perished in battle, yet you remain steadfast in your duty here. Your dedication is commendable." Ran Fei offered words of comfort. "We are soldiers of the Qi state, and it is our duty to serve our nation loyally. As long as Linzi stands unbreached, we shall guard it unwaveringly." The soldier declared with conviction, "Excellent. Truly, you are the pride of our Qi state's warriors. I now present you with an opportunity to demonstrate your loyalty. I wonder, are you willing?" The soldier embraced his sword, proclaiming, "General, please speak. I shall not hesitate to face death." "Very well. With Linzi in peril, muster your forces swiftly, equip yourselves with arms and provisions, and follow me to rescue the capital." "Yes." The soldier responded immediately. "I shall hasten to inform the commanding general of our garrison." "Make haste." Upon relaying the message to the general station there, the response was far from pleasant. He expressed his displeasure vehemently. "Damn it. The Qi state is on the brink of collapse. And yet here comes someone seeking to burden me further. Did you inquire which faction he belongs to? He is of the same high minister as yourself, of equal rank, both subordinate generals. The soldier replied. The general cursed under his breath, lamenting, no wonder he found this desolate mountain. Had I known earlier, I would have taken you all and sought a more prosperous existence elsewhere. Having intended to conserve his strength after the high minister's demise, he was reluctant to serve the detestable king Min of Qi, feigning ignorance of external developments. This location, being a military stronghold, was seldom visited by higher-ups, allowing him to avoid disturbances, until Ran Fei's demands for archery equipment shattered the tranquility of the mountains. Bring him in, the subordinate general said disdainfully. When Ran Fei arrived with Zhang Dali, Yuan Qi, and military affairs, the subordinate general greeted them with a smile. Might I ask your esteemed name? General? I am Li Digay, he replied, also under the jurisdiction of the Northern High Minister, tasked with guarding this area. I am Ran Fei. Ran Fei responded respectfully. I appreciate your hard work, but may I inquire if you are aware of the High Minister's demise? What? Li Digay exclaimed, visibly shocked. The High Minister has fallen? What shall we do? He was quite generous to me. Tell me, who is responsible for his death? I shall seek vengeance. Even if it means confronting the formidable Bai Qi of the Qin state, I shall demand blood for blood. Li Digay's fury was palpable. Yet Ran Fei had already seen through his false demeanor, choosing to remain silent about it. To have attained the rank of subordinate general, one must possess certain capabilities, and he was surely adept at gathering intelligence. Ran Fei thought to himself that the man was hypocritical, but he refrained from voicing it. I am here to procure military supplies, horses, provisions, and arrows, as I intend to rendezvous with General Tiandan and Linzi. Not a problem. Li Dugay pounded his chest. We all serve the king. It is only right. Allow your men to rest, and I shall promptly send someone to prepare everything. It won't take long, and I shall accompany you. Thank you, General Li. I shall await your return. Li Digay slapped his forehead. Look at you, having been here for a while, yet still standing. Quickly, he bellowed, bring 4 stools for General Ran. A swift response echoed from the entrance, yes. Soon after, stools were brought in, and Ran Fei gestured for Yuan Qi and the others to sit. Li Digay took the seat of honor, and Ran Fei clasped his fists in inquiry. How many men do you currently command, General? Alas, Li Digay sighed. You are unaware. I was not originally in charge here. A senior general dispatched by the High Minister was previously stationed, commanding over 3,000 men. However, following the outbreak of hostilities with the 5 states, he took away over 2,000, leaving us with only 600. Together with your 1,000 plus, we have approximately 1,600. Zhang Dali exclaimed joyfully. Li Digay's expression darkened instantly, prompting Ran Fei to apologize. These are my comrades I encountered on the road, Zhang Dali among them. We suffered defeat, and I have been gathering scattered soldiers along the way, also recruiting some local heroes, thus our numbers exceed 1,000. I see, Li Digay remarked. You all wait here. I shall personally oversee the preparations. Very well, Ran Fei replied. As evening fell, after a prolonged wait with no sign of Li Digay's return, Ran Fei grew suspicious and inquired of a soldier. The soldier revealed that the general had entered his tent to sleep immediately upon stepping outside, later departing northward with several men and their burdens. Ran Fei felt a surge of anger, and Zhang Dali said, this fellow must be afraid of us leading him to his doom. He has bolted. In chapter 25, Yuan Qi asked, what shall we do next? Ran Fei addressed the soldier. From this moment I am in command here. Yes, your subordinate obeys. The soldier responded. First, assist in settling my men and provide me with a detailed inventory of the military supplies. Ran Fei instructed Yuan Qi, bring our men into the camp for organization. Brother, you and military affairs shall oversee our troops. I will manage the camp as personnel. Understood? Yuan Qi replied before departing the tent. Go on, Ran Fei concluded, and the soldier bowed before leaving. By dusk, all tasks had been completed, and Ran Fei perused the list provided by the soldiers, feeling elated. 100 military horses, 500 bows, 10,000 arrows, 2,000 sets of armor, along with countless provisions, swords, and shields. Ha ha ha, we have struck gold. He summoned Yuan Qi and military affairs to discuss specific matters, and the 3 deliberated until midnight before retiring for rest. The following day, in accordance with their plans, all the 1,000-plus men brought by Ran Fei donned the armor of Qi soldiers, while the 600 troops in the camp gathered together. Ran Fei addressed them. I am a subordinate general under the Northern High Minister, injured in the battle at the Jishui River, and I have gathered these brothers in search of my troops. We are bound for Linzi to support General Tiandan. I am aware that this impending battle is fraught with peril, with slim chances of survival. Therefore, I do not wish to compel you. Should you choose to depart, I shall provide you with travel expenses and erase your military records, as if you had perished in an ambush. However, if you possess the spirit of a soldier, join me in Linzi to face the nation's plight alongside General Tiandan. The soldiers exchanged glances, and after a moment, one stepped forward, declaring, I shall go to Linzi and support General Tiandan. I believe he can turn the tide. His words ignited a fervor among the ranks, as many rallied. General Tiandan is courageous and wise. Even should the Yin state be strong, they cannot prevail. Indeed, the Qi state shall triumph, and the Yin state shall fall. I, too, shall go to Linzi. Let us drive away the Yin and reclaim our homeland. Ran Fei raised his hand for silence. Thus, those willing to go to Linzi shall stand to the left, and those unwilling shall stand to the right. In an instant, a majority of the crowd moved to the left, approximately 400 strong, while only a little over 100 hesitated. However, under the scrutiny of those on the left, over 50 from the right soon followed suit. Now, only 60 remained on the right. Ran Fei felt a surge of elation. Having the majority join him was more than sufficient, far better than dragging along 300 remnants and 800 local heroes. Very well. As agreed, those on the right may proceed to the entrance to collect their travel expenses, remove your military attire, and return home, Ran Fei announced. The 60 or so individuals exchanged glances, initially reluctant to leave, but under the influence of a leader among them, they began to move away. 60 individuals completed their disbursement of travel expenses and departed. Ran Fei commenced preparations for the ensuing tasks, selecting those with considerable physical strength from the pool of over 1,700 individuals to serve as archers. After meticulous selection, he found that over 400 were capable of fulfilling the role, which brought a sense of relief to Ran Fei, as he deemed himself fortunate. Donning his armor and equipping himself with sword and shield, he packed provisions, waiting until noon for everyone to finish their meal before preparing to set off. However, to his surprise, just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks, more than 30 departing soldiers returned. Ran Fei instructed his subordinates to provide them with appropriate weaponry. Once all had finished their meals, the call to assemble resonated through the air. Ran Fei distributed the guards from the Qi kingdom and the soldiers encountered along the way evenly within the ranks, assigning them the task of imparting combat skills and experience to the newly recruited local militia. By afternoon, Ran Fei's forces were still over 80 miles from Linzi, leading him to decide to postpone their departure until the following day. After establishing sentry posts, he prepared to rest for the night. Suddenly, in the dead of night, Zhang Dali captured a scout. Zhang Dali, having spent years hunting in the deep mountains, knew where the terrain was most advantageous, where to remain hidden, and how to catch prey by surprise. These scouts were no match for him. Upon interrogation, Ran Fei learned that this scout had been dispatched by the defending general of Linzi to observe the movements of the Yin army. Ran Fei presented his token, and upon seeing it, the scout clasped his fists in salute, declaring his allegiance to the Northern Deputy General. There's no need for excessive formalities. This is a time of war. We must act accordingly. Ran Fei responded. Where is General Tiandan at present? What is the situation in Linzi? Reporting to the general, there are currently only 8,000 soldiers within Linzi, and General Tiandan is inside the city. And what are the Yin army's movements? They are already 150 miles from Linzi, with approximately 50,000 troops. Zhang Dali, upon hearing this, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Even with the forces in the city combined with his own 1,000 or so men, they still fell short of the enemy's numbers. How could they possibly engage in battle? Ran Fei immediately declared, This is urgent. Lead me swiftly to General Tiandan. Yes. After issuing these orders, Ran Fei turned to Yuan Qi and instructed, Brother, take the men to the northern outskirts of Linzi, keeping as far away from the Yin army as possible. We only have limited resources. We must avoid engaging with them for now. Once you have arranged everything, send someone to the northern city gate to await my arrival. Understood, brother. Rest assured. Following the scout's guidance, Ran Fei quickly met with Tiandan. Upon learning that the scattered forces of the Qi army had arrived, Tiandan immediately donned his attire and awaited him in the hall. When Ran Fei stood before Tiandan, he noted that the man's complexion was rather pallid. Yet his demeanor was amiable, and his eyes emanated an impressive vigor. Ran Fei clasped his fists in greeting. I am Ran Fei, a subordinate of the Northern Minister, here to pay my respects to General Tian. There's no need for formalities. It is enough that you are alive. I am aware that the Northern Minister has dedicated himself to the nation. I am pleased to see you here, but the Yin state is formidable, making it difficult for us to contend. I have reported to the general, requesting reinforcements and fortifications for the walls, yet have received no support. He is solely focused on seeking aid from other regions of Qi, but the main forces of Qi have been thoroughly crushed by the armies of the 5 nations. Where will the reinforcements come from? General Tian, I am well aware of your character. I have a strategy to propose. Would you be willing to listen? Ran Fei whispered, glancing around cautiously. Tian Dan understood the implication and promptly ordered all attendants to leave. Once they were alone, Ran Fei lowered his voice further. Currently, with King Min of Qi away, the nation is in chaos, and the defending general of Linzi is inept. It seems unlikely he can hold the city. Looking across Qi, aside from Linzi, only Jima remains prosperous and defensible due to its elevated terrain. Furthermore, the citizens there are quite united. If we wish to turn the tide, I believe the general should prepare in advance. When Linzi falls, lead your trusted allies and family to Jima, and we shall join forces there. What do you think, General? Chapter 26. Tian Dan pondered for a moment, recognizing the merit in Ran Fei's analysis. Yet he hesitated to fully trust someone he had only just met. Nevertheless, in this critical moment, with a dire need for capable allies to protect his men and family, Tian Dan resolved to prepare while assessing the situation. Where are your men currently stationed? He inquired. In the northern outskirts of Linzi, Ran Fei replied. Although our nation is in peril, it is not merely numbers but the quality of our troops that matters. I believe your 1,000-strong force will undoubtedly surpass the enemy's strength tenfold. I will recommend you to the general, and when the time comes, you shall lead your troops back into the city. Together, we shall repel the invaders. Hearing Tian Dan's words, Ran Fei felt a shift in his perception of him. He was no longer viewed as a towering figure, but rather as someone to be underestimated. The fall of Linzi was merely a matter of time, and leaving everything he had in the city would be risking his very life. Ran Fei firmly declined. It is better for my troops to remain outside the city. I shall be on standby. If the Yin army besieges the city, we can launch a pincer attack. Tian Dan considered this and agreed, promising to maintain open communication to jointly confront the Yin army. Ran Fei simply smiled, not wishing to offend. The historical hero before him, in truth, lacked significant capability. Ran Fei had no intention of sacrificing his men in this endeavor. As he departed, Ran Fei encountered Zhang Dali at the city's edge. Brother, you've arrived. Tian Dan did not give you any trouble, did he? Ran Fei turned to glance at the city walls, sighing deeply at the evident decline of the Qi kingdom. It appears this fate is not coincidental. What do you mean? Zhang Dali inquired. But Ran Fei chose not to elaborate further and simply turned away. The following day, the Yin army surrounded Linzi from the east, west, and south, leaving no avenue for escape. The northern front remained fortified by Ran Fei's 1,800 men and the troops within the city, creating a formidable barrier. Additionally, Ran Fei took advantage of the advantageous terrain to ambush the Yin forces, inflicting casualties on 5,000 of their soldiers, which deterred the Yin army from acting recklessly. However, Ran Fei understood that this could not last. The northern regions served as the lifeline to Qi's heartland, and vital military supplies were transported through this route. The Yin army, having faced setbacks, would not relent easily. With Ran Fei's troops lacking combat effectiveness, they could not withstand the elite forces of Yin for long. Due to the recent setbacks faced by the Yin army, Tian Dan seemed to place greater trust in Ran Fei, providing him with additional supplies. When Ran Fei met with Tian Dan once more, he cautioned, if the general does not fortify the city walls and dispatch reinforcements to the north, Linzi will ultimately fall into the hands of Li. Tian Dan acknowledged the truth in Ran Fei's words and decided to consult with the main general. Observing the delayed reinforcements, the general recognized the wisdom in Ran Fei's counsel and began to mobilize efforts to repair the city. However, the aging walls had suffered significant wear, making immediate repairs challenging. Lu Yi's scouts soon learned of this development, prompting him to organize his troops for another assault. This time, the Yin army sent not merely 5,000, but a contingent of 8,000. Instead of directly attacking Ran Fei's position, They first dispatched a portion of their forces to flank the sides, drawing attention with a frontal assault before executing a surprise attack. Yet Zhang Dali, well-versed in the terrain, once again discerned the Yin army's intentions. To ensure the safety of their forces, he dispatched scouts to monitor the critical areas, inadvertently uncovering the hidden Yin forces. Aware of their strategy, he instructed Yuan Qi to hold off the frontal assault while he personally led 300 cavalry to strike the ambushers from above. The Yin forces were dealt another devastating blow, inciting Lu Yi's fury. However, on another front, Lu Yi received promising news. The southern wall of Linzi, the weakest point in its defenses, had been breached. He swiftly commanded all combat forces to concentrate on the south, preparing for a direct incursion. The defending general, upon witnessing the wall's collapse, lost all resolve to hold the city. Coupled with the disarray within Qi, he led his troops in a retreat from Linzi. Dian Dun, upon witnessing this, was incensed yet felt powerless, redirecting his forces to unite with Ran Fei. For the following 6 months, Lu Yi's army advanced relentlessly, and the joint efforts of Ran Fei and Tian Dan's local forces proved futile. Ultimately, as history records, the two found themselves at Jima. On his very first day, the commander of Jima met his demise while leading his troops in a desperate breakout. Due to his formidable reputation, Tian Dan was appointed as Jima's new commander, rallying everyone to resist the advancing Yin army. Ran Fei could not help but reflect on his original intention to defend Linzi alongside Tian Dan. As long as Linzi stood firm, there was hope for the survival of the state of Qi. Once reinforcements arrived from the heartland, they could effectively launch a two-pronged attack. However, he had not anticipated that the garrison of Linzi would be solely focused on awaiting reinforcements, neglecting the immediate crisis. In a mere 3 days, the entire Linzi fell under the might of Lu Yi. Fortunately, many soldiers were unwilling to flee alongside the Linzi garrison, opting instead to join Ran Fei's resistance forces. Within 6 months, Ran Fei's army swelled to over 7,000 men. Although this was a commendable force, it paled in comparison to Lu Yi's overwhelming army of over 100,000, making any hopes of a turnaround seem exceedingly difficult. The Battle of Jishui had depleted most of the military strength from the heartland, leaving Jima with only about 10,000 soldiers. When the commander of Jima fell, he took over 3,000 with him, leaving around 7,000 behind. With Ran Fei's 7,000, they had a total of 14,000. Despite his lack of military strategy, Ran Fei understood the importance of positioning archers to guard the high ground while heavy infantry secured the vital pathways, adopting a stance of total defense. However, the Yin forces seemed to regard Jima with contempt. Lu Yi was fixated on capturing Ziyaj, and only one of the 5 armies had arrived at Jima. The Yin army launched 3 assaults, yet failed to make even the slightest dent in Ran Fei's defenses. Consequently, the Yin troops found themselves compelled to encamp outside the city, awaiting the arrival of Lu Yi's main force. Ran Fei recognized that once the main force of the Yin army arrived, their defense would become even more arduous. After consulting with Yuan Qi, he resolved to dispatch a raiding party to launch a surprise attack on the Yin forces. Under the cover of darkness, Ran Fei's 3,000 cavalry were prepared. He ordered the cavalry to split into 2 groups. One led by Yuan Qi would confront the Yin army head-on, waiting for the signal to ignite the attack, while Ran Fei would personally lead the other group on a flanking maneuver to ambush the enemy's left flank. Having tasted victory, the Yin soldiers had grown somewhat complacent, allowing Ran Fei an opportunity. Zhang Dali nimbly ascended the watchtower, swiftly neutralizing the sentinel. With a powerful shout, Ran Fei commanded, "Attack!" 2,000 cavalry surged into the Yin encampment from all directions. To his astonishment, Ran Fei's seemingly casual strike uncovered the enemy's supply troops. He bellowed, "Set it ablaze!" The moment the supply troops were compromised, the Yin commanders hurriedly mustered their forces to provide aid. Yet, just as they departed, another cavalry unit emerged from the depths of the mountains, crashing into the camp amidst chaos and flames. The Yin generals realized they had fallen into a trap, caught in a double envelopment. Soon after, Ran Fei received word of the Yin army's reinforcements approaching, prompting him to swiftly organize his troops for a retreat. This decisive victory propelled Ran Fei's name to newfound heights across the realm. Chapter 27 Ran Fei's consecutive victories drew the attention of Lu Yi and the other 5 states. With the Qin and Yin states having formed an alliance, their animosity towards Ran Fei was palpable. However, states like Zhao and Han Despite their collaboration with Yin in attacking Qi and decimating its main forces, harbored sentiments contrary to those of Qin. They did not wish for all of Qi's territories to fall into Yan's grasp, lest no one could stand against Qin alone. Thus, Han discreetly dispatched envoys to meet with Ran Fei. When Ran Fei learned of the Han envoys' request for an audience, he felt a pang of curiosity, uncertain of their intent. After his subordinates searched the envoy and found no weapons, he agreed to the meeting. The Han envoy appeared cunning, his fox-like eyes darting about, scrutinizing not only Ran Fei, but also his commanding officers, who stood imposing and dignified. With clasped fists, they responded, "It is said that General Ran excels in military leadership. Today, I see it is indeed not unfounded. Just witnessing the stature of these generals has left me greatly impressed." "Ah, but I am yet to know your name." Ran Fei replied with a smile. "I am Han Ju, a minister of Han," came the reply. "Minister Han, I suspect that the Han King has sent you a great distance to simply meet me and observe my generals," Ran Fei stated directly. Han Ju's eyes glimmered, and he chuckled. "General Ran, not only are you formidable in martial prowess, but your insight is equally sharp. Since you have already discerned my purpose, I shall dispense with further pleasantries. I come at the behest of the Han King to discuss your future prospects." "Oh, discuss my future prospects?" Ran Fei inquired, curiosity piqued. "I believe you are aware of the current situation. The state of Qi now possesses only 2 cities, and with such a disparity in military strength, Li, as a general of Yin, will undoubtedly lead to the annihilation of Qi. General Ran, given that Qi's demise is imminent, why not make preparations early?" Ran Fei narrowed his eyes, his heart racing as he regarded Han Ju. "Are you implying? The Han King greatly values talented individuals, especially those of your caliber." Han Ju continued earnestly. "The inevitable fall of Qi presents an opportunity for you to develop further in Han. Moreover, should you be appointed as a general by the Han King, the chance for you to avenge the downfall of your nation would be ripe for the taking." Ran Fei furrowed his brow. "You propose that I betray my country in its time of peril?" Han Ju, sensing the tension, quickly replied, "Not at all. You misinterpret my intentions. I am merely offering strategies. Qi has sustained significant losses, and its prospects of recovery are bleak. General Ran, if you do not act soon, you risk becoming a casualty of Qi's downfall. The Han King has stated that should you align with us when the time is ripe, you shall be granted troops to strike against Yin, avenging your homeland." Yuan Qi, stirred by excitement, wished to speak, but Ran Fei raised a hand to silence him. "Han Ju, I will contemplate your proposal. After all, Qi has yet to fall, and premature plans could tarnish my reputation as a traitor. Qi's principal forces have been vanquished, and Han shares in that responsibility." Han Ju's expression soured, his eyes narrowing. "Very well, I shall remain here for 3 days. After 3 days, regardless of your answer, I shall depart." "Agreed." Once Han Ju left, Yuan Qi clasped his fists. "Brother, I believe he speaks the truth. The current state of Qi is gravely wounded, and a recovery seems unlikely. Should we not prepare for our future? However, if we choose to align with Han, we may face mistrust, given our prior conflicts." "You speak wisely. The Yin army is formidable. Despite our victories, they have merely been skirmishes. If Louis were to confront us directly, our few thousand men would hardly suffice. With the 5 great states united against Qi, if we were to flee, we cannot turn to any of them. The only viable option is to seek refuge in Qin. Yet it lies far to the northwest, and I fear that Zhao or Han might intercept us on our way." After contemplating for a moment, Ran Fei inquired, "What do you propose?" Ran Fei hesitated briefly, gripping his sword tightly. "Fortune favors the bold. I wish to take one last gamble. Should we prevail, we shall rise in rank and status. Should we fail, we shall perish alongside Qi. A true man should not cower in fear, living merely to survive. But I ask for your thoughts on this. If you wish to depart, I shall not hinder you, for this matter concerns life and death." The others pondered for a time. Given their humble origins as commoners, most sought only to survive in these tumultuous times. And no one spoke. With a sigh, Ran Fei declared, "Since none of you wish to voice your opinion, we shall table this matter for now. You have 3 days to provide me with your answer. Those who wish to leave may accompany Han Ju after 3 days or depart on their own." Yuan Qi and the others clasped their fists in acknowledgement before turning to exit the tent. Understanding their desire to flee Qi was only natural, Ran Fei thought. For at this juncture, Qi had but 2 cities remaining and a total military force of fewer than 30,000, an insurmountable challenge against the enemy's 100,000. The following morning, as autumn settled in, the air turned chilly. Ran Fei donned heavier garments to ward off the cold and stepped out of his tent, immediately met by a biting wind that stung his face. He called out to the soldier on guard, "Fetch General Chun, who is in charge of reconnaissance." "Yes, sir." Before long, Chimley arrived at Ran Fei's tent, bowing respectfully. "General, what are your orders? Has there been any movement from the Yen army?" "None at present. As autumn has only just begun, the climate here is somewhat humid, which the soldiers from Yin might find rather uncomfortable. I noticed that several of them have taken to the mountains to gather medicinal herbs." "Oh." Ran Fei pondered for a moment and said, "Summon Zhang Dali for me." "Yes." Shortly thereafter, Zhang Dali appeared before Ran Fei, asking, "Brother, what is it?" "Some Yin soldiers are foraging for herbs in the mountains. Take a few men and capture a couple of them for me. But remember, they must be alive." Zhang Dali responded confidently, "Understood. Leave it to me." 2 hours later, Zhang Dali returned with 4 subordinates, bringing along 2 tied Yin soldiers to Ran Fei's tent. Zhang Dali kicked one of the soldiers on the calf, and with his great strength, the soldier had no choice but to kneel on the ground. Ran Fei inquired, "Is there any unusual activity in your camp recently?" The soldier replied defiantly, "Umph. Yuchi bandits have burned, killed, and plundered in my Yin, murdered our sovereign, and desecrated our ancestral temples. If you have the ability, go ahead and kill me. I will not utter a word." Ran Fei clapped his hands in approval. "Good. You possess spirit, but you must understand the situation. It was King Min of Qi who committed these atrocities, and he is now dead. Yet you continue to encroach upon the territory of my Qi state. How noble are you?" The soldier retorted, "Umph. You Qi people have committed countless wrongs, and it is only fitting that you face the wrath of the 5 nations united against you." With a sigh, Ran Fei commanded, "Take him out and execute him." "But," Zhang Dali interjected sympathetically, "they are merely following orders. Why must we resort to such measures? Just knock them unconscious and leave them in the mountains." He had already witnessed the situation in our camp. If we let them go, wouldn't that put us at a disadvantage? Furthermore, do you think he will remain honest here? "Indeed," Yuan Qi chimed in, and he then ordered his subordinates to take the defiant Yin soldier outside to be executed. At this, the other soldier began to tremble, pleading, "If you have any questions, I will answer truthfully. I have an elderly mother and a wife and children to care for. I beg you, General, spare me. Rest assured, as long as you are honest, we will not make things difficult for you." Chapter 28. Is General Lu Yi not here? The soldier felt somewhat distressed, and Zhang Dali immediately drew his sword, exclaiming, "If he is unwilling to speak, what are we waiting for?" The soldier, terrified, immediately begged for mercy. "No, no, no. I'll tell you I will. Just don't kill me." Yet Zhang Dali's movements were swift, and as he was about to strike the soldier's neck, Ran Fei's sword was even faster, intercepting Zhang Dali's blade. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and once both had sheathed their swords, Ran Fei said, "Brother Dali, next time, do not rush into things. Haste makes waste. If you kill him, how shall we gather intelligence?" Zhang Dali appeared quite embarrassed, scratching his head and blushing. "Yes, yes. You are right, brother. I was just thinking of the brothers we have lost to the Yin army these past few months, and I let my emotions get the better of me." Ran Fei turned to the soldier and said, "Speak." "General Lu is indeed not here," the soldier replied, fearfully glancing at Zhang Dali. "Then how many of you are here?" The soldier hesitated for a moment. "Fewer than 30,000. A wave of relief washed over everyone. There were fewer than 30,000 Yin soldiers present, thus with a defending force of 10,000 and over 8,000 under Ran Fei's command. Should the enemy reveal any weakness, Ran Fei's military acumen would surely allow them to exploit it. "What else would you like to ask?" Ran Fei inquired. "Who is your commander?" "General Qi Jie's." "What is his temperament?" "General Qi Jie is valiant in battle, possessing the strength of 10 men. Perhaps only this General Zhang can contend with him. However what?" The soldier felt he had let something slip, and feeling ashamed, continued. "General Qi Jie often says that General Lu Yi has no time and merely sits in his tent giving orders. He and General Lu Yi have never been on good terms." "Ha! Very well. Take him away." "Yes." A soldier from outside entered the tent, escorting the Yin soldier away for close watch. However, Ran Fei's good fortune did not last. At dawn the following day, before the sun had risen, He was awakened by his subordinates, informing him that the heights in the west of Jima had been breached. Ran Fei was both furious and bewildered. How did this happen? Wasn't Feihu Mountain guarded by our men? Damn it! Bring me Shen Lin. In the main tent, Shen Lin, bandaged and kneeling before everyone, cried out, General Ran. I had no choice. The troops were just recently assembled, and morale was low. I do not know who it was, but in the dead of night, someone claimed that the people of Han had come here to persuade the general to retreat, and soon after, some soldiers fled under the cover of darkness. Those unfamiliar with the terrain ended up in the Yin army's lines, and Qi Jie seized the opportunity to lead his men in. Ran Fei slammed his hand down. Damn it! Who sowed discord among my troops? Find them. He turned to Yuan Shi. This matter spread too quickly. It must be the Han at work. You take charge of this. Yes. Yuan Shi replied. The Han have resorted to such despicable acts to force us into retreat. It seems we cannot trust the Han. Ran Fei declared. Yuan Shi stepped forward, clasping his hands. In that case, what more is there to say? Since we have sworn brotherhood, I initially intended to persuade you to join me in going to Han. But now, we shall stay in Qi together, sharing both honor and disgrace. Zhang Dali and the others echoed loudly, sharing honor and disgrace. Good, Ran Fei said with delight. Let it be known that whoever wishes to leave, I, Ran Fei, will not stop them. However, should we reclaim our lands and receive accolades, do not come seeking us. But, Yuan Shi cautioned, brother, do you truly have confidence in driving away the Yin army? Though they have not yet captured Jima and Luqing, their strength remains formidable. While we are merely a band of remnants, they possess both numerical superiority and greater individual combat prowess. Rest assured, brother. Come here, let me whisper something to you. Ran Fei smiled. Yuan Shi leaned in, and Ran Fei whispered a few words. Though the others could not hear, Yuan Shi's expression gradually brightened. All right, no problem. I shall follow your lead. Upon hearing that Ran Fei intended to investigate the turmoil within the ranks, the Han Prime Minister promptly departed Jima and returned to Han. Ran Fei, upon learning this news, disdainfully remarked, the Han people are small-minded but possess an abundance of cunning. No wonder they suffer repeated defeats. The investigation into the matter was naturally set aside, but as Ran Fei noted that Qi Jie commanded fewer than 30,000 troops, an idea struck him. That very night, chaos erupted in Ran Fei's camp, with many soldiers fleeing with their gold and silver treasures. The Yin soldier, on the verge of sleep, was awakened by the commotion, overhearing Qi soldiers outside saying, General Ran intends to sacrifice himself for the nation, but the other generals refuse, seizing the opportunity to kill him while he sleeps. And now they have fled. The Yin soldier immediately sprang to his feet, glancing around to find that even the guards were nowhere to be seen. Feeling that this could indeed be true, he hastily rubbed at the ropes binding him, but soon realized it was unnecessary. A soldier searching for valuables entered his tent, laughing and rummaging through his belongings. Unbeknownst to him, the Yin soldier, skilled in stealth, swiftly ensnared the soldier's neck with his legs, twisting forcefully until the soldier was rendered lifeless. The Yin soldier liberated a small blade from the soldier's belongings, severed his own bonds, and, cloaked in darkness, made his escape from Ran Fei's tent. It was only after confirming his distance that Ran Fei appeared in the tent where the soldier had been held captive. Indeed, just as Brother Zhang said, this man is well trained. Even my men from Zhejiang are no match for him. On that fateful night, Qi Jie dispatched 5,000 cavalry as vanguards, while an additional 8,000 infantry were mobilized to execute a pincer maneuver against Ran Fei. One contingent would launch a surprise attack from the left flank, while the other would advance methodically from the right, with the intent to utterly annihilate Ran Fei's forces. However, upon Qi Jie's arrival at Ran Fei's encampment, he was met with an unsettling sight. There was no one to be found. Perplexed, Qi Jie pondered. Had they all fled? His subordinates reported that the left flank had also encountered no resistance from the Qi army. Prompting Qi Jie to erupting louder. The people of Qi are nothing but cowards. They have all fled. It seems I am destined for glory. Little did he know, at that very moment, the over 15,000 troops he had left behind were being besieged by the combined forces of Tiandan within the city and Ran Fei's men outside. Ran Fei's cavalry had fragmented them into two groups, systematically devouring their numbers, and they had already lost more than half, leaving only around 7,000 bloodied soldiers awaiting Qi Jie's return. When Qi Jie finally returned to the barracks, he was dismayed to find that most of the encampment had been reduced to ashes. In that moment, his heart swelled with both fury and sorrow. His aspirations for promotion might very well have been extinguished here. The following day, news of Qi Jie's defeat reached El City, leaving Louis astounded. Although Ran Fei possessed a modicum of renown in the world, Louis had not anticipated such a cunning stratagem that could thwart Qi Jie. Given Qi Jie's current troop strength, opposing Ran Fei had become virtually impossible, and with El City still under siege, Louis resolved to abandon the city and confront this Ran Fei personally. Seizing the opportunity during Qi Jie's moment of vulnerability, Ran Fei swiftly rallied the citizens of the city, urging them to unite against the enemy. Many of the townsfolk had lost loved ones to the Five Nations armies, thus responding fervently to Ran Fei's call. Yet, the Lord of Jima felt overshadowed by Ran Fei's burgeoning reputation, which had eclipsed his own, leading him to resentfully declare that Ran Fei's methods were unfit. He commanded the populace to return to their own affairs and even withdrew the soldiers stationed on the high ground outside the city, asserting that such measures were futile against the Yin army and that the only course of action was to steadfastly defend the city gates. Ran Fei, rendered speechless, recognized that military authority lay with the city lord, who alone could command the troops. Reluctantly, he decided to fortify the southern region leading to the sea, instructing Zhang Dali to discreetly procure boats and conceal them within a secluded bay, entrusting Yuan Shi with their guardianship should they need to flee in the event of defeat. However, Ran Fei did not anticipate that on the fourth day, Louis would personally arrive at the gates of Jima, mounted on a magnificent steed. He observed the situation atop the city walls from a safe distance beyond the reach of arrows. After a while, he called out, "Who dares to reveal themselves as Ran Fei?" As he spoke, he ordered Qi Jie to remain in hiding, ready to shoot Ran Fei on sight. Although Qi Jie had been defeated by Ran Fei and should have been punished, Louis recognized his valor and, understanding the pressing need for capable men, reported to the king of Yin, requesting that Qi Jie be spared and allowed to redeem himself under his command. The location from which Qi Jie operated was typically beyond the range of ordinary archers, but his bow was of a grander design, nearly double the size of a standard bow, granting it a far greater range and power. Observing the enemy safely out of arrow range, the Jima lord let his guard down and shouted from the city walls, "You dog thieves, having suffered defeat, do you dare to challenge us again? Are you not afraid of death?" Louis, unfamiliar with Ran Fei, scoffed. "So you are the Ran Fei who defeated my General Qi Jie a few days ago?" The city lord, upon hearing Ran Fei's name, felt a surge of indignation and retorted, "You dog thief, I am the Lord of Jima. Even if Ran Fei is not here today, you shall not escape. I have woven an unbreakable net around you. Ha ha, await your doom." At this proclamation, the Yin soldiers grew uneasy, recalling how they had previously fallen into Ran Fei's ambushes, leading to a conditioned response of caution. Louis, gripping his horse tightly, whispered to Qi Jie, "Regardless of any ambush, this man seems formidable. We must eliminate him first." Following orders, Qi Jie released a single arrow that struck the Jima lord squarely in the forehead, causing him to collapse onto the battlements. The soldiers of Jima, in a frenzy, unleashed a volley of arrows, but alas, they fell short, landing merely 7 or 8 paces from Louis. He merely chuckled, reining in his horse and leading his men away. Meanwhile, Ran Fei was busy accounting for the boats when he suddenly learned of Louis's execution of the Jima lord, erupting into hearty laughter. He commanded his men to cease their labors. "We shall not depart." Yuan Shi, puzzled, inquired, "Brother, have you devised a plan for withdrawal?" Ran Fei beckoned Yuan Shi closer. Indeed, though Louis possesses remarkable talents, he fails to grasp the intricacies of human nature and politics. "Come, I shall whisper my strategy to you." After a brief exchange, Yuan Shi nodded eagerly. "Understood. You can rely on me." Zhang Dali, observing the exchange, found himself utterly baffled. His limited intellect left him perplexed by Yuan Shi's jubilance, but he refrained from questioning further, recognizing that some matters are best kept from prying eyes. As Ran Fei had previously advised, the next day, Zhang Dali, still bewildered, searched in vain for Yuan Shi, originally intending to discuss the placement of scouts. Upon realizing Yuan Shi was nowhere to be found, he recalled Ran Fei's whispered words from the previous day and quickly understood the implications, abandoning his search for Yuan Shi and instead seeking out the strategist. At that moment, Yuan Shi, disguised as a commoner and accompanied by several trusted aides, was en route to the capital of Yin, Ji. 3 days later, outside Jima, 20,000 Yin soldiers stood ready to assault the city. Yuan Qi, still mounted on his steed, proclaimed, "People of Jima, heed my words. General Lu Yi has declared that if you assist us in opening the city gates, reward shall be granted." Yet, after a morning of shouting, there was no response. Initially, Tiandan had feared that the citizens might betray them for their own survival. However, the reality was that the Yin army's proclamations bore no fruit. Following the death of the Jima doctor, specifically at the hands of Qi Jia's ambush, the leadership of Jima had shifted dramatically. Due to Tiandan's previous alliance with Ran Fei in defeating Qi Jia, and the fact that Tiandan held a higher position, he now became the de facto leader of Jima. At that moment, Ran Fei stood upon the city walls, while Zhang Dali, much like Tiandan, felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing the Yin army's declarations. With the lives of so many at stake, he feared that some citizens might indeed betray their city for personal gain. However, as the morning wore on without any signs of treachery, he grew increasingly puzzled. Logically speaking, with such dire stakes at play, some citizens should be tempted to defect, yet not a single soul has stirred. Did you foresee this outcome, brother? Or has General Tian devised a plan? Ran Fei chuckled. I suspect General Tian, too, has endured a morning fraught with anxiety, yet contrary to your assumptions. We did not prepare in advance. Rather, it was Lu Yi's covert assassination of the Jima doctor that has instilled fear in the hearts of the people. Zhang Dali inquired. Why so? Ran Fei explained. Though Lu Yi is a man of unparalleled strategy, he fails to comprehend the human psyche and is inept at managing interpersonal relations. His secretive act of eliminating the Jima doctor has cast him as a schemer in the eyes of the populace, a man of deceit. Who would dare to trust such an individual? Zhang Dali's eyes widened in understanding. Ah, now it makes sense. No wonder you suggested we need not flee. At this rate, as long as we stand united with the people of Jima, victory shall be ours. Not so, Ran Fei quickly interjected. This alone is not sufficient. Lu Yi, with his monumental achievements in Yin, wields considerable influence and trust from both the king and the army. Our current strength is inadequate to confront him. Zhang Dali scratched his head, bewildered. What then shall we do? It seems Lu Yi may launch an assault on the city this afternoon. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Ran Fei was acutely aware that even if the 20,000 soldiers below failed to breach the city today, Lu Yi commanded more than 100,000 troops, making the capture of Jimo merely a matter of time. Ran Fei pondered for a considerable time, finally devising a strategy to mobilize our troops. We shall launch a surprise attack from behind. Zhang Dali. I will make the preparations at once. Ran Fei. Very well. An hour later, all 8,000 of Ran Fei's troops had finished their lunch and stood ready, awaiting only his command to execute a stealthy incursion into the heart of the Yin army. Perched atop a large stone, Ran Fei surveyed the troops, divided into 3 segments, and pointed towards the central camp. He nodded at the signaling officer, who waved a red flag, prompting the central contingent to surge forth, swiftly departing the area. Half an hour later, with the sun past its zenith, Ran Fei deemed it time to act. He gestured towards the left camp, and the signaling officer raised a yellow flag, causing the left contingent to promptly take their leave. However, the third segment remained stationary, the autumn chill of Jima causing a slight shiver. Ran Fei hesitated, refraining from action, as murmurs of restlessness began to ripple through the ranks. The strategist, aware of the plan, stepped forward and inquired, "Perhaps we should abandon the mission? There has been no word thus far. I have mobilized all my forces for this operation. If we cancel now, my standing in the army may suffer greatly." Ran Fei replied reluctantly. Well then, the strategist hesitated, suggesting they wait a little longer. Time ticked by, and beads of sweat began to trickle down Ran Fei's forehead. Yet he resolutely maintained his stance atop the stone, indifferent to the biting autumn wind. His lips, parched, prompted him to lick them, though it offered little relief. Suddenly, a figure darted through the trees behind him. Ran Fei turned swiftly to see Zhang Dali and several brothers from Zhilongzai rushing towards him, breathless with excitement. Zhang Dali exclaimed, "We found it! The Yin army supplies are concealed on the northern hillside of their main camp, hidden from view. We exerted tremendous effort to uncover it." "Excellent!" Ran Fei shouted, snatching the flag from the signaling officer and handing it to Zhang Dali. "Brother, whether we can hold Jima now rests upon your shoulders. Just watch," Zhang Dali declared, taking the flag. mounting his horse and waving it. Ran Fei signaled to the remaining troops, and his last soldiers followed Zhang Dali's lead towards the Yin army's encampment. The first contingent, lying in ambush near the Yin forces, anxiously awaited Ran Fei's command. The prolonged wait had lulled them into a false sense of security, and aside from the sentinels, most relaxed, sitting casually. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed, prompting the leading officer to rise and investigate, followed by the other soldiers. The messenger conveyed Ran Fei's orders, handing the flag to the commander. Proceed according to plan. Understood, the commander replied, taking the flag and immediately mounting his horse, issuing orders. Huzi, take the flag to notify the second contingent to act as planned. A robust soldier seized the flag and swiftly galloped away. The commander bellowed, assemble the troops and commence battle. Yes. In Jima City, soldiers under Lu Yi had finished their meal and taken a brief respite. Lu Yi promptly commanded, prepare to assault the city. The soldiers, well fed and armed, stood ready. And at Lu Yi's command, they surged forth. Kill. The soldiers of the Yin state lined up in precise formation 5 by 5, 10 by 10, advancing towards Jima City with ladders in tow. As the Yin army crossed the range of the archers, the Qi soldiers atop the battlements prepared to fire. But Tiandan halted them. Wait, let them come a bit closer. 140 meters. Tiandan called out, hold. 130 meters. Tiandan urged again, wait. The Yin soldiers appeared formidable, for though the range of the bows extended to 150 meters, the height of the walls necessitated an advance of more than 20 additional meters to reach the battlements. The archers of the attacking Yin army, well aware of this, began to crouch behind the shield bearers and crawl forward from a distance of 170 meters. Nearby soldiers grew anxious. General, if they get any closer, their archers will be able to strike the walls. As the enemy approached the 120-meter mark, Tiandan resolutely commanded, fire. Just as the Yin soldiers reached a distance within their archers' range, many concealed behind their comrades readied their bows, but a barrage of arrows claimed their lives. Meanwhile, behind the Yin army, a contingent of Qi soldiers stood poised to launch a counterattack. The leading Qi commander, riding a magnificent steed, drew his sword and issued the command, charge. 2,000 cavalry surged forth like a flood towards the Yin encampment, closing the 500-meter distance in an instant. The Yin forces were caught off guard. The Qi cavalry swept through their ranks, wreaking havoc, burning tents, and destroying their supplies. However, the Qi commander soon realized that the Yin army was rallying for a counteroffensive. With the initial strike proving effective, the Qi forces prepared to retreat. The stationed Yin commander, Qin Yu, was taken aback. Having fought alongside Lu Yi for so long, he had never experienced a surprise attack. Filled with indignation, he immediately ordered the mobilization of forces to utterly annihilate the enemy. Yet the Qi cavalry, witnessing the onset of the Yin counterattack, began to flee. Qin Yu reasoned, the aim of this surprise attack must be to relieve the pressure on the Qi forces ahead, intending to disrupt General Lu Yi's plans and sow discord among us. Do not report to General Lu. I will personally lead a pursuit. Soldiers, yes. The Yin forces gave chase, but lacking horses, they lagged significantly behind the Qi cavalry. However, they did not lose all trace of their quarry, as this was precisely what Ran Fei had orchestrated. The Yin soldiers pursued relentlessly, yet ultimately found themselves lured into a basin. The center was low while the surrounding terrain rose steeply. By the time the Yin commander realized the trap, it was too late. Qi soldiers surrounded them on the hills, and a hail of arrows began to rain down. The Yin commander hastily ordered a retreat. Chapter 31. 5,000 Yin soldiers could not possibly fit within the basin. To achieve the goal of annihilating their remaining forces, Ran Fei ordered a cavalry charge, segmenting the Yin army at the basin's entrance. The cavalry blocked the way, preventing the Yin troops from escaping or merging into a single unit. The cavalry faced immense pressure, as they were adept at charging but not at defending. Yet, with all of Ran Fei's forces deployed, there were no reinforcements to be had. They had no choice but to hold their ground. Leading the cavalry was Wang Lin, an old comrade from Zhilongzai. Had Yuan Qi not departed for the Yin state, it would have been him leading the cavalry at this moment. The Yin soldiers were not foolish. Those within the basin understood that if they did not break free, they would meet their doom come this time next year. Qin Yu roared, if we cannot break out, we are doomed. Brothers, charge! The Yin soldiers within the basin, now driven by desperation, surged towards the Qi cavalry at the entrance, while those outside fought fiercely for their comrades. Wang Lin, leading the cavalry, understood all too well that their numbers were insufficient. If the enemy broke through the entrance and united, death awaited them all. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, they had to hold the entrance. Both sides faced a moment of life and death. The battle at the basin's entrance became the pivotal point, with both sides fighting with fervor, for failure meant only death. Arrows continued to rain down from within the basin, as archers desperately fired upon the Yin soldiers. The Yin forces outside had already returned to camp to report the ambush. This was precisely what Ran Fei had intended. Within the Yin encampment, soldiers reassembled, preparing to rescue Qin Yu. At this moment, all focus within the Yin army was directed towards the basin where Qin Yu was located. As the Qi forces were few and no one had considered whether reinforcements were on the way, the Yin soldiers believed the Qi's objective was merely to disrupt Li Yi's plans, unaware that at this very moment, a group was stealthily approaching the Wishing Moon Cliff, where they stored 60% of their grain supplies. On one side of Wangyue Cliff stands a sheer precipice, while on the other lies an expansive plain, offering an unobstructed view of the entire landscape, leaving no refuge for the army to conceal itself. This strategic vantage point ensures timely awareness of military movements, prompting urgent calls for reinforcements and the need to send messengers. Zhang Dali divided his forces into two waves. One comprised the former brothers of Zhang, who would scale the cliff and launch a surprise attack as soon as the frontal troops commenced their assault. Given Zhang's notoriously perilous terrain, the brothers were quite adept at climbing, making the task far from daunting. Furthermore, the Yin army underestimated the capabilities of the Qi troops, accustomed as they were to flatland warfare, and thus let their guard down, resulting in a severely weakened defense. As the Qi army arrived at the front line, realizing their time was at hand, they mounted their steeds, unsheathed their curved sabers, and shouted charge. 1,000 cavalry, accompanied by 1,500 infantry, surged towards the Yin positions at Wangyue Cliff. The Yin soldiers quickly caught sight of the advancing Qi army and hastily sounded the assembly horn. Upon hearing the call, several dispatch riders were sent forth to request reinforcements, while the remaining troops prepared themselves for battle. To thwart any surprise attacks, the Yin forces had felled trees to construct makeshift deer antlers at the forefront, encircling their position with a substantial wooden barricade. They created two large gates for ingress and egress, but as the battle commenced, both passages were sealed. For the Qi army to breach the defenses, they would either need to dismantle the barriers or force their way through the gates. The former was impossible, and while the latter might succeed, it would come at a heavy cost, for the Yin soldiers within would rain arrows upon them. Wu Hao, the Yin commander, ascended the watchtower to survey the situation, laughing heartily. Have the Qi troops truly been rendered foolish by our victories over the past 6 months? They dare to charge into such a dire predicament. Is this not akin to seeking death with a lantern in a laboratory? The surrounding commanders joined in his mirth, one remarking, "I dare say, General, the Qi army must have deemed your stronghold of provisions so secure that they've come to present you with accolades." Their laughter echoed, but it was short-lived. A swift whoosh sounded, and the leading general fell to the ground, struck by an arrow from Zhang Dali. Wiping his nose, Zhang Dali uttered a grim kill. The Yin general, witnessing his leader's demise, was struck with disbelief. What? The Qi army has scaled the cliff? Chaos ensued as the Yin troops, now leaderless, scattered in disarray. Yet, among the ranks stood a lesser general who shouted, "Do not panic. Maintain your posts, rally the troops, and eliminate the Qi forces at the rear." His words bore some weight as the fleeing soldiers began to regroup. Another subordinate questioned, "Most of Qi territory is flatland. How could they possibly have ascended the cliffs?" "I do not know, but let us deal with them first." However, the brothers of Zhang, having survived countless life and death encounters, were no match for the average Yin soldiers. Sensing the enemy had not yet seized control of the situation, Zhang Dali split his men into two waves once more, one to set fire to the provisions, the other to breach the city gates. The lesser general, stationed with Wu Hao to guard the vital supply lines, lacked practical combat experience. Mistaking the Qi troops' approach as an attempt to force open the gates, he concentrated his forces there, neglecting the defense of the supplies. As flames erupted from the provisions, he realized he had fallen into a trap and hastily dispatched men to investigate. Yet, reports soon arrived that the enemy was exceedingly nimble, evading capture while the supplies were scattered everywhere, making it impossible to retaliate effectively. If the camp were to be held today, but the provisions lost, he would surely face retribution from Louis. Panic set in, and he rushed to assess the situation, playing directly into Zhang Dali's hands. Zhang Dali loosed 3 arrows, each finding its mark in the hearts of the soldiers guarding the gates. Outside, the Qi infantry pressed against the city gates. Their numbers diminished by the loss of 3 defenders, causing their assault to falter. Drawing his longsword, Zhang Dali led the elite warriors of Zhilongzai into the fray. The momentum was overwhelming, and soon one of the gates was breached. As the battle at the entrance raged on, the first wave of Yin reinforcements, having readied themselves, emerged only to encounter retreating soldiers. The commanding cavalry officer, furious, exclaimed, "You dare to flee?" He promptly executed 2 soldiers and was about to strike a third when his subordinate intervened. "General, hold. Let us ascertain their situation before passing judgment." A trembling soldier reported, "We were divided by the Qi forces. General Qin, you led a contingent into the entrance, but both flanks have fallen, and our men fought valiantly. However, the enemy had prepared well. Our forces within quickly suffered heavy losses." General Qin was struck in the forehead by an arrow and fell immediately. The enemy displayed his head, causing our morale to plummet, and we retreated. Chapter 32. The defeat of Qin Yu, while not a catastrophic blow to the Yin army, was nonetheless significant. After all, for every 10 enemies slain, they had lost 3,000 of their own. Though Ran Fei was a strategist of remarkable caliber, the Yin forces were no weaklings themselves. After 2 engagements, the casualty ratio had reached a staggering 1-7, yet they had still lost nearly 1,000 troops. At this moment, manpower was of utmost importance. However, the loss of provisions was a different matter entirely. The saying goes, before the troops march, the supplies must be secured. With the vital supplies pillaged, unrest began to brew within the ranks of the Yin army. Louis immediately issued a rescue order, but it was too late. Ran Fei anticipated Louis would send reinforcements and had no intention of preserving his supplies. He chose to incinerate them entirely. By the time the Yin relief force arrived, they found the encampment engulfed in flames, a conflagration that raged for 5 to 6 hours. The Yin troops attempted to intervene, but their efforts amounted to little more than a drop in the bucket, ultimately salvaging less than 10% of the provisions. Meanwhile, the frontal assault units struggled against the formidable walls of Jima, which were both thick and high, failing in 2 consecutive attempts to breach them. At this juncture, within his tent, Louis convened all the generals, his demeanor grave. "Our supplies have been plundered. If we cannot capture Jima within 2 months, we will have no choice but to retreat. Do you wish to concede defeat?" "No. We must take Jima and earn our titles and rewards," one general boldly proclaimed. His declaration ignited a chorus of agreement among the others. Titles and rewards. Titles and rewards. Titles and rewards. "Very well," Louis responded. "Then heed my command." All the generals knelt, requesting General Lu to issue his orders. Meanwhile, in Ran Fei's encampment, a tally of troops revealed that from the original 8,000 soldiers, only about 7,000 remained. The forces within the city had also suffered due to Lu Yi's relentless assaults, losing over 1,000 men. Aware that the Yin army was formidable and anticipating retaliation from Lu Yi after his significant losses, Ran Fei knew that if the Yin forces obstructed their entry into the city, he and his remaining troops would become easy prey for Lu Yi. Thus, he resolved to lead his men into the city. However, entering the city would undoubtedly invite complications, primarily jeopardizing Tian Dan's command. After all, these 6,000 men were not under Tian Dan's authority, and conflicts would inevitably arise during joint operations due to differing orders. Moreover, concerns regarding supplies, shelter, and other logistical issues loomed large. Yet, when faced with a threat to his life, Ran Fei decided to discuss matters with Tian Dan. To his surprise, Tian Dan proved to be remarkably generous, not only granting him permission to bring his troops into the city, but also expressing a willingness to collaborate on matters of mutual concern. Ran Fei smiled, realizing that Tian Dan had little choice. Every additional soldier counted as a boon to their strength. Little did Ran Fei know that, according to history, the Qi army had only about 7,000 troops during the Battle of Jima, while their current numbers had swelled to over 14,000, effectively doubling their force. Ran Fei, not being a scholar, was unaware of these historical details. All he knew was that he must not only preserve his life amidst the chaos, but also strive to achieve something remarkable. According to the course of history, if Ran Fei were to alter the past, he might not have been born due to the interconnectedness of all things. as changes in history could potentially prevent his existence. Yet, if he were never born, he could not have traversed time to the state of Qi to alter history, thus creating a paradox. Having studied university-level physics, Ran Fei understands that altering history could lead to his own disappearance. However, he remains perplexed by the fact that he has not vanished. He resolves to refrain from overthinking matters that elude his understanding, knowing that excessive contemplation may only lead to headaches. Soon, events began to unfold in a manner that Ran Fei dreaded. In an effort to stabilize troop morale, Louis divided his forces into 4 waves, launching frenzied assaults on the city of Jima from all sides. The generals of the Yin army, beset by a lack of provisions and driven by personal ambitions, personally led the charge, attacking Jima over 10 times within 3 days, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. Ran Fei and Tian Dan's forces suffered significant losses, dwindling to just over 7,000 men, while the Yin army also sustained nearly 10,000 casualties. Due to Tian Dan's adeptness in political maneuvering and garnering public support, he became a beloved figure among the citizens of the city, whereas Ran Fei assumed the role of the war's orchestrator behind the scenes, acting as a strategist. As the Yin army's relentless assaults proved fruitless and their losses mounted, internal dissent grew due to the depletion of resources, further fueled by the efforts of Yuan Shi. This was part of Ran Fei's psychological warfare. His intention in sending Yuan Shi to the Yin kingdom was to sow discord between the Yin king and Louis. Influenced by public sentiment, the Yin king ordered Louis to prioritize the lives of his soldiers and refrain from reckless attacks. Consequently, Louis found his hands tied, and his actions slowed. To maintain troop morale amid dwindling supplies, he was compelled to divert forces to gather provisions, shifting his strategy from aggressive assault to siege warfare, aiming to exhaust the city's resources and the patience of Jima's populace. 3 months later, in the capital of the Yin state, the crown prince recognized Lu Yi's command over the military and his illustrious achievements. The ministers and citizens alike held him in high esteem. Seeking to cultivate an alliance with Lu Yi for future political gain, the crown prince discreetly sent money and several beautiful women to the Yin army camp, intending to console him and encourage resilience. However, Lu Yi, possessing a sense of pride, promptly refused, stating, "The city of Jima has yet to fall. How can I indulge myself?" The crown prince, a man of great vanity, felt slighted by Lu Yi's rejection and lack of gratitude, thus planting the seeds of discord between them. As the prolonged siege of Jima continued, the Yin state began to falter. Many conscripted soldiers were farmers, and with the spring planting season approaching, failure to return home to sow crops could lead to famine the following year. Lu Yi, recognizing the situation, reluctantly allocated a portion of his forces to return home, making the siege of Jima even more challenging. Meanwhile, within Jima, under Tian Dan's leadership, the citizens united with resolve, engaging in diligent labor, planting and harvesting crops on site, unlike the Yin army, which required supplies from distant locations. Tian Dan, understanding the gravity of the situation, chose to share in the hardships with his soldiers, earning the unwavering support of both the populace and his troops. 3 years swiftly passed, just as Ran Fei had anticipated. The Yin army, demoralized from their unrelenting siege and longing for home, found their spirits waning. Yuan Shi further exacerbated the situation by spreading rumors in the Yin capital, alleging that Lu Yi's inability to capture Jima stemmed not from a lack of capability, but from a desire to win over the citizens of Qi and proclaim himself king. This presented an opportunity for the crown prince, who promptly made an appeal. However, the Yin king, having great trust in Lu Yi, dismissed the crown prince's request and ordered the arrest of the rumor mongers. Upon witnessing this, Yuan Shi swiftly fled. Not long after, the Yin king passed away, and the crown prince ascended the throne as King Hui of Yin, initially harboring animosity towards Lu Yi, compounded by the previous rumors. King Hui grew increasingly distrustful and urged Lu Yi to capture Jima. Lu Yi, left with no choice, reorganized his troops for another assault, yet returned empty-handed, suffering considerable losses. Fully aware that his forces could not sustain excessive attrition without inviting peril from rival states, he transitioned to siege tactics. However, King Hui would not tolerate further failure and swiftly stripped Lu Yi of his generalship, appointing his confidant Qi Jie in his stead, while Lu Yi fled to the state of Zhao. With Qi Jie at the helm, Tian Dan soon initiated the historically renowned Battle of the Fire Oxen. Qi Jie suffered a crushing defeat, allowing Tian Dan to reclaim over 70 cities for the state of Qi, including Linzi. In the royal court, King Xiang of Qi rewarded various loyal subjects, bestowing upon Tian Dan the title of Chancellor and elevating Ran Fei to the rank of Senior Minister of the North, with other brothers receiving honors as well. Ran Fei advised, the state of Qi has just emerged from turmoil. The people are displaced, and the fields lie fallow. We should prioritize rest and recovery over warfare. King Xiang concurred, stating, let us proceed as you suggest. After a brief respite in Linzi, Ran Fei bid farewell to King Qi and returned to Jima with his brothers. As Senior Minister of the North, his first order of business was to send all but the essential garrison troops back to their homes to resume agricultural production. However, due to the protracted conflicts, many able-bodied men had perished, resulting in a severe labor shortage across the regions. Without sufficient labor, who would till the fields? Who would harvest the crops? Without harvests, sustenance would dwindle, rendering all efforts futile. For several days, Ran Fei wrestled with these pressing issues, examining reports of labor shortages from various locales. He devised a plan to consolidate farmers in fertile areas, thereby maximizing labor efficiency and ensuring that strong workers were allocated where they were most needed, akin to utilizing fine steel for the sharpest blades. Furthermore, this approach would foster the growth of substantial towns, promoting significant commercial development. Yet, a new dilemma arose. The government's finances were insufficient to relocate such a large number of people. At this moment, Ran Fei grasped the profound truth of a saying. Money may not be omnipotent, but without it, nothing can be accomplished. Yuan Qi and the military advisors concurred with Ran Fei's approach, and together they sought ways to raise funds. During his time as a bandit, Yuan Qi had amassed considerable wealth, yet much of it had been expended in support of Ran Fei's military endeavors. Although he now held an official position, the northern region faced dire circumstances, compelling even Ran Fei to allocate a significant portion of his salary to aid the citizens' agricultural efforts. Naturally, Yuan Qi and the others, as brothers, followed suit. However, this collective effort still fell woefully short of the required funds. Thus, Ran Fei resolved to initially relocate a portion of the populace, postponing the remainder for a later date. One day, after reviewing various reports, Ran Fei ascended the city walls, stretching and massaging his back. How exhausting. At that moment, a soldier rushed forward to report, General, trouble is brewing. There is a large-scale brawl occurring within the city. Ran Fei could not help but curse under his breath. Damn it, of all times, it had to be now, just as I was finally getting some rest. Go and inform General Yuan to handle it. General, Commander Yuan left early this morning to inspect the relocation efforts to the west. And what of the Li? Ran Fei regretted his words immediately, realizing that Dou Li, a burly man, might handle combat well, but handling such bureaucratic matters could lead to disastrous consequences. At that moment, Ran Fei recognized another troubling issue, the scarcity of talent. Even matters as trivial as bickering and mischief require the personal attention of this humble minister. However, there is no alternative. The recent conflict in the state of Qi has severely depleted our national resources, and the Jixiao Academy has also suffered a significant loss of talent due to the arrogance and militaristic tendencies of King Min of Qi. Suddenly, an idea struck Ran Fei, prompting him to instruct his subordinates to dispatch troops to quell the impending conflict. Meanwhile, he immediately composed a letter to Zhang Dali. This missive must be personally delivered to Lord Tian Dan. Zhang Dali acknowledged the command. Brother, rest assured. Turning back to his subordinate, Ran Fei inquired, how fares the situation regarding the skirmish? The subordinate replied, both parties have retreated home, respecting the presence of your personal guards. Yet it appears they harbor no intention of resolving their disputes peacefully. What, pray tell, is the cause of their contention? For the affections of a woman. The Wang family had already arranged a marriage with the Qin family, but upon hearing of the Qin daughter's remarkable beauty, a young gentleman from the Qin family sought to intervene, bestowing lavish gifts upon the Qin family. Being rather self-serving, the Qin family readily acquiesced, promptly returning the betrothal gifts to the Wang family. Enraged, the Wang family surrounded the Qin residents, demanding an explanation. For the sake of a single woman, the two largest families within Jimu City nearly descended into chaos. Ran Fei exclaimed in astonishment, just how beautiful is this woman? A soldier responded, it is said she is absolutely stunning. Is she akin to the beauty that can make fish sink and birds fall? Ran Fei queried. The soldier, somewhat sheepish, replied, General, you know our education is limited. We cannot comprehend such eloquence. Very well. Here is what you shall do. Notify the Wang, Chun, and Qin families to assemble at my residence tomorrow. We shall deliberate on how to resolve this matter. Understood? In Jimu, there are 5 prominent families: the Xiehan Wang, Qin, and Tao families. These 5 clans provided substantial support to Lord Tiandan during the siege of Jimu by the forces of Yin, contributing not only provisions and resources, but also sending their own retainers to bolster the army. All 5 families have greatly contributed to the state's war efforts, which is why Ran Fei chose to personally address the issue rather than delegating it to his subordinates. Chapter 34. The following day, at Ran Fei's residence, the Wang, Chun, and Qin families gathered. Seated in a grand chair, Ran Fei addressed them. Pray, share your accounts of what has transpired. Young Master Wang Xian spoke first. I had an engagement arranged with the Qin family, only for the Qin family to intrude. Ran Fei turned to the elder of the Qin family. Is this true, sir? Qin Yang, somewhat embarrassed, replied, throughout history, matters of marriage have always been based on mutual consent. Whom the Chun family chooses to accept is their prerogative. It cannot be said that my son is barred from pursuing her. Ran Fei's expression grew stern. So, you are conceding the truth of his statement? With no counterargument, Qin Yang fell silent. Ran Fei continued, since you choose not to speak, I shall take that as tacit agreement. Given the uproar from yesterday, let us first consider the wishes of the Chun daughter herself. Indeed, Qin Yang hastily agreed. The minister is correct, Ran Fei declared. In that case, let us summon the Qin daughter, so that we may inquire whom she favors. After a brief interlude, the Qin daughter arrived. Upon seeing her, Ran Fei was struck by her breathtaking beauty. With her delicate cherry lips and large, enchanting eyes, she was truly a vision, akin to flowers blooming in spring. A refined lady whom gentlemen seek. Yet it was disheartening that such beauty had incited contention between 2 families, nearly leading to violence. Ran Fei could not help but harbor a somewhat negative impression, for it is often the case that those pursued by many are not of noble character. This was a sentiment he had come to understand well during his scholarly pursuits. However, in this society, where patriarchal norms prevail, women often have little say in matters of marriage, which are typically governed by their parents. Ran Fei inquired. The discord between the 2 families arises from your affections. I am here to mediate. In my view, we ought to discern which young gentleman you favor. The young lady pondered for a moment before asking, do I truly have the liberty to decide? I, as the minister of the Northern Qi, assure you that my word is final. The maiden knelt in gratitude. Thank you, minister, for this opportunity. My request is simple. I shall utter a phrase, and whosoever responds most aptly shall have my hand in marriage. Ran Fei smiled. Excellent. Both suitors are present. You may proceed with your challenge. The young lady took a few steps forward. How many stars adorn the sky? How many flowers bloom in spring? Upon hearing her poetic lines, Ran Fei could not suppress a smile. Though she spoke of stars and blossoms, her true inquiry was to discern who held her in higher esteem. Stars may twinkle, flowers may bloom, yet if one truly loves, such trivialities pale in comparison. This young woman was not only beautiful, but also intelligent and gifted. The suitors from both families fell into contemplation. Soon, the young gentleman from the Qin family ventured forth. Stars twinkle nightly. Flowers plucked shall bloom in hand. Ran Fei's expression froze upon hearing this, while the lady chuckled softly. Apologies, young sir, but you have failed to grasp the deeper meaning. Seeing the Qin family's defeat, the Wang family's young master instantly brightened, responding, stars and flowers may indeed be beautiful, yet in public, one must not lose face. This response resonated deeply with the young lady. Her cheeks flushed as she inquired, from when did you hold such sentiments, young sir? The young master of the Wang family replied with a smile. A graceful maiden deserves a noble suitor. In the bloom of youth, let us stroll by the river. The outcome was clear, and the Qin family had little recourse left to argue. Ran Fei addressed them. If there are further grievances, now is the time to voice them. The head of the Qin family bowed. I have no further comments. Please allow me to take my leave. Ran Fei. Mr. Qin, may your journey be safe. I shall not escort you further, as I have matters to attend to. With that, the head of the Qin family departed with his entourage, leaving the patriarch of the Chun family filled with shame, realizing how a fleeting thought nearly jeopardized his daughter's happiness. Ran Fei turned to the head of the Chun family. Do you have any thoughts on this matter? Anything you wish to convey to your daughter? The head of the Qin family, full of remorse, stepped forward to grasp his daughter's hand, saying, "My dear, I am truly sorry." The daughter, naturally, bore no ill will and comforted her father. Ran Fei stated, "I believe you now understand the appropriate course of action, do you not?" "Indeed, I shall return and revoke the Qin family's betrothal gifts." Ran Fei addressed the Wang family. "As for the betrothal gifts, you are well aware of what is customary." The head of the Wang family responded, "Naturally, we shall ensure the customary gifts are not diminished." Once the two families departed, Ran Fei exhaled in relief, though his impression of the Qin family had soured. However, the following day, he conceived a plan to address the relocation of the populace and promptly summoned the 5 prominent families. He stated, "I require your assistance. A considerable sum is needed. Yet I recognize the challenges of earning such wealth. Therefore, I shall provide you with some leniency in terms of policy, for you have aided us in our time of crisis." The CF family immediately expressed their support. "We are united with the state of Qi. Without the policies of Mr. Guanzhong, we would not have thrived. Please share your needs. I shall assist in any way I can." Upon hearing this, the Wang family echoed their sentiments. "We share the same stance as Brother Xie." The Han family followed suit, voicing their agreement, while the Qin and Tao families remained silent. Noticing their reticence, Ran Fei's expression darkened, yet he maintained, "This matter is entirely voluntary. I assure you that I do not impose. I am aware of the contributions you have made during our nation's peril, and I shall not compel you." The head of the Qin family bowed. "Then I shall take my leave." The head of the Tao family added, "I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must also take my leave." Ran Fei's demeanor softened. "Very well. Travel safely." That same day, the Xie, Han, and Wang families began to assess their assets, each committing half of their wealth towards the cause. Ran Fei, short on personnel, summoned soldiers from the northern regions, and the combined contributions from the 3 families astonished him, necessitating 800 guards for transport. With the influx of funds, within a month, Ran Fei successfully relocated 30,000 citizens. The majority migrated to the northern region, which is now part of the fertile northeast plain. Ran Fei designated this area as a crucial supply hub for military provisions. On ordinary days, a portion of the soldiers assisted the local populace in agricultural production, while another contingent patrolled the surroundings. Most of the populace was relocated to 3 primary locations, and within 3 months, commerce, the textile industry, and production were swiftly restored. Ran Fei also traveled and pledged substantial assistance to the 3 prominent families, whose financial resources began to accumulate rapidly. However, on this day, as Ran Fei gazed upon the soaring tax revenues and the swift influx of various goods, a smile spread across his face. Suddenly, he was interrupted by a soldier bearing grave news. Commander Yuan Qi had committed murder. Ran Fei was taken aback. After all, Yuan Qi was known for his prudence and would never kill indiscriminately. Who could have provoked him to lose his composure? He immediately inquired, "Where is he now?" Chapter 35. The following day, Ran Fei was struck by the realization that he had been in this world for 4 long years. Time had slipped away like the ringing of morning bells and the tolling of evening drums, leaving him unaware of his parents' well-being back home. The thought of his parents toiling from dawn till dusk, braving the elements, tugged at his heartstrings. Yet, with circumstances having reached such a critical juncture, Ran Fei felt powerless to effect any change. Yuan Qi had killed no ordinary individual. He had taken the life of a cousin of the influential minister Ho Sheng. Understanding the implications of his actions, Yuan Qi fled with his men back to Zhilongzai to avoid causing trouble for Ran Fei. Although Ran Fei learned from his subordinates that the altercation stemmed from Ho Sheng's relatives seizing land and oppressing the local populace, Yuan Qi's fury had been ignited, and despite attempts to restrain him, he drew his sword and struck. Ran Fei felt compelled to report the truth. 3 days later, a missive arrived from the court. King Qixiang was fair-minded and, recognizing the gravity of the situation concerning a key military figure in the state, dispatched envoys to investigate. After 7 days of thorough inquiry, it was confirmed that the fault lay with Ho Sheng's cousin. Consequently, King Qixiang pardoned Yuan Qi for his transgression and elevated Ran Fei to one of the 3 grand marshals of the state of Qi, tasked with commanding the northern forces. Upon hearing this news, Ran Fei was elated, for since the time of Guanzhong, there had only ever been 3 grand marshals, one of whom was the king himself. This indicated that King Qixiang intended to continue the policies of Guanzhong. Nevertheless, Ran Fei was acutely aware that to attain greater strength, The legal reforms of Xiangyang would be far more effective. His earlier proposals to Tiandan had articulated the benefits of Xiangyang's methods. Yet King Qixiang had not heeded this counsel, opting instead to adhere to the old ways established by Guanzhong. Thus, Ranfei commenced the formation of his military following Guanzhong's principles, merging the system of defense and military organization, bolstered by his centralized management, leading to remarkable growth across the northern territories. 5 days later, while returning to Jima, Yuan Qi fell into an ambush and narrowly escaped death. Ranfei was infuriated. This ambush was undoubtedly a retaliation orchestrated by Ho Shung's faction. After conferring with his military strategist, he decided against reporting the incident to the court, opting instead to send a discreet warning to Tiandan. Having fought alongside Tiandan for over 3 arduous years, they had developed a close bond. This letter served as a caution for Tiandan to remain vigilant. Although Tiandan was now a high-ranking minister, both he and Ranfei understood that a single word from the king could lead to dismissal. The queen and others could easily whisper in King Qixiang's ear, leading to dire consequences. The adage to accompany a ruler is akin to treading on a tiger's tail encapsulated this precarious reality. With Yuan Qi injured and unable to represent Ranfei in diplomatic matters, and with no suitable candidates available, Ranfei felt a sense of urgency. This was a critical moment for production. Without timely updates and decisions, delays could ensue, jeopardizing the crucial endeavor. However, another pressing issue loomed: the rampant land annexation. Not only in northern Xi, but throughout the entire state. Due to the war, many meritorious individuals were now clamoring for rewards after the restoration of the nation. With the treasury bare, the state could only turn a blind eye to their greed and excesses. King Qixiang even broached this matter in discussions regarding the treatment of Ho Shung. Yet Ranfei recognized that this was not a sustainable approach. Although it might alleviate immediate concerns, it would erode the foundations of the state, and losing the people's support would lead to upheaval. Nonetheless, with King Qixiang's tacit approval, Ranfei dared not act rashly. He refrained from apprehending those influential figures who had contributed during the war, for a lack of rewards would further destabilize the realm. As Ho Shung's sister was now the queen, and Yuan Qi had slain Ho Shung's cousin, he had naturally incurred her displeasure. The queen could easily whisper insinuations about Ranfei's growing power, suggesting that he posed a threat to the royal family. King Qixiang, after careful consideration, recognized the potential risks. Although Ranfei was loyal, the tale of the division of Jin was widely known, and loyalty could be fleeting. At this juncture, King Qixiang summoned Tiandan to the palace to discuss the matter of curbing the powers of influential ministers. Tiandan, steadfast in his loyalty, immediately knelt and implored, "If the military does not trust its ministers, chaos will ensue. Your Majesty, your father, King Min of Qi, fell victim to distrust and was threatened with the safety of his family, which led to the disastrous defeat at Jishui. You cannot forget such humiliations. The state has only just begun to flourish. Now is the time for capable individuals. If you continue to harbor unfounded suspicions, no minister will dare to speak honestly in the future." Though King Qixiang lacked high intelligence, he could discern wise counsel from foolishness. He heeded Tiandan's advice and refrained from further discussions about diminishing the powers of Ranfei and other key ministers. However, those who remained close to King Qixiang took note of Tiandan's words and subsequently viewed Ranfei, Yuan Qi, and Tiandan as thorns in their side. The adage "water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize" it resonated with Ranfei. He understood the significance of public sentiment. Yet, in order to avoid defying King Qixiang's wishes, he issued a strict edict. Those who commit murder shall be executed without exception. Those who cause injury shall be punished according to the severity of the harm inflicted. This decree was also communicated to the royal palace, indicating that while meritorious individuals in the north could annex land and engage in certain unlawful acts as compensation from the state, they must not take lives unjustly. Initially, King Qixiang did not agree with the tacit approval of the powerful to appropriate land. Nevertheless, with the state newly revitalized and unable to offer substantial rewards, Ranfei's proposal illuminated a path forward that King Qixiang readily accepted, leading to its implementation throughout the realm. In an instant, the tide of land annexation began to wane, particularly in northern Xi. Ranfei understood that this was largely due to Yuan Qi's decisive action against the queen's cousin. Seeing that even a royal relative could be slain without consequence instilled fear among the populace, deterring further lawlessness. With Ranfei's support, The financial strength of the Xie, Han, and Wang families in Jima surged, and various industries flourished due to their investments, resulting in increased employment opportunities. Building upon this foundation, Ran Fei called upon the women of the north to engage in the textile industry. In a short span, the northern region was united under Ran Fei's vision. As everyone labored together, men tilled the fields while women wove. Given that Qi was historically a major salt-producing state, tax revenues soon reached an unprecedented peak, amounting to 70% of the nation's highest historical figures. When Ran Fei presented these figures to the court, King Qixiang and the ministers were filled with joy. King Qixiang remarked, "With Ran Fei and Qi, we are not far from the days of Guanzhong." In an instant, Ran Fei became the favored figure among the ministers, his words carrying weight in the court. Chapter 36. King Qixiang found great merit in Ran Fei's policies and resolved to implement them nationwide. This decision garnered widespread support among the ministers, with only a few dissenting voices from Ho Sheng's faction. King Qixiang then inquired of Ho Sheng, "What reason do you have to oppose such excellent governance?" Ho Sheng replied, "The northern region has always been a vital grain-producing area of our nation. I believe the remarkable results we see cannot solely be attributed to Ran Fei's efforts, but rather to the inherent fertility of the northern soil. Furthermore, the measures established by our former Prime Minister Guanzhong, which included the imposition of a salt tax as the national levy, greatly contributed to the strength of the Qi state, enabling us to stand against the Qin. Thus, I contend that Ran Fei has merely emulated the actions of Guanzhong, and it is the rich land that has led to the affluence of the north. If Ran Fei were placed in another region, such results may not necessarily follow, and this does not imply his capability to replicate such success elsewhere." King Xiang of Qi found some merit in his words. At that moment, Tiandan also stepped forward to speak. "Your Majesty, I have a word." King Xiang of Qi responded, "Please, Prime Minister, speak." Tiandan continued, "Regardless of whether what Lord Ho Sheng has stated is accurate, since Ran Fei has indeed rendered significant contributions, be it in the restoration of the state or in the substantial progress we see in production today, he is undoubtedly a loyal servant of Qi and deserves to be rewarded." King Xiang of Qi affirmed, "Indeed, what Prime Minister Tian has articulated resonates with my thoughts. We shall proceed as you suggest. Ran Qing, what reward do you desire?" Ran Fei stepped forward, stating, "The state is currently in a phase of revival. The treasury is depleted, and the people are struggling to make ends meet. How could I dare to request a reward? I beseech your Majesty to reduce the taxes on the populace for 3 years, allowing them to recuperate and thereby strengthen the nation's power." Upon finishing, Ran Fei knelt down, yet he felt a sense of discomfort within, for he had only knelt before his parents in his lifetime. Moreover, adhering to the ideologies of the 21st century, the concept of hereditary rule and the exalted status of the emperor seemed utterly absurd. Why should one kneel before an emperor who, like himself, was merely human? If this were in the era of our forefathers, such a ruler would have been sent to labor camps like a common criminal. Yet, the present circumstances differed. We still reside in the warring states, where the belief in divine emperors prevails, a consequence of the technological backwardness of the age. Most ministers, witnessing Ran Fei's stance, knelt in unison, voicing, "We implore our king to decree a reduction in taxes for the people for 3 years, allowing them to recuperate and strengthen the nation." King Xiang of Qi, though somewhat foolish, was not lacking in intelligence. The scene before him moved him deeply, causing tears to well in his eyes as he declared, "My loyal ministers, your concern for the people brings me great joy. Thus, I shall heed your words. The taxes on the entire populace shall be halved for the next 3 years to fortify our nation." The ministers responded, "Thank you, your Majesty." In that moment, Qi rejoiced, celebrating the wisdom of its ministers and king. Ran Fei emerged as a hero in the hearts of the people, and tales of his exploits during the Five Nations campaign against Qi were recounted and celebrated, with some even transforming his story into operatic performances in the streets. Ran Fei altered the course of history, and Qi began to regain its strength. At this moment, he ceased to ponder why he had not vanished despite changing history. He simply wished to live well in the present and aid more people. Riding a magnificent steed and escorted by guards, Ran Fei passed through the bustling city on his way back to Jima. Upon recognizing him, the townsfolk halted their trades, clearing a path for him, kneeling on either side. The once boisterous marketplace fell silent, and Ran Fei was moved to tears. With a fist pressed to his chest in a gesture of respect, his guards mirrored his actions. creating an atmosphere of solemnity that transcended mere authority. It was a testament to the people's hearts. However, the reduction in taxes necessitated frugality within the royal court. King Xiang of Qi was unconcerned about this for the time being, but in the future, he would find himself in need of funds, ultimately seeking assistance from his brother. Ho Sheng, the most notorious corrupt official in the realm. Ho Sheng's current standing was largely due to the influence of his sister. Without hesitation, he promised, "You shall have whatever amount you require." He was quite pleased afterwards, but when King Xiang of Qi discovered this, he inquired about the source of the funds. The queen merely remarked that it was her private savings, and the king chose not to press further. Yet, Ran Fei became increasingly resented by Ho Sheng, who frequently whispered ill of him in the ears of King Xiang. Although the king was somewhat naive, he was not foolish. He was aware that Ran Fei's brother had slain the queen's kin and bore a grudge against him. Naturally, he dismissed such thoughts, especially since Ran Fei had become the people's favorite, making it difficult for anyone to act against him. Qi's policies encouraging production and lowering taxes did not go unnoticed by the Qin state. Zhang Fenghuo, upon hearing of Qi's intention to have the taxes for the populace over 3 years, rushed to the palace to meet with King Huai of Qin. Upon learning that Zhang Yi had come, the king, not wishing to appear negligent, immediately donned his clothes and rose from his bed despite the chill of the autumn night. In the study, only Wei Ran and King Huai were present. Zhang Yi spoke earnestly, "Your Majesty, now that Qi has announced a tax reduction for 3 years, if we do not take action, their plan to recuperate and strengthen will render our joint efforts with the other states to diminish Qi's power futile." King Huai replied, "I have heard of this. It appears that a certain Ran has proposed this, and King Qi has readily agreed to his counsel. However, Qi's main forces were nearly annihilated in the Battle of Jishui and subsequent conflicts. Even if they recuperate," Wei Ran interjected, "Your Majesty, it is well known that Ran Fei possesses exceptional talent both in warfare and governance. Should he remain in Qi, with the principles of Guanzhong still in place and his current influence, the state will undoubtedly recover swiftly. At that point, Qi will be capable of contending with our Qin, given his noble lineage and the favor he currently enjoys from King Qi. It is clear he will not come to our side. Your Majesty, he must not be allowed to live. We must send assassins to eliminate him. Alternatively, we could use a scheme to incite discord and ensure his demise, thereby securing our position." King Huai, upon hearing this, found merit in Wei Ran's words. "Excellent. I shall immediately dispatch assassins to Qi to eliminate him. As for the scheme to sow discord, let the Prime Minister arrange that." Wei Ran revealed a devious smile. "Indeed." King Huai asked, "Is there anything else?" Wei Ran replied, "Your Majesty, beyond what I have just articulated, I possess another plan to ensure Qi cannot recover." King Huai chuckled. "Truly, you are a wise uncle. You are my trusted advisor. Please share your thoughts." Wei Ran continued, "To the north of Qi lies Yin. The conflict between Yin and Qi resulted in heavy losses on both sides, yet their mutual animosity remains unchanged. If our Qin state were to extend assistance to Yin and arrange another marriage alliance, while promising mutual non-aggression, I believe that with the support of Qin and our assurances, Yin will be most grateful. This would enhance the ties between our states and serve as a deterrent to the other nations. At such a time, if Yin were to be presented with favorable conditions, they would undoubtedly rise against Qi to avenge the death of their king at Qi's hands. Such a scenario would lead to mutual depletion, rendering them incapable of contending with our great Qin." Chapter 37, however, King Huai appeared somewhat perplexed. "Uncle, why do you suggest I send courtiers to assassinate him? He is one of Qi's current high-ranking officials, overseeing military and political matters in the north. His exit will surely be heavily guarded, making his assassination no easy feat." Wei Ran smiled. "Your Majesty, allow me to elaborate. Qi has recently endured a significant conflict and is now in a state of reconstruction. They must prepare to store grain while also aiding the populace in repairing their homes and other necessities. With a lack of manpower, Ran Fei will undoubtedly need to dispatch soldiers, thereby leaving their defenses vulnerable. I am confident that if we seize the opportunity, we will be able to eliminate him. Your foresight is commendable," King Huai remarked with admiration. "It is my duty to alleviate the burdens of the king," Wei Ran humbly replied. Half a month later, the Qin state announced its support for Yin and prepared to marry a Qin princess into their ranks, strengthening ties further, while also signing an agreement of mutual assistance and shared honor and disgrace. King Xiang of Qi, upon hearing this news, was consumed with rage and promptly summoned his ministers for deliberation. Ran Fei was once again summoned to the royal palace. After more than half a year of renovations, the palace of the Qi state has nearly regained its former appearance, although some details remain unfixed due to financial constraints. Overall, there are no significant issues. The king of Qi, anxious, inquired, "What are your thoughts on the actions of the Qin state?" Upon witnessing the king's worried countenance, Ran Fei could not help but curse inwardly. Damn, how can the Qin state's minor maneuvers frighten us so? They still dare to call themselves a great king. The hereditary system is truly absurd. However, Ran Fei, ever cautious, refrained from expressing his disdain openly, instead quietly observing the surrounding ministers to gauge their intentions. As he anticipated, Tiandan was the first to speak up. Now that our Qi state has begun to show some improvement, the Qin state has allied with the Yin state with a clear intention to exploit the discord between Yin and us to constrain our power. In my opinion, we should leverage the ambition of the Chu state to dominate the Central Plains to thwart the plans of the Qin state. The king of Qi, intrigued, responded, "Oh, Minister Tian, please elaborate." Tiandan continued, "During the reign of King Min of Qi, when the 5 states attacked Qi, after the decisive battle at the Jishui River that shattered our main forces, the Han, Qin, Zhao, and Wei states began to withdraw their troops. The primary reason was the Chu state's ambition to seize the opportunity while the other 3 states were preoccupied with their defenses. To preserve themselves, they hastily retreated to their capitals. Now, as the Qin state seeks to ally with Yin to balance our power, why not ally with the Chu state? This way, while the Qin army advances northward to support Yin, we can provoke the Qin state, thereby constraining them. Additionally, the Qin state, threatened, will naturally refrain from providing extensive support to Yin, which, having just endured a great war, will struggle to recover its strength in a short time and will thus hesitate to attack us again." The king of Qi exclaimed, "Excellent. I believe this plan is most ingenious. Minister, you truly deserve to be hailed as a great contributor to our Qi state, both brave and wise. Is there anyone else with thoughts to share?" Tiandan felt a twinge of embarrassment and replied, "Your Majesty, this plan is not my own." The king, puzzled, asked, "Then whose is it?" "It is the strategy of Sun Quan from the Jixia Academy." "Oh, this person possesses such talents? Quickly, bring him to me," the king urged eagerly. Soon, Sun Quan stood before the king of Qi, and upon closer inspection, the ministers noted his piercing gaze, solemn demeanor, and commanding presence, evoking profound respect from all. The king, equally respectful, humbly inquired, "May I ask where you hail from, sir?" Sun Quan responded, "I hail from the Zhao state, your majesty." "Could you kindly elaborate on the strategy to ally with Chu and defeat Qin?" the king asked directly. "Certainly," Sun Quan replied. "The stars follow their orbits. The sun and moon alternate in illumination. The 4 seasons govern the world. The interplay of yin and yang transforms all. Wind and rain generously nurture, allowing all things to flourish and thrive. One may not witness the deeds but can see the results. This is what we call the divine. All know how to achieve success, yet none know its formless nature. This is what we call the heavenly way. This is the principle of heaven. All things adhere to their laws and must follow the great path to achieve their aims. The Qin state is formidable. Since the ascension of the late Empress Dowager, coupled with the implementation of Xiangyang's laws, the state has prospered and the people have thrived, with General Wei Ran commanding the military. Meanwhile, our Qi state has just emerged from a calamity, having lost much of its strength, and cannot confront them directly. We must ally with the other states to resist them. Observing the Central Plains, the Han state remains weak, and while the Zhao state is strong, it harbors ambitions of devouring us. Only the Chu state, which is distant, instills mutual fear of the Qin. Should we form an alliance with them? Once war breaks out with the Qin, we can flank them from the north and south, rendering them unable to support one another. The king of Qi, greatly approving of these words, declared, "Indeed, what Sun Xianqing says is most astute. We shall proceed as you suggest. Furthermore, I bestow upon you 10,000 coins as a reward and appoint you as my esteemed advisor, enjoying the salary of a minister, with the privilege to visit me at any time." Sun Quan replied, "Thank you, your majesty." Though Ran Fei was not a scholar, he was well aware of Sun Quan's esteemed reputation, rivaling even that of Confucius. Meeting him in person today filled him with joy, and he felt a desire to forge a friendship. With the strategy established, the ministers took their leave, and Ran Fei approached Sun Quan, saying, "Sir, I am Ran Fei, the northern minister. I have long admired your great name and wish to befriend you. Would you grant me the honor of treating you to a meal? My residence in Linzi lacks a good chef. Shall we go to the Zhe Xianlu?" Sun Quan, having heard of Ran Fei's military prowess and his recent advice to the king to reduce taxes for 3 years, recognized him as a person of great integrity. Thus, he readily accepted the invitation. At the Zhe Xianlu, in a private room, although Ran Fei's salary was considerable, he donated a large portion each month to support the production and construction of the northern populace, leaving himself just enough to eat. However, today, he took half of what little remained to treat this esteemed individual he deeply respected. The table was laden with chicken, duck, and fish. Sun Quan, aware of the meal's significant cost, felt deeply moved and said, "I have heard that you, General Ran, have generously donated most of your monthly salary to support northern production. Yet today you lavish such expenses on me. I am truly humbled." "Nonsense," Ran Fei replied dismissively. "I greatly admire you, sir. Though my remaining salary is scant, my brothers in arms will not go hungry, so do not concern yourself." The following day, after Sun Quan reported his strategy, the envoy to the Chu state departed from Linzi. Standing at the city gate, Ran Fei reflected. Although King Xiang of Qi lacks decisiveness, he is not foolish. He understands the value of employing talented individuals. If this continues, despite our Qi state having suffered a great calamity, we shall soon recover. Ran Fei promptly turned to his accompanying guards and instructed, "Let us return to Jiang." "Yes," they replied. Ran Fei, accompanied by over a dozen guards, journeyed northward. To reach Jiang more swiftly, they avoided the main roads and chose a secluded path. Little did Ran Fei anticipate that he had become a thorn in the side of certain individuals. As they arrived at a perilous spot, several large stones and heaps of dirt suddenly fell, isolating some of Ran Fei's guards. Since Ran Fei was a martial general, he naturally did not travel by carriage but rode a tall steed among his guards. The guards in front were suddenly cut off, and Ran Fei looked up to see over 10 black-clad warriors descending, with the leading warrior's gleaming steel blade reflecting a blinding light. Clearly a fine weapon. And a fine weapon has always been the companion of a hero. These assailants were certainly not ordinary foes. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Ran Fei understood he was about to face formidable opposition. However, with his mastery of the Jiulong Lianhuan sword technique, he was not an easy adversary to overcome. His younger brother, Ho Sheng, along with his retinue, were not mere mortals. Those dispatched to assassinate Yuan Shi had been utterly annihilated, with Yuan Shi only sustaining minor injuries. Highlighting his formidable martial prowess, Ran Fei, too, was exceptional. The essence of the Lianhuan sword technique lay in its continuous, interconnected strikes, each unique yet seamlessly linked, allowing him to leverage his strength against his opponents. The two advancing warriors fell to the ground after just 2 of his strikes. Recognizing Ran Fei's formidable strength, the leading warrior understood that his subordinates were no match for him and had no choice but to engage personally. Ran Fei's guards had already begun to clash with the enemy, while those isolated were devising ways to come to their aid. Ran Fei recognized the necessity for a swift resolution. Otherwise, not only might the assassination fail, but he could also lose his own life. Coldly, he remarked, "What a fine blade. Such a weapon surely belongs to someone of significance." Upon observing the weapon in his opponent's hand, he was astonished. "What? You are not from Ho Sheng's faction?" Initially, when the warriors had intruded, Ran Fei had not closely examined their weapons, but now, he scrutinized the sword in the leader's hand, which measured over 1 meter in length. It is important to note that during this period, the technology of weapon forging was not yet perfected. The predominant weapons in use were bronze weapons. Although these weapons boasted a high degree of hardness, they suffered from poor ductility, rendering them prone to breaking upon impact. Consequently, their lengths were generally not very extensive. Even in the state of Qi, where usability could be assured, a bronze sword rarely exceeded half a meter in length. The sword wielded by the adversary, however, clearly indicated that it was not crafted by inexperienced artisans merely fulfilling a task. Given its considerable length, it was evident that the issues of brittleness had been resolved, suggesting that the master craftsman responsible for its creation was a highly skilled individual. Who could this be? Who seeks my demise? Ran Fei seethed inwardly, pressing his opponent. Who sent you? Since I am here to eliminate you, why would I divulge the identity of the puppet master? The leading warrior retorted. Ran Fei observed that his opponent's arms were remarkably robust, and his physique was exceptionally strong, his piercing gaze emanating a chilling aura. Ran Fei mused, among the 7 states of the Warring States period, only the Qin possesses soldiers of such audacity. Are you from the Qin? Huh. No wonder you are a seasoned veteran of the battlefield. You can discern my origins merely by my gaze. Indeed, I hail from the Qin, and it is my general, Wei Ran, who seeks your death. I can hardly conceive of any nation other than Qin that would invest such resources in crafting superior swords for its soldiers. Enough of your prattle. Prepare to meet your end. The leading warrior lunged forward with a sword thrust, his speed akin to a flash of lightning, targeting Ran Fei's heart with unerring precision. Ran Fei grunted in anger, retreating 3 paces to evade the most rapid point of attack. With a swift motion, he countered, deflecting the opponent's sword, and then, leveraging the momentum, delivered a horizontal slash aimed at the adversary's neck. The opponent, seasoned and astute, recognized the fluidity and dominance of Ran Fei's technique, and finding himself unable to counterattack, he fell to the ground, rolling backward and kicking up dirt to evade Ran Fei's lethal strike. To have dodged my blade, you possess considerable skill, Ran Fei admonished. You are indeed formidable for having forced me back. As they sparred, both combatants quickly gauged each other's prowess, realizing they were both experts, and that a moment's negligence could spell disaster. Thus, they heightened their focus. Ran Fei's continuous blade techniques overwhelmed his opponent, while the latter's approach, though seemingly erratic, was imbued with profound wisdom, striking like lightning when advancing, and retreating with unshakable composure and strategy. Suddenly, the tense atmosphere was disrupted by the sound of a horn. Seeing that they could not overcome the obstruction, Ran Fei's retinue sounded the call for aid. The assassin, noticing this, surged forward once more, targeting Ran Fei's neck with the intent of delivering a swift and fatal blow. Aware of the adversary's ferocity, Ran Fei dared not underestimate him. His continuous blade techniques were offensive by nature, lacking any defensive measures. In a moment of urgency, he spotted the surrounding trees and hastily retreated behind one for cover. The assassin, frustrated by his failure to strike, transformed his thrust into a sweeping cut. Yet, Ran Fei evaded with remarkable agility, leaving the assassin's attack once again thwarted. After 2 unsuccessful assaults, the assassin's anger intensified, but unbeknownst to him, Ran Fei seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack, maneuvering behind his foe and executing a vertical slash. The assassin, unable to evade in time, abandoned his weapon to preserve his life, retreating with impressive speed, leaving Ran Fei at a disadvantage. Next time, I shall personally ensure your demise. The assassin spat in fury before turning to flee, issuing commands to retreat. Chapter 39. Unbeknownst to Ran Fei, this assassin, dispatched by Wei Ran, would later be known as the God of Assassins, Bai Qi. Bai Qi was a protege of Wei Ran, and his assignment to eliminate Ran Fei was evidently motivated by the latter's impressive displays of military acumen and governance, which had instilled fear in both Wei Ran and the Qin. The Qin feared the Qi, for among the 7 states, it was the only one capable of standing against them independently. Prior to Qi Min Wang's aggressive militarism, the Qin had sought an alliance with him to establish dual emperors, one in the east and the other in the west. The illustrious general, Yue, united 5 states to campaign against Qi, significantly diminishing its national strength, much to the delight of the Qin. With Qi's power waning, no other state dared to challenge the Qin openly. However, the efforts expended to undermine Qi's strength were now rapidly being undone under Ran Fei's and the capable ministers of Qi's governance. The restoration of strength in the northern territories, in particular, was astonishing, prompting concern within the Qin. Should Qi regain its former glory, it could impede the Qin's gradual encroachment. For once Qi possessed sufficient power to counter the Qin, it would inevitably obstruct their expansion. Moreover, if Qi were to issue a call for a united campaign against the Qin, the nations that had suffered under Qin oppression would likely rally together once more. The Qin, having previously faced a coalition of 5 states, understood the peril posed by such an alliance and would not idly allow Qi to regain its strength. Thus, Wei Ran dispatched his most trusted and capable subordinate, Bai Qi, to assassinate Ran Fei, but this attempt ultimately failed, heightening Wei Ran's apprehension. Ran Fei not only exhibited strategic prowess and governance acumen, but also martial skills that, if left unchecked, could become a significant threat to the Qin. Consequently, Wei Ran resolved to employ the Qin's most effective strategy, sowing discord, to undermine Ran Fei and the capable ministers of Qi. As a high-ranking official in the northern Qi, and one of the three great marshals, Ran Fei was well guarded. Following the call for assistance, reinforcements arrived promptly. However, the assassin had already fled. Aware that his adversary was formidable, Ran Fei refrained from pursuing, fearing further traps. After laying to rest the slain retinue and comforting their families, Ran Fei felt a mixture of rage and fear. He understood that the historical Qin, capable of unification, possessed extraordinary strength, particularly in weaponry, making it challenging for Qi to compete. Having studied for 16 years, Ran Fei was acutely aware that Marx's materialist philosophy was grounded in truth. The world is a material one, devoid of divine beings. Though he could not comprehend the circumstances surrounding his inexplicable arrival in this era, the undeniable power of the Qin was evident. Militarily, financially, and in all other respects, they stood as the mightiest among the 7 states. To defeat them, one could either incite internal discord or bolster one's own strength. There were no other alternatives. The notion of divine intervention was mere folly. Drawing his sword, Ran Fei noticed it was already damaged, reflecting on the superiority of Qin's weaponry. His own weapon, once considered exceptional in Qi, seemed trivial in comparison to that of the Qin. Determined, he resolved that as long as he ensured the populace's sustenance, he would develop the foundry industry, aiming to produce weaponry that surpassed that of the Qin. Due to the treasury being depleted and the inability to provide compensation for the fallen retinue, Ran Fei was compelled to visit the Xie family in Jiang once more to seek assistance. Xie Xian, being an enlightened individual, upon learning of Ran Fei's predicament, promptly dispatched 30,000 coins to him, offering more should it prove insufficient. Although Ran Fei felt immense gratitude, he pondered the futility of repeatedly soliciting funds from others, especially in light of the inevitable second and third assassination attempts by the Qin. Such dependency would only serve to highlight the government's ineptitude. 3 days hence, Ran Fei stood upon the city tower, observing that the leaves had commenced their transformation into hues of yellow, with a plethora of fallen leaves carpeting the ground. The autumn harvest had long been concluded, and the grain reserves were fully stocked. Reflecting upon the valiant warriors who had perished in their efforts to protect him, Ran Fei's heart brimmed with sorrow. Had it not been for the bounteous autumn harvest, which somewhat assuaged his troubled spirit, he would likely have been consumed by grief, mourning those steadfast soldiers who had shared 3 years of ironclad loyalty in Jiang. Suddenly, an idea from the 21st century struck him. The public ownership economic system of the state illuminated his mind. He promptly summoned his advisors to discuss matters of government commerce. Among his advisors, apart from his strategist, he had gained the recommendation of Xuanzi upon his return from Linzi, enlisting the aid of 2 talented individuals from the Jixia Academy. One was Tianba, who had fled to Jiang during the turmoil of war, possessing the aptitude for governance, albeit with the flaw of excessive verbosity. When the king of Qi had once inquired about the art of statecraft, he had responded thus: "The essence of governance lies in the rectitude of one's own conduct. The foundation of rectitude rests upon the ministers. When the king summons his ministers, they must adorn themselves in proper virtue, attending to the public affairs, and question them thus: what should be done? The ministers will reply, to be virtuous, upon exiting when questioned by the attendants. The attendants will fearfully echo the ministers, to be virtuous. Gazing upon one's reflection in the waters of Linzi, one must then come to know their own flaws. At present, the ministers of Qi flatter the king, not merely 2 among them. If the king were to witness his own faults reflected in the waters of Linzi and rectify them, the state of Qi would flourish." The second individual, Lu Zhonglian, was equally gifted, often articulating extraordinary and grandiose strategies, most of which had been validated. However, he was disinclined towards officialdom, only agreeing to assist Ran Fei in Jiang due to Xuanzi's introduction. Ran Fei articulated, "In light of my recent assassination attempt, my guards sacrificed their lives for my protection, yet we lack the means to provide for their families. We are compelled to seek assistance from the 5 prominent families, which cannot continue. The state of Qin has already set its sights upon me. Having faced 1 attempt, there will surely be more, second, third, and so forth. If we continually solicit funds from others, we risk incurring their disdain and diminishing the credibility of our government." Tianba replied, "You speak the truth. Should this continue, the northern region will recognize only the 5 families, oblivious to the existence of the upper echelons. Lu Zhonglian pondered for a moment and suggested, "Perhaps we should adopt the methods of Guanzhong from Muir, utilizing the divine turtle to extract funds from these merchants, or bestowing upon them illustrious reputations, provided they offer substantial financial support to our government." Ran Fei countered, "While such a strategy may yield temporary relief, it cannot sustain us indefinitely." Pretending to contemplate, he proposed, "What if our government engaged in commerce itself? This way, we could collect taxes and generate revenue." Lu Zhonglian objected, "This is indeed a commendable idea, but engaging in commerce requires substantial capital. Where shall we procure such funds?" At that moment, Ran Fei realized the stark reality. Without capital, commerce was unattainable. He recalled the adage, "Money may not be omnipotent, yet the absence of money is utterly debilitating." If only Xuanzi were present, he mused, perhaps he would devise an alternative solution. Initially, Ran Fei had invited Xuanzi to dine with him, hoping to persuade him to accompany him to Jiang. Through their conversation and Xuanzi's prior knowledge of Ran Fei's deeds, Xuanzi found him to be a commendable individual, inclined to journey to Jiang. However, when he submitted a request to resign and relocate to the north, King Xiang of Qi denied his petition, even visiting Xuanzi's residence to inquire whether his salary was insufficient or if he felt neglected in any regard, stating that conditions could be negotiated, but that leaving Linzi was unequivocally prohibited. Ran Fei, at a loss for words, had aimed to undermine the king's authority, only to find the task exceedingly formidable. Xuanzi, feeling somewhat guilty towards Ran Fei, personally recommended several capable individuals, Tianba and Lu Zhonglian. The issue was clear: a lack of funds rendered commerce impossible. While other matters could be navigated, the financial dilemma proved challenging. The state was in dire straits. Having been nearly impoverished, and with a 3-year tax reduction, its financial situation had worsened. Requesting support from the royal palace was utterly implausible. Ran Fei now found himself in such a state of poverty that he could hardly savor his meals, having donated his meager salary, which had already been scant, and spent generously to host Xuanzi. Gazing at the pickled vegetables before him, he feigned composure and began to eat slowly, forcing himself to recall the delectable dishes from the previous days at the Zui Xian Tower, hastening his consumption. However, it was not long before Tianba visited Ran Fei, having swiftly devised a plan upon hearing of the government's intention to engage in commerce. Observing Ran Fei's meager meal, Tianba could not help but express his admiration. Clasping his fists, "Your Excellency endures such hardship for the sake of the people. I am truly ashamed." Ran Fei replied, "Not at all. With the assistance of Mr. Tian in the north, we shall surely restore prosperity swiftly. Though I may live frugally, I possess little knowledge in governance and production, relying entirely on your guidance." Despite his loquaciousness, Tianba was astute and well-informed. After the wheat harvest, he instructed others on proper storage techniques and taught the populace how to manage their land to ensure its fertility. I need not elaborate on my duties," he remarked. "Upon reflection, your proposition is commendable. However, we lack capital. Yet, I have an idea that requires no investment from us." Ran Fei, intrigued, inquired, "No need for funds?" Tianba affirmed, "Indeed, my suggestion is to engage in a trade with the merchants. They will provide the capital and manage the business, while we grant them prestige. Historically, merchants have held a lowly status. Thus, many seek honor after amassing wealth. We can capitalize on this." Ran Fei contemplated. Yes, indeed. Guan will once leveraged merchants' desire for reputation, exchanging a turtle for soldiers' salaries. Tianba concurred, "Precisely. Let us proceed with this plan." After 3 days of deliberation, Ran Fei issued a proclamation. Those willing to contribute funds to the government for investment in business would be granted titles and ranks according to the amount contributed, and those assisting in asset management would gain certain privileges. Although nominally granting titles, these positions held no real power, serving merely as a means to afford respect to the contributors. Soon, numerous merchants flocked to Jiang, donating funds to Ran Fei, who duly conferred them with titles. The merchants understood that their positions lacked actual authority. They were mere honorary titles, yet nonetheless, officials of the same rank were obliged to show them respect. Consequently, no official dared to extort money from them any longer. While consulting with his advisors, Ran Fei had also considered this issue. Corruption among officials was an inescapable challenge. However, if the merchants held certain titles, albeit without real power, Officials of the same rank would no longer regard merchants as mere commodities to be exploited, for they were of equal standing and beyond their jurisdiction. This not only served a degree of anti-corruption purpose, but also addressed the pressing issue of insufficient funds. Ran Fei could not have anticipated that, in merely 3 days, the influx of silver from the merchants would exceed the capacity of the grand residents of the upper echelons. To ensure safety, Ran Fei stored the surplus currency in the military camp outside the city. With newfound wealth, his first priority was the armory. He retrieved the weapons discarded by Bai Qi, which gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. He then announced to the world, summoning the finest blacksmiths to form a dedicated institution for the development of weaponry. In a short span, blacksmiths from far and wide hastily journeyed northward, drawn by 2 motivations: the prospect of a strong and peaceful Qi state and the promise of ample wealth to lead prosperous lives. The desires of the populace were simple: peace and harmony, enjoying warmth with their families. 3 months later, over 100 blacksmiths from various regions stood before Ran Fei. He first instructed his men to examine each one individually, as blacksmiths, due to their frequent labor, possessed physiques unlike those of ordinary folk. Ran Fei arranged their accommodations and commanded the allocation of funds for their needs, urging them to commence preparations for the manufacturing of weapons. Upon returning to his residence with his aides, and after all others had departed, only Ran Fei, military advisor Tian Ba, and Lu Zhonglian remained. Just as Lu Zhonglian was about to speak, Ran Fei raised a hand to halt him, stating, "I am aware of your thoughts. I certainly know that there are spies among them." Lu Zhonglian, puzzled, inquired, "My lord, if you know there are spies among them, why allow them to stay? Moreover, I am perplexed as to why we are recruiting blacksmiths from across the realm. Surely the blacksmiths of Qi are quite formidable as well." Ran Fei drew forth the sword of Bai Qi and handed it to Lu Zhonglian. "This is the very sword left by the assassin who attempted to take my life." Lu Zhonglian examined it closely and exclaimed, "What a magnificent sword! Not only is it exceptional, but even our finest swordsmiths in Qi could not forge such a weapon." Ran Fei replied, "This is the sword that was knocked from the assassin's hand that day. It is a weapon crafted by the people of Qin." A collective gasp echoed among the group. No wonder the Qin have been so invincible in their campaigns these past years. The Qin are already of formidable stature, and after years of warfare with the Xiongnu, those who survive are indeed elite warriors. Coupled with such exceptional weaponry, could it be that this sword was forged by the Qin? Ran Fei countered, "I think not. Since its inception, Qin has employed talented individuals from all nations. Under Duke Xiao of Qin, the policies of Shang Yang ushered in wealth and prosperity. Today, the Qin are populated by individuals from various states. It is entirely possible that this sword was crafted by a smith from Qi. That does make sense. Tian Ba does it. So what shall we do? We cannot simply ignore the spies. I have gathered them together. As long as we keep a close watch, I trust that the spies will eventually reveal themselves." Ran Fei asserted, "Military advisor, I shall make the necessary arrangements." Chapter 41. Upon rising, Ran Fei sensed an unusual atmosphere. He inquired of his subordinates, who informed him, "Today marks the death anniversary of your sister-in-law." Having ascended to the position of prime minister, Ran Fei recognized that most of his brothers were impoverished, many of whom were orphans. With one person's meal, an entire family could be fed, and he wished to spare them the hardships of banditry. In the past, the brothers of Zhang had naturally risen alongside him, serving as his personal guards, and he believed there was no one else he could trust as much. Ran Fei smacked his forehead in realization. "How could I have forgotten such an important matter?" The brother replied, "You've been quite busy these past days. I intended to inform you sooner, but seeing how exhausted you were, I refrained." The military advisor shared the same sentiment and wrote a letter to Brother Yuan, who expressed his understanding. "That won't do," Ran Fei firmly stated. "We may overlook other matters, but not this one." Yuan Qi's deceased wife was the daughter of his mentor. When Yuan Qi had turned to a life of banditry, he was taken in by her father, who recognized his potential. As time passed, when his daughter came of age, she was promised to the slightly older Yuan Qi. However, when the officials besieged them, Yuan Qi was gravely injured, and in her attempt to save him, his wife was struck down by an arrow. This tragic event was the reason Yuan Qi had remained unmarried for over a decade. Ran Fei quickly dressed and urged his men, "Let us go to Zhangzai." 3 days later, Ran Fei arrived at Zhangzai. Although he was late, Yuan Qi bore no resentment. Despite being of noble birth, Yuan Shi had endured much hardship in his youth. He had witnessed the struggles of the common folk and understanding their plight. He supported Ran Fei's endeavors to assist them, advising him not to disturb his grieving. Upon reaching Zhangzai, Ran Fei was taken aback. He immediately knelt before Yuan Shi, apologizing. "Elder brother, please forgive me for my tardiness." "Do not speak of it," Yuan Shi replied. "Your sister-in-law also came from humble beginnings. She understood the suffering of the impoverished. You missed the memorial due to matters of state, which ultimately serves to aid the people, and she would not hold that against you. I have brought paper money. I shall burn some for her at her grave." Without waiting for Yuan Shi's response, Ran Fei led his men up the mountain. Yuan Shi and the others followed him to the gravesite, where Ran Fei set fire to the paper and clasped his fists, saying, "Sister-in-law, I have always admired your noble deeds. Now that I have brought everyone to safety, you may rest easy." Hearing these words, Yuan Shi and the others were moved to tears. Ran Fei then recalled something and asked, "Have Qin Dafu and the others been located?" Yuan Shi replied, "The military advisor and I have inquired. After their escape from prison, Qin Dafu and Han Ling fled to Han Kingdom. I sought information, but the person I spoke to was also from Han, deeply entrenched there, making it difficult to find them. There was an instance when we almost captured them, but patrolling soldiers intervened, forcing us to retreat." "Elder brother," Ran Fei stood up, "this individual poses no immediate threat. If we cannot locate him, so be it. I have inquired, and his backers among the Qi nobility are dead. I doubt he can stir up any trouble. Since you have made up your mind, then let it be," Yuan Shi conceded. Ran Fei addressed the gathered brothers, exclaiming, "My brothers of Zhangzai, we have shared life and death for so many years. I, Ran Fei, vow that in times of hardship, we shall share the burden, and in times of fortune, we shall enjoy it together. As long as I, Ran Fei, have a morsel of food, none of you shall go hungry. In hardship we share, in fortune we share," echoed the crowd in unison. "In hardship we share, in fortune we share," they repeated fervently. Ran Fei exchanged joyful glances with Yuan Shi and the military advisor as they embraced one another. Soon, the forging of swords commenced, yet issues swiftly arose. The blacksmiths, each with distinct temperaments, began to bicker, and their disputes reached Ran Fei. The military advisor discreetly suggested to Ran Fei, "It would be prudent to appoint a leader to oversee the operation. Otherwise, chaos will only escalate." Ran Fei concurred, recognizing the necessity of selecting a leader, but pondered who would be suitable. He was unfamiliar with the blacksmiths, and his own men, though adept at forging firearms, lacked knowledge in swordsmithing. Tian Ba, quick-witted, proposed, "Why not let the blacksmiths elect one among themselves?" Ran Fei found this notion agreeable. Yet when he presented the idea to the blacksmiths, they were embroiled in debate. Coming from various regions, none were acquainted with one another. How could they possibly elect a leader? However, Ran Fei soon devised another plan, to hold a sword competition, wherein the victor would become the leader. The crowd erupted in applause, and preparations for the competition commenced swiftly. Nonetheless, the funds Ran Fei had gathered were more than sufficient for the expenses of the swordsmithing hall, and he felt it a waste to let any surplus go unused. Thus, he pressed his aides to deliberate on the matter. Tian Ba and the others lacked the mindset of bureaucratic commerce and were at a loss. After several days of contemplation, Ran Fei resolved to invest in the largest salt enterprise in Qi. This declaration met with vehement opposition from his advisors, as the salt industry was a principal economic source for Qi, long dominated by merchants. These merchants not only specialized in this trade, but also held significant influence within the realm. Should Ran Fei attempt to leverage his money for profit in this sector, it would inevitably lead to conflicts of interest with these merchants. If the matter were to reach King Qi, the consequences could be unpredictable. However, Ran Fei was resolute in his belief that this course of action was necessary. He asserted, "The king of Qi is wise. He will surely comprehend my intentions and lend his support. By persuading these merchants to sell their assets to us and assist in our management, we can achieve our goals." Lu Zhonglian interjected hastily, "But these merchants are unlikely to aid us." Ran Fei replied, "If we offer them a fair share of profits, are they not patriots? Now is the time for them to repay their country, which is in dire need of substantial funds." Lu Zhonglian cautioned, "This matter is far-reaching. I believe we should first consult with Minister Tiandan. I will speak with her directly." Chapter 42. Ran Fei was taken aback by Tiandan's opposition. Given her inherently conservative nature, It was not surprising that she would resist an initiative of such unprecedented magnitude for the state of Qi. Had Ran Fei not traversed time, it was unlikely that such policies would have ever emerged, even as the state faced annihilation. Feeling somewhat vexed, Ran Fei sought counsel from Xuanzi, only to be pleasantly surprised by Xuanzi's enthusiastic endorsement. Although Xuanzi's philosophy was rooted in objective idealism, it adhered to certain principles, asserting that human agency could shape outcomes in accordance with the will of heaven. His disciple, Li Si, influenced by this ideology, recognized the Qin state's adeptness in governance and thus adhered to this principle, ultimately aiding in the unification of the 6 states. While this mindset might seem archaic in the 21st century, it was indeed progressive for the era in question. With Xuanzi's support, Ran Fei gained the courage to present his case to the king of Qi the following day. The king solicited the opinions of his ministers, most of whom opposed the proposal, save for Xuanzi. Valuing Xuanzi's perspective greatly, the king decided to take a calculated risk, defying the majority to authorize Ran Fei to implement the plan in the northern region, promising nationwide adoption should it prove successful. Obeying the royal decree, Ran Fei set forth on the journey back to Jima. 3 days later, he formally enacted the new commercial law, nationalizing the salt industry. The moment this policy was announced, it faced vehement opposition from the majority of salt merchants, with only the Xie and Wang families lending their support. Unperturbed by the dissent, Ran Fei disregarded the opposition, refusing to meet with them and resolutely enforcing his plan. 7 days later, as the sword forging competition reached its climax, while observing the event, a rebellion erupted among the northern merchants. The Tao family, one of Jima's 5 prominent clans, allied with the majority of dissenting merchants, conspiring with a general from Yin to invade northern Qi. At that time, news traveled slowly. By the time Ran Fei received the battle report, the Yin army had already advanced to Wuqing. Infuriated, he slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "Those insolent Yin scoundrels dare to provoke us again. I shall not rest until their nation lies in ruins." Without hesitation, Ran Fei departed the competition, rallying his troops and reporting to the palace to prepare for battle. The next day, upon the announcement of the sword forging competition results, he issued commands, appointing the head of the forging hall while equipping the soldiers with the finest weapons produced. 2 days later, Ran Fei led a well-prepared force of 3,000 towards Wuqing. Under Ran Fei's rallying cry, regional commanders and their armies marched towards Wuqing. The first to arrive was Yuan Shi's cavalry division, totaling 4,000, Ran Fei's entire cavalry force. Upon reaching Wuqing, Yuan Shi found that the Yin army had breached the city walls. The defending general, Chun Jiao, witnessing the overwhelming odds, led his men in a retreat southward, only to encounter Yuan Shi. Enraged, Yuan Shi demanded, "Whose army are you? How dare you flee without a fight?" The soldiers responded, "General, please calm your wrath. The enemy has breached the walls, and we are overwhelmed, which is why we retreated." Yuan Shi, with righteous indignation, declared, "I have arrived with reinforcements. You must follow me back to reclaim the city." "Who said we're going back?" retorted a plump, balding officer among the fleeing soldiers. Upon learning that reinforcements had arrived, he initially felt relieved, but upon hearing their number, his joy turned to anger. Yuan Shi recognized the officer's helmet style and deduced he was the leader of the defending forces, stating, "General Ran's army will arrive shortly. You must follow me back to fight. If we lose Wuqing, I will hold you accountable." The officer scrutinized Yuan Shi, realizing their ranks were comparable, which emboldened him. With his hands on his hips, he scoffed, "And who are you to command me?" "This is General Yuan Shi, the cavalry commander." A soldier beside Yuan Shi proclaimed loudly. "Ah, so it is General Yuan Shi," the officer replied. "I have heard of your reputation, but even if your troops are formidable, I have no desire to follow you to my death. Apologies, but unless General Ran is present, no one else can command me." Yuan Shi, infuriated by this defiance, prepared to strike him down, but was interrupted by a soldier. The Yin army approaches. Without hesitation, Yuan Shi swiftly drew his sword and beheaded the officer, declaring, "In an emergency, there is no time to waste. Those who flee without fighting shall meet the same fate." The officer's men, witnessing this, were filled with righteous fury, exclaiming in unison, "We are willing to follow the general back into battle. Brothers, for the sake of our homeland, let us fight." With over 5,000 men, Yuan Shi led the charge back, catching the Yin soldiers off guard with a sudden assault. The ill-prepared Yin forces, unfamiliar with Wuqing, suffered a crushing defeat. Yuan Qi regained control of Wuqing at the cost of 1,700 men. The banner of Qi once again flew atop the city walls. Upon hearing reports of reinforcements arriving for the Qi army, the Yin commander promptly redirected his troops to establish a foothold in Wuqing, seeking a strategic high ground in Miling to prepare for a surprise attack against Ranfei. Zhang Dali, leading his light infantry, quickly reached the southern outskirts of Wuqing. Observing the advantageous terrain, he dispatched a small team for reconnaissance. Zhang Dali's troops were disciplined and well-trained, easily outmatching ordinary soldiers. They soon discovered the Yin army's ambush, engaging in a skirmish. Although both sides experienced victories and losses due to the terrain, Zhang Dali, aware of his limitations and strategy, promptly reported back to Ranfei. Upon learning that the enemy had positioned their forces in the southern region of Wuqing, Ranfei refrained from advancing hastily. With Yuan Qi commanding 4,000 troops, he felt confident that the city could be held for the time being. However, his primary concern lay in the fact that the assembled forces were unfamiliar with one another, and Zhang Dali's discovery did not guarantee that others would recognize the enemy's ambush. Ranfei resolved to dispatch all available signal troops to assess the situation across the various divisions. Most of the units that encountered Ranfei's signal troops regrouped at Gaodang, bringing his total forces to 7,000. Meanwhile, the Yin army was well prepared, boasting 50,000 soldiers at the gates of Wuqing. Ranfei understood that he could only muster 10,000 troops. A direct confrontation was unfeasible, necessitating cunning strategy. Once again, he entrusted Zhang Dali with command, directing him to scale Miling and coordinate a surprise attack to catch the Yin forces off guard. Establishing communication with Wuqing was paramount, but Ranfei hesitated to enter the city for fear of ambushes against the reinforcements from Qi. Thus, he assigned Zhang Dali to lead 1,500 heavy infantry and 1,500 archers to secure Miling, safeguarding the passage into Wuqing. Chapter 43. On the third day, the Yin army besieged Wuqing once more. Ranfei dispatched troops for reinforcement, only to discover that the Yin siege was merely a ruse. As the main Yin forces traversed the borders of Zhao to seize Gaodang, Ranfei found himself in a precarious situation, with 4,000 of his 7,000 troops deployed, leaving only 3,000 defenders, supplemented by the local forces of Gaodang, totaling just over 5,000 soldiers against an enemy of 20,000. Faced with such overwhelming odds, Ranfei felt the gravity of the challenge. The Yin army commenced their assault, demonstrating impeccable formation and discipline, indicative of seasoned veterans, the elite of Yin. Conversely, nearly half of the troops within the city were aged, infirm, or unfit for battle. The situation was dire. As the Yin forces laid siege, Ranfei ordered his elite troops to guard the vital pathways, while the remaining soldiers would assist. Any who showed signs of treachery would be executed. Those who fled in the face of danger would be put to death. Disobedience would not be tolerated. The soldiers, in a valiant effort to defend their homeland, exerted every ounce of strength they possessed. The relentless waves of assaults from the Yin army were repelled time and again. However, the losses incurred by Ranfei were also grievous. Nearly 1,000 men had perished in just half a day, with a 30% depletion of his elite forces. Consequently, Ranfei was compelled to concentrate all his troops on defense and summon laborers for assistance. He realized that if this continued, Gaodang would likely fall by tomorrow, and it would take at least 3 days for the forces of the Qi king to arrive in support. If he could not hold Gaodang, his only recourse was to identify the weak points of the Yin army and break through the encirclement. Guanzhong's strategy was commendable. The king commanded the majority of the army, while the remainder was divided into 2 factions led by the marshals of the north and south. Yet, a significant flaw emerged at this moment: the inability to adapt to urgent situations. After lunch, Ranfei gathered over 700 elite soldiers. The northern Miling was guarded by Zhang Dali, and its defensibility made it a daunting target for the Yin army. Furthermore, Miling served as a crucial passage between Gaodang and Wuqing. Even if they captured Miling without securing Wuqing, it would hold little value, and they risked being ambushed from both sides. Ranfei's objective was to secure Miling. If he could hold it until the main forces of the Qi king arrived, the Yin army would find themselves at a disadvantage, and together with the Qi forces, they would reclaim the lost territory. The Yin army's sudden incursion into the northern Qi territory had been secretly coordinated with the Zhao state, which elucidated why Zhao permitted the attack on Qi. Although Qi had suffered defeat previously, it remained a formidable adversary, akin to a centipede that, despite its demise, still pose a threat. Moreover, the Qin state had persistently invaded Zhao under Wei Ran's governance, prompting Zhao to mobilize troops against Qin, while simultaneously fearing a rear assault from Qi. However, with Yin weakening Qi's strength, Zhao acquiesced to the plan. This stratagem allowed Zhao to achieve two objectives. As Qi and Yin engaged in battle, their respective strengths would be mutually depleted, ultimately diminishing the influence of their alliance with Qin, thereby allowing Zhao to focus solely on countering Qin's advances. The soldiers, primarily locals of Gaodang, were reluctant to retreat. After a moment of contemplation, Ran Fei mounted his steed and addressed the troops with fervor. "I trust you understand my character, Ran Fei. From the time of Li Yi's assault on Qi, I have been unafraid of death, and I remain so now. However, if we perish here, who will guide the Qi king's reinforcements? The Qi forces are unfamiliar with the northern terrain. They may fall into an ambush. If that occurs, Qi could once again fall into Yin-esque grasp. For the sake of our nation, do you wish to die here?" The soldiers bowed their heads in silence, visibly stricken with guilt. Ran Fei continued, "We shall not flee. We will inevitably strike back. Rest assured. Follow me." As night fell, the northern weather turned snowy. The Yin army, already accustomed to the cold, was prepared, though the soldiers found their winter clothing somewhat cumbersome. To enhance their mobility, Ran Fei instructed the troops to shed their outer garments and drink a flask of wine to warm themselves. Under the cover of darkness, he led over 1,000 men to break through the Yin army's defenses in the south, where they were weakest. The Yin forces had besieged Gaodang tightly, deploying heavy troops at the northern junction with Meiling to prevent a two-pronged attack from the Qi army. Ran Fei altered his approach, opting to break through from the south, with the intention of rendezvousing with the Qi king's main forces. By midnight, the majority of the Yin soldiers were in slumber, dismissing the thousands of Qi troops within Gaodang as inconsequential, unaware that the cunning military strategist Ran Fei was leading them. As soon as Ran Fei's forces emerged from the city, they split into two factions. One feigned an attack from the east while the other broke through to the south. Caught unprepared, the Yin army was struck by a sudden offensive from the Qi troops. Yet they responded swiftly by reinforcing the eastern front in an attempt to annihilate the retreating Qi forces. However, they did not anticipate that the reinforcements would be intercepted mid-route by Qi cavalry on a plain, suffering significant losses. Meanwhile, Ran Fei's two divisions successfully escaped the encirclement and converged at Yuqing. Upon reaching Yuqing, Ran Fei counted his troops, discovering he still commanded 1,000 men. He immediately dispatched 300 cavalry southward to locate the Qi king's main forces. Once gathered, the Qi army swiftly advanced northward, reaching Jimu within 3 days, only to find that Ran Fei had already proceeded to Wuqing, prompting them to hasten their journey in pursuit. En route, they encountered the cavalry dispatched by Ran Fei, who redirected them towards Yuqing. On the second day, following Ran Fei's breakout, Gaodang was breached by the Yin army. However, just as they had seized Gaodang, Yin scouts discovered that the Qi king's main forces were already assembling at Yuqing. The Yin army, intending to coordinate a two-pronged assault with the forces at Meiling, aimed to besiege Wuqing into submission. Yet, they were unprepared for the Qi army's rapid response, which contradicted the intelligence provided by the traders within Qi. Although the Qi king lacked notable talents, he possessed the wisdom to recognize and utilize the strengths of others, entrusting the command of reinforcements to Ran Fei. Ran Fei advanced northward, dividing his forces into 4 contingents: one to secure the Qi-Zhao border, cutting off the Yin army's retreat to Zhao; another to engage the Yin forces in southern Meiling, joining Zhang Dali to reclaim Wuqing; a third to head northeast to prevent Yin from exploiting the vulnerability of Linzi; and the final contingent to divert enemy attention towards Wuqing. Ran Fei's strategy was methodical and incremental, commencing with an assault on the Yin troops in southern Meiling. Zhang Dali responded swiftly, and together they executed a pincer maneuver against the Yin army, causing them to rout. The Yin commanders in Gaodang, realizing they no longer held Meiling and faced lengthy supply lines, had no choice but to abandon Gaodang and attempt a retreat through Zhao. Unbeknownst to them, Ran Fei's forces awaited them there, resulting in another overwhelming defeat for the Yin army. Recognizing their loss of escape routes, the majority surrendered, and their commander, Li Fu, was captured. Ran Fei personally confronted Li Fu, who was robust in stature, though not as formidable as Zhang Dali, yet strong compared to Ran Fei. Chapter 44. Ran Fei inquired of Li Fu, "Why do you persist in attacking the state of Qi?" To which Li Fu replied, Seize the opportunity when it arises, without questioning the reasons. Ran Fei, incensed, retorted, "A opportunist." As one of Ran Fei's subordinates drew a blade, preparing to execute Li Fu, Ran Fei interjected, "Do not kill him. He still holds value, and those captured Yin soldiers must not be harmed either. I have greater use for them." Upon receiving the order, the soldiers sheathed their weapons and took Li Fu away. Gaodang was once again under Qi control, having been the largest city in northern Qi. However, after Ran Fei ascended to the rank of Shangqing, he relocated the headquarters to Jimu. The news of Li Fu's capture spread rapidly through the ranks of the Yin army. Ran Fei issued a proclamation. Should Yin withdraw its troops and surrender the traitors within Qi, not only would Qi refrain from pursuing Yin over this incursion, but they would also release Li Fu and the captured Yin soldiers. Given Ran Fei's status as Shangqing, his words carried significant weight. The Yin state, recognizing the failure of their surprise attack and lacking any chance of victory, promptly acquiesced to Ran Fei's demands. Zhang Dali and Yuan Qi expressed confusion, questioning why. With the main forces of Qi having arrived, they did not pursue the Yin army to their capital. Ran Fei clarified, "Are you aware that Zhao is covertly aiding Yin?" Yuan Qi pondered for a moment, as if grasping something, yet failing to articulate it. Observing this, Ran Fei continued to elucidate. "This indicates that Zhao has a vested interest in this affair, aiming to deplete both our and Yan's strengths. Should we mount another offensive against Yan, they would undoubtedly fight to the last. Though Yan may be small, they frequently engage in warfare with the northern Xiongnu and are quite formidable, while we are only beginning to recover. In such a scenario, not only would the outcome remain uncertain, but we would also squander our remaining strength, rendering it a fool's errand." Zhang Dali responded, "Indeed, my brother, your foresight is commendable. We are but simple villagers, lacking such understanding. We will follow your lead." The Yin army retreated to their homeland, and in keeping with his promise, Ran Fei released over 10,000 Yin soldiers, including Li Fu, while executing all known traitors. For his valiant resistance against the Yin army, Ran Fei was once again rewarded by the Qi king, and his influence in the court significantly increased. On the very day that Ran Fei arrived in Linzi, he relinquished his military authority. The king of Qi held a deep appreciation for Ran Fei's talents and bravery. Despite the nation's limited financial resources, he graciously bestowed upon him numerous gifts and, in a bid to fend off the potential invasion from the Yin state, permitted the augmentation of his troops to a formidable count of 17,000. Ran Fei expressed his gratitude and set forth on his journey back to Jiang that very day. As he traversed the return path, a heavy snowfall began to fall, resembling down feathers drifting from the sky. Wrapped in his thick fur coat, Ran Fei, accompanied by over 60 attendants, made his way northward. Upon crossing the Jishui River, he beheld the crystal-clear waters before him. The scenery along the banks was remarkably serene, devoid of any ostentation, exuding a natural harmony and tranquility. After nearly 4 years of military campaigns, Ran Fei suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of ease and was tempted to linger a few more days to admire the beauty of the world. At that moment in the north, Yuan Qi and Zhang Dali were overseeing military affairs while Tian Ba and Lu Zhonglian managed governmental matters. Ran Fei, feeling no urgency, instructed his men to arrange for lodging and meals, intending to revel in the local charm for a few days. Chapter 45. Ran Fei, along with his attendants, boarded a boat to cruise along the river, taking in the picturesque views along the banks. As they passed a quaint village, the melodious sound of a flute reached their ears, enchanting in its beauty. Curious, he stepped out of the cabin and discovered a young woman seated upon a large rock, deeply engrossed in producing this heavenly music. Though she noticed Ran Fei, she remained undistracted, continuing her performance. One of Ran Fei's brothers from Zhejiang, named Lian Zhan, discerned his master's thoughts and respectfully inquired, "Shall I invite her to come aboard and play for you?" Ran Fei interjected, "Why interrupt something so beautiful?" He commanded them to cease rowing. Lian Zhan complied, then turned to the cabin to relay the message. Once the song concluded, the young woman rose and performed a courteous bow to Ran Fei, who reciprocated with respect, saying, "Miss, your playing is truly delightful. May I inquire your esteemed name and place of origin?" The young woman blushed, smiling gently as she replied, "I hail from Shaoqing village. I have no name. My father's surname is Shan." It then dawned on Ran Fei that during this era, women often lacked personal names, being identified solely by their surnames. He responded, As mealtime approaches, does your village boast any inns or eateries? She replied, indeed. Although our village is small, it frequently welcomes merchants crossing the Jishui River. So we have plenty of inns and restaurants. Admiring the young woman's grace and elegance, Ran Fei decided to dock the boat and disembark for a meal. After expressing his gratitude, he led his entourage to a village tavern. To his surprise, this humble little village was home to numerous inns, as most villagers operated them, indicating a bustling trade in the area. The tavern offered a variety of exquisite delicacies, and with over 60 men in his company, Ran Fei commandeered 2 adjacent inns. Dining together at a single table with his comrades, relishing the feast without restraint, as they were all brothers from Zhangzai. Once they had satisfied their appetites, Ran Fei retained 7 or 8 of his attendants nearby and instructed the rest, "You may go and enjoy yourselves." Strolling through the streets with a few of his men, he encountered several descendants of the Xie family, who recognized Ran Fei and immediately bowed in greeting, "Your Excellency." Fearing the exposure of his identity, Ran Fei hastily assisted them, saying, No, I have but a few men with me. Please do not reveal my identity." The Xie family members quickly apologized, and though Ran Fei deemed it inconsequential, he inquired, "Are there any local specialties here?" Xie Zong replied, "In Shaoqing town, there is a talented young lady known far and wide, the daughter of the Shan family. She plays the flute beautifully, and her melodies are truly remarkable. She is now 18 and yet to marry. Her father has sought suitors for her, but she finds them all wanting." Upon hearing this, Ran Fei instantly recalled the talented young woman he had encountered earlier that day. He remarked, "Ah, that is why her music was so enchanting. Upon my arrival in Shaoqing town, I was immediately captivated by the delightful sound of the flute. It must have been her. However, what connection does her status as a refined young lady have with her talent?" Xie Zong replied, "Your Excellency, you may not be aware, but every 3rd, 12th, and 28th day of the month, this young lady performs at her family's inn. Today is the 12th. If you wish, we can take you to see her." Following several members of the Xie family, Ran Fei arrived at the Shan family's inn. However, upon reaching the entrance, they found the establishment already brimming with patrons. Lian Zhan whispered, "Boss, should I procure a few seats for you?" Ran Fei's expression darkened immediately. "We are officials, not bandits. Your behavior is truly unbecoming." Chastised, Lian Zhan fell silent, while Ran Fei felt a twinge of irritation. These fellows were not inherently bad. It was merely that their later life as bandits had led to some unfortunate habits. Ran Fei opted to remain outside with the Xie family, but Xie Zong, undeterred, sent someone inside the inn. Shortly thereafter, a person emerged to escort Xie Zong within. Respectfully, Xie Zong urged Ran Fei, "You, come along with us." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ran Fei hesitated, but Xie Zong reassured him, "You are a close friend of my uncle. Come, there is no harm." Reluctantly, Ran Fei followed, only to discover that they were led to a private room on the 2nd floor. Having grown up in poverty, Ran Fei had never encountered such luxury. He had struggled to fill his belly, let alone attend performances. Compared to the crowded hall below, he was spared the stench of tobacco and the cacophony of coughs. The ambience was far more pleasant. Xie Zong, aware of his station, graciously offered the primary seat to Ran Fei, who initially declined. However, after several insistences, he reluctantly accepted the position of honor. From this elevated vantage point, the view was splendid and the atmosphere considerably more tranquil, greatly enhancing his mood. The innkeeper, recognizing Xie Zong's status, personally attended to them, inquiring after their well-being. Upon noticing that a seat had been taken by another, he was puzzled but quickly deduced that anyone for whom Xie Zong would yield their position was certainly of significance. Bowing respectfully, he addressed Ran Fei, "I beg your pardon for my ignorance. I have not had the pleasure of meeting you before." After a moment's contemplation, Ran Fei chose not to disclose his true identity. He glanced at Xie Zong, who appeared somewhat anxious. With a reassuring look, Ran Fei replied, "I am a friend of Xie Xian, the head of the Xie family. You may call me Lian Zhan." Upon hearing this, Lian Zhan's jaw dropped in astonishment, but a glare from Ran Fei prompted him to quickly avert his gaze. Obediently standing beside his master, the innkeeper, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly bowed and said, "Since you are a friend of Xie Xian, you are surely a distinguished guest. I apologize for any oversight on my part. To express my regret, I would like to present you with a jar of wine that has been aged for 10 years. With that, he turned to his subordinates, instructing, "Bring it forth." Soon, several attendants appeared, carefully carrying a jar of wine, and presenting it to Ran Fei at the table. The innkeeper continued, "The performance is about to commence, so I shall not intrude any longer. Farewell." Ran Fei expressed his gratitude. "Not at all. Thank you for your generous hospitality." Once the innkeeper had taken his leave, Ran Fei exchanged a knowing glance with Lien Zhan, who retrieved a small pouch from his garments. Inside lay a silver needle, which Lien Zhan produced and dipped into the wine jar. Upon retrieving it, the needle remained untarnished, prompting a nod from Lien Zhan. Only then did Ran Fei raise the jar, pouring a cup for each attendee. Xiezong, aware of Ran Fei's identity as a high-ranking official in the northern Qi state, understood the dangers that surrounded him and remained cautious, choosing not to speak further. Ran Fei lifted his cup, addressing the gathering. "My friends, our meeting here today is truly fortuitous. I shall drink to that." He urged, "Please feel free." Lien Zhan and the others, already akin to brothers, raised their cups in unison, swallowing their drinks in tandem, while Xiezong and the literati offered respectful bows, discreetly concealing their faces with their sleeves as they sipped slowly. Chapter 46. Ran Fei estimated that around 100 patrons filled the inn, creating a somewhat crowded atmosphere in the not overly spacious establishment. Moreover, a few individuals lingered outside, peering in with curiosity. Surprised, Ran Fei turned to Xiezong and asked, "Are all these here to listen to the young lady from the Shan family play?" Xiezong respectfully replied, "Noble sir, you may not be aware that the inn owned by the Dan family has nurtured a troupe of performers, who grace the stage 3 times a month, coinciding with Miss Dan's performances. Naturally, Miss Dan's performance is the grand finale." "Oh, I see," he remarked, observing the bustling scene outside. "I presume this elegant establishment has cost you quite a fortune." Xiezong replied, "Not too much, merely 500 Dao coins." At this, Lien Zhan and the others collectively gasped. It is worth noting that 1 Dao coin could buy a bun, 5 Dao coins would suffice for a bowl of noodles, and 7 Dao coins could procure a meat-laden noodle dish. The cost of a single performance could sustain an average family's noodle consumption for an entire month. Xiezong continued, "You may not know, had it not been for the relentless wars in recent years at its peak, this exquisite venue would have commanded over 700 Dao coins." Even Ran Fei, typically composed, felt a surge of astonishment upon hearing this. The thought that a single performance could cover nearly a month's living expenses for an ordinary family was indeed a stark reflection of the disparity between the affluent and the impoverished. Ran Fei resolutely vowed to himself, "I must change this reality, not only ensuring that the common folk have enough to eat, but also allowing them to witness fine theatrical performances." As he pondered this, the troupe downstairs began to strike their gongs and drums. At this nascent stage of theatrical development, only the wealthiest individuals or aristocrats could afford to enjoy such performances, resulting in a limited variety of instruments. Yet, the audience still relished the experience, for it was certainly better than nothing. Ran Fei found it quite monotonous, having grown accustomed to the intricate melodies of artists like Jay Chou, Fei Wong, and Phoenix Legend, whose songs were rich in instrumental harmony. The relatively simple and slow tempo of the current music felt rather dull in comparison. After 4 or 5 pieces, applause erupted from both the bustling hall below and the elegant room above. Due to the slow tempo of the music, over an hour had passed before Miss Dan finally took the stage for her solo performance. Her flute's melodic tones were exquisite, evoking images of clouds drifting in the sky, swaying gently with the breeze, akin to a babbling brook, refreshing yet chaotic, utterly enchanting. Not only was Ran Fei entranced, but the audience of over 100 fell silent, completely captivated by the ethereal sound of her flute. Once Miss Dan finished her performance, the audience remained lost in the beauty of her playing. Suddenly, a lecherous man emerged from one of the elegant rooms, clapping his hands and declaring, "It is said that Miss Dan's flute music is a sound from the heavens, and having witnessed it today, it is indeed extraordinary." Ran Fei scrutinized the man, noting his height, approximately 1 meter 67, with a gaunt physique and eyes glinting with a lecherous gleam fixed upon Miss Dan. A wave of discomfort washed over Ran Fei, a sentiment shared by everyone present. In a gesture of politeness, Miss Dan rose to acknowledge him, saying, "Your compliments are too kind. I am but a humble performer." The lecherous man chuckled lightly and waved his hand. Suddenly, 7 or 8 individuals leaped from the elegant room onto the stage, instantly seizing Miss Dan. The crowd gasped in horror as their idol was taken hostage. and those armed with swords drew their weapons. However, the lecherous man felt no pressure. Instead, his smile widened. At that moment, over 200 bandits surged from behind the stage, swiftly overwhelming both the first and second floors, with over 10 bandits bursting into Ran Fei's elegant room, brandishing their blades menacingly. Most of the audience consisted of young masters from various households, whose swords were more for show than for real combat. Many had only unsheathed their swords that day. The lecherous man clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "I am Zhao Tian from Longquan Mountain. My purpose here today is to take Miss Dan on behalf of my elder brother, and I hope you will all show me some leniency." At that moment, everyone found themselves held captive, and no one dared voice dissent. Yet, nothing is absolute. A young master, clad in splendid attire, drew his sword and pointed it at the bandits holding Miss Dan, declaring, "Release her, or I shall ensure you regret it." Upon hearing this, 3 of his companions rose alongside him, drawing their swords. This individual was undoubtedly Yin Ziqiu, the son of the esteemed scholar Yin Wen. Ran Fei's brow furrowed at the sight. These mountain bandits engaged in unscrupulous deeds, and it was inconceivable that they would dare approach Linzi, let alone confront a government official. Considering that even common folk had never set eyes on them, how could Zhao Tian possibly know of this? Zhao Tian seemed to sense Ran Fei's scrutiny and turned to smile at him. Ran Fei's expression darkened, but at that moment, he had only 6 guards by his side. Even if he were to act, he could not eliminate many nor rescue Miss Dan. Zhao Tian clasped his hands towards Ran Fei, seemingly recognizing his status. Ran Fei's suspicions deepened. This man surely had connections within the court, and perhaps his elder brother was a powerful noble. Zhao Tian then turned to Yin Ziqiu, saying, "Young Master Yin, I suggest you refrain from intervening in this matter. What my elder brother desires has never been taken away. Do you not fear the authorities? Brazenly seizing someone in front of so many?" Yin Ziqiu retorted angrily. Zhao Tian laughed heartily. "Authorities? Go ahead and ask. When have I, Zhao Tian, ever feared the authorities?" Ran Fei's certainty grew. This man undoubtedly had powerful patrons supporting him. Zhao Tian commanded, "Take her away." His henchmen forcefully abducted Miss Dan, and the innkeeper, her father, fell to his knees before Zhao Tian, pleading, "Master Zhao, she's my only daughter. I implore you to show mercy and let her go." Zhao Tian sighed. "I am powerless in this matter. She is the one my elder brother desires. You can only consider yourself unfortunate." Ran Fei exchanged a glance with Lian Zhan, who understood the unspoken message. In an instant, Lian Zhan drew his blade, swiftly dispatching 2 bandits with a slice across their throats. The remaining bandits, eager for revenge, surged forward, but Ran Fei's blade was quicker. In a flash, the vital points of 3 bandits were struck, causing blood to spurt forth. Ran Fei ordered Lian Zhan, "Call for reinforcements." Without hesitation, Lian Zhan leapt out of the window, his figure quickly disappearing from sight. The bandits surrounding Ran Fei hesitated, recognizing him as a formidable opponent, and kept their distance. Xie Zong and the others hastily retreated, while Zhao Tian looked over and remarked, "I have long heard of your exceptional swordsmanship, Sir Ran. Today, I see it is indeed as renowned as they say." At the mention of Ran Fei's name, the crowd was taken aback. According to noble conventions, Ran Fei should have arrived on a grand steed, adorned in opulent garments, accompanied by dozens of guards. Instead, he appeared remarkably unpretentious. Zhao Tian, realizing Lian Zhan had left, understood that the opponent had likely called for reinforcements and hastily ordered his men to take Miss Dan away. Yin Ziqiu, drawing his sword, advanced in an attempt to rescue her, but he was no match for the skilled captors. They easily disarmed him, placing a bronze sword against his throat. Zhao Tian waved his hand, "Bind him." Yin Ziqiu was quickly restrained. Zhao Tian continued, "I have no desire to kill. Today, aside from Miss Dan, I expect the rest of you to accompany me. I shall leave a messenger for your families. If you wish to see your loved ones again, they must pay a ransom of at least 10,000 Dao coins, based on your respective statuses." It became clear that Zhao Tian's intent was abduction. Chapter 48. Lian Zhan drew his longbow, and the arrow flew true, striking the messenger down. All that remained was Lian Zhan's light-hearted laughter. "When I was in Zhilongzai, you didn't even exist." Lian Zhan and his companions swiftly departed the scene. 2 days later, the message reached the strategist, who promptly shared it with Lu Zhonglian and Tian Ba. Upon reading it, both were infuriated and ordered Lian Zhan to lead 1,000 guards to seal off Rowan Prefecture. apprehending all relevant officials. Due to the swift execution of their plans, no one escaped the clutches of justice, and news of Ran Fei's mobilization remained concealed from Longquan Mountain. Zhao Tian has long been entrenched in the underworld. It has not been merely a day or two. Recently, several members of the Xie family, having failed to capture the guards of Ran Fei, a high-ranking official, are certain he will bring troops to extinguish them. Moreover, with several subordinates or assassins dispatched, the opposing side must be disheartened and have reported their circumstances to Ran Fei. Thus, he has sternly commanded his subordinates to establish checkpoints at every crucial location, standing vigilant. Longquan Mountain lies over 100 miles east of Xiaoqi village, surrounded by desolate mountains and dense forests, with scant human habitation. Having heeded the words of a fierce bandit, Ran Fei has gained a rough understanding of the area. Yet, he is puzzled by the fact that Zhao Tian seems to have someone backing him. The bandit spoke of a mysterious figure behind Zhao Tian, who commands a significant portion of the Longquan Mountain bandits. Originally, Longquan Mountain was merely a small den of outlaws with only 20 or 30 members. But after this individual's arrival, Zhao Tian suddenly began to recruit mercenaries, causing their numbers to swell dramatically. This figure also brought over 80 skilled fighters to fortify the stronghold, always shrouded in a black cloak, concealing his visage from all but the highest echelons. Ran Fei's conviction has solidified. The bandits of Longquan Mountain have connections within the court, and this individual undoubtedly holds a prominent position. Upon reaching a village at the foot of Longquan Mountain, Ran Fei's forces established their encampment nearby. This allowed them to procure supplies from the villagers while gathering intelligence regarding the bandits. In a bid to rescue the captives, Ran Fei specifically summoned Zhang Dali from the northern border, assigning him to scout the terrain. Unfortunately, the results were far from satisfactory. After his reconnaissance, Zhang Dali reported that the location was not only easily defensible, but also heavily guarded at every strategic point, with both overt and covert sentries deployed. Were it not for the bandits' stronghold in Longquan Mountain, their setup would rival that of a military encampment. There are only two paths leading up the mountain, one near the village and the other to the east. This reconnaissance yielded no progress and resulted in injuries to several of his men, causing Ran Fei to furrow his brow in concern. Days later, a messenger from Jiang arrived, announcing that all equipment for the sword forging hall was ready, and the forging of swords had commenced. This news brought great joy to the assembled, and Ran Fei imparted a few words of instruction, committed to paper, to be sent back. If a strong assault were launched against Longquan Mountain, 500 men would surely be insufficient. However, if reinforcements were indeed called upon for such an attack, the casualties would be catastrophic, an endeavor that Ran Fei would never undertake. Yet, should Longquan Mountain not be breached soon, the safety of Miss Dan would be a grave risk. One point remained unclear to Ran Fei. The locals claimed the bandits had been entrenched there for some time, dating back to the previous battle of Qi and Yin. Yet, despite the passage of time, he had received no reports. Even if the governor sought to conceal the truth, the military would undoubtedly be aware. The only explanation was that the bandits not only colluded with government officials, but also had connections within the military. Upon reflection, it was evident that if they dared to abduct the children of high-ranking officials, the power backing these bandits must be formidable and likely tied to the military. This posed a far greater challenge. Typically, if a bandit leader were killed, the rest would scatter like frightened birds. But if military ties existed, the death of a commander would only lead to a second-in-command rising to take their place. And if they had received military training, their combat prowess would not merely be a sum of parts. Realizing the gravity of the situation, which had spiraled beyond control, Ran Fei prepared to report to King Qi, urging him to investigate the high-ranking officials of Qi before addressing the issue of Longquan Mountain. He entrusted the military token to Zhang Dali, instructing him to assemble 2,000 troops to encircle Longquan Mountain, ensuring that not a single soul could escape. He then set off for Linzi to inform King Qi. As Ran Fei approached the gates of the royal palace, he was intercepted by the scholar Yinwen. In his 50s, Yinwen had only one son, who had been kidnapped. He had prepared the ransom, but was now distressed to learn that Ran Fei had surrounded Longquan Mountain with layers of troops. If these bandits were provoked, and his son Yin Ziqiu were harmed, how could he face his ancestors? Initially intending to discreetly visit Longquan Mountain to speak with Ran Fei, he had learned of Ran Fei's arrival in Linzi and sought him out, ultimately blocking his path at the palace gates. Yinwen clasped his fists respectfully and said, "Lord Shanqing, may I have a moment of your time?" Gesturing towards his carriage. although Ran Fei had only met him a few times and was not well acquainted. He recognized him as Yin Wen and surmised he was here regarding Yin Ziqiu. Thus, he replied respectfully, "Dr. Yin, please speak freely. I have pressing matters to report to the king." Upon hearing this, Yin Wen panicked and pleaded, "Lord Shangqing, might I ask you to heed my words? This matter should not be reported to the king." Ran Fei, perplexed, inquired, "Why not?" Yin Wen pulled him aside, visibly distressed. "It is not that I do not wish to inform the king. We have long been aware that the bandits of Longquan Mountain have the support of a court official. But do you know who it is that backs them?" Recognizing the significance of this revelation, Ran Fei urged, "Let us discuss this in the carriage." Yin Wen agreed. Once inside the carriage, he instructed his driver to take them to a secluded spot. The driver, a trusted confidant of Yin Wen, disembarked to survey the surroundings. "Very well. Dr. Yin, you may speak now," Ran Fei prompted. Yin Wen replied, "The court official behind the Longquan Mountain bandits is none other than the brother of the queen, Ho Sheng." Ran Fei furrowed his brow in disbelief. "It is he. I had presumed him merely a debauched youth, engaging in petty mischief. But I never anticipated he would be the mastermind behind the bandits of Longquan Mountain." Yin Wen continued, "If it were only Ho Sheng, it would not be overly concerning. However, there is also a military figure supporting the bandits." Ran Fei felt no surprise, as he had already considered this possibility. "I suspected as much after dispatching scouts to survey Longquan Mountain's terrain. The area is treacherous, with heavy military presence at every critical point, and they have deployed both overt and covert sentries. Furthermore, during our last encounter, I observed their weapons were comparable to ours. How could ordinary bandits possess such superior arms?" Chapter 49. Yin Wen exclaimed, "You have already clashed with them, so you must have gauged their capabilities. Based on what you know, how do their strengths compare?" Ran Fei replied, "Their prowess is nearly on par with that of my personal guards." At this, Ran Fei finally grasped why Yin Wen had intercepted him. Yin Wen remarked, "You must have deduced much. These bandits not only wield the weapons of our Qi army, but also exhibit exceptional training. Moreover, they receive clandestine support from the local officials. Excluding Ho Sheng from consideration, the only individual in the entire Qi nation who possesses such influence is the Southern Marshal, Liang Wenbing." Ran Fei interrupted him. Yin Wen lowered his head. "They seek only wealth, and I would gladly provide it. However, should you report this to the King of Qi, urging him to investigate thoroughly, if even a hint of evidence is uncovered, they will lose their standing. When that occurs, the lives of my son and the others who have been kidnapped may be in jeopardy." Ran Fei gasped in horror. "Those scoundrels." He then clasped his fists in apology. "I regret not having considered this angle. What do you suggest I do?" "I cannot allow them to roam free." Yin Wen replied, "The kidnapping of the children of powerful officials is now common knowledge throughout the nation. The royal decree from King Qi should have already reached Ziyang. Upon your return to Longquan Mountain, you will likely find that the opposition is using the children of the nobility as leverage. Although they act upon your territory, the court officials whose children have been abducted will undoubtedly oppose your mobilization. When that time comes, the King of Qi will likely prioritize the lives of the noble family's children and command you to withdraw your forces." Ran Fei asked, "Then what should I do? Surely you have devised a plan." Yin Wen affirmed, "Indeed. You see, when the courtiers oppose the deployment of troops, you can cleverly withdraw, thus pacifying the situation. The bandits of Longquan Mountain, once compensated, will certainly release the captives. At that point, fearing the wrath of the imperial forces, they will inevitably abandon their stronghold. You should discreetly gather intelligence and conduct covert reconnaissance, ambushing them midway. If we capture a few high-ranking officials and present them to King Qi, their demise will be assured." Ran Fei wholeheartedly agreed, saying, "Excellent. Let us proceed as you suggest." Upon exiting the carriage, he departed from Linzi. As he arrived at Longquan Mountain, Lian Zhan presented a bamboo slip, reporting, "The king has issued a command." Ran Fei opened the slip and stated, "The order is for all troops to retreat 100 miles. Lian Zhan's jaw dropped in disbelief. "What? Boss, surely not. This fellow has kidnapped so many children of the powerful, and we must let them go?" Ran Fei handed the slip to Lian Zhan, saying, "See for yourself. This is the king's command." Lian Zhan opened the slip, but found many characters unfamiliar. Scratching his head, "I comprehend the general meaning, but many characters elude me." Ran Fei kicked him lightly. "You should have paid more attention to military literacy." Lian Zhan, feeling guilty, refrained from further protest. returning the slip to Ran Fei, who placed it on the table. Go. Instruct the brothers to withdraw. Lien Zhan nodded affirmatively and exited the tent. 3 days later, the powerful officials whose children had been abducted sent their household servants to Ran Fei's encampment, ascending Longquan Mountain to negotiate for their release. Ran Fei instructed a trusted confidant to disguise as Yin Wen's servant and accompany them up the mountain to scout the terrain. For the common folk, tens of thousands of coins are an astronomical sum. Yet for these dignitaries, it is but a trifling matter. For the lives of their children, parting with some money is trivial. However, they may never again venture northward. The events transpiring in the north place an undeniable burden on Ran Fei. Yet his illustrious military achievements cannot be erased. King Qi demoted Ran Fei by 1 rank, commanding him to rectify the situation with the Longquan bandits and subsequently restore his former rank. Regarding Ran Fei's demotion, Ho Sheng and others believed the punishment too lenient and jointly petitioned to strip him of his position as the Northern Marshal. However, King Qi, considering Ran Fei's recent victory over the Yin state's incursion and with prominent officials like Tian Dan advocating for him, decided to maintain the original directive. Ran Fei was demoted but remained in charge of significant military and political affairs in the north. Upon receiving the order, Ran Fei immediately instructed Lien Zhan to convey his thoughts to Jiang and inform the military strategist and Tian Ba, Lu Zhonglian. After deliberation, they concluded that executing Governor Rao and for negligence in management would be excessive. Thus, they resolved to strip him of his position and allow him to retire. However, the day after Governor Rao returned home, he was found dead in his residence. Ran Fei understood who was responsible, yet he refrained from investigation, deeming him deserving of such fate. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to investigate, suspecting it was Ho Sheng's doing, and if uncovered, Ho Sheng would face dire consequences. The scouts Ran Fei dispatched to monitor Longquan Mountain reported that the adversaries were releasing captives while simultaneously transporting treasures eastward by boat, heading south. Ran Fei mused, "What a cunning strategy. Had it not been for Yin Wen's counsel, I might have been buried in the chaos." He ordered Zhang Dali to personally investigate where the money was being transported. As the gold was being sent to Longquan Mountain, Ran Fei felt utterly frustrated, unable to intervene. He returned to Jiang as significant issues had arisen. Ran Fei sought to acquire the salt industry, yet following the rebellion of the Qin family, whose entire lineage was eradicated, many of their managers fled. It became exceedingly challenging to find experienced managers in the northern region, leading to numerous complications in the acquisition of salt. The most pressing issue was that while the salt was obtained, no one was available to manage it. Ran Fei realized the ramifications of indiscriminate killings. He summoned those who had previously worked in the salt trade, offering substantial rewards for their management expertise. However, they lacked understanding of many aspects. Despite their past involvement in the salt industry, if it were as simple as managing it, the world would be teeming with wealthy individuals. With no viable options, Ran Fei could only resort to desperate measures, urging them to step forward with determination. Once the salt industry issues were addressed, Ran Fei received encouraging news. The first batch of swords from the sword forging hall had been completed. He personally examined them, noting the longest measured over 70 centimeters, while the shortest were merely 5 to 10 centimeters, essentially daggers. The finest daggers were presented to Ran Fei for inspection. He picked one up, admiring its smooth surface that reflected his image. An idea struck him, prompting him to have all the daggers quietly transported to Longquan Mountain. Upon returning to Longquan Mountain, a significant portion of the kidnapped officials' children had been released, yet Shangu had still not been returned. Her father, having brought money for ransom, was met with refusal. The bandits not only rejected his payment, but offered him money instead, claiming it was a bridal gift. Infuriated, Ran Fei immediately inquired of his subordinate disguised as an official's aide who had gone to secure the release. The scout reported that they had gathered sufficient intelligence regarding the situation and had a firm grasp of the terrain. Ran Fei promptly summoned the elite of the camp, declaring, "This time, we shall strike at the root of the problem." Lien Zhan and the others inquired, "Boss, what does that mean?" After a moment's thought, Ran Fei realized they would not understand the idiom. So he explained, "No matter, it simply means we will stealthily approach and eliminate the enemy." Chapter 50. The father of Miss Shan would certainly refuse to allow his daughter to wed a bandit, especially given that it was purported the leader himself intended to marry her. It is known that the leader of Longquan Mountain is elusive, rarely seen. Thus, the elder would undoubtedly object. However, the bandits were unconcerned with such matters, for they held the power over her fate and could marry her at will. Consequently, Ran Fei could draw several conclusions. First, since they intended to marry Miss Shan, it was likely she was unharmed. Second, fearing the loss of a cooked duck, they would likely hold a wedding soon, providing Ran Fei with an opportunity. Indeed, 5 days later, on an auspicious day, the bandits sent a letter to Shan's father via arrow, stating their imminent wedding and insisting on his attendance. Failure to comply would result in an abduction. Shan's father promptly reported this to Ran Fei, who recognized an opportunity. He instructed Shan's father to acquiesce to their demands, while Ran Fei himself would disguise as a servant of the Shan family, leading a party up Longquan Mountain. When the time was ripe, they would coordinate with external forces for a pincer attack. However, Ran Fei soon contemplated a significant issue. Zhao Tian was aware of his identity. Thus, the elusive leader was likely Liang Wenbing, the southern marshal of Qi, renowned for his cunning and ruthlessness. He had once defended El City, successfully repelling numerous assaults from Lu Yi's forces, and every captive he captured had met a grim fate. To extract information about Lu Yi's deployments and recent movements, Liang Wenbing employed every conceivable means, leaving many captives to suffer excruciating ends. It was reasonable for someone of his caliber to ally with a scoundrel like Ho Sheng, and the unfolding events suggested this partnership was indeed feasible. While the daggers could be concealed, one's visage could not be altered. Ran Fei fell into deep contemplation. If he could not personally command the situation, the overall strategy would falter. Yuan Qi was unable to arrive from the north, and Zhang Dali was a mere brute, indifferent to strategic nuances in battle. The safety of the hostages and Miss Shan could not be guaranteed under such circumstances. With only 2 days remaining before the ascent to Longquan Mountain, the night sky was adorned with stars, twinkling mischievously like playful children sticking out their tongues, now hiding and now revealing themselves, reminiscent of the croaking of frogs in a pond, pervasive yet sporadic. As Ran Fei stepped out of the tent for a leisurely stroll, a soldier approached with a report. "Marshal, an elder wishes to see you." Ran Fei inquired, "Who is he?" The soldier replied, "He refuses to disclose his name, but insists he knows how to resolve the issue with the bandits of Longquan Mountain." Ran Fei. His reluctance to reveal his name indicates a lack of confidence in himself and in me. However, since he has chosen to come, let us bring him to the tent to meet me. Soldier, yes. In the capital of the Qin state, Xianyang, Wei ran discreetly accompanied by Qi to pay respects to the king of Qin, discussing matters of national significance. Although the assassination of Ran Fei had failed, the commendable achievements by Qi had garnered over the years while following Wei Ran were undeniable. Wei Ran, ardently recommended by Qi for the position of Grand General of the Qin state, and the king of Qin, recognizing by Qi's formidable prowess, concurred with Wei Ran's proposal. Today, Wei Ran harbored an ambitious plan targeting the state of Qi. Among the 7 warring states, the most powerful nations were 7 in number. Yet after the 5 states attacked Qi, its strength had significantly waned, rendering it incapable of contending with Qin. Nevertheless, Wei Ran firmly believed that Qi would inevitably become a grave threat to Qin, largely due to Ran Fei, a man capable of both leading armies and governing the state. At this moment, King Zhaoxiang of Qin was still a young politician, obediently following the directives of Queen Miyu and Wei Ran, while Bai Qi was there to present the meticulously crafted plan to once again undermine Qi. Bai Qi pointed to the map and explained, "Our alliance with Yin State is beneficial. My proposal is to borrow a passage through Zhao State under the pretext of assisting Yin in safeguarding its territory. We shall station our troops in Yin, for we have just enjoyed a bountiful harvest, providing us with ample provisions to support our endeavor. We will not only station our forces in Yin, but also supply the Yin soldiers with superior weaponry and assist in their training. Qi has only just stabilized, and its northern regions remain precarious due to Ran Fei's various schemes. Additionally, the Qin family has numerous supporters, and their eldest son still lives. We will exploit this eldest son of the Qin family, allowing the Yin army to cross the Jishui River at Rowan, creating the illusion of an advance towards Linzi. At that juncture, Qi will undoubtedly concentrate its main forces on the southern bank of the Jishui River at Linzi, attempting to annihilate the Yin army. Meanwhile, our troops will seize the opportunity to capture the critical strongholds of Wuqing and Gaodang, dividing our forces thereafter. One contingent will assault Jiang, leaving Ran Fei unable to assist, while the other proceeds north across the Jishui River to flank Qi's main forces with the Yin army. Once Qi's primary forces are vanquished, the circumstances reminiscent of the 3 years prior when Lu Yi attacked Qi will resurface. Upon hearing this, the king of Qin expressed some skepticism. But if we deploy our main forces to Yin, what shall we do if Zhao takes advantage of this to attack Hanga Pass? Wei Ran replied, Your Majesty, have you forgotten that we possess a formidable troop? The king of Qin inquired. Oh, Wei Ran responded, Yixiu. The king of Qin chuckled. How could I have forgotten them? The king of Yixiu has now allied with my mother, so he will undoubtedly assist us. With no lingering concerns, let us proceed. Wei Ran, yes. Chapter 51. Ran Fei and the mysterious individual remained in the tent for over half an hour. Upon exiting, they encountered a stranger at the tent's entrance, whom no one recognized. Zhang Dali, noticing Ran Fei's absence, rushed into the tent to search for him, only to find no trace of him. Just as he was at a loss, the unidentified individual placed a hand on Zhang Dali's shoulder. I am Ran Fei. Zhang Dali recognized the voice of Ran Fei, yet the visage was entirely different, leaving him bewildered. Ran Fei then removed his mask, revealing his true identity, astonishing everyone present. The mysterious individual had transformed Ran Fei's appearance so effectively that even his closest brother failed to recognize him, let alone the bandits of Longquan Mountain. Ran Fei and Lian Zhan disguised themselves as servants of the Shan family, carrying gifts as they followed Master Shan into Longquan Mountain. The person receiving Master Shan was not Zhao Tian, but a familiar acquaintance of Ran Fei, Liang Wenbing. Their meeting took place in a small room, unseen by other bandits, with Ran Fei present as Master Shan's personal attendant. Liang Wenbing respectfully clasped his fists and addressed Master Shan. Father-in-law, may I enter? Master Shan, Shan Qing, aware of his daughter's situation, dared not show any displeasure and could only force a stiff smile. Quite well. Thank you for your concern. Liang Wenbing then instructed Zhao Tian beside him. Take good care of her. Do not neglect her, or you shall answer to me. Zhao Tian respectfully replied yes. After Liang Wenbing departed, his intent was to visit Miss Shan's chamber. However, upon knocking, he received no response. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he forcibly opened the door, only to discover that Miss Shan had hanged herself. Liang Wenbing quickly lowered her and checked for breath, finding that she still had life. He immediately summoned a physician, who arrived promptly, examined her carefully, and then took her pulse, deep in thought. After a moment, he declared, No harm done. I shall prescribe a remedy to soothe her spirit, and she shall recover in a few days. Liang Wenbing sighed in relief. That is good. That is good. His anxious demeanor revealed his deep affection for Miss Shan, though whether she reciprocated his feelings remained uncertain. Shan Qing soon learned of his daughter's suicide attempt and grew quite worried, requesting Liang Wenbing to allow him to see her. Liang Wenbing, unable to refuse, acquiesced. Upon seeing his daughter, Shan Qing first reproached her for her reckless act, then expressed concern for her well-being. Afterward, he instructed Ran Fei to keep watch and quietly conveyed to her that the Northern Prime Minister had personally come to rescue her and the children of the gentry, assuring her peace of mind. Upon hearing that the Northern Prime Minister had come to her aid, Miss Shan felt elated. Not only was Ran Fei renowned for his victorious campaigns, but he was also a young hero she had admired from afar. With his involvement, she believed he could surely ensure her safe return. Shan Qing continued, However, now is not the right time. You must do your utmost to soothe Liang Wenbing, allowing him to lower his guard. When the time is right, Ran Fei shall undoubtedly defeat him in one fell swoop. Miss Shan nodded, then blushing asked, Father, have you met Ran Fei? Shan Qing looked towards the door, where Ran Fei stood watch, and saw him blush slightly, replying, It is indeed Ran Fei who instructed me to tell you not to record Liang Wenbing's actions. Shan Qing was about to continue speaking when Miss Shan interrupted. What do you think of his age, character, appearance, and height? Shan Qing praised. I have heard he is 26 years old, stands 8 feet tall, possesses a noble demeanor, and exudes righteousness. He is indeed a young hero of this realm. Miss Shano? Upon hearing such praise, Ran Fei's face reddened further. He had not anticipated becoming a great hero in the hearts of the young women of Qi. Shan Qing pointed at Ran Fei and said to his daughter, This is Ran Fei. Miss Shan frowned, slightly irritated. He is clearly Shan Yu. How can he be the Prime Minister? Ran Fei chuckled, promptly removing his mask to reveal his original appearance, bowing, I am Ran Fei, at your service, Mississippi. Shan Qing greatly admired Ran Fei, not only for his high status, but also for his integrity and valor. He held great respect for one who would stand firm during Qi's perilous times, displaying a chivalrous spirit and the courage to venture into such a dangerous place for the sake of rescuing others. Shan Qing felt that entrusting his daughter to him would bring him peace for the rest of his life. Miss Shan's face flushed deeply, and she playfully pouted at Shan Qing. "Why did you not tell me in advance?" Shan Qing replied. "Ah, I was afraid Liang Wenbing might overhear." Just as they were about to resume their conversation, they heard footsteps approaching. Ran Fei quickly donned his mask and instructed Miss Shan, "Please ensure that you soothe Liang Wenbing," allowing him to lower his guard. Miss Shan nodded, and soon, Liang Wenbing pushed open the door, finding Shan Yu standing nearby, while Shan Qing sat by the bed, comforting his daughter. Liang Wenbing noticed that Miss Shan appeared much improved and laughed heartily. "Ah, I knew it. Only my esteemed father-in-law can soothe my precious darling." Upon hearing Liang Wenbing refer to her as his beloved, Miss Dan felt an immediate surge of nausea. However, as Ran Fei continually gestured at her from the side, she forced herself to suppress the revulsion within and addressed Dan Qing. "Father, I support your decision to accept Lord Liang." Dan Qing played along. "Indeed, although Marshal Liang is already 42, he wields great power, and countless women aspire to marry him but find no opportunity." Upon hearing that Miss Dan had agreed, Liang Wenbing burst into laughter. "I am truly overjoyed that you have come to this understanding." He was about to embrace her when Dan Qing halted him. "Marshal Liang, as the saying goes, men and women should not engage in intimate contact before marriage. We are not yet wed. How can you behave this way? What will become of our family's reputation?" Liang Wenbing immediately ceased his advance. "My apologies, esteemed father-in-law. I was swept away by my joy and nearly forgot." "Very well, I shall escort you both back to the south, claiming that I quietly rescued you from Longquan Mountain." He cast a glance at Ran Fei and exchanged knowing looks with Dan Qing, who then signaled for Ran Fei to withdraw. Once Ran Fei had departed, Dan Qing clasped his fists. "From this day forth, we are family. Feel free to speak candidly." Liang Wenbing replied, "The secret of Longquan Mountain is known only to 3 individuals, and with your presence, that number rises to 5. If a 6th person learns of it—" Dan Qing interjected, "I assure you, there will never be a 6th. Moreover, we are now family. If anything were to happen to you, I would be implicated." Liang Wenbing nodded. "Very well, your assurance brings me comfort. However, concerning your subordinate, Shan Yu." Dan Qing's brow furrowed as Liang Wenbing continued. "The higher-ups have decreed that he must die. I can only hope you will not stand in the way, for with power comes everything." Chapter 52. Dan Qing's expression darkened with fury. "He is my kin. Do you not trust even my family?" Liang Wenbing responded, "Esteemed father-in-law, I regret to inform you that I cannot intervene in this matter. I have already done my utmost to protect you both. I am utterly powerless regarding him. After all, only the dead can be trusted to keep secrets." Dan Qing's face grew even grimmer, and in his agitation, he collapsed to the ground. Miss Dan cried out, "Father!" Hearing her cry, Ran Fei prepared to burst through the door, but was stopped by Liang Wenbing's guards. Yet, how could they possibly restrain him? Ran Fei charged in, and upon witnessing the scene, Liang Wenbing felt perplexed. Even his own personal guards could not stop this man, whose ferocity was undeniable and would surely pose a future threat. Liang Wenbing immediately commanded, "Seize him." The guards promptly captured Ran Fei, and Liang Wenbing ordered, "Kill him." "Understood." With Miss Dan's continuous reassurance, Dan Qing soon regained his composure and was able to speak again. Upon seeing that he was all right, Liang Wenbing turned to leave. Dan Qing urgently whispered to Miss Dan, "Quickly, find someone named Lian Zhan among those who came with me to deliver the betrothal gifts. He is a trusted confidant of Lord Ran. Only they can save him." Miss Dan dashed out, only to find the door locked. Liang Wenbing, fearing that Dan Qing might have a change of heart, had ordered them locked inside. Realizing the urgency of the situation, any delay could cost Ran Fei his life. She frantically searched for a solution. Turning around, she spotted a large tree in the courtyard, its branches extending beyond the enclosure. Having been a bit of a daredevil in her youth and fond of climbing, she quickly ascended the tree. Determined to save Ran Fei, she leapt down from nearly 2 meters high. Though the ground was soft with dirt, providing some cushioning, she still twisted her ankle and limped about in search of Lian Zhan. Using her quick wits and intelligence, Miss Dan evaded the patrolling sentinels and soon spotted a family servant, easily recognizable by their distinctive attire. Approaching them, she was immediately assisted due to her injured foot and taken to a discreet location. Miss Dan urgently implored, "Quickly, notify Lian Zhan." Lord Ran has been taken by Liang Wenbing, and he intends to kill him. Lian Zhan, who was nearby, summoned his men upon hearing this. Gather your arms. We must rescue him. Yes. Over a dozen loyal subordinates opened the chests containing the betrothal gifts and retrieved daggers forged by the finest blacksmiths from various nations, their blades glinting in the sunlight. Liang Wenbing's men were not to be underestimated, but divided into pairs, Lian Zhan and his group swiftly eliminated the sentinels along their path. However, they were soon discovered, and Liang Wenbing's men sounded the alarm, alerting the entire Longquan Mountain to their presence. Unfazed by the danger, Lian Zhan, a fearless man, shouted, "Damn it, we will split into two groups. One will head down the mountain to rendezvous with reinforcements, while the other will follow me to rescue Lord Ran." His subordinates responded, "Understood." Quickly, they divided into two groups, with one departing immediately. "I will accompany you to rescue Ran Fei." Lian Zhan and his men heard a woman's voice and turned to see Miss Dan. "You, a lady who cannot fight. How will you rescue him?" Lian Zhan questioned. "I will be discovered if I return. Death is inevitable, so I might as well join you," Miss Dan declared stubbornly. Her reasoning was sound, and after a moment of contemplation, Lian Zhan agreed. The group of over 10 set off towards the cliff to save Ran Fei. Liang Wenbing, unaware of Ran Fei's survival, had ordered his men to kill him and dispose of his body at the cliff's edge. As they prepared to execute him, the sound of horns echoed in the distance, prompting Liang Wenbing to wonder what was happening. Seizing the moment, Ran Fei suddenly sprang to his feet and pushed one of the guards off the cliff. The guards, aware of their own capabilities, knew that only someone with exceptional skill could have struck with such precision. They immediately drew their swords, ready to confront Ran Fei. The three exchanged glances and charged at him, but with his hands bound, Ran Fei could only dodge. As he retreated a few steps, he realized he was at the edge of the cliff, a perilous drop of over 80 meters, certain to result in his demise. As the guards' blades aimed for him, Ran Fei thought, "Either way, I face death. I might as well jump and avoid having my head displayed as a trophy." To his surprise, the guards' blades did not strike him, but instead, a bloodied hole appeared in one of their chests. Lian Zhan had thrown a dagger, hitting the guard's heart, while the remaining two guards were swiftly dispatched. "And what are the others?" Ran Fei inquired. Lian Zhan replied, "I sent them to signal for reinforcements. Do not worry. Help will arrive shortly." Good. However, events took a turn for the worse. Liang Wenbing was no fool. His men quickly surrounded Ran Fei and his companions. Liang Wenbing surveyed the group and remarked, "I did not expect you all to be in cahoots. I wondered why Miss Dan agreed to my proposal so swiftly. It was all a ruse to deceive me. Had I not intended to kill you first, I would surely have been the one to perish." Ran Fei tore off his mask, revealing Liang Wenbing. "I never imagined it would be you. As a marshal, colluding with bandits? If this reaches the king's ears, you are finished." "Ah, Lord Ran, long time no see. I have always been curious. Our military achievements are quite similar, yet you hold two positions while I am confined to commanding the army. However, it seems I have come to understand why." Liang Wenbing taunted. "But I did not foresee you personally arriving. Could it be that you harbor feelings for Miss Dan?" As Liang Wenbing spoke, he noticed Miss Dan blushing, which incited his anger. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Love between us shall not be. What I cannot have, you shall not either." With a commanding gesture, Liang Wenbing ordered his soldiers to advance without sparing any lives, for it would be either their deaths or his. The soldiers began to approach Ran Fei and his group cautiously, wary of their formidable prowess. Lian Zhan whispered to Ran Fei, "What shall we do?" Assessing the dire situation, Ran Fei realized they faced a deadly advance or a perilous retreat. "We fight." As both sides prepared for a fierce clash, a piercing whistle suddenly echoed through the sky. Upon closer inspection, the source was revealed to be a signaling arrow, indicating that Ran Fei's forces had commenced the clearing of the various strategic routes at the entrance of Longquan Mountain. Meanwhile, the troops stationed below received their orders and began their assault. "Damn it, I didn't anticipate this from you. It seems I have indeed underestimated you," Liang Wenbing spat, a scornful hum escaping his lips. "But regardless of what happens today at Longquan Mountain, you shall all meet your demise." With that, Liang Wenbing drew his long sword, intent on slaying them. Chapter 53. Ran Fei's subordinates were formidable, yet Liang Wenbing's own troops, equally as skilled, were no mere pushovers. The two sides exchanged blows, inflicting wounds upon one another. However, Ran Fei's men had already sustained injuries and were outnumbered. As he watched his brothers fall one by one, Ran Fei's only hope lay in breaking through the encirclement. If we cannot break free, we shall all perish here today. Charge, he bellowed, ordering Lian Zhan to protect Miss Dan, while he personally led the charge. With a series of swift and lethal strikes, he felled 3 adversaries. But Liang Wenbing suddenly altered his strategy, shifting from offense to defense, commanding his men to hide behind sturdy shields and push Ran Fei and his companions off the precipice. This tactic was indeed treacherous. Ran Fei swung his blade over a dozen times, but his opponent skillfully evaded each strike, causing his weapon to shatter against the resilient shields. Moreover, the enemy thrust from the gaps between the shields resulted in the loss of many brothers. Liang Wenbing, enraged by the capture of his beloved, drew his longbow and aimed directly at Ran Fei. The arrow was loosed with deadly intent, but as Ran Fei focused on dodging the spears, he failed to notice the impending danger. Just as he realized the arrow was upon him, Miss Dan, intending to shield him, was abruptly pulled away by Lian Zhan, who rushed forth to take the arrow on his own body. The arrow was poisoned, yet it did not strike a fatal point on Lian Zhan. Nevertheless, he was already gravely wounded. Cradling Lian Zhan's lifeless form, Ran Fei cried, "Brother, hold on! Why did you do this? Why?" The remaining subordinates hastily surrounded Ran Fei and the others. Lian Zhan, in a weakened voice, said, "Boss, I was born into a humble family, having seen little of the world. Later, when I was bullied, I had no choice but to follow Brother Yuan into banditry, believing I would never escape to live a good life again. But since you arrived, we have had hope. You not only brought us down the mountain to live well, but also to enjoy riches and honor. I am content, as long as you do not die. The brothers still alive can continue to live a stable, good life, but I cannot accompany you any longer. You, take care." With those final words, Lian Zhan breathed his last. The poison had sealed his throat, revealing Liang Wenbing's ruthless intent. Ran Fei, clutching Lian Zhan's body, declared to Liang Wenbing, "Even if I, Ran Fei, must die, I will never perish at your hands. Liang Wenbing, you shall not use my corpse to further threaten my brothers." With that, he leapt off the cliff, embracing Lian Zhan's lifeless body. Seeing Ran Fei jump, Miss Dan resolutely proclaimed, "If you perish, I shall follow, vowing loyalty unto death." She too leapt into the abyss. Liang Wenbing, having heard Lian Zhan mention the word bandit, had initially harbored doubts and contemplated leaving a few alive for questioning. However, upon witnessing Miss Dan's leap, he felt a pang of sorrow and ordered that no one be spared. Ran Fei's subordinates, seeing Miss Dan follow him off the cliff, similarly jumped without hesitation. Liang Wenbing rushed to the edge of the cliff to inspect, only to discover that one had feigned the jump, hiding at the cliff's edge. As Liang Wenbing approached, the man grabbed his foot, attempting to pull him down. But who was Liang Wenbing? A master of martial arts. Though caught off guard, he swiftly drew his long sword and plunged it into the earth, halting his descent with remarkable strength, easily countering the weight of both men. With a swift kick, he sent Ran Fei's subordinate tumbling down. His guards hurriedly pulled him back up. Ran Fei had intended to perish upon the rocks below, yet as he neared the ground, a large tree appeared, providing some cushioning. However, the speed of his fall was so great that he would surely be maimed, if not killed. Just then, Lian Zhan, experiencing a final burst of energy, opened his eyes and used his body as a cushion. Ran Fei seized the opportunity to grab a branch, leaping to another branch with agility. Upon inspecting Lian Zhan's body, he realized he was truly gone. Miss Dan fortuitously landed amidst a cluster of small branches, snapping several of them, but she emerged relatively unscathed due to the thick winter clothing she wore. Unfortunately, not all brothers were so fortunate. One fell directly through a gap between the branches, meeting a tragic end, while 3 others managed to grasp onto branches, sustaining injuries but preserving their lives. Ran Fei gathered his injured brothers, moving those who could not stand to one side. Upon examining the large tree that had broken their fall, he noted its considerable girth of at least 2 meters, its twisted form obscured by an abundance of vines and shrubs, which concealed the trunk from view. Otherwise, Liang Wenbing would certainly have grown suspicious. After Ran Fei's leap, Liang Wenbing vented his fury upon Miss Dan, ordering the execution of all members of the Dan family, leaving no survivors. In that moment, Miss Dan had become utterly alone. Yet soon, With the aid of his internal brothers, Zhang Dali broke through the perilous stronghold, arriving at the mountain stronghold's entrance. Aware that the capture of the stronghold was merely a matter of time, Liang Wenbing sought to eliminate any witnesses, executing all who knew his identity among the bandits. Zhao Tian, now rendered useless, was swiftly cleaved in two by Liang Wenbing's blade. Subsequently, Liang Wenbing surmised that the enemy had likely set an ambush along another route. Leading his men, he cautiously descended the cliff via ropes. As Zhang Dali initiated the assault on the stronghold, the bandits, initially intent on resistance, discovered amidst reports of their situation that Zhao Tian had perished, leading to chaos among their ranks. Zhang Dali swiftly breached the gates of the stronghold, with most of the bandits surrendering. Concerned for Ran Fei's fate, Zhang Dali hurried to the cliff's edge, only to find a scene of bloodshed and corpses, with no sign of Ran Fei. Approaching the precipice, he noticed some traces and wondered if they had indeed cast him down the cliff. He quickly summoned captives for questioning, only to find them utterly ignorant of the matter. Having encountered many resilient foes alongside Ran Fei, Zhang Dali, determined to extract information about Ran Fei's whereabouts, severed the left hand of one captive. I shall ask once more, where is Ran Shanqing? The bandits, terrified, professed their ignorance, pleading for mercy. We do not know. The affairs with the Dan family were all orchestrated by the true mastermind. We were merely responsible for the capture of various officials' offspring. Zhang Dali, intending to execute another captive, was halted by a fellow brother. Brother, do not strike. Clearly, they are unaware. With Zhao Tian dead, it is evident that the enemy has operated in secrecy, wishing to keep their identities concealed. Chapter 54. Brother, rest easy. Ran Fei gently closed Lian Zhan's eyes, vowing, I swear, I shall not rest until this grudge is avenged. The tree stood over 10 meters tall, and the cliff was exceedingly steep, with few crevices to grasp. Just as Ran Fei pondered how to escape, Miss Dan pointed upwards. Ran Fei glanced up to find countless vines hanging from the cliff's edge, the longest stretching 7 to 8 meters. If he could bind two together, they might form a means of descent. Drawing his dagger, Ran Fei climbed the vines, severing 4 or 5 and tossing them onto the large tree. He then intertwined them, creating 2 long vines sufficient to reach the ground. Zhang Dali was taken aback to discover that Liang Wenbing had made prior arrangements. The bandits of Longquan Mountain had nearly vanished overnight, with only a few who were unaware of the situation remaining. The others, unable to extract any information, could only relinquish them to the authorities. The officials dealt with the captured, executing the most culpable on the spot, while others were exiled to the frontier. This matter seemed to conclude, yet the whereabouts of Ran Fei and his companions remained a mystery. Zhang Dali was perplexed. If only Ran Fei had gone missing, it might suggest he had been taken away. However, with 4 or 5 brothers and the young lady, it was inconceivable that they would simply disappear without a trace. Reflecting on the signs of a struggle at the cliff's edge, Zhang Dali wondered if they had fallen. He found this conjecture hard to believe, for given Ran Fei's strength and character, unless he had been bound and thrown off the cliff, he would certainly have resisted. If he had fought back, he would either have broken free or been slain. Yet there were no corpses and no news of any capture, leaving Zhang Dali and his comrades utterly bewildered. Finally, Tian Ba suggested, why not send someone to search below the cliff? We shall soon find out. The others agreed, prompting Zhang Dali to dispatch 3 small teams of 10 to seek out Ran Fei's trail. Lu Zhonglian raised a pertinent question. What if we cannot locate Shanqing in the short term? If we report this, the Qi King will undoubtedly consider sending someone else to take over Ran Fei's command in the north, which could lead to chaos. Zhang Dali bristled at this remark. My brother is not dead yet, and you are already plotting for your future? Truly, you are schemers, selfish, and self-serving. With that, he turned and exited the tent. Lu Zhonglian attempted to explain, but found no opportunity to speak. Tian Ba sighed, you have a point. I propose we falsely report to the Qi King that Ran Fei has only sustained injuries, though not serious, and requires a few months of recuperation. This way, the Qi King, burdened with state affairs, will likely be unable to visit the north, allowing us to search for Ran Fei in the meantime. Lu Zhonglian found this approach reasonable. Let us proceed as you suggest. But what of Zhang Dali? Tian Ba replied, he is currently in a foul mood. We shall wait until he calms down before clarifying things. Meanwhile, Ran Fei and his companions had finally descended using vines. As they prepared to dig a grave for Lian Zhan, they heard hurried footsteps approaching. Exercising caution, Ran Fei led his companions to hide within a thicket. The newcomers were Liang Wenbing's subordinates, sent to ascertain whether Ran Fei and his group were truly dead. Upon discovering only the corpse of the fallen, they began to search the surroundings. Ran Fei whispered to his men, "We are all injured, and the enemy outnumbers us. Escaping with Lien Zhan's body is not feasible. For now, we must cover his remains with brush and retreat." Though reluctant, his companions understood the necessity. Failing to do so would likely result in their demise. They quickly concealed the body among the underbrush, making it difficult for any casual observer to discern the truth. After ensuring Lien Zhan was hidden, they fled in the opposite direction of their pursuers. Longquan Mountain, with its towering heights and treacherous paths, was overgrown and sparsely populated, riddled with venomous creatures that deterred most from venturing near. Liang Wenbing's men, having found no trace of Ran Fei and his companions, deduced they must have entered the mountains. Believing them surely doomed, the leader sneered, leading his men onward, until they reached a point where the path nearly vanished. With a cold laugh, he declared, "Once they enter the mountains, their chances of survival dwindle to nearly none. Without a compass, they shall never escape Longquan Mountain." His intent was to drive Ran Fei's group deeper into the mountains. If he could not kill them, forcing them into the treacherous terrain would serve his purpose. 2 hours later, Zhang Dali's men arrived at the same location, only to find that Liang Wenbing's men had already departed. They discovered the body of the fallen, and Zhang Dali sighed heavily upon seeing it, ordering a burial. After searching the area multiple times without any sign of Ran Fei, it became evident that he had indeed led his men into the mountains. Zhang Dali initially intended to venture into the mountains in search of Ran Fei, but Tianba interjected, "This mountain is vast. How long do you expect it will take to find him? Instead, we should bring in the main force and search in waves." Zhang Dali considered this suggestion prudent and immediately descended to gather the troops. The Qi King, being the sovereign, was particularly sensitive to military movements. With the vigilant oversight of Ho Sheng and others concerning Ran Fei's men, the Qi King learned of the significant unauthorized troop mobilization. Previously, the North had reported the bandits had been eradicated, prompting him to send emissaries to inquire about the situation. The chief guard found himself halted at the entrance by Zhang Dali, who declared, "Ran Shanqing has been gravely injured and cannot receive visitors. For any matters, please consult with Mr. Liu and Mr. Tian." The chief guard, incensed, drew his sword and pointed it at Zhang Dali. "Do you dare defy the king's orders? Are you plotting rebellion?" Zhang Dali's men, not to be trifled with, swiftly drew their own swords, creating a tense standoff. The chief guard, seeing the gleaming weapons under the dim sunlight, felt a flicker of doubt. He recognized the seasoned warriors before him wielded formidable arms, and he was no match for them. Yet, with swords drawn, retreating now would likely cost him his position as chief guard. At that moment, Lu Zhonglian arrived and hurriedly intervened, calming Zhang Dali. Out of respect for Lu Zhonglian, Zhang Dali ordered his men to lower their weapons. The chief guard, initially maintaining his composure, found an opportunity to ease the tension. He addressed Lu Zhonglian, "The king summoned me to inquire why the northern troops are gathering en masse, yet I am not allowed to see the northern Shanqing. Is this not an act of rebellion?" Lu Zhonglian smiled apologetically. "Not at all. It is simply that Ran Shanqing is severely injured and cannot be disturbed. For the time being, matters of the north will be managed by myself and Mr. Tian. Please, feel free to convey your inquiries to us." As for the troop mobilization, the bandits of Longquan Mountain have become exceedingly rampant. Although their leader has been executed, some have fled into the mountains. To ensure these brigands face justice, we deemed it necessary to assemble our forces to encircle them. The chief guard retorted, "But how many bandits are there, that you require 3,000 troops to seek them out? Previously, when we eradicated them, only 1,300 were needed." Lu Zhonglian explained, "Indeed, Longquan Mountain is vast and sparsely populated. Its treacherous terrain is challenging to navigate. While we managed to suppress them with 1,300 men before, to eliminate them completely, we must conduct a thorough search with a larger force." The chief guard, rendered speechless, could only seethe, "Very well, I shall report back to the king tomorrow." Lu Zhonglian replied with a smile, "Please present the facts as they are, and I trust the king will understand." With a scowl, the chief guard stormed off, and Zhang Dali clenched his teeth as he watched him go, muttering, "Had it been 3 years ago, I would have severed his head with a single strike." Lu Zhonglian cautioned, "He is the king's personal guard. We must not act rashly." Initially harboring some misunderstandings towards Lu Zhonglian and Tianba, Zhang Dali soon came to respect them greatly, saying, "I shall heed your counsel." Lu Zhonglian instructed, "The chief guard must remain here in the north for the next few days to ensure that no news leaks out. Anyone who dares to speak recklessly will be executed without mercy." Zhang Dali affirmed, "Rest assured." Ran Fei and his companions were pursued into the mountains, and soon the path beneath their feet vanished. With no guiding direction during the day, they became lost. As night fell, the winter sky obscured the faint glimmer of the Big Dipper, rendering it indistinct. With no alternative, the group huddled together, gathered some firewood, and managed to kindle a fire. They roasted the prepared rabbits over the flames. These guards were all brothers from Zhangzai, accustomed to life in the mountains. Although they had sustained injuries, capturing a few wild rabbits posed no challenge. However, the timid Miss Dan, who seldom ventured far from home, felt apprehensive. Ran Fei approached her, reassuringly saying, "Fear not. Trust in me. We shall surely find our way to safety." Miss Dan gazed at him with admiration, responding, "Yes, I believe in you." As night deepened, the cotton coat of Miss Dan was snagged by thorns, leaving numerous small tears. Though no light seeped through, she shivered uncontrollably. Ran Fei stepped forward, shedding his own coat and draping it over her shoulders. Miss Dan protested, "What will you do without it?" Ran Fei insisted, "Do not worry. I am robust. I can endure." Despite his bravado, the winter chill of Qi was indeed biting, and soon his back began to stiffen. Unable to withstand it any longer, he turned his back to the fire, but this only exposed his front to the cold. Observing this, Miss Dan moved closer, enveloping him in her embrace. Ran Fei felt a warm comfort, but he was also acutely aware of the societal constraints of the time. Miss Dan was unmarried, and if word of this spread, her reputation would be tarnished. He attempted to gently push her away, saying, "This is inappropriate. I cannot jeopardize your honor." Miss Dan, undeterred, held him tightly, declaring, "From the moment I leaped off that cliff with you, my heart has belonged to you." Not only did Ran Fei feel warmth in his body, but his heart also swelled with warmth. In the 21st century, he had been preoccupied with earning tuition and living expenses, with no time for romance. Now, someone was willing to follow him, and he perceived this as a stroke of fortune from the heavens. He wrapped his arms around Miss Dan, holding her close. The fire soon flickered out, yet the flame in Ran Fei's heart continued to blaze, as intense as the summer sun. The night was dark and silent, but the two lovers entwined did not share that sentiment. They felt the rhythm of each other's heartbeats, undoubtedly the most beautiful sound in the world. Ran Fei looked up, about to smile in gratitude to the heavens for granting him such a beautiful counterpart, when he suddenly spotted the spoon-shaped constellation above. Unable to contain his joy, he exclaimed, "Look, the Big Dipper! We can find our way out." His voice was loud enough to awaken the three brothers who had been asleep. They all turned their eyes to the sky at his urging, their previously somber expressions transforming into excitement. "Ha! We can make it out." At that moment, Ran Fei believed in the ancient adage, a blessing in disguise. Though they had been chased into the mountains and lost their way, he had found his true love and glimpsed the rarely seen Big Dipper in winter. This was indeed a beacon of hope for their escape from the mountains. Without delay, he instructed his companions to prepare for the journey ahead. Following the trajectory of the Big Dipper, he surmised that Longquan Mountain lay to the east of Jiang, meaning his people would be searching for him to the west. If he traveled westward, he would surely encounter them. Little did he know, he had initially taken a wrong turn upon entering the mountains, inadvertently veering south while his search party was heading north. Consequently, after 2 days of wandering, the 5 of them had yet to find the troops. Realizing he might have strayed off course, Ran Fei felt a sense of urgency. Retracing his steps might not guarantee a reunion. Thus, he pressed onward with determination. Meanwhile, Zhang Dali led a contingent of 3,000 soldiers, divided into hundreds of small teams for a systematic search. However, they soon encountered complications. The sheer number of men made traversing the rugged mountain paths arduous, and sustaining supplies proved difficult. Reluctantly, they had to reduce their search teams, but this decision heightened the risks, as the mountains harbored tigers and venomous creatures. Most soldiers, unlike Yuan Chi's men from Zhangzai, were unfamiliar with the habits of wild beasts, leading to numerous issues, over 10 injuries, and even 1 fatality. Discontent spread through the camp, and Zhang Dali, though furious, could not dismiss his brothers, with whom he had shared countless battles. He had no choice but to further limit the search scale, making it even more challenging to locate Ran Fei. At that moment, Ran Fei and his companions found their clothes torn by thorns along the way, the small rips exacerbating their discomfort as the cold winter wind seeped through, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. Ran Fei began to realize, if they could not find a way out soon, they might succumb to the bitter cold. Yet hope often favors those who strive relentlessly. One afternoon, as Ran Fei felt his body grow rigid and unresponsive, he spotted a wisp of smoke in the distance. A village, his guards exclaimed in delight. Boss. A village. Yes. We have finally made it out. Ran Fei responded weakly, having given his coat to Miss Dan. Though they would share warmth at night, during the day, they were still vulnerable to the biting cold. The group hurried into the village and knocked on the door of a nearby house. However, as the door swung open, they were taken aback, swiftly drawing their daggers at the homeowner. Chapter 56. To their astonishment, the homeowner was none other than Han Ling, a former subordinate of Chen Sheng. Upon recognizing Ran Fei, Han Ling was equally stunned, unable to grasp a weapon before being subdued by Ran Fei's men. Ran Fei ordered his guards to close the door, gag Han Ling, and bind him. Unexpectedly, a woman rushed out from within, accompanied by a toddler of about 2 years. Upon seeing Han Ling restrained, she hurried forward, exclaiming, "What are you doing? You ruffians! Let him go!" As she was about to scream for help, Ran Fei's guards swiftly restrained her and silenced her cries. The child clung to the guards, weeping, but to no avail. One of the guards contemplated striking the child, but Ran Fei intervened, saying, "Wait, he's just a child." Han Ling struggled to speak, prompting Ran Fei to inquire, "If you call for help, I will kill you immediately. As long as you remain silent, your life will be spared, and those of your family as well." Han Ling nodded, and Ran Fei removed the cloth from his mouth. Han Ling then stated, "You may do with me as you wish, but spare my woman and child." Ran Fei, perplexed, asked, "Is she truly your wife and child?" Han Ling replied, "After falling into Yuan Qi's trap, I discreetly fled. I wandered in the mountains for days, consumed by anxiety. Eventually, I grew weary of the life of a bandit, yearning for a simple existence. Thus I came here to live incognito, marrying the local woman. She is that woman." Ran Fei approached the crying child, asking, "What is your name, little one?" The child, trembling with fear, replied, "Han Feng." "Ran Fei pointed at Han Ling, asking, 'And who is he to you?' The child answered, 'He is my father.' Ran Fei turned to his guards, saying, 'It seems he speaks the truth. Release him. He no longer poses a threat.' However, he then turned to Han Ling's wife, adding, 'But you must promise not to scream.' Though initially defiant, the woman relented when Han Ling gestured for her to comply. Ran Fei instructed his men to untie Han Ling, and Miss Dan assisted in freeing the woman. Han Ling felt somewhat awkward, chuckling, "Thank you for sparing my life." Ran Fei replied, "Most of the capable individuals from Qi have perished. Those with talent are mostly gone." Han Ling laughed as well, turning to his wife and saying, "They are all my old acquaintances. Go prepare a good meal and some fine wine." The woman acquiesced and left, yet Ran Fei's companions were somewhat apprehensive, fearing she might seek assistance. Han Ling reassured them, saying, "Rest assured, I bear no profound enmity towards you. Why would I wish you harm?" Ran Fei deemed this perspective reasonable. After all, he shared no significant animosity with Han Ling. However, Miss Dan harbored suspicions. Once Ran Fei and Han Ling entered the house, she discreetly signaled one of the guards to stealthily follow Han Ling's woman. As Miss Dan anticipated, Han Ling's woman exited the house, not heading towards the tavern, but rather to another building, where she remained for approximately half a stick of incense before re-emerging. Han Ling provided Ran Fei and his companions with garments to change into, while Han Ling's woman offered Miss Dan some attire as well. The three of them finally felt a measure of comfort. Upon the guard's return after trailing Han Ling's woman, he promptly reported to Miss Dan, who instructed the trio to remain vigilant that night. As evening fell, they sat on the calm, and Han Ling raised his cup, proclaiming, "Though we were adversaries before, we are no longer. Allow me to toast to you." Ran Fei laughed and smashed his cup. At that moment, 6 individuals wielding large knives surged through the door. Ran Fei inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" Han Ling replied, "Since you are already aware, I shall no longer conceal the truth from you. For years ago, during that great battle, you killed my brother, and I shall not let you go unpunished. Today, you shall meet your demise." It turned out that the woman had reported to her brothers that bandits had invaded their home, using children as leverage. They had laced the wine with a narcotic, intending to incapacitate Ran Fei before signaling to kill him. Enraged, Ran Fei struck with a swift blow to the forehead, followed by a thrust to the heart. Han Ling dodged the blow to the forehead, but could not evade the strike to his heart, blood gushing forth. Upon witnessing Han Ling's fall, the brothers of his woman attacked Ran Fei, but Ran Fei's guards were far superior, swiftly dispatching them. Han Ling's woman was caught in the fray, but Ran Fei, seeing the child, could not bear to kill him and halted his subordinates. Soon, however, torches appeared outside the courtyard. Han Ling's family had reported to the authorities, and the officials had dispatched personnel to apprehend them. Ran Fei spat in disdain, leading the four to leap onto the roof and flee into the mountains. The local magistrate, a bookish sort, had never encountered the likes of them and assumed these bandits were simpletons who would exit through the front door. With Han Ling and 5 or 6 brothers present, he believed Han Ling's formidable skills would ensure their capture. Little did he know that Ran Fei and his companions were no ordinary men. After eliminating their foes, they vanished without a trace. After a lengthy wait with no sign of them, the officials sent someone inside, only to discover a child among the corpses, realizing their grave misjudgment too late. Ran Fei and his companions fled westward, reaching a town at dawn, dew glistening upon Ran Fei's forehead. They encountered an inn with at least 400 to 500 households. As they approached, the innkeeper's assistant inquired whether they sought lodging or a meal. Noticing their weary and famished state, he was taken aback when they merely requested food. After ordering some dishes, the assistant retreated to the kitchen. Following their meal, exhausted from a sleepless night, they called for rooms. Once arrangements were made, they promptly retired, and it wasn't until the afternoon that Ran Fei groggily rubbed his eyes and rose. Shortly after sitting down to eat, he overheard a conversation. I heard that yesterday, Han Yishui, the son-in-law of the Chen family, along with his entire family, was slaughtered by bandits. Another voice chimed in, indeed, the 5 sons of the Chen family were also killed. Their martial skills were exceptionally high, and the officials didn't even catch a glimpse of them. It is said they were the bandits from Longquan Mountain who narrowly escaped encirclement. TSK. The bandits from Longquan Mountain truly lived up to their reputation, managing to dispatch Han Yishui and his brothers with just 3 or 4 men. We must acknowledge he was among the top martial artists in the region. The authorities have already imposed a lockdown. As they spoke, a group of over 10 patrolling officials passed by. See that? The guards are patrolling the streets at all times. Chapter 57. Ran Fei and his companions breathed a sigh of relief, initially fearing recognition, but it turned out the officials were entirely unaware of their identities, mistaking them for the bandits of Longquan Mountain. After finishing their meal and settling their bill, they prepared to depart. Upon reaching the town's entrance, they observed officials interrogating several townsfolk. Ran Fei halted, remarking, those individuals must be Han Ling's family. Given our attire belongs to Han Ling, if we do not change, we may arouse suspicion. The others nodded in agreement. Ran Fei led them back to a tailor's shop, selecting new garments to wear and discarding Han Ling's attire in an inconspicuous corner. Upon reaching the town's entrance, they were indeed stopped. The leader, a robust constable with calloused hands, caught Ran Fei's attention as a skilled fighter. The constable, noticing the impressive demeanor of Ran Fei and his companions, recognized their practiced bearing and cold, composed gazes, indicative of seasoned individuals who had weathered great storms. He was reluctant to offend them, yet duty compelled him to inquire, stating, I am Zhou Weisheng, the head constable of this town. You appear unfamiliar here. May I ask for your name so I can report back? Ran Fei replied, Are you certain? Zhou Weisheng was taken aback, and the surrounding constables immediately drew their weapons. One of Zhou's subordinates whispered, Brother, it is said that the culprits were 4 men and a woman, and they fit that description. Upon hearing this, the surrounding constables panicked. Their comrades, also catching wind of the conversation and unsheathing their weapons, pointing them at Ran Fei and his group. Ran Fei chuckled, What is this? Are you afraid of me? Zhou Weisheng replied sternly, I apologize, but I must fulfill my duties. A murder occurred yesterday, a complete family slaughtered. I cannot afford to be careless. I kindly ask you to accompany me for an investigation. Ran Fei's companions stepped forward, declaring, And you think you can apprehend us? A mere constable? Ran Fei interjected, Hold on. He is merely performing his duty. Regardless of the circumstances, we must not disrupt the rules. As the saying goes, without rules, nothing can be accomplished. If we do not adhere to this, how can the government maintain its credibility? Zhou Weisheng nodded. What this brother says is true. He extended his right hand in a gesture of invitation. Then please. Ran Fei exchanged glances with his companions, and they followed Zhou Weisheng as he escorted them toward the government office. Although the magistrate was a minor official, upon Ran Fei's earlier appointment, he had summoned all officials overseeing populations exceeding 5,000 to a meeting in Jiang, striving to understand the local conditions. Seeing Ran Fei, the magistrate was startled, hurriedly approaching to untie their bindings, bowing and apologizing. "I am Yu Chang, the magistrate of Dazhou Town, and I pay my respects to you, esteemed sir." The constables, witnessing their magistrate addressing him as esteemed sir, were taken aback, but soon some regained their composure and all knelt, exclaiming, "We pay our respects, esteemed sir." Ran Fei smiled gently. "Please rise. I have come to deal with the bandits of Longquan Mountain, and in order to strike a decisive blow against them, we concealed our identities." At this point, Zhou Weisheng felt puzzled. If they were indeed here to investigate, why was there a woman among them? Yet, given Ran Fei's high status, he dared not voice his thoughts and remained silent. The magistrate remarked, "We are truly grateful for your efforts, esteemed sir. I heard you were injured, and I have been praying for your recovery. I did not expect you to feign your injury to deceive the bandits." Ran Fei smiled resolutely, for since his fall from the cliff, he had been oblivious to events in Jiang. At this moment, he could only pretend to be well-informed to avoid revealing his ignorance. Ran Fei stated, "Since my intentions have been discerned, I hope you will ensure that news of our investigation remains confidential so that we may capture the bandits swiftly." The magistrate assured him, "Of course, esteemed sir, you need not worry." Ran Fei nodded. "That is good. It is presumed that you have already received news of bandits operating in this vicinity. Given that there are traces of these brigands, I shall now return to Jiang to assemble troops and extinguish their presence. Governor, thank you, esteemed minister, for aiding us in apprehending the bandits." Ran Fei, feeling uneasy, departed the government office post-haste, mounting one of the official horses en route to Jiang. As the governor observed Ran Fei's departure, he inquired of Zhou Weisheng, who stood behind him. "What are your thoughts?" Zhou Weisheng hesitated, prompting Yu Chang to urge, "Speak up, it matters not." "He has already left." Zhou Weisheng whispered to Yu Chang, "I suspect that the ones who murdered Shan Ishui's family last night were indeed them, even if they claim to be here for reconnaissance. Why did they choose to arrive in our town only this morning? Moreover, the innkeeper mentioned that they slept until the afternoon, indicating they did not rest at all last night." Yu Chang replied, "I share your sentiments, yet we lack evidence. He holds considerable power. It is best to handle this matter cautiously and avoid unnecessary complications." Zhou Weisheng affirmed, "I understand." Upon returning to Jiang, Ran Fei encountered Zhang Dali and others, only to find Zhang Dali's eyes awash with tears, a testament to his restless nights since Ran Fei's disappearance. Moved by this, they were struck with sorrow upon learning of Shan Qing's demise, causing Miss Shan to faint instantly. 3 hours later, Lu Zhonglian, Tianba, and the strategist detailed the encirclement of Longquan Mountain and other matters pertaining to the north. At that moment, Miss Shan regained consciousness, and Ran Fei set aside his duties to comfort her. She nestled in his embrace, weeping. "Without you, I am now utterly alone." Tears streamed down her face, and Ran Fei held her tightly. "You still have me. Do not fear. I shall protect you." The sight deeply affected everyone present, and Ran Fei resolutely declared, "I vow that I shall not rest until this vengeance is exacted." Chapter 58. The Sword Forge has produced a new batch of swords, which Ran Fei personally reviewed. Using 2 dagger coins as test subjects, he discovered that these swords, seemingly indistinguishable from ordinary ones, could effortlessly cleave the coins in half without dulling or chipping the blade. A true masterpiece. This particular sword was the finest among those crafted, measuring over 70 centimeters in length, a remarkable achievement for the time when most weapons were made of bronze. Ran Fei named this sword Dragon Slayer and carried it with him. Consequently, he rewarded the craftsman at the forge. With enemies from the north, such as the Yin state and the militaristic Zhao state to the west, winter approached. Although the border regions were under the full management of Yuan Shi, Ran Fei, having studied the physical properties of materials, understood that lower temperatures would increase the brittleness of weapons, thus diminishing their lifespan. This issue was of paramount importance, affecting the lives of soldiers and the security of the northern territories. Ran Fei resolved that, aside from the Dragon Slayer, the remaining weapons would be dispatched to the border with the supply troops. Moreover, he allocated additional funds as support for the frontline soldiers. The soldiers under Yuan Shi were naturally elated to receive such fine weapons. Ran Fei's actions further elevated his standing, with officials led by Tian Dan and Xuanzi singing his praises before the king of Qi. The king, having initially felt disappointment in Ran Fei due to the Longquan Mountain incident, which resulted in a demotion, now recognized his timely actions during this critical juncture. Thus, with the support of Tian Dan and others, Ran Fei was reinstated to his former position. However, being still quite young, despite the backing of his allies, many ministers under the influence of Ho Sheng openly expressed concerns in court about Ran Fei's growing power, warning that should he ever turn against the state, no one would be able to withstand his forces. The king of Qi, not lacking in discernment, understood that while he could not recklessly execute ministers, the point raised was valid. Ran Fei's reputation had eclipsed his own, and the military was wholly devoted to him. Should he ever rebel, it was likely that his troops would first bind him. To curtail Ran Fei's authority, the king dispatched 100 imperial guards to Jiang to oversee military affairs while simultaneously stripping Ran Fei of his ministerial title, appointing Lu Zhonglian as acting minister. Tian Dan immediately reported, since the Battle of Jima, Ran Fei has been unwaveringly loyal to the state, and this action will only dishearten him. The king of Qi displayed a conflicted expression, but Ho Sheng countered. If he is indeed loyal, losing a position is not the end. He can still serve Qi. Our southern commander, Liang Wenbing, was pivotal in the defense during the siege of El City. Despite his remarkable contributions, he remains merely a commander. Upon hearing Ho Sheng's words, the king's earlier hesitation transformed into resolve. Proceed as I have stated. At this moment, the Qin state was organizing its military, preparing for an imminent campaign, awaiting the completion of logistics. Originally, Wei Ran had intended to abandon the supply train and advance lightly to join forces with the Yin army to attack Qi upon hearing of Ran Fei's demise. However, just 3 days later, with Ran Fei's return to Jiang, Wei Ran, aware of Ran Fei's prowess, hesitated to strike and opted for meticulous preparation. Just as he was ready to mobilize, news arrived that the king of Qi had revoked Ran Fei's position as the northern minister. Wei Ran was elated and promptly sought an audience with the king of Qin. Wei Ran, your majesty, we must temporarily abandon our plans to attack Qi. The king of Qin, perplexed, inquired why he would forsake a plan he had initially proposed, especially now that preparations were complete. Wei Ran explained, my original intent to assault Qi stemmed from the presence of many wise ministers there. If given time to recuperate, Qi could easily regain parity with us. However, now that the king of Qi has heeded slanderous counsel and disregarded the opposition of his loyal ministers by demoting a meritocratic general, this will not only dishearten the ministers, but also undermine the foundations of Qi. As long as figures like Ho Sheng remain in the Qi court, the state will inevitably weaken within a few years. At that point, it is unlikely we will witness any attempts by Qi to reclaim lost territories from Yin. The king of Qin nodded in agreement. Uncle, you are correct. Ignoring the counsel of wise ministers and acting alone, much like King Min of Qi, will inevitably lead to ruin. I shall require your guidance to become a sagacious ruler. Wei Ran, I am your uncle. We are family. There is no need for formality. In that moment, the youthful king of Qin, still inexperienced, felt deeply moved by Wei Ran's support, almost rushing to embrace him. Following Ran Fei's loss of the ministerial title, Zhang Dali and the others expressed their dissatisfaction. Furthermore, the arrival of over 100 supervising officers from the emperor, predominantly aligned with Ho Sheng, irked Zhang Dali to the point of nearly clashing with them. These officers, sent by the emperor, generally belonged to Ho Sheng's faction and contributed nothing productive, often finding fault within the military camps. The local administration was under Lu Zhonglian's oversight, and as Ho Sheng bore no animosity towards him, he was not disturbed. Yet, they continually sought to provoke Ran Fei. Initially, Ran Fei tolerated their antics, but matters escalated when the captain of the guards began to harbor inappropriate intentions towards Miss Shan. He incessantly dispatched individuals to surveil around Ran Fei's estate, and on one occasion, even scaled the walls to invade the backyard, intending to assault Miss Shan. Had it not been for the timely intervention of his comrades, Miss Shan would have found herself in a most compromising predicament. Ran Fei was incensed, yet Miss Shan urged him. He was sent by the king. We cannot confront him directly. Although Ran Fei refrained from further discussing the matter, he was already devising a plan to eliminate this menace. In one effort, Ran Fei penned a letter to Tian Dan, detailing the entire situation. Aware that this individual would become a future confidant, Tian Dan discreetly entered the palace under the cover of night to report to the king of Qi. Upon reading the letter, the king was infuriated and promptly ordered Ran Fei to detain the captain of the guards and bring him back to Linzi for trial. Should the accusations prove true, he would face execution on the spot. The matter swiftly spread, causing the queen great distress, for she had numerous clandestine dealings with the captain of the guards. Should Ran Fei succeed in bringing him back, the captain, in a state of desperation, would undoubtedly threaten her life to save his own, thereby placing her in peril. In Chapter 59, the captain of the guards possessed many secrets about the queen and Ho Sheng. Prince Qi ordered him to be escorted back to Linzi, which instilled substantial fear in both the queen and Ho Sheng. They mandated that Ho Sheng must eliminate the captain on the journey back to Linzi. Ran Fei was resolutely determined to see the captain dead. However, due to Tian Dan's suspicion that he was affiliated with Ho Sheng, he suppressed his desire to kill him in order to capture Ho Sheng and his associates in one fell swoop, opting instead to personally escort the captain back to the capital. Ran Fei traversed the pathways. As much of Qi's territory lay within the lower reaches of the Yangtze River Plain, characterized by wide and even roads. Ho Sheng's retainers, well aware of Ran Fei and his subordinates' formidable prowess, feared that any attempt at ambush would backfire, and thus they refrained from acting rashly. 3 days later, having covered only 100 miles from Linzi, Ran Fei had already noticed someone following him. With his astute intelligence, he could hardly be oblivious to the identity of the mastermind behind it all. Observing the growing anxiety of his pursuers, Ran Fei felt an increasing sense of delight. Just as they approached Linzi, an idea struck him: to invite the enemy into a trap. That night, after settling into an inn, Ran Fei bound the captain in the woodshed, leaving 2 trusted aides to guard him. However, at midnight, Ran Fei's sentries all went to relieve themselves. Seizing the opportunity, 2 figures slipped into the woodshed, but as they plunged a dagger into the captain's heart, they realized it was merely a puppet resembling him. Before they could react, Ran Fei stood outside the door, calling out, "Gentlemen, do come out. I assure you of your safety. I, Ran Fei, am a man of my word." Indeed, Ran Fei had always kept his promises. Yet the 2 assassins soared from the woodshed to the rooftop, leaving Ran Fei utterly astonished. Could this be the legendary lightness of body? Seeing themselves surrounded, but unafraid, one of the assassins scoffed. Do you think you can stop us?" Ran Fei chuckled. "I still do not know your names, gentlemen." The other assassin retorted, "Even if I told you, what could you do to me?" "We are Yin Shuangying," Ran Fei exclaimed. "The Yin Shuangying of Yin State?" Indeed, having spent several years in this world, Ran Fei was somewhat familiar with notable figures. Yin Shuangying was originally a retainer of Lu Yi, who later fled to Zhao State to evade a death sentence. Thus, Yin Shuangying had no choice but to ally with Ho Sheng. It was said they could kill without a trace, leaving no evidence behind. A most peculiar feat. Ran Fei grinned. "You were sent by Ho Sheng, were you not?" Upon hearing this, the 2 were visibly rattled. How could he know of their connection to Ho Sheng? Noticing their flustered expressions, Ran Fei laughed. Truly, a man of brawn with a simple mind. With a wave of his hand, a net descended from above, capturing Yin Shuangying. The 2 fell into the woodshed, where Ran Fei's ambush awaited them. Ran Fei felt perplexed. Even if Yin Shuangying was exceptionally skilled, it was improbable that Ho Sheng would send only the 2 of them to assassinate the captain. Unless Ho Sheng was a fool, but Liang Wenbing was certainly not. Could it be? Ran Fei couldn't help but exclaim, "This is bad." Upon arriving at the true location of the captain's confinement, he found the captain lifeless, accompanied by 2 brothers who had perished alongside him. Clenching his fists, Ran Fei commanded, "Bring Yin Shuangying to me." Drawing his sword, he pressed it against one of the men's faces, seething, "Speak. Who else is involved?" The man replied, "I cannot tell you," revealing it would only lead to a more brutal death. Ran Fei's sword drew blood from the man's face, and though he felt pain, he endured it. "You, Ran Fei, may be a hero, but if you wish to kill, grant me a swift end." Ran Fei's expression turned menacing. "You think of me as a towering hero? No, you are mistaken." The man's face bore another wound, rendering him utterly disfigured. As Ran Fei wiped the blood from his sword with a cloth, he smiled. "What say you? Are you willing to talk now? I wouldn't mind using you to sanctify my dragon slaying." One of Ran Fei's subordinates interjected, "Brother, why waste words? Just kill him." Ran Fei halted him. "No, we must uncover the identity of those who killed our brothers. Otherwise, we cannot avenge them." Ran Fei once again leveled his sword at the other and scathed man, asking, "And you? Do you intend to remain silent?" This man, handsome yet fearful of disfigurement, hesitated for a long moment. Just as Ran Fei was about to plunge his sword into his face, he suddenly spoke. "I will tell you. It was Qin Jiao, originally from Qin State. He was executed for dishonoring many maidens. Yet somehow he resurfaced in Qi State and became a retainer of Ho Sheng." Ran Fei scoffed and instructed his subordinates, "Take them away and keep a close watch. I will bring them to the Qi Wang for questioning. They are accomplices in the captain's murder." Upon hearing this, Yin Shuangying was aghast. Although this man possessed both valor and strategy, he also employed some despicable tactics. Perhaps from the very beginning, he never intended to kill them, but rather sought to present them to the Qi Wang. Although Ho Sheng had slain the captain, Yin Shuangying was now captured. At this moment, Ran Fei had arrived at the gates of Linzi, while Ho Sheng had lost the upper hand. In a state of anxiety, an unexpected turn of events occurred as Liang Wenbing hastily arrived in Linzi. Upon his arrival, he immediately went to Ho Sheng's residence, where Ho Sheng divulged all the details. Liang Wenbing, however, merely laughed, leaving Ho Sheng perplexed. With seriousness, he said, "I am not jesting. The situation is dire. If they present Yin Shuangying before the Qi Wang, my death is imminent." Liang Wenbing waved his hand dismissively. "Do not worry. Just say they were thieves whom you expelled from your home. Do you think the Qi Wang would believe the words of a thief driven out for stealing? Besides, they are from Yin State, and we have a deep-seated enmity with them. Not only will the Qi Wang disbelieve them, but I too would not trust them." Ho Sheng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you are most astute. If we can evade this crisis, I will surely inform my sister and bestow great rewards upon you." Liang Wenbing replied, "Tonight they should enter the palace, and the Qi Wang will certainly summon you for verification. At that time, you need only speak your part. As for how many of your secrets they know," Ho Sheng pondered, "I have only had them for a short while. They do not know much. The reason for sending them was merely to test their loyalty to me." Liang Wenbing cautioned, "They are from Yin State. During the last battle, we slaughtered their kin. They will not genuinely pledge allegiance to us." In Chapter 60, at noon, Ran Fei presented Yin Shuangying before the Qi Wang. Not seeing the captain, the Qi Wang inquired, "Ran Fei, where is my captain?" Ran Fei knelt and clasped his fists. "I failed in my duty, and the captain was assassinated on the way here." The Qi Wang appeared furious. "In your letter to the Prime Minister, you mentioned the captain harbored intentions towards your wife. I ordered you to bring him, and yet you allowed him to be killed. This leaves us with no witness." Ran Fei felt a surge of anger. In the months since their last meeting, the Qi Wang's temperament seemed to have changed considerably. Likely due to his elevated position, mixed with a lack of ability and military merit, further compounded by whispers from those around him, fearing rebellion. To demonstrate his sincerity, Ran Fei bowed his head to the ground, declaring, "I never intended such a thing. Your Majesty, please discern. It is merely that the villain possesses formidable martial prowess, and we have fallen victim to his treachery, which has led to the demise of the chief guard." King Qi, incensed, retorted, "What you imply is that someone seeks to conspire against him." Ran Fei replied, "I am unfamiliar with the chief guard, and know not if he has wronged anyone in the past. It is only on the road that he met his untimely end." King Qi pondered for a moment. "Well, your words do hold merit. The chief guard, in his duty to safeguard my safety, has indeed eliminated some individuals. It is not implausible that their kin might seek vengeance." Ran Fei lifted his gaze. "Although I have not apprehended the murderer, I have captured 2 accomplices." Ran Fei gestured towards Yin Shuangying as he addressed King Qi. The king scrutinized the two, noting their robust physiques and numerous scars upon their hands, prompting him to send someone forth to examine if they had indeed trained in martial arts. Upon inspection, it was confirmed they were indeed skilled fighters. King Qi then exhaled a sigh of relief and inquired, "What enmity do you bear against my chief guard? Why did you seek to take his life?" Yin Shuangying bowed his head and replied, "I was originally a retainer of Lu Yi, who fell out of favor with King Yin and was dismissed from his post. To preserve my life, I stealthily fled to the Zhao kingdom. We became separated, only to later be taken in by General Ho Sheng as his retinue." "Enough!" King Qi interjected furiously. I have no desire to hear your past. Speak of the present. Why did you kill my chief guard? Yin Shuangying continued. It was a command from General Ho Sheng, who was terrified. What? King Qi was taken aback. Ho Sheng? How is he involved? Ran Fei internally chastised King Qi for his foolishness, interrupting the explanation and now demanding clarity. This would require starting anew. Yin Shuangying pressed on. Your Majesty, permit me to elaborate. King Qi, growing impatient, urged. Speak swiftly and focus on the essential details. Yin Shuangying. We later became retainers of General Ho Sheng, and a few days ago, he instructed us that a prisoner possessed knowledge of certain secrets and commanded us to eliminate him. Otherwise, he would face death, and we would share his fate. King Qi responded, Oh, so it appears my chief guard had some connection with Ho Sheng, and not a trivial one at that. Yin Shuangying replied, I cannot say. We are merely retainers of General Ho Sheng, following his orders. King Qi commanded, Summon someone to seize Ho Sheng. The guard responded, Yes. Ran Fei interjected, Your Majesty, Ho Sheng is the younger brother of the queen. Should he be captured, the queen will surely intervene, and with Ho Sheng's numerous retainers, there may be resistance during the apprehension. King Qi contemplated for a moment. You speak wisely. Very well, Li Ju. I command you to encircle Ho Sheng's residence and bring him forth. Should there be any resistance, execute them on the spot. Li Ju acknowledged. Yes, but... King Qi pressed. But what? Li Ju continued. If Ho Sheng resists, I... King Qi chuckled. He resist? I know him well. If he can defeat even one of your men, I will concede. Just ensure he remains unharmed. Li Ju affirmed. Understood. At Ho Sheng's residence, the Imperial Guard surrounded the premises tightly. Ho Sheng remained indoors, while Li Ju ordered. Open the door. We merely wish to escort General Ho Sheng to meet the king. We shall not harm him. Within the residence, Ho Sheng paced anxiously. This was not as Liang Wenbing had described. Why were there so many come to apprehend him? Wasn't it just for questioning? However, Liang Wenbing had long departed, leaving Ho Sheng without a guiding hand. Akin to an ant on a hot pan, filled with dread and devoid of a plan. Li Ju, growing impatient, shouted, Lord Ho Sheng, if you do not open the door, we shall force our way in. One of Ho Sheng's subordinates rushed over, asking, My lord, what shall we do? Ho Sheng was equally at a loss, as Li Ju drew his sword and signaled for his men to set up a ladder and scale the walls. While some of Ho Sheng's followers were capable fighters, they were few. Most were inept, and the Imperial Guards swiftly breached the main gate, storming in. In a panic, Ho Sheng urged the skilled individual beside him. We must flee. The adept promptly hoisted Ho Sheng onto his back and leaped away, as the main force of the Imperial Guards focused on the front entrance. With the assistance of several retainers, the adept's agility allowed them to escape swiftly. Li Ju returned empty-handed, reporting to King Qi, Your Majesty, Lord Ho Sheng has escaped. King Qi was astonished. What? You could not even capture such a feeble man? Li Ju explained. It is said he possesses a formidable retainer who injured many of our Imperial Guards and helped him flee. King Qi contemplated, musing. This fellow must be feeling guilty, but it is for the best. Let him escape, as it will leave no witnesses. He declared, He is surely frightened and has fled. Since there is no evidence, let this matter rest. After all, the chief guard is already dead, and Marshal Ran, your vengeance has been avenged. Ran Fei felt a pang of injustice, yet acquiesced. Since your majesty has decreed thus, I shall take my leave. There are many matters in the north requiring my attention. King Qi begrudgingly replied, Yes, yes, you may go. As Ran Fei exited the palace and made his way towards the northern gate of Linzi, he encountered a convoy escorting prisoners, among whom was Yin Shuangying. Though at that moment, both of their eyes were devoid of light. The common folk, having suffered greatly from the incursions of Yin, harbored intense animosity towards the Yin people. Hurling refuse at them, Ran Fei sighed and continued northward. Chapter 62. Yuan Qi was stationed at the border, entrusted with matters concerning weaponry. The following day, during court proceedings, Tian Dan reported to King Qi, The Qin kingdom harbors ambitions of conquest, seeking to swallow the realm. If we do not prepare, we may inevitably become the second Han. King Qi concurred. I share your sentiments, but do you possess specific plans for our preparations? Tian Dan responded affirmatively, but cautioned. I implore your majesty not to take offense. King Qi encouraged. Speak freely. I shall not hold it against you. Tian Dan surveyed the current state of affairs across the lands, noting that Zhao With its martial foundation and robust military strength, bolstered by formidable generals such as Lien Pe, Li Mu, and Zhao Shi, posed a significant threat. While we have experienced minor skirmishes with them, they are likely more apprehensive than we about the Qin's advances. Therefore, I propose we set aside past grievances and unite with Zhao. King Qi's expression darkened as Tian Dan continued. Your Majesty, might you consider this? Should we ally with Zhao? Providing them support, we may incur some material losses, yet gain a powerful ally to intercept the Qin. King Qi contemplated this for a moment, responding, Your proposal is sound. But what if they turn against us? Should they form an alliance with Yin, we would find ourselves caught between two adversaries. Tian Dan replied, The solution to this dilemma is simple. We shall secretly assist Zhao in resisting Qin. If Zhao does not retaliate, all is well. If they do, we shall openly ally with Qin to besiege Zhao, thereby securing territory and weakening our adversary at the gates. I believe the Qin would be amenable to this. King Qi acknowledged the logic in this analysis. Very well, let it be as you suggest. Proceed with the arrangements. Tian Dan affirmed yes. Tian Dan dispatched orders for the southern and northern marshals to covertly support Zhao, and this news quickly reached the Yin army stationed at the border, prompting the Yin king to inform the Qin king. The Qin king, perturbed, recognized the gravity of the situation. Should this continue, an alliance between Qi and Zhao would become detrimental, and summoned Wei ran to the palace for a discussion. Unaware of the circumstances, Wei Ran knelt. Your Majesty, you summoned me? The Qin king gestured. Rise, come closer. Wei Ran complied, and the king handed him a letter. Upon reading it, Wei Ran was taken aback. What? The state of Zhao has unexpectedly conspired with Qi, and if we do not address this matter promptly, the potential alliance between the two could prove detrimental to us. King Qin, I summoned you to deliberate on this issue. Wei Ran pondered for a moment, unable to reach a decisive conclusion, yet suggested, why not summon Bai Qi to the palace and ascertain his counsel? King Qin, that is a sound idea. 2 days later, Bai Qi arrived in Xianyang. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. No one was privy to Bai Qi's thoughts, for his name had become renowned across the land after he had executed 24,000 troops of the Hanwei coalition 8 years prior. King Qin discreetly summoned Bai Qi to inquire about a course of action, to which Bai Qi simply replied, Fight. King Qin found this hard to believe. Now that Qi and Zhao have united, both being formidable nations, can we truly prevail? Bai Qi. Zhao, witnessing our assault on Han, fears a surprise attack from us, which is why they sought aid from Qi. However, Qi's reluctance to openly declare support for Zhao indicates a crucial point. King Qin, what point? Bai Qi. Qi still harbors a sense of trepidation towards our Qin state. Furthermore, they fear that should Zhao successfully resist us, they might turn against Qi and ally with Yin to launch a joint offensive. King Qin contemplated for a moment. Indeed, this is true. Qi's discreet assistance to Zhao reveals they are still holding back. Yet if we launch a vigorous assault on Zhao now, they will undoubtedly solidify their stance against us. Bai Qi confidently asserted, that will not happen. In the current state of affairs, our Qin is the mightiest. The other nations harbor considerable fear of us. Our enmity with Han has grown significantly since Zhang Zi's time, and if we continue our offensive against Han, they will surely seek aid from the 6 nations. At that juncture, the most advantageous ally would be Zhao, conveniently located nearby. Should we absorb Zhao, they would become relatively weaker, compelling them to intervene and assist us, thus providing us with a pretext to strike Zhao, while Qi would be quite pleased at that moment. King Qin, why is that? Bai Qi. Because as we and Zhao deplete each other's strength, Qi will emerge comparatively stronger. King Qin, puzzled, asked, if that is the case, why should we not cease hostilities? Bai Qi, because Zhao and Han are fearful. We can leverage their fear to extract greater benefits. King Qin, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly grasped the insight. My esteemed general, you are indeed remarkable. Let us proceed as you suggest. Bai Qi agreed. 3 days later, Qin provocatively taunted at the border with Han, inciting the Han troops. Bai Qi seized the opportunity to reignite the flames of war. The Han forces, unable to withstand the pressure, retreated, and even as the new year approached, there was no sign of Qin withdrawing its troops. Meanwhile, Zhao, fearing a sudden incursion by the Qin army, refrained from holding a grand national celebration. In stark contrast, Qi experienced a vastly different scene. with newfound wealth. The citizens of Qi enjoyed a splendid new year, each household receiving ample provisions and warm clothing. The troops stationed at the border faced hardships, prompting Ranfei to send them copious amounts of fine wine and a troop of entertainers. At that moment, Qi was indeed in a festive spirit. Zhao, apprehensive about Han being consumed by Qin, reached out to Chu, with both sides providing assistance, only to have their plans unravel when discovered by Qin, leading to an immediate declaration of war against Zhao. Bai Qi's forces advanced with unstoppable momentum, reaching Guanglong City. Zhao, unable to resist, dispatched Lien to lead the defense, who, adopting a strategy of waiting for the enemy to tire, remained steadfast. After several failed assaults by Bai Qi, he regrouped his troops and attempted a surprise attack from the south towards Handan. The Zhao king, stricken with fear, promptly sought peace, offering countless treasures as a gesture of goodwill. Observing that the conflict had achieved its desired effect, King Qin ordered the troops to stand down. Ranfei discerned the underlying motives, believing that Bai Qi's campaign was not merely about territorial gains, but rather about economic benefits. He reported his suspicions to Tiandan, who found them credible. However, the current weakened state of Qi rendered them incapable of aiding Zhao, leading to a stalemate. Chapter 63. After a long day of toil, Ranfei returned home, only to find Miss Shan in a rather somber mood. Inquiring about her distress, she expressed her desire to learn some skills for self-defense following the incident with the head guard. After some contemplation, Ranfei decided to call for Lien Zhan. However, after a lengthy pause with no response, he remembered that Lien Zhan was no longer present. Following the events at Zhulong Mountain, Lien Zhan had been Ranfei's personal attendant, and their bond was quite strong. Lien Zhan was meticulous in his duties, earning Ranfei's utmost satisfaction. Despite providing Lien Zhan with a grand burial, it could hardly fill the void left in Miss Shan's heart. Observing Ranfei's downcast demeanor, Miss Shan consoled him, saying, "One must accept that the dead cannot return to life." After pondering for a moment, Ranfei nodded and declared, "I shall personally instruct you." Miss Shan appeared elated, eagerly nodding yes. Just as Ranfei intended to retire to his chamber to disrobe and rest, Miss Shan tugged at him, leaving him perplexed. With a playful smile, she led him to a chest and opened it to reveal 2 swords, teasingly saying, "I secretly acquired these 2 swords from Zhang Dali's sword-making hall. You won't blame me, will you?" Ranfei, "Did you pay for them?" Miss Shan feigned shock at his inquiry, as he seemed more concerned about whether payment had been made than expressing anger. Indeed, while the sword-making hall fell under Ranfei's jurisdiction, he had established certain regulations. Swords could only be released with military documentation and payment, for the craftsmen also needed to make a living. With Zhang Dali's assistance, the documentation was undoubtedly secured, but Ranfei worried that Miss Shan might have overlooked the payment. Miss Shan playfully grasped Ranfei's hand, assuring him, "I paid, and quite a bit too. Each sword cost 1,000 Dao coins. Ranfei, as long as you paid." In that instant, the realization struck him. What? 1,000 Dao coins? Ranfei felt utterly disheartened, as his annual salary amounted to only 20,000 Dao coins. Acquiring 2 swords would deplete a full month's earnings. Miss Shan, shaking his hand, comforted him with a playful tone. "I wanted them." Ranfei's expression darkened, but the deed was done, and the money had been exchanged. So he replied, "It's fine." Miss Shan, "Then you must teach me now." Reluctantly, Ranfei sighed. "I am quite exhausted. I have spent the entire day dealing with documents. I am utterly worn out." "Oh, come on. Just show me the moves while I watch." Without waiting for Ranfei's response, Miss Shan seized his right hand and dashed out of the room. The sight of Miss Shan holding Ranfei's hand left the guards gaping in astonishment. Ranfei, perplexed by their expressions, noted that societal norms of the time were far more conservative than those of the present. During that era, if a boy of 16 or older held a girl's hand, it signified an impending union. However, Ranfei remained oblivious to this implication, thus felt no discomfort. "Raise your hand a bit higher." Ranfei instructed Miss Shan, "Lower your stance a bit more." Ever since the death of Miss Shan's father, she had taken refuge in Ranfei's martial residence, protected by the military, making it impossible for assassins to breach their defenses, let alone attempt a killing. Currently, the only person aware of Liang Wenbing's underlying schemes was Miss Shan, as she and Ranfei had witnessed Liang Wenbing firsthand at Longquan Mountain. Ranfei had contemplated using this knowledge to impeach Liang Wenbing. However, Lu Zhonglian had vetoed the idea, as Ran Fei had recently been demoted. If he were to pursue an impeachment against Liang Wenbing at this time, not only would success be uncertain, but he might also be accused of jealousy and slander. Ran Fei was certainly not foolish enough to take such a risk. However, doing nothing left him vulnerable, and should Liang Wenbing uncover any weaknesses, Ran Fei's position could become untenable. Yet calamity often strikes unexpectedly. Merely a month had passed since the truce between Qin and Zhao when Liang Wenbing was abruptly elevated to the rank of Shidefu by the king of Qi. It is worth noting that the position of Shidefu is only subordinate to that of the prime minister and is not easily attained. While Tiandan became prime minister due to his merits in repelling Yin, Ran Fei, despite surpassing all other generals in Qi through his military achievements, had yet to receive the title of Shidefu. Zhang Dali and others felt a profound sense of injustice, yet found themselves powerless to change the situation. Although Ran Fei was consumed by anger, he was acutely aware that he must not allow his emotions to cloud his judgment. He consoled the crowd, saying, "Do not worry. As long as the military remains in our hands, there is nothing to fear." After offering further reassurances, the others departed in a huff, leaving Ran Fei alone in the hall. He sighed deeply, exclaiming, "A true man must be able to bend and stretch. What is there to lament?" Upon lifting his gaze, he found Tian Ba beside him. Ran Fei forced a smile and said, "It's nothing. In a while, it will all be fine." Tian Ba, I understand your feelings of imbalance. Liang Wenbing's military achievements do not surpass yours, and he has committed many wrongdoings in the north. Yet, such is the nature of the world. It does not operate according to each individual's desires. Therefore, you must learn to let go. After pondering for a moment, Ran Fei suddenly realized and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. What brings you here today?" Tian Ba responded, "Nothing in particular. I merely came to check on you. I feared you might be troubled, but it appears there is not much to be concerned about." Ran Fei smiled as he gazed towards the horizon, where a ray of sunlight illuminated his face. Tian Ba remarked, "Spring has arrived. All things are reviving, and everything will be all right." In the afternoon, Ran Fei visited the grave of Lien Zhan, pouring a cup of wine onto the ground. "Brother, you have been my loyal guard since we defeated Qindafu. In terms of martial prowess, aside from me, Zhang Dali, and Yuan Qi, who could possibly rival you? Yet, you sacrificed your life to save me. Here, I vow that if I do not personally slay Liang Wenbing to avenge you, I, Ran Fei, shall not be worthy of being called a man." After making his vow, Ran Fei drew a dagger and made a cut on his hand, letting his blood drip onto the soil, merging with it. He then tore a piece of cloth from his clothing to bandage his hand and poured the entire jug of wine onto the ground before turning to leave. Spring symbolizes a new year and, more importantly, hope. The people of Qi had endured the ravages of war, and with the nation's tax reduction policies, they were filled with confidence for the future, beginning to sow seeds and cultivate crops. Meanwhile, the sword forging hall welcomed a new batch of fine swords, which Ran Fei equipped to the generals of Jiang. Everyone was overjoyed to see such quality weapons, for a good sword represented a greater hope for survival on the battlefield. The salt industry was flourishing at a remarkable pace, and it must be said that the Xie and Han families were exceptionally adept at managing it, achieving remarkable organization. Over the past 2 months, profits had reached an astonishing 40%. Due to the previous conflicts in Qi, the demand for salt in neighboring countries far exceeded supply, resulting in high prices and allowing Qi to amass considerable wealth once more. With newfound riches, Ran Fei was able to expand military supplies, continuing to recruit skilled artisans while also having them create armor and weapons based on the soldiers' needs. The sword forging hall had grown to over 700 members, producing more than 1,000 weapons and over 800 shields and 100 sets of armor each month. Given the critical situation on the northern border, Ran Fei allocated most of the equipment to Yuan Qi. In Chapter 64, the state of Qin became the primary adversary of Zhao. Within a few days, Zhao dispatched envoys to sign an alliance treaty with the king of Qi. After consulting with Xuanzi and others, the king agreed to the alliance 3 days later. Zhao secured the king's commitment, and within half a month, the number of soldiers stationed at the borders of Zhao and Qi had been halved. The king of Qi also ordered the troops stationed at the Qi-Zhao border to be redeployed to the Yanqi border, while Liang Wenbing transferred 1/3 of his forces to the north. Suddenly, over 4,000 additional soldiers appeared, creating challenges with equipment and supplies, and most importantly, these troops did not fall under his command. Nevertheless, the the king ordered Ran Fei to provide them with all their necessary supplies. Despite the enmity, Zhang Dali and others felt discontented about equipping Liang Wenbing's troops. However, Ran Fei commanded them to comply with orders and supply Liang Wenbing with everything he required. When Liang Wenbing and his forces arrived in Jiang, he greeted Ran Fei with a smile and clasped his fists, saying, "Ran Shanqing is indeed a remarkable person, not only resolving our supply issues, but also providing weapons that are far superior to those in the south." Ran Fei suppressed a smile and replied, "It is all for the benefit of Qi. We must not neglect our duties to you." Indeed, Ran Shanqing speaks wisely. We are all serving the king, and there should be no distinction between us. Liang Wenbing then instructed his subordinates, "From now on, you must heed Ran Shanqing's words and protect our homeland." His men responded affirmatively. Ran Fei smiled and clasped his fists, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, brothers, for your kind words." Liang Wenbing snorted and immediately turned, waving his hand. "Let us depart." Historically, military orders were as solid as a mountain. Typically, a troop would steadfastly follow a single commander. Ran Fei understood that he could not command this army, and not only could he not direct them, but they would also complicate matters for him. However, he had no choice but to obey the king's mandate, for failure to do so would be considered insubordination, a grave offense punishable by death. Currently, Ran Fei commanded only 18,000 men, while the king had over 80,000, and with Liang Wenbing's forces, the total approached 100,000. Even if Ran Fei were an exceptional strategist, the odds of defeating 10 to 1 were exceedingly slim, and Liang Wenbing was no fool. The chances of victory were virtually non-existent. Ran Fei remained remarkably calm. Perhaps it was the 4 years of higher education that had instilled in him a profound understanding that all things in the world operate according to certain laws. He could not simply impose his will upon the world. Idealism would lead to his ruin. He must act in accordance with established principles. The king's actions had already begun to chill his heart, and he had begun to formulate his own plans. As spring arrived, signaling the time for sowing, Lu Zhonglian was beset by clouds of worry. The prolonged warfare had drained the Qi state strength, and the most critical factor for sowing was the availability of quality seeds. Unfortunately, many good seeds had been lost due to the conflicts. The inability to find quality seeds foreshadowed a meager harvest in autumn, leaving him in a state of acute anxiety. With the onset of spring, there were new troop movements at the borders. Uncertain about certain matters, Ran Fei took Tianba to Lu Zhonglian's residence, where he found him frowning with concern. "Lu Xiong, what troubles you?" Lu Zhonglian replied. "With spring upon us and sowing imminent, I am troubled by the lack of good seeds." He then asked, "What brings you here?" Ran Fei explained, "The king has dispatched 4,000 men to the north. The troops require a rotation. I plan to have Yuan Qi come down from the north and station near Liang Wenbing's forces. However, this will undoubtedly destabilize the morale of the northern troops. So I wanted to consult with you about who should be sent to the north. Additionally, once Liang Wenbing's troops are rotated, a portion of the elderly, weak, and sick will remain behind, which will also require funds." Lu Zhonglian nodded. "Yes, we must carefully consider this situation. After all, Liang Wenbing is not one of us. We need to think this through." At this moment, Ran Fei's heart had grown cold towards the king, and he began to plot a significant scheme, one that could upheave the very foundations of power. He understood that these rulers possessed little true capability, merely adept at political maneuvering, barely holding on. If he could sow even a little discord, chaos would surely ensue in Qi. Although he had not yet found the opportunity, he was aware that it would not be long before it presented itself. Ran Fei commanded his subordinates to treat Liang Wenbing's men with utmost respect. Although his men were perplexed by his actions, he issued a strict order. Anyone who disobeyed would face execution. Months passed, and Ran Fei received news that the queen was with child. He discreetly wrote a letter to her, stating, "Respected queen, I understand that you harbor resentment towards us due to the slaughter of your kin by Yuan Qi. However, the deceased cannot return, and I sincerely apologize for this. Yet, if I am not appointed as the northern marshal, who else in Qi can withstand the forces of Yin? Should the Yin army march south, Qi's safety would be at stake. Without Qi, what position would you hold? Moreover, the king has other wives besides you. If you can overlook past grievances, we pledge to support your child in ascending to the throne of Qi." Being a woman, the queen, though bearing a grudge against Yuan Qi, found herself moved by Ran Fei's words, especially as he touched upon her deepest concerns. On one hand, The king dared not remove Ran Fei from the north, knowing that capable generals were hard to come by. Within the state of Qi, it appears that no one possesses greater military prowess than Ran Fei. On the other hand, it is worth noting that the king of Qi has more than one consort. Should she secure Ran Fei's support, she could ascend to the position of Empress Dowager in the future. However, the queen harbors certain apprehensions, particularly considering the deep-seated animosity between Liang Wenbing and Ran Fei, a reality that Ran Fei is acutely aware of. Facilitating harmony between the two will undoubtedly prove challenging. Nonetheless, for the sake of her son, the queen resolves to act as a mediator, striving to reconcile the relationship between Ran Fei and Liang Wenbing. The adage long hair, short sight might aptly describe the queen. After all, Liang Wenbing had slain Ran Fei's allies. How could he simply let bygones be bygones? Upon receiving a letter from the queen, Ran Fei's heart swelled with joy. As long as the king of Qi relaxed the surveillance in the north, Ran Fei could discreetly cultivate his influence. With the elite troops from the north at his disposal, he would certainly overpower the forces stationed in the capital. Ran Fei responded with pleasure to the queen's invitation to meet Liang Wenbing and seek reconciliation. Although Liang Wenbing felt displeased, he had no choice but to maintain composure. Their first encounter was marked by a tense atmosphere, while Ran Fei appeared humble, extending his hand and saying, "General Liang, we have had our misunderstandings, yet both sides have suffered losses. I am here to make amends. Shall we reconcile?" Before the queen, Liang Wenbing could not express his displeasure and merely nodded stiffly in agreement. With his objective achieved, Ran Fei reported to the queen, "Since General Liang and I have shaken hands in reconciliation, I have matters to attend to in the north and must take my leave." The queen nodded. "Very well. You may go." Ran Fei dared not show any signs of discontent, fearing detection, and respectfully knelt to pay his respects before turning to depart. Once Ran Fei was gone, Liang Wenbing immediately said to the queen, "He harbors ulterior motives. What shall we do?" The queen waved her hand dismissively. "Now that we have reconciled, how can we speak ill of him behind his back? You may leave." Liang Wenbing, filled with indignation but unable to express it, could only clasp his fists and say, "Then I shall take my leave." The queen replied, "Indeed." Liang Wenbing stormed out, leaving the queen to ponder that Ran Fei had nowhere to turn but to her, surely demonstrating his genuine intent to submit. With the support of both the southern and northern factions, her son would undoubtedly secure the throne of Qi. Chapter 65. Perhaps heaven, seeing Ran Fei's plight, granted him an opportunity to bolster his forces. Thanks to the queen whispering sweet nothings into the king's ear, frequently mentioning the valor of Tian Dan and Ran Fei in rescuing the state of Qi during its perilous times, the king gradually eased his scrutiny of the north. Consequently, Ran Fei began to tamper with weapon shipments, consistently sending excess supplies to the northern front. One day, as the sun rose as usual, the citizens of Jiang awoke with yawns, washing their faces and opening their doors to commence their daily activities. However, their tranquil existence was abruptly disrupted by a solitary rider. The northern border of Zhao was under attack by the Xiongnu, having already fallen to 3 cities. The king of Zhao dispatched Lian Po to march northward under the cover of night. Lian Po requested assistance from Qi, and a messenger galloped forth to relay the urgent news. Upon arriving at the marshal's residence, Ran Fei instructed the messenger to refresh himself with water while he opened Lian Po's handwritten letter. After swiftly perusing its contents, Ran Fei's companions, Lu Zhonglian and others, initially appeared concerned, yet they were taken aback to see a smile bloom on Ran Fei's face. Ran Fei hurriedly penned a letter to the king of Qi, stating, "The Xiongnu are formidable. Although Zhao is also powerful, they have just endured a fierce battle with Qin, and much of their forces remain in the south. If Qi does not intervene, the Xiongnu will weaken Zhao's strength, rendering Qin even more formidable by comparison. I humbly request permission to deploy troops." 3 days later, the king of Qi responded with consent. The capital's forces would dispatch 10,000 troops to assist Zhao. Overjoyed, Ran Fei realized he now had just cause to recruit soldiers. He proclaimed the need for a contingent to remain in Jiang, gathering troops and training soldiers while simultaneously sending a messenger to Lian Po, informing him of the rendezvous point in northern Zhao. Having completed these tasks, Ran Fei set forth with nearly 30,000 men. Before departing, Ran Fei intended to bid farewell to Miss Shan, but found her absent. After contemplating, he reassured himself that she was in the capable hands of Lu Zhonglian and others, and thus decided to proceed. However, on the second night of their march, after a long day of duties, Ran Fei was suddenly blindfolded, only to hear a familiar voice exclaim, "Surprise! Did you not expect to see me?" Infuriated, Ran Fei pulled the blindfold away, demanding, "What are you doing here? Who permitted your presence?" The playful figure of Miss Shan appeared before him, teasing, "What? Are you unhappy to see me?" With a serious expression, Ran Fei replied, "This is a journey to battle, if something were to happen to you." Before he could finish, Miss Shan covered his mouth. "What? Are you worried about me?" Ran Fei's face flushed. He had harbored feelings for this innocent, kind, and beautiful girl since their first meeting, but had kept it hidden due to their lack of familiarity. "Oh, I merely intended to take a look. I'm not going to the battlefield," Miss Shan pouted. "But swords and spears are merciless," Ran Fei countered. "What if the enemy launches a surprise attack? We are up against the Xiongnu, who excel at such tactics." Miss Shan, hearing this, felt a twinge of fear. Ran Fei initially intended to frighten her into returning, but after a moment's thought, Miss Shan resolutely declared, "Humph, I shall follow you. I have nowhere else to go now. I will stick with you, even unto death." This response left Ran Fei at a loss for how to proceed. He realized that the situation had spiraled beyond his control, deviating from his intended course. Deep down, he understood that Miss Shan harbored feelings for him as well. Yet he was destined for a life of warfare and did not wish to subject her to the uncertainties of such a life. However, at that moment, Miss Shan had firmly resolved to accompany him in the northern campaign against the Xiongnu, and it was impossible to forcibly send her back. Surely, he could not knock her unconscious and return her. Could he? Ran Fei mused that even if he did, given her spirited nature, she would likely disguise herself and follow him once more. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to her staying by his side. After parting with Miss Shan, Ran Fei immediately sought out Zhang Dali, reprimanding him for allowing a woman to infiltrate the camp so easily. The only possibility for such an oversight was that there was an insider aiding her. While Miss Shan knew several people within the military, only Zhang Dali would dare undertake such a reckless act behind his back. After being chastised by Ran Fei, Zhang Dali's face turned crimson. As a mere warrior, he could not withstand Miss Shan's persistent pleas and had not considered the dangers of the impending northern campaign. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, Zhang Dali felt a profound sense of guilt. Yet the deed was done, and all he could do was accept the outcome. Ran Fei, too, wore an expression of helplessness. 2 days later, as they crossed the Zhao border, Lian had preemptively alerted them, allowing Ran Fei's forces to pass without obstruction. Their journey was smooth. However, shortly after crossing the border, a sense of foreboding gripped Ran Fei. He promptly ordered his troops to halt their advance and instructed Zhang Dali to dispatch reconnaissance cavalry to scout the area. The cavalry returned swiftly with alarming news. Several villages ahead had been reduced to ashes. "I did not expect the Xiongnu to have penetrated this far," Ran Fei exclaimed. "Which general commands the northern forces of Zhao?" he inquired. The report came back. "General Zhao, she commands the troops of Zhao." "A general in name only," Ran Fei scoffed. "Have you discerned any traces of the Xiongnu?" The soldier replied, "There has been no rain in recent days, allowing us to gauge the enemy's departure time from the residual heat of the fires. When we arrived, the embers were still warm. We also observed hoof prints, indicating that the enemy's advance was merely a probing attack, and they retreated northward." Ran Fei pondered, perplexed. According to the Xiongnu's customary tactics, they would surely pursue their advantage. Why had they merely tested the waters? Was it possible that the northern Zhao forces still held strength? Otherwise, why would the Xiongnu be so hesitant? Or was there some other unforeseen circumstance? Ran Fei ordered that since the enemy had not retreated far, all available scouts should be dispatched with 3 days' worth of rations to investigate the movements of the Xiongnu. "Yes, sir." With a commanding order from Ran Fei, the war horses in the military camp neighed, and the nearly white steeds, fully equipped, began to depart the barracks in droves. Once Ran Fei observed that all the scouts had left, he issued a directive to Zhang Dali, instructing him to take his troops as the vanguard. If they encountered the Xiongnu, he was to act without awaiting further commands. They should seize any opportunity for a surprise attack, as the enemy must surely have some reservations. "We must capitalize on this chance to strike first." Zhang Dali complied. The Xiongnu had a history of descending southward every few years to raid, plundering wealth, grain, and capturing people, wealth and grain for sustenance, and individuals to be enslaved. Rather than heading to the burned villages, Ran Fei led his troops directly northward. In less than 5 hours, the scouts returned, reporting the discovery of a small Xiongnu encampment 70 miles to the north, consisting of only a few hundred troops. Zhang Dali had already taken his men to investigate. Ran Fei, wary that this might merely be an advance party of the enemy, promptly followed suit with his forces. In less than half an hour, Zhang Dali's elite troops had decimated the few hundred Xiongnu, liberating over 100 citizens of Zhao and capturing several Xiongnu prisoners. However, a dilemma arose. As the forces were from Qi, they had little experience in combat against the Xiongnu, and none could speak their language. The scouts continued to report back, indicating that more Xiongnu troops were spotted nearby. Upon hearing this, Ran Fei grew anxious and berated the scouts for not reporting sooner. Have we inadvertently entered the enemy's stronghold? The scouts, looking innocent, explained, General. As soon as General Zhang received the news, he moved his men forward and you followed suit. We had no time to locate you before you arrived here. Damn it, Ran Fei exclaimed, and one soldier trembled, fearing the general's wrath might be directed at him. Yet, Ran Fei seemed unconcerned and quickly remarked, the Xiongnu will respond swiftly. They must already be mobilizing to encircle us, intending to trap us like fish in a barrel. But I cannot fathom how their main forces could venture so close to Qi's border. Are there any hills or thickets nearby? The scout replied, 30 miles to the east lies a vast expanse of forest, stretching as far as the eye can see. There lies our salvation. The Xiongnu are adept at mounted archery. If we engage them on the vast plains of Qi, we are certain to lose. However, if we retreat into the woods, no matter their prowess, they will find it difficult to contend with us. Ran Fei declared, commanding Zhang Dali to lead 5,000 cavalry to break through to the northeast, distracting the enemy's main force to buy us time. We require merely half an hour. Once you have broken through, regroup in the eastern forest. Understood? No sooner had Ran Fei finished issuing his orders than the sound of a horn echoed. Suddenly, several Xiongnu prisoners began to cry out. Enraged, Zhang Dali advanced and instantly dispatched 2 of them. The remaining captives, seemingly indifferent to their bindings, charged at Zhang Dali. He was poised to strike down more when Ran Fei intervened, sending several Xiongnu flying with a kick. Do not kill them. They still hold value, Ran Fei insisted, halting Zhang Dali's hand. Zhang Dali sheathed his blade. He mounted his horse and bellowed, rally the troops, move out. His unique battle horn resonated for 10 miles around, prompting Ran Fei's elite cavalry to respond, racing toward the sound. Soon, the unmistakable sound of drums echoed from the west. Ran Fei recognized that the Xiongnu were rallying their troops for battle. The imminent clash left neither side with a moment's respite. At that moment, over 200 miles to the west, Zhao Guo's forces, led by Zhao Shi, were informed of the Xiongnu's considerable troop movements, indicating a significant operation was underway. Zhao Shi cursed, damn it, these rascals. Even as night falls, they disturb our rest. Send orders for full preparedness. He inquired, have we determined the Xiongnu's intentions? The scout replied, as of now, it is unclear, but it appears they are not advancing towards us. Their forces are largely shifting eastward. Eastward? What business do they have at the borders of Qi and Zhao? Are they unaware that Ran Fei commands the northern defenses of Qi? That man is someone even the likes of Lu Yi could not confront, and rumor has it that even General Lien beholds him in some regard. Have they truly grown so audacious? I do not know, but I have dispatched scouts to investigate, the scout answered. The Xiongnu, emboldened by Zhao's defeat at the hands of Qin, sought to exploit the chaos. However, Zhao Shi had prepared thoroughly. Recognizing their disadvantage, he engaged in a strategic retreat, leveraging his knowledge of the terrain to harass the Xiongnu, inflicting significant losses upon them. Ultimately, the Xiongnu had no choice but to encamp themselves in the east, dispatching small units for reconnaissance and harassment. Unbeknownst to them, Ran Fei received a plea for aid from Lien Pe, prompting him to swiftly send reinforcements. In a brief span, they eliminated several hundred Xiongnu, who mistakenly believed they were facing Zhao reinforcements, leading to a rapid encirclement. Zhao Shi quickly became aware of the developments, but faced a dilemma. With over 100,000 Xiongnu against his mere 30,000, rescuing Ran Fei would prove challenging. Yet, he feared the repercussions from Qi if he did not act. Faced with this troublesome predicament, Zhao Shi ultimately resolved to observe the situation before making a decision. Meanwhile, Ran Fei's forces, under Zhang Dali's command, had engaged the Xiongnu. Following Ran Fei's strategy, The remaining troops split into 3 waves to break through. Holding the military flag, Ran Fei commanded, Wang Cheng, "Here, you shall lead your contingent to breach from the south. The signal will be 3 blasts of a horn. After breaking through, do not seek me. Inform Lien Pa that we are in the eastern forest." "Understood." "Chun Jin, present. You and your men will follow closely behind me. We will break through from the east. I will lead, you will follow, with the supply units in between." "Yes." "Zhao Dezhu, here. We will navigate a narrow path. To the north lies a cliff. You are responsible for ensuring that the Xiongnu do not breach our supply lines from the south." "Yes." No sooner had Ran Fei finished speaking than 2 more horn blasts sounded. Recognizing this as the Xiongnu's signal, he surmised they must have encountered Zhang Dali's forces and were seeking reinforcements. If action were not taken immediately, Zhang Dali might soon find himself surrounded. With a thunderous roar, Ran Fei commanded, "All units, move out." The resounding cry of thousands of soldiers pierced the heavens. According to the plan, Ran Fei led 3,000 elite troops at the forefront, entrusting the supply units to the middle route while the 4 divisions advanced eastward in an orderly fashion. Zhang Dali's contingent had initially broken through the encirclement, but, to grant Ran Fei's forces precious time, he pressed northward against the Xiongnu's main forces. In the ensuing clash, his troops suffered 2,000 casualties, while the Xiongnu incurred over 4,000 losses. Seeing the formidable strength of their adversaries, the Xiongnu chieftain grew intrigued and summoned reinforcements to besiege Zhang Dali. Renowned for his might, Zhang Dali attracted the chieftain's attention, who wished to witness his prowess firsthand. Since the onset of the conflict with Zhao Shi had refrained from direct confrontation, opting instead to utilize the terrain for subtle maneuvers. The Xiongnu forces, brimming with pent-up rage, were eager to unleash their fury upon Zhang Dali's formidable attacks. "Report, General Zhang. The Xiongnu have encircled us from the south. We must flee, or we shall not escape today." "Damn it, have you not heard the horn?" Zhang Dali retorted angrily. "No. Ever since I joined the army with my brother, I have never aimed to survive. Is there anyone unafraid of death?" He bellowed. "Step forward. Those who fear death, step aside." To his surprise, all the soldiers stood firm, declaring, "We vow to follow the general unto death. We pledge to follow the general unto death." "Excellent. It seems there are no cowards among my ranks." Zhang Dali felt a warm liquid in his mouth, and, upon inspection, realized it was blood. He had been wounded. Drawing his long sword, he declared, "To buy time for our commander, charge!" With that, Zhang Dali spurred his horse northward, intending to launch a surprise attack before the enemy could stabilize their formation. Caught off guard, yet unexpectedly, just as he dashed out a few steps, the sound of a horn echoed from the south. "General, the marshal is engaged in battle with the Xiongnu. According to orders, we must proceed to assist." "Very well. Command the entire army to lend full support to the main force." "Yes." Ran Fei had intended to stealthily exit via a narrow path, but fate led him to an unforeseen encounter with the Xiongnu troops. The Xiongnu fell victim to a sudden ambush, allowing Ran Fei to seize the initiative. Soon, the supply convoy successfully navigated through the encirclement. The Chanyu realized he had been deceived and hastily gathered his forces to pursue. But as the cavalry arrived, Zhang Dali's troops also made their appearance. A fierce cavalry clash ensued. Although the horses of Ran Fei's side were inferior to those of the Xiongnu, their weaponry surpassed that of the enemy. The 2 sides engaged in a stalemate, each sustaining losses. At that moment, Ran Fei's supply convoy had already entered the mountains, and he instructed Zhao Dezhu to hold the rear while he led the wounded Zhang Dali and a contingent of injured soldiers into the mountains. By the time the Chanyu's cavalry arrived, they discovered the area was deserted, leaving only an endless expanse of forest. The Xiongnu were unfamiliar with this terrain, and once their cavalry entered, they found it impossible to capitalize on their advantages. The Chanyu could only vent his fury upon his women. Chapter 67. The scouts dispatched by Zhao Shi quickly uncovered the situation, while the last wave of troops sent by Ran Fei to deliver messages fell victim to an ambush by the Xiongnu. Upon receiving this news, Zhao Shi promptly dispatched a large force to guard their troops and initiate a rescue mission. Not wishing to allow his opponent to escape, the Chanyu amassed heavy troops to besiege Wang Cheng's forces. Wang Cheng's troops suffered defeat, with 2,000 remnants fleeing to Daijian. However, the Xiongnu swiftly discovered their whereabouts, and 4,000 cavalry soon pursued. Wang Cheng fortified himself within the city, adopting a defensive stance rather than engaging in battle. Lacking siege equipment, the Xiongnu could only encircle the city, aiming to starve him out. As night descended, Wang Cheng's soldiers, weary from several hours of combat, dared not rest, knowing that enemies lurked just beyond the walls. Wang Cheng, naturally cautious, recognized their disadvantage and resolved to defend. Yet if his soldiers did not receive rest, how could they withstand the Xiongnu's assault the following day? He decided to allow some men to rest while others took turns monitoring the situation. Outside the city walls, the Xiongnu appeared full of energy, causing a ruckus throughout the night without respite. Having already plundered Daijian, Wang Cheng found himself guarding an empty city, devoid of weapons and provisions. Apart from a few wells, the entire army had only 3 days' worth of rations. Ranfei's initial objective was for Wang Cheng to venture out and send word to Lianpe, planning a pincer attack on the Xiongnu. However, he had not anticipated that the Chanyu, fearing Zhao Shi's movements, had also stationed heavy forces to the east, leading to Wang Cheng's unfortunate encounter with the Xiongnu. The next day, as dawn broke, the sound of horns roused Wang Cheng from sleep. It was the Xiongnu's assault signal. The Xiongnu were preparing to attack the city. Wang Cheng quickly donned his armor and rallied his men to the walls, witnessing a sea of Xiongnu soldiers advancing with ladders, step by step, towards the city. He ordered the assembly horn to be sounded, preparing his forces to resist the Xiongnu. The unique horn of Wang Cheng's troops resonated, and 2,000 soldiers swiftly readied themselves. Standing at the ready, the Xiongnu siege troops soon reached the range of their arrows, and as Wang Cheng's men prepared to shoot, he halted them, commanding, "Wait for my signal." The Xiongnu, observing the lack of arrows fired, assumed their adversaries had exhausted their ammunition during the previous night's battle and charged towards the walls with all their might. Wang Cheng, witnessing this, smiled. As the Xiongnu approached within range, he shouted, "Fire!" The Xiongnu, caught off guard by the sudden rain of arrows, realized too late that they had been deceived. Wang Cheng unleashed 3 volleys of arrows, and the screams of Xiongnu soldiers filled the air below the city walls. The Xiongnu halted their advance, dispatching shield-bearers to retrieve their wounded and dead. The defending troops prepared to shoot again, but Wang Cheng restrained them to conserve arrows. The Xiongnu, taken aback by Wang Cheng's cunning, refrained from further reckless assaults. The soldiers within the city breathed a sigh of relief. Yet Wang Cheng understood that the days ahead would be even more arduous. The enemy would certainly not relent, and after this battle, they would become increasingly cautious, employing various stratagems. At that moment, Zhao Shi led 10,000 troops just outside the Xiongnu's encirclement, while over 100,000 Xiongnu soldiers besieged Daijian, leaving Zhao Shi helpless. That day, the Xiongnu did not launch another assault. Wang Cheng thought to himself that these foes would certainly not relent. Throughout the night, he arranged numerous sentries, and indeed, as he anticipated, the Xiongnu stealthily approached under the cover of darkness. Fortunately, Wang Cheng was well prepared. The infiltrating Xiongnu were met with fierce resistance and fled in disarray. Enraged, the Chanyu personally led his forces to attack in waves, intending to exhaust Wang Cheng through a war of attrition. The Xiongnu archers, skilled in long-range accuracy, quickly inflicted heavy casualties upon Wang Cheng's men. As Wang Cheng teetered on the brink of collapse, Zhao Shi grew anxious. He led 20,000 troops to assault the Xiongnu from the north and south, but the Chanyu, cunning as he was, intercepted Zhao Shi's northern forces midway, preventing them from advancing even a step and nearly encircling them. Wang Cheng's fate seemed all but sealed. He himself believed this to be true. Witnessing his soldiers fall one by one, hope faded from Wang Cheng's eyes, gradually transforming into despair. He found himself at a loss. His sword chipped and his armor in tatters, blood splattered across his face, his own and that of the enemy alike. Panting heavily, Wang Cheng knelt upon the city walls, gazing at the dense mass of Xiongnu troops, then up at the clear blue sky, bellowing, "Yuan Ran and my 2 brothers. I fear I shall no longer be able to follow you." Yet unexpectedly, a turn of events unfolded. A multitude of troops surged from the north, cavalry leading the charge, striking the Xiongnu camp by surprise and inflicting heavy losses. The Chanyu hastily ordered a retreat, and although the Xiongnu soldiers faced defeat, their withdrawal was orderly as they retreated in waves, the attacking forces gaining little advantage. Wang Cheng squinted and discerned that among those coming to his rescue were numerous banners bearing the character for Yin. The army of Yin. How could this be? The state of Yin has dispatched troops to aid us. Wang Cheng rubbed his eyes, confirming repeatedly, but the banners of Yin fluttered in the wind. He burst into laughter. Ha! The Xiongnu are the common enemy of all from the Central Plains. Brothers, follow me and slay. Kill, kill, kill. Wang Cheng led his meager band of followers out of the city, but they were soon halted by the Yin army. We have received orders from General Li to prevent you from advancing, fearing an ambush by the Xiongnu. Wang Cheng, finding their reasoning sound, nodded in agreement. However, despite suffering losses, the Xiongnu remained formidable, and that night, within the Xiongnu's main camp, their leaders convened a meeting. The Chanyu expressed in their tongue, "Now that the armies of Yin, Zhao, and Qi have mobilized, even if our soldiers are robust and their combat prowess tenfold, we are unfamiliar with the terrain. Moreover, having plundered sufficient wealth, I believe it prudent to cease hostilities and return north." Though many concurred, dissenters were also numerous. Among them, the Chanyu's eldest son, Song Guli, whose ferocity surpassed that of ordinary men threefold, asserted, "What is there to fear? We possess a multitude of troops. I will take charge of northern Yin, Yell will handle southern Qi, and you shall command the mightiest Zhao state. I am confident we can seize a significant portion of Zhao's territory, thereby dominating the Central Plains." The Chanyu shook his head. "No, we have already crossed the Great Wall, and some soldiers are suffering from the unfamiliar climate. If we venture further south, it may exacerbate their ailments. Our Xiongnu are accustomed to plundering. Occupying territory is a troublesome affair. We excel in swift cavalry raids, but lack defensive weaponry and experience. Retreating is the wisest course." Chapter 68. Within the grand tent of the Xiongnu Chanyu, the majority concurred with the Chanyu's sentiments. Although the agility of the Xiongnu soldiers was commendable, their unfamiliarity with the terrain rendered them vulnerable to being besieged by the forces of the Three Kingdoms. Should such a scenario arise, they would find themselves in a precarious position. The Chanyu's eldest son outwardly acquiesced to his father's directives, yet inwardly plotted his own course. If he could repel the Yin army, it would validate his strategy, and subsequently, by annihilating the main forces of the allied kingdoms, he would no longer fear the failure of his ambitions. Upon returning to the tent, Song Guli discreetly assembled his troops. The following day, when the Chanyu dispatched a messenger to relay orders for a retreat, Song Guli had the envoy bound. He then led over 20,000 men towards the Yan's encampment. The Xiongnu horses were exceptional, enabling them to launch a surprise attack on the Yan forces, who were caught off guard and suffered consecutive defeats, culminating in the death of their commander, Li Wu. Before his demise, Li Wu entrusted his wife and child to a trusted aide. However, upon learning of her husband's death, his wife tragically took her own life by jumping into a well, while the aide fled southward with Li Wu's unborn child. With the Yin army shattered, the surviving soldiers scattered in a desperate flight back to Yin, relentlessly pursued by the Xiongnu. The aide of Li Wu, unwilling to join the fleeing troops, clung to the hope of encountering the Zhao army to the south. Fortuitously, he encountered no Xiongnu during his journey, opting to traverse the mountains and forests rather than the main roads. After 3 days and nights of arduous travel, his provisions depleted, he resorted to eating leaves to stave off hunger. When the young child grew hungry, he chewed the leaves and fed them to him. At last, fortune smiled upon them. On the 5th day, they came across the vanguard of Lianpe. In the wake of Li Wu's defeat, the aide feared that the Yin king might direct his wrath towards the child, thus claiming him as his own and fabricating a tale of fleeing from the Xiongnu's destruction of his village. Observing the ragged appearance of the aide and his fluent command of the Han language, the soldiers readily accepted his story. Soon, the child met Lianpe, who, upon learning the aide's surname was Li, remarked that the child was fortunate to have survived the turmoil and suggested renaming him. The aide agreed, appreciating the opportunity for the child's identity to remain concealed. Lianpe pondered momentarily before asserting, "The Xiongnu excel in horse husbandry. Our suffering stems from our inferior steeds. Since your family has perished at the hands of the Xiongnu, let us bestow upon him the name Mu, signifying herdsman, so that one day he may raise a formidable cavalry capable of vanquishing the Xiongnu." The aide concurred. It was imperative that the child remember the hatred for his father's murderers. Continuing, Lianpe proposed, "Since we have rescued you, I shall take this child under my wing, nurture him, and teach him the arts of warfare, that he may one day avenge his kin." The aide, moved to tears, knelt and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, General Lianpe, for your kindness. I am grateful on behalf of this child." Lian Pe soon met with Wang Cheng, who informed him of Ran Fei's strategy. Lian Pe wholeheartedly endorsed the plan, promptly dividing his forces into two, one to stealthily advance northward, the other to move eastward. Upon hearing of Lian Pe's arrival, the Chanyu felt a surge of fear and issued a strict command for an immediate retreat. However, unbeknownst to him, his eldest son had just achieved a victory and was unwilling to relent. He incessantly ordered assaults on Lian Pe's forces. Lian Pe, aware of the enemy's penchant for rapid strikes, refrained from engaging them directly, instead maneuvering around to sever Song Guli's retreat. With provisions for only 5 days, Song Guli's troops soon found themselves in disarray. The Chanyu, recognizing Lian Pe's prowess as a general, dispatched elite troops to rescue his son. Although Song Guli was saved, Lian Pe seized the opportunity to encircle the 30,000 troops on the eastern front of the Xiongnu, subsequently sending word to Ran Fei. After receiving the message, Ran Fei led his forces from the mountains, and within half a day, the entire Xiongnu contingent was annihilated. The Chanyu, paralyzed by fear, hastily commanded his remaining forces to withdraw. Having suffered significant losses, Song Guli dared not resist any longer. However, upon reaching the borders of Zhao, they encountered a blocking force. Lian Pe's military acumen had proven formidable. The Chanyu lamented that if he did not fight with all his might, the remaining 100,000 troops would face total annihilation. The Xiongnu launched a frenzied assault on Lian Pe's forces, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. Yet, the Zhao army resolutely held their ground, preventing any advancement by the Xiongnu. Lian Pe and Ran Fei's troops soon converged, and the Chanyu realized that failure to break through would result in his demise. He personally led the charge, surging forth with his men. The battlefield was soon drenched in blood, and by dusk, the Xiongnu finally breached a gap in the encirclement. However, the cost was staggering, leaving them severely weakened. After over a month of relentless conflict, bolstered by the unity of the three kingdoms, the Xiongnu were ultimately driven back to their homeland. The general stationed in the north of Zhao, having fled in the face of battle, was executed and displayed as a warning. Ran Fei returned to Qi, where the forces in Jiang had swelled to over 30,000, augmented by troops from various regions, bringing the total in the north to nearly 50,000, all trained under Yuan Qi during Ran Fei's absence. Ostensibly, this was to prevent a Xiongnu incursion into Qi, but in reality, it served as Ran Fei's reconnaissance to assess the strength of able-bodied men in northern Qi. With the war concluded, the king of Qi ordered the disbandment of the temporary defense forces. While Ran Fei complied, he gained insight into the main forces managed by the king of Qi, which numbered around 70,000, supplemented by local garrisons, totaling approximately 120,000. Yet, Ran Fei understood that victory lay not in numbers but in skill, and that wisdom surpassed mere breadth of command. Though the north only boasted 70,000 troops, their superior weaponry and Ran Fei's exceptional military intellect promised swift and decisive victories. Once he secured Linzi, even the intervention of Liang Wenbing would be futile. At this moment, Ran Fei had already commenced plotting to seize power in Qi and declare himself king. Chapter 69. One must possess a heart of a tiger or wolf. In these tumultuous times, if one does not seize power, others will. Why not set one's sights on kingship? Such were the thoughts of Ran Fei, who questioned why a mediocre monarch like the king of Qi should exert control over him. By merit, he deemed himself superior. Given that Qi was nearly the only peaceful realm among the 7 nations, many fleeing from conflict sought refuge there. Additionally, Ran Fei's northern domain offered substantial rewards for capable individuals, attracting a plethora of talent to Qi's northern region, which flourished rapidly. The development, particularly in weaponry, was remarkable. At this juncture, the iron content in the swords produced by Ran Fei's forge had significantly increased, greatly enhancing the resilience of bronze weapons, making them less prone to chipping during combat, an issue critical to the rapidly shifting dynamics of the battlefield. The burgeoning prosperity of the north drew the attention of the king of Qi, who convened his ministers, contemplating emulating Ran Fei's approach. Tian Dan expressed his approval, prompting the king to consider adopting Ran Fei's methods. However, numerous ministers opposed the idea, cautioning, "Your Majesty, while the north has succeeded, it has also encountered numerous challenges. The salt industries of several prominent families have been acquired, and the North Yin has mounted another assault against us. Should such measures be implemented nationally, we risk inciting opposition from the salt magnates, leading to chaos." Many ministers concurred with this sentiment, though their true motivation lay in the substantial financial benefits they received annually from these salt families. Should the salt industry be nationalized, they would lose their lucrative gains. The king of Qi deliberated extensively, recognizing that Qi was still in a state of recovery. He concluded that implementing Ranfei's methods could indeed provoke unrest. Just as he was about to speak, Tiandan interjected. "Your Majesty," Tiandan began, "the methods of Marshal Ranfei are commendable. While unrest may arise, it cannot be dismissed as wholly negative. I believe we can adopt a gradual approach, initially acquiring the salt industry, starting with its production and subsequently expanding to other sectors." The suggestion resonated with Pai Yong, who nodded in agreement, poised to acquiesce. When another minister interjected, "Your Majesty, this is utterly inadvisable. The salt industry is the cornerstone of our nation's taxation. Several prominent families have overseen it for many years, and their roots run deep. Moreover, they have rendered significant assistance during our nation's times of peril. To act thus would be akin to burning bridges after crossing them. We simply cannot proceed in this manner." Subsequently, a multitude of ministers collectively petitioned against this course of action, leaving King Qi in a state of perplexity, uncertain of how to proceed. Ultimately, he dismissed the court. Tiandan sighed, feeling it unwise to voice further thoughts, and departed. Upon returning to the palace, King Qi encountered the queen, who held dominion over the majority of the salt industry through her family. His choice to marry her was initially motivated by the prospect of securing the support of a powerful salt family. Although affection had blossomed over time, King Qi was acutely aware that his marriage was fundamentally a matter of expedience. The queen would undoubtedly oppose Ranfei's proposal, as it pertained to her father's interests. Overwhelmed by the queen's incessant grievances, King Qi sought refuge in the imperial study for some tranquility. As time wore on, his sleep grew troubled. After much contemplation, he concluded that with the court's stability still tenuous, it was prudent to avoid inciting further discord. 7 months later, the queen joyfully gave birth to a son, causing nationwide jubilation. King Qi proclaimed a general amnesty, and Ranfei seized the opportunity to present the queen with an extravagant gift. Yuan Qi even forwarded a personal letter of congratulations, vowing unwavering loyalty to the prince. Of course, Yuan Qi's character would never permit such an act. It was Ranfei who had enlisted Zhang Dali to forge Yuan Qi's handwriting. The queen, elated by the news, found solace in the fact that, despite the loss of her family members, she had gained a formidable general. With their backing, she felt assured that her son would ascend to the throne. In her exuberance, she noticed Ranfei's uncharacteristic humility over the past few months and decided to extend him a favor. Whispering sweet nothings into King Qi's ear, he subsequently reduced the surveillance on Ranfei by half. Freed from constraints, Ranfei enjoyed newfound liberty. One day, Ranfei summoned Wang Cheng, exclaiming, "Come, let us deliberate on a matter of importance." Wang Cheng, ever cautious, leaned in closer. It was precisely his discretion that emboldened Ranfei to entrust him with this task. From now on, focus solely on one mission: to traverse various nations and assemble a retinue for me. Brother, whatever you command, I shall ensure it is accomplished. Wang Cheng affirmed, "I have faith in your capacity for understanding, which is why I have called upon you. Consider this. Every lord has retainers. Even Lord Mengchong boasts 3,000. Yet here we are with merely a handful of brothers. Admittedly, our comrades are skilled in combat. But we ought to seek individuals with diverse talents, for it is better to be prepared for every eventuality." Wang Cheng nodded. "You speak truly, brother. I shall set about this task at once." Ranfei interjected, "Hold on, do not rush off just yet. We must present gifts to convey our sincerity, correct?" "Indeed, brother. Your words resonate with wisdom. I shall take care of it," Wang Cheng replied. "Good, go forth. I await your favorable tidings." In the autumn, a season of harvest, the golden fields symbolize the fruits of the farmer's labor throughout the year. Thanks to a 3-year tax reduction policy, the citizens of Qi boasted ample surplus grain, their faces adorned with joyous smiles. Ranfei personally oversaw the grain collection, understanding that provisions were of utmost importance. However, unrest brewed in Linzi. With the imperial guard on high alert, the city sealed off as if no bird could escape. Ran Zhonglian convened a meeting with Ranfei to discuss the course of action. Ranfei succinctly advised, "Fortify our northern defenses. I fear a significant upheaval may be imminent." The following day, news arrived that King Qi had issued secret orders for the capture of a particular individual, complete with portraits disseminated to various locales. Ran Fei swiftly organized the directives, and the emissary hurried back to Linzi with the report. 3 months later, as Ran Fei's troops donned new armor, the lockdown of Linzi was finally lifted. They quickly discerned the unfolding events. King Qi had been ambushed upon leaving the city. Although the assassin failed in their attempt, they managed to escape. To prevent widespread panic and stabilize the domestic situation, King Qi had ordered the sealing off of all major routes in Linzi to apprehend the would-be murderer. However, after 3 months of fruitless searching, King Qi, in a fit of rage, dismissed the primary commanders responsible for the city's defense. This was not unexpected, as the assassin had been dispatched by the state of Qin. Wei Ran had been meticulously monitoring Qi's movements, believing that, in this tumultuous world, only Qi possessed the strength to challenge Qin. Despite King Qi's relatively recent ascension, the nation's power had been swiftly restored, posing a potential threat for the future. Thus, he sent an assassin to eliminate King Qi, only to have the plot thwarted by Tian Dan and others in the nick of time. Given Wei Ran's numerous retainers, many of whom were formidable in their own right, evading Qi's scrutiny was hardly a challenge. 3 months passed, and King Qi's young son had matured considerably, bringing great joy to the king. Yet, at this juncture, a figure appeared unexpectedly, a woman accompanied by a 4-year-old boy, who managed to bypass the palace guards and demanded an audience with King Qi. This woman was the king's former lover, with whom he had lost contact during the chaos of war. She had since traveled to Qin, only to rush back upon hearing of King Qi's ascension. King Qi was elated, but the queen was less than pleased, for this lover's child was significantly older than her own. Ran Fei received news of this development 3 days later, and upon reading the letter, a devilish smile crept across his face. That night, he penned a missive to Tian Dan, proclaiming, "Since time immemorial, the elder is favored over the younger." Upon reading the letter, Tian Dan understood the gravity of the situation and promptly incinerated it, choosing not to discuss the matter further. Eventually, King Qi conferred the title of noblewoman upon his former lover, with her son receiving the title of lord. King Qi, taken by the boy's striking features, was convinced he would possess great talents in the future, especially in contrast to his timid younger son, who would cry at the sight of strangers. That night, King Qi summoned Tian Dan to the palace to seek his counsel. Tian Dan shared the same perspective, emphasizing the ancient principle of favoring the elder over the younger. King Qi, his mind made up, began to formulate a plan. However, unbeknownst to him, the queen had already bribed the guard surrounding the king and learned of this development. Inciting her fury, under cover of darkness, she summoned Ho Sheng back to the palace to strategize. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng had encountered a highly skilled assassin, and he sought to form an alliance with this individual, who was equally eager to serve the court. Their mutual interests aligned perfectly. Ho Sheng proposed to the queen, "Let us seize this opportunity to test Ran Fei's loyalty. Have him eliminate this mother and child." The queen hesitated, finding the notion cruel, yet she recognized that they were, after all, the king's flesh and blood. "But they are my kin," she protested. "My own sister," Ho Sheng retorted. "If he were to ascend the throne, do you think you could remain in the palace? You are the queen. Even if he is merciful, his mother may view you as a thorn in her side." After some contemplation, the queen conceded, realizing the truth in his words. 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. If her son were to become king, her own power would be severely compromised. Resolutely, she agreed to the scheme. In truth, this was all orchestrated by Ran Fei. Since King Qi's ascension, Ran Fei had heard whispers of the king's long-lost son, initially believing that the boy's disappearance was inconsequential. However, when Yuan Qi fortuitously encountered the woman while investigating in Qin, Ran Fei considered bringing her to Qi, but unforeseen complications delayed her arrival. As a result, King Qi began to harbor suspicions towards Ran Fei. Feeling disheartened, Ran Fei shifted his focus and devised a cunning plan. Although he had no desire to take a life, he ultimately acquiesced to the queen's command. He swiftly sought out an accomplice, and fortuitously, Wang Cheng found one. In no time, King Qi's newly appointed consort met with a tragic accident and fell into a well. King Qi, incensed, ordered the execution of all those who had attended to the consort. The queen, displaying mercy, interceded with a few kind words, sparing the lives of the attendants, who were instead exiled to the frontier. Ran Fei, witnessing this turn of events, was elated. His intention had always been to incite chaos within the royal family, albeit through methods some might deem unsavory. Yet, how virtuous had King Qi truly been in his actions? 2 months have passed, and the soldiers of the north have now donned entirely new armor, their weaponry considered the finest throughout the Qi state. Naturally, this situation could not remain concealed from King Qi, who dispatched someone to instruct Ran Fei to send 3,000 sets of armor to Linzi. While Ran Fei ostensibly agreed, he was in reality plotting something entirely different. Soon, the new year arrived, and as Ran Fei gazed upon the bustling scene in Jiang, a chill settled in his heart. Initially, Ran Fei had intended to assist King Qi in enriching the nation and strengthening its military to ensure the safety of the populace. But he found that the king was solely focused on his own interests. To him, anyone who overshadowed their sovereign in merit was to be suspected. Any hint of dissatisfaction from Ran Fei could lead to dire consequences, a fate not uncommon in history. At that moment, Ran Fei truly understood the adage. Serving a monarch is akin to accompanying a tiger. Historical figures such as Bai Qi, Li Mu, Yu Fei, and Yuan Chonghuan all met their demise at the hands of their own rulers due to their formidable achievements. Ran Fei did not wish to tread the same path. The only way to avert such an outcome was to raise an army and rebel. Seizing the opportunity presented by the new year, he summoned Yuan Qi back, intending for Chen to replace him. Upon Yuan Qi's return, Ran Fei disclosed his plans for rebellion, to which Yuan Qi, though taken aback, replied, "Though it is indeed perilous. I believe you are correct. As long as we remain under another's roof, they will never allow our merits to surpass theirs. And even if they did, we would not attain freedom." Ran Fei nodded. "Then let us summon our strategist to discuss the specifics. In 3 months, we must deliver 3,000 sets of armor to Linzi. I intend to create some disturbance to keep King Qi preoccupied." Yuan Qi concurred very well. Chapter 71. Upon returning to Jiang, Ran Fei recounted all that had transpired in Linzi, and everyone agreed that King Qi had acted poorly. Some brothers even expressed concern that King Qi had begun to distrust Ran Fei's command over the northern forces. This was compounded by Liang Wenbing's southern influence, as the queen's whispers had taken effect. The situation in the north was different. On one hand, the Yin state remained an adversary, poised to invade at any moment. If Ran Fei were to ally with them and allow the Yin army to infiltrate, Linzi would be caught off guard, a matter of national security. Furthermore, Ran Fei was a newly appointed general, unlike Liang Wenbing, who had been close to King Qi since his time in Elcheng, making the king wary of him. On the other hand, Tian Dan, though a chancellor, was a blunt man lacking eloquence, unlike in later times when one could speak amiss without facing blame. Additionally, jealousy-fueled rumors about Ran Fei from those who envied him caused King Qi to gradually lose trust in him. With the new year approaching in just over 10 days, Ran Fei hoped for a prosperous celebration, urging everyone to set aside their grievances and enjoy the festivities. Unlike the 21st century, the new year at that time lacked fireworks. Gunpowder had yet to be invented, and the only amusement came from lantern festivals and feasting. However, due to the turmoil of war, many families in the Qi state struggled with hunger and cold, leaving them with little to celebrate. This troubled Lu Zhonglian greatly, and when he sought out Ran Fei, the latter could only take it one step at a time. Unexpectedly, just days later, the state of Han engaged in war with the state of Qin, led by Bai Qi. Taking advantage of the New Year festivities, Bai Qi launched a surprise attack on Han, resulting in continuous defeats for Han, which ultimately had to beg for mercy, offering substantial riches to retain most of its territory. This caught the attention of Lien Po from Zhao, who wrote a letter requesting to prepare the army to guard against potential assaults from Qin, a proposal that the Zhao king approved. Lien Po understood that weaponry played a crucial role in warfare, capable of determining victory or defeat on the battlefield, and recognizing that Qin possessed skilled craftsmen. Zhao was at a disadvantage. Previously, he had discreetly attempted to purchase weapons from Qin, only to be rebuffed, and attempts to covertly steal their craftsmanship had met with failure. Upon hearing that Ran Fei was gathering renowned artisans in the north to forge excellent swords, Lien Po sought to procure superior weapons from him. However, Lien Po was aware that he had previously reached an agreement with Yin to facilitate a surprise attack on Qi through Zhao's borders, which had already bred animosity between the two states. To convey sincerity, Lien Po personally penned a letter and traveled to the Qi-Zhao border, requesting a meeting with Ran Fei to discuss weaponry. After careful consideration, Ran Fei concluded that, on one hand, the might of Qin was overwhelming, and if left unchecked, Qi could very well become the next Han. Yet, if he were to report this to King Qi, the king might refuse due to Zhao's prior alliance with Yin. Thus, Ran Fei believed it best to keep this matter from King Qi and quietly strike a deal. On the other hand, the North was currently in dire need of funds. Reporting to Linzi would yield no benefit, for they too lacked resources. Ran Fei conferred with Zhang Dali, Yuan Shi, and their strategists to meticulously plan their approach, soon preparing thoroughly. At the Qizhao border, snowflakes danced through the air, and everyone was bundled in thick cotton coats. Ran Fei had been waiting for some time, the appointed hour drawing near, yet Lian Pa had yet to arrive. Ran Fei pondered whether he might not come after all. However, he soon spotted a large procession approaching, led by a tall and imposing figure with a long beard, deep-set eyes, and striking features. Lian Pa indeed resembled the heroic figure depicted in historical paintings. Lian Pa stepped forward, and Ran Fei clasped his fists, saying, "I have long heard of General Lian Pa's illustrious reputation. Today, I see it is truly deserved." Lian Pa responded with a smile, "I am humbled. However, it is best to conclude our business swiftly." Ran Fei smiled and gestured, "Bring it forth." Upon hearing his command, his men brought forth 2 large chests and placed them before Ran Fei and Lian Pa. Ran Fei opened the chests and presented a long sword to Lian Pa. Lian Pa drew the sword, observing its length of over 60 centimeters and its razor-sharp edge. He took a strand of hair and lightly scraped it against the blade, cleanly severing it in two. "A fine sword," Lian Pa exclaimed. Ran Fei replied with a grin, "Indeed, it is a fine sword, but we had no intention of selling it." Lian Pa's expression changed immediately. "What do you mean? Do you wish to backtrack? You must know that Qi is in dire need of funds." Ran Fei assured him, "Of course not. I merely wish to convey a few points." Lian Pa added, "Speak freely. As long as it is reasonable, we can discuss it." Ran Fei began, "You are aware of Qin's predatory ambitions, I trust? Ever since Shang Yang's reforms, Qin has grown increasingly powerful, eclipsing the other 6 states. Though Qi lies far from Qin, if the other states fall to them, Qi cannot escape a similar fate. Therefore, we are selling these weapons to you to aid in your resistance against Qin. Should you turn against us and point your swords in our direction, we would not hesitate to align ourselves with Qin. I believe you understand my implications." Lian Pa regarded Ran Fei thoughtfully, recognizing the reputation of the northern commander for strategic acumen. Indeed, his words clarified the intricate dynamics among the 3 states. Lian Pa replied, "Qin is formidable, and we recognize that we cannot stand alone against them. I shall report to the Zhao king, urging a friendly alliance with Qi." Ran Fei expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. Since you exhibit such sincerity, I assure you, this will not be the last batch of weapons we sell you. A mutually beneficial partnership," Lian Pa responded. "A fruitful collaboration indeed. But what of King Qi?" Ran Fei reassured him, "I will have Chancellor Tian Dan speak with him. You need not worry." Lian Pa felt somewhat embarrassed by Ran Fei's respectful address, returning the gesture with a fist salute. "You are too kind." Ran Fei smiled, and the 2 clasped hands. Lian Pa signaled for the payment to be brought forth. Soon, soldiers approached, carrying chest after chest of knife coins, and Ran Fei, perplexed, wondered how Lian Pa possessed such a vast amount of currency. Noticing Ran Fei's curiosity, Lian Pa chuckled. "Our Zhao state has been engaged in long-term conflict with the Xiongnu in the north. If supplies are delayed, our army faces peril. Thus, we have prepared ample knife coins for emergencies." Ran Fei smiled, recognizing the wisdom of a seasoned general. "Indeed, it seems you are as astute as they say. My men have counted 3,000 knife coins." Ran Fei remarked, "General, your sincerity is evident. It appears I did not misjudge you." Lian Pa graciously accepted the compliment. "Let us proceed according to our agreement." Ran Fei readily concurred. "Of course." Chapter 72. Wei Ran, having devoted years of painstaking effort, was utterly astonished to witness the complete collapse of his military within just over a month. The prowess of Ran Fei was simply unparalleled. However, he was perplexed as to why Ran Fei had not apprehended all of the Qin spies infiltrating the Qi state, focusing instead solely on his northern territories. Was it a matter of insufficient authority? No, that seemed implausible, for if Ran Fei had informed the Qi king of the spies' activities, the king would undoubtedly have provided unwavering support. Moreover, Ran Fei had not handed over the assassin tasked with eliminating the Qi king, which pointed to a singular conclusion. Ran Fei no longer harbored unreserved trust in the Qi king, and a rift had formed between them. Upon this realization, Wei Ran recalled that all the spies in the northern Qi had been secretly executed by Ran Fei, with the sole survivor being the one who had disclosed information that spared his life. A month later, as the Qi state prepared for a change of guard, the greatest concern during such transitions was the threat of a surprise attack by the enemy. To ensure a smooth exchange, Ran Fei implemented a staggered approach, initially replacing a portion of the troops, prioritizing the elderly and infirm before bringing in the next contingent. Given that the populace under Ran Fei's governance in the north was well-fed and content, incidents of thievery were remarkably scarce, alleviating his worries about bandits, a fortunate circumstance indeed. The northern region was now adequately equipped, and the soldiers had proven themselves commendable due to their continuous battles. Their only shortcoming was their limited numbers. Regarding the Qi king's request for armor, Ran Fei was acutely aware that this was merely the initial batch. The armor of the Qi state's main forces was indeed inferior to that produced by Ran Fei, but it also revealed the king's ulterior motives. By soliciting armor from Ran Fei, the Qi king aimed to deplete his resources, as the sword forge required a substantial monthly expenditure for wages, raw materials, and transportation costs. To relinquish armor without compensation meant that Ran Fei would be compelled to sustain the Qi state's main force through the economic output of the north. It was absurd for a mere region to bear the burden of supporting the entire country's military. Yet this reality unfolded due to the Qi king's trepidation, fear that Ran Fei's burgeoning power would become unmanageable. Fully cognizant of the Qi king's intentions, Ran Fei understood that disobedience would cost him his position as the commander of the north. Thus, for the sake of long-term strategy, he resolved to temporarily acquiesce. Waging war necessitates three fundamental elements: personnel, provisions, and weaponry. The issue of provisions was no longer a source of anxiety, and with the sword forge established, weaponry was secured. The most pressing concern remained the scarcity of population. This was a challenge that could not be swiftly remedied, as an infant requires nearly 2 decades to mature into a robust young man. Ran Fei, however, was unwilling to wait such an extended period. Consequently, he turned his gaze towards neighboring states. The most expedient method was to encourage a mass migration of citizens to the northern Qi. When considering relocation, individuals weigh numerous factors: warfare, job security, tax burdens from agriculture, and the political climate. Observing the surrounding nations, it was evident that each harbored various political issues, with noble privileges often extending to the point of impunity, heavy taxation, and frequent conflicts in the Central Plains. Conversely, the Qi state presently lacked such troubles. Yet, would only blacksmiths be drawn to Qi? After much contemplation, Ran Fei discerned the root of the issue: insufficient promotion. The populace remained unaware of the northern Qi's advantages. It became evident that cultural outreach was indeed of paramount importance. "Summon someone," Ran Fei commanded. Promptly, his subordinate approached. "Commander, where is Wang Qing now?" Ran Fei inquired. "He remains in the Zhao state," the subordinate responded. "Ah, I see." Ran Fei promptly penned a letter, and once the ink had dried, he entrusted it to his messenger, insisting it be delivered to Wang Qing in person. "Yes, my lord," the subordinate replied respectfully. Subsequently, Wang Qing shifted his focus towards cultivating relationships with literati, particularly those of notable eloquence. Eventually, accompanied by a group of scholars, he embarked on a campaign to extol the virtues of northern Qi: low taxes, ample job opportunities, and, most importantly, Ran Fei's unwavering commitment to justice and lawful governance, ensuring no innocent citizen would suffer unjustly. Gradually, the desire among the citizens of Zhao to migrate to Qi began to swell. Wang Qing recognized the unity of the Qin state, bolstered by Xiangyang's laws, which fostered public trust. Consequently, rather than migrating to Qin, the populace opted to head south to Han and Wei. 3 months later, Ran Fei dispatched the requested armor to the Qi king. Meanwhile, due to the extensive promotion efforts of Wang Qing and his associates, the northern population surged by over 30,000. To ensure these new citizens had sustenance, Ran Fei instructed Liu Zhonglian to streamline governance and empower the populace to engage in commerce, as economic activity would necessitate a labor force, thus securing employment. As a result, the new inhabitants discovered that the accounts of prosperity in northern Qi were indeed accurate. The region thrived, and the people lived in peace. Consequently, they began to write letters to relatives and friends, sharing their experiences. In the ensuing 5 months, the population of the north swelled by nearly 30%. This surge caught the upper echelons of Ran Fei's administration off guard. The influx of people was overwhelming, and with food production limited, prices began to rise rapidly. This predicament left Lu Zhonglian in a quandary, as citizens flocked to the government offices, demanding a reduction in prices. Yet, what could Lu Zhonglian do? The simple laws of supply and demand dictated that when consumption outpaced production, prices would inevitably rise. During this tumultuous period, a nefarious group of merchants emerged, hoarding provisions and exacerbating price inflation for their own exorbitant profits. Upon learning of this, Lu Zhonglian was incensed and dispatched agents to apprehend these malefactors, executing those whose crimes were particularly egregious. However, these measures yielded little effect. Prices continued to escalate as rumors of food shortages spread, prompting citizens to stockpile supplies. After all, it was impractical to arrest everyone. Quickly, Ran Fei devised a countermeasure. He contacted Tiandan to arrange for central grain allocations and, under the guise of collaboration, opened trade routes with the Zhao state, significantly reducing taxes on grain transactions. This initiative prompted grain merchants from Zhao and southern Qi to flock to the north for trade, ultimately increasing tax revenues rather than diminishing them. The commercial landscape of the north flourished, and with the rise in tax income, Ran Fei conceived yet another plan. He convened all the high-yield grain cultivators in northern Qi, forming a grain supply department that would heed only his directives. Their task was to compile agricultural best practices, document them, and educate the common populace. Notably, these instructors would serve for life, even if they became unable to work due to age. Their contributions to the North would ensure them government stipends, akin to modern-day pension schemes. Ran Fei's visionary proposal garnered unanimous support from the Northern Qi leadership, and implementation commenced swiftly. However, with the influx of population, numerous spies infiltrated the region, providing ample opportunities for Wang Tianlong to exploit. Ran Fei's strategy proved effective, as the farmers of Qi soon began to cultivate their lands with purpose and direction. Both Ran Fei and the northern leadership were confident of a bountiful harvest the following year. Yet, before long, a messenger from the Qi king arrived once more, this time demanding weapons and armor for 5,000 soldiers, with a deadline of 3 months. The military officials present were left astounded. To produce such a vast quantity of equipment in 3 months would require the full mobilization of every blacksmith in northern Qi. However, this would severely deplete the region's resources. The Qi king's request was indeed malicious, intensifying Ran Fei's resolve to establish his own rule. In the Qi king's eyes, Ran Fei was merely a subordinate, expected to comply with his demands without regard for the realities of the northern territories, a stance that left the entire region disheartened. Silently, Ran Fei accepted the order. Zhang Dali and others were furious and sought clarification, but Ran Fei restrained them. Once the Qi king's envoy departed, Ran Fei commanded Zhang Dali to disseminate this matter throughout Qi within a month. Zhang Dali nodded in understanding. He recognized that Ran Fei intended to stoke the flames, and when the time was right, a mere spark would ignite a conflagration. At noon, on the street, a humble stall, 2 robust artisans sat together, partaking in food and tea. After satisfying their hunger, they delighted in lingering a while longer, engaging in casual conversation, much to the stall owner's indifference. One of them inquired, "How have you been faring lately?" "Quite well," came the reply. "I've managed to enjoy meat once a month. Not to mention, since Marshal Rant's arrival, our lives have markedly improved. Just the other day, my relative from Lingzi came to visit and was astonished to see us eating nothing but fluffy white rice, exclaiming with delight as he devoured several large bowls. It startled me, for he mentioned that although Lingzi has also reduced taxes for 3 years, the economic situation there is dire. Only the affluent can relish rice on a daily basis. Just think about our lives. We can indulge in rice for over 10 days each month. What a blessing. Ha! What does that matter? My cousin is with the Swordsmith Hall, and their existence is truly enviable. They feast on rice every day, with at least 4 or 5 occasions in a month where they enjoy meat. Now, that is what one would call truly living luxuriously. Who doesn't know the treatment at the Swordsmith Hall in the entire North? Aside from the weapons and armor sold each year, Marshal Ran also allocates a portion of the military funds to them. It is unavoidable, considering the stakes of warfare. If we were to face an invasion from the 5 nations again, we wouldn't just be short on food, but perhaps our very lives would be at risk. Indeed, you speak the truth. However, I have heard something recently that I am unsure about. Is it true? What is it? Speak. The speaker glanced around cautiously, ensuring no suspicious individuals were present, before beckoning his companion to lean in closer. The other, growing impatient, retorted, "Just say it directly. Why all this secrecy?" "Ah, if I ask you to lean in, then lean in, will you?" Sensing the gravity of the matter, the other complied. "I have heard that the king of Qi, perceiving Marshal Rand's growing influence, seeks to diminish the power of the North by any means necessary. He has recently seized 3,000 pieces of armor, and now he demands another 5,000 pieces of equipment from the marshal, with an ultimatum of 3 months to fulfill the request." "This matter? I heard about it early on from my cousin," the first replied, lowering his voice. "The North's prosperity has eclipsed that of Lingzi, and the king fears that Marshal Rand may rebel. Thus, he insists that the marshal provide weapons without compensation. This may seem harmless at first, but if this continues, the North's strength will be gradually eroded." "How can this be?" exclaimed the listener, rising abruptly in indignation. "He is a great benefactor of our Qi state." "Calm down, my friend," another interjected, restraining him. "Be cautious. Look around. Do you wish to endanger your life? The king has his men stationed here. This is utterly unjust. The marshal has rendered such great service. Not only is he denied rewards, but now he is also subjected to surveillance while they attempt to deplete the North's strength. How despicable. But if you were the king of Qi, wouldn't you act similarly? Marshal Rand is far too capable, wielding military power that would make anyone apprehensive. But if the marshal truly harbored rebellious intentions, why has he not acted sooner? And if surveillance is already in place, why further weaken the North's forces? There's little we can do. After all, he is the king. Indeed, as a subordinate, Marshal Rand can only obey his commands. Even 2 ordinary artisans by the roadside were aware of the king's intentions, let alone the officials and nobles of the northern Qi. Everyone remained silent out of fear, knowing that speaking too freely could lead to dire consequences. What Marshal Rand desired was precisely this atmosphere. As long as the people gradually lost confidence in the king, he would find an opportunity to act. In the following 3 months, Marshal Rand tirelessly directed the Swordsmith Hall to produce armor for the king, completing the task. Subsequently, he instructed the hall to commence the manufacture of additional armor, as the current supply for the standing army of 14,000 was sufficient. Yet there remained the reserves, though these individuals would only enter the battlefield after the standing army had finished. Marshal Rand believed they should also undergo regular training during their downtime to familiarize themselves with the weight of the weapons and armor. It would be disastrous if they arrived unprepared on the battlefield. However, upon reporting his actions to the king, the latter perceived the situation differently. He found it unreasonable for a marshal to train reserve troops during peacetime, suspecting 2 possible motives. 1, to prepare for unforeseen enemy attacks, depleting his own forces. Or 2, to lay the groundwork for rebellion. Initially, the king had no objections and consented to Marshal Rand's plans, but after a month, he received reports from the military overseers indicating growing dissatisfaction in the north regarding the king's demands on Marshal Rand for numerous resources without compensation. Although the north was more prosperous than Lingzi, it should not bear the burden of the state's military expenses. Upon hearing this news, the king was incensed. Coupled with his growing fear from Marshal Rand's military training and the malicious propaganda spread by Qin spies in Lingzi, the king ordered the removal of General Yuan Qi from his post as the northern commander. This left Marshal Rand without his right-hand man, as a replacement was dispatched from Lingzi. 15 days later, the envoy from Lingzi arrived in the north. After the handover, Yuan Qi returned to Jiang, assuming the role of the city's garrison commander. However, problems soon arose. The border troops only obeyed Yuan Qi's orders and were not welcoming of the new commander. Due to some command-related issues, chaos ensued, leading the newly appointed general to dismiss 40% of his subordinate commanders in a fit of rage, resulting in a loss of morale. The Yin state had initially planned to exploit Yuan Qi's dismissal to launch another attack on Qi, but their fear of Marshal Rand held them back from taking action. Observing this hesitation, the Qin spies reported to Wei Ran, who, upon hearing the news, chuckled and sent secret orders to commence the next phase of his scheme. Chapter 74. Wei Ran's plot was to sow discord between Marshal Rand and the king. However, he could not outright accuse Marshal Rand of treason, as that would be too abrupt and might cause the king to doubt him. Thus, he aimed to proceed gradually. Wei Ran's spies awaited their opportunity within Qi, seeking a moment for the king to eliminate Marshal Rand. The Yin state too was poised for this chance. Should Marshal Rand perish, the north would be left without a formidable general, making a direct assault on Lingzi entirely feasible. One day, while Wei Ran was out enjoying a leisurely excursion, one of his subordinates disobeyed orders, aggravating a horse that bolted. The steward contemplated executing him on the spot, but Wei Ran, in a moment of compassion, spared him. Yet, suddenly, a sinister smile crept across Wei Ran's face as he decided better to kill him. As a lesson to others, the ensuing cries for mercy were heart-wrenching. 6 days later, a small contingent from Yin feigned disorientation and breached the borders of Qi. Upon discovery, the Qi army reported to their general, who ordered immediate arrests. Those who did not surrender were to be executed. However, after issuing the orders, the general realized that many of his senior commanders had already been dismissed, leaving him with inexperienced replacements. This led to chaos, allowing the Yin troops to escape and miss their opportunity for battle. This incident could not remain concealed and would inevitably reach the king's ears. The new general was troubled. He was liable for punishment, and the higher-ups could even face execution. That night, a mysterious figure arrived at the military camp, claiming he could resolve the general's predicament. Initially skeptical, the general, having no alternatives, decided to take a chance and invited the stranger in. The visitor wasted no time, demanding fine food and drink, igniting the general's ire, though his subordinates cautioned him to observe the situation. If the stranger truly possessed a solution, there would be no issue. But if he was merely toying with them, he could be executed later. The general nodded and instructed his men to serve the food and drink. After several rounds of wine and dishes, the visitor revealed his true identity, a white-haired elder who clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your hospitality, General. I am most appreciative, since I have partaken of your offerings. I shall assist you in return. Thank you for your counsel. Please proceed." The general urged. The North was originally under Marshal Ran's jurisdiction, and Yuan Qi was his trusted confidant. It is only natural that you struggle to manage it in a short period, for Marshal Ran has deep roots here. However, this may not necessarily be a disadvantage. Upon hearing the criticism regarding his management, the general felt a surge of displeasure. However, recognizing the validity of the remarks, he managed to suppress his indignation and retained his composure. "What you say is indeed profound. I humbly seek your guidance," the elder replied. "Since this territory originally belonged to Ran Fei, the events that transpired here are undoubtedly intertwined with him." The general pondered for a moment before erupting into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent! Truly an ingenious strategy. I'm most grateful to you." The elder clasped his fists together, replying modestly, "It is my utmost honor to assist the general." The general then commanded his men, "Prepare a splendid bed for our esteemed guest. From this moment forth, you shall be my honored guest." Yet, the elder appeared reluctant to linger in the vicinity and promptly took his leave, undeterred by the general's attempts to retain him. 3 days later, within the royal palace of Qi, King Qi, upon receiving a report from the north, slammed it onto the table in fury. How dare Ran Fei be so audacious, allowing the Yin army to come and go freely in his quest for power? The attendants, startled by the king's wrath, fell silent. After a brief pause, the king's most trusted attendant stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, while Ran Fei has indeed made contributions, we cannot allow him to act with impunity. Otherwise, we may witness a recurrence of the calamity from 6 years ago." Before he could finish, the king interrupted. "The invasion of Qi by the 5 nations 6 years prior was largely due to my father's arrogance, which incited public outrage. Yet, in matters of border defense, even if Ran Fei bears grievances against me, he should not gamble with our security. This was merely a reconnaissance by the Yin army. What if they truly strike next time?" The attendant inquired. "Then what do you suggest?" The king replied, "First, deliver a warning to Ran Fei. Should he transgress again, he shall be dismissed on the spot." Ran Fei, bewildered by King Qi's reprimand, felt a deep sense of injustice, and in the presence of Zhang Dali and others, exclaimed, "Foolish monarch, setting aside whether this matter genuinely concerns me, he should have inquired into the actual circumstances first." Zhang Dali also voiced his discontent. "Brother, the king's trust in us seems to be waning." Ran Fei retorted, "Humph. At this rate, I may find myself slain due to his lack of trust. I see but 2 paths before me. 1. I resign and return to a humble life, forsaking all courtly affairs to ensure my safety for the remainder of my days." He paused momentarily before continuing. "However, you will still be suspected by King Qi, for we are brothers." Zhang Dali, filled with righteous anger, struck the table with his fist, shattering it into pieces. What a scoundrel that King Qi is. We risked our lives for him, and yet he dares to doubt us. Brother, let us abandon this endeavor and return to a life of banditry. Indeed, let us return to a life of banditry, echoed the others, lamenting how the current court's oppressive governance stifled their former carefree existence. Yet, Ran Fei countered, returning is an option, but can we truly forsake our fallen brothers? How many lives were sacrificed for our current status? If we simply retreat, how can we justify it to them? We have only just cleared our names, allowing our brothers to marry honorably and gain respect. Are we truly willing to abandon that? The room fell silent, as many present had already taken wives. How many could genuinely forsake their families? One brother stepped forward. Brother, what then shall we do? We shall heed your words. Yes, brother, what shall we do? They implored. Ran Fei raised his hand for silence, and when quiet descended, he declared, since the northern territories were secured through the blood of our brothers, we cannot simply relinquish them to King Qi. I believe the king has been exploiting us all along. Under the leadership of the Prime Minister Tian Dan, we fought valiantly to reclaim the lands of Qi. Yet to King Qi, we are merely pawns. He first grants me the positions of marshal and minister to stabilize the situation, only to gradually replace the northern leadership with his own confidants. In truth, he has never regarded us as his own. As the crowd reflected on his words, they recalled past events, realizing Ran Fei's assertions were indeed accurate. 2 years prior, upon revitalization, the northern command was solely in Ran Fei's hands, but within half a year, it had transformed into a shared authority with Lu Zhonglian, and now, military power had been further diluted. If this continued, their brothers would soon be rendered worthless. The crowd's anger simmered. King Qi, appearing humble and unassuming, was in fact scheming and ruthless, disregarding the sentiments of his loyal subjects for his own selfish gains. This was truly disheartening. Ran Fei continued, the north was conquered by Tian Dan and myself, and the majority of Qi's territory belongs to us. Yet Prime Minister Tian, who ought to lead the army, has been reassigned to Linzi. I suspect King Qi fears that Tian Dan may not heed his commands and has thus placed him under surveillance. The crowd was left in bewilderment. If Ran Fei's claims were accurate, then King Qi's cunning was indeed profound. My proposal is, Ran Fei smiled, since much of Qi's land was won through our brother sacrifices, I believe it is not unreasonable for us to claim a portion for ourselves. He paused before asserting, let us establish ourselves as kings. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. Such an act of declaring independence as mercenaries could lead to dire consequences, and none had ever contemplated such a course of action. Given the prevailing superstitious beliefs, the notion that the king was divinely appointed and destined was deeply ingrained among the common folk, rendering the idea of usurpation seemingly ludicrous. After a lengthy silence, Zhang Dali finally spoke. Brother, are you serious? Originally, Yuan Shi was the leader of Julong Mountain, but since Ran Fei's arrival, his decisions have proven consistently sound, and thus the others naturally began to refer to him as their elder brother, establishing 2 leaders within Julong Mountain. Ran Fei nodded, not intending to elaborate further. The brothers did not press for details, and after a considerable time, Chen Jin stepped forward, stating, I am willing to follow you, brother. One by one, brothers came forth, declaring, I too wish to follow our elder brother. We share in honor and disgrace. They erupted in unison. We cannot allow our brother's blood to be shed in vain. Indeed, we cannot remain idle. Many voices echoed their fervent sentiments, fueled by the oppression of King Qi. We shall either erupt from silence or perish in silence. Ran Fei and his brothers collectively ignited with resolve. Without hesitation, Ran Fei sought to take swift action, not wishing to prolong the moment and risk complications. He divided the brothers into 2 groups, one led by Yuan Shi to connect with their northern allies, while the other was split into over a dozen smaller squads to relay messages to various local forces. Ran Fei understood the peril of initiating rebellion at this moment. Although he held high esteem in the north, each local force harbored its own intentions, with a significant portion not being the loyalists of Julong Mountain. 3 days later, the brothers returned, and every unit previously commanded by the old guard expressed their support for Ran Fei's endeavor. Just as preparations reached their zenith, news arrived from Linzi announcing that King Qi had declared his eldest son as the crown prince. Upon hearing this, Ran Fei fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he declared, let us abandon this endeavor. A remarkable opportunity is soon to present itself. What? The crowd reacted, brother, we are poised for action. Why the sudden halt? Indeed, we are ready. Brother, this is our moment. The brothers were brimming with enthusiasm, eager to take King Qi by surprise, believing they could seize Linzi within 3 days. Yet, Ran Fei instructed, return to your camps and await the opportune moment. After hearing the sentiments of all, he reiterated, we must bide our time for the right opportunity. Why? Because I do not wish for our brothers to sacrifice themselves in vain. Moreover, if we dispatch our troops to Linzi, then Jiang will undoubtedly be left vulnerable. At that moment, while it would be unfortunate if the Zhao state does not take advantage of this weakness, the Yin state certainly would launch a surprise attack against us. What then shall we do? Do not fret. The king of Qi, fearing for the safety of his eldest son, has appointed him as the crown prince to enhance his protection. However, have you considered whether the queen consents to this? Upon hearing this, the audience found Ran Fei's reasoning sound and fell silent, attentively listening as he elaborated. Ran Fei continued, asserting that the queen would certainly not agree. Even if she outwardly consented, she would likely engage in covert actions. My suggestion is that we bide our time and let them vie for the position of crown prince, while we, as opportunists, reap the benefits. Once they have exhausted themselves, we shall seize Linzi in one decisive effort and declare ourselves as king. Excellent. The crowd responded in unison. We shall heed your counsel, elder brother. As anticipated by Ran Fei, the queen soon began to take action. Though she was generally a benevolent person, both Ho Sheng and Liang Wenbing were not. One was the maternal uncle of the second prince, and the other his close associate, both of whom would certainly not allow the eldest prince to ascend to the throne. They thus devised numerous schemes to entrap the eldest prince. However, the eldest prince was not easily bullied. Leveraging his position, he quickly allied himself with a multitude of officials within the court. Meanwhile, the queen, feeling disillusioned by the king's machinations, reflected on how she and her family had aided him during his most perilous moments, yet he merely regarded her as a tool, unwilling to bestow upon her son the title of crown prince. The queen's sentiments can be easily imagined. Being quite straightforward, she was uncertain of how to proceed. However, Ho Sheng was aware of the situation. On one hand, he began to gather information regarding the crown prince, and on the other, he prepared for some significant undertaking. In no time, Ran Fei received a secret letter from the queen, requesting him to devise a way for her son to become the crown prince. In response, Ran Fei advised that King Qi was rather suspicious and that action should not be taken recklessly. Meticulous planning was essential to avoid detection by King Qi, as the consequences of a factional struggle could not only thwart their goals, but also lead to greater losses. The optimal strategy would be to frame the crown prince. If the plan succeeded and did not implicate the second prince, then the position of crown prince would surely be untenable. The specific details would require a personal meeting with the queen in Linzi. Upon receiving the letter, the queen was exceedingly pleased, as Ran Fei had begun to take on the role of her strategist, plotting for her benefit. With such a capable and resourceful subordinate, the queen felt immense satisfaction, further solidifying her belief that her decision to ally with Ran Fei was indeed wise. A month later, Ran Fei, accompanied by several guards, disguised themselves as wandering folk to avoid detection and made their way to Linzi to meet with the queen. Upon seeing Ran Fei, the queen dismissed her attendants, saying, "Your personal visit must mean you have found a solution." Ran Fei affirmed, "Indeed, it is so. Speak on." He gestured to his subordinates, who began to survey the surroundings. The queen, observing this, smiled and assured him, "Rest assured, do you believe just anyone could gain access here?" Ran Fei called back his subordinates and clasped his hands in apology. "I was overly cautious. My plan is quite simple. I have a skilled martial artist among my ranks, capable of traversing rooftops silently. If we fabricate a story of the crown prince colluding with a powerful general in the court to commit treason, while you and your people remain inconspicuous, we can ensure the crown prince's downfall. The king has only 2 princes, should the crown prince be deposed." The queen interjected, "I understand. Just carry out your plan. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Ran Fei replied, "There is but one more matter." The queen inquired, "Oh?" Ran Fei continued, "Since you seek my aid, you should place your complete trust in me. Should there be any doubt, it would be better to voice it directly rather than engage in actions that might sow discord." The queen chuckled, "You are indeed astute, Ran Marshal. Such matters cannot perplex you. However, as we are not yet well acquainted, it is prudent to maintain a degree of caution. Please forgive me. Nonetheless, this concerns my son's future, and I would never jest about such a matter." You may proceed with confidence. She then commanded, come down. Ran Fei observed 3 figures descending from the beams, who bowed before the queen. He scrutinized them closely. Their arms were not particularly muscular, yet they bore numerous scars, indicating they were seasoned warriors. Ran Fei had no desire to inquire further about their identities or to become entangled with them, being the queen's bodyguards. They were likely introduced by Ho Sheng, whose character Ran Fei was well aware of. Regardless, he wished to avoid any association with the queen's family. Therefore, Ran Fei clasped his hands and took his leave. The queen nodded in agreement. Very well. In a secluded residence in Linzi, Ran Fei was assigning tasks to his subordinates, while 4 or 5 guards closely monitored the surroundings. With a sly smile, Ran Fei remarked, our plan has made considerable progress. According to the surveillance on the crown prince, he is akin to King Qi, possessing a cunning mind. If we were to succeed outright, the risks would be substantial and detrimental to our strategy. Our initial objective should be to discredit the crown prince, thus gaining the queen's trust and reclaiming the military authority over the northern Qian border. The strategist concurred. You are correct. We must not rush. Let's take our time. I propose we proceed in this manner. Upon hearing the strategist's plan, Ran Fei and the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the strategist's brilliance. The crown prince, as the heir apparent, was entrusted with certain domestic affairs by King Qi to gain experience. Meanwhile, Ran Fei began to implement his own strategy. Historically, every emperor has had an advisory body, as one individual cannot manage all affairs alone. Thus, the crown prince also had his advisors. However, being newly appointed, he had yet to gather support. To lay a solid foundation, the crown prince began to summon courtiers. This presented an opportunity for Ran Fei. Following his rising fame, over 40 individuals from various states sought to align with him, including 7 or 8 exceptionally skilled courtiers. These individuals were drawn to Ran Fei's conduct, and he was confident of their loyalty. Additionally, one of his objectives was to test their fidelity. Should they betray him, he could easily place the blame on the queen. After all, Ran Fei had no substantial reason to assist her. Furthermore, the queen had previously advocated for Ran Fei in front of King Qi, ensuring that if the situation arose, King Qi would be unlikely to impose severe penalties on Ran Fei. A month later, the queen grew somewhat anxious and inquired about the progress. Ran Fei assured her that results would be evident within 3 months, advising her not to rush, explaining the intricacies of political maneuvering. A single misstep could lead to utter ruin, resulting in either paradise or damnation. Therefore, at times, it is preferable to maintain the current situation rather than act impulsively. Although the queen felt some dissatisfaction, she ultimately agreed with Ran Fei's assessment. Any misstep could not only nullify all efforts but also jeopardize their very lives, which was simply not worth the risk. At that moment, the undercover agent within the crown prince's ranks had gained a degree of trust, albeit not enough to access confidential matters, yet had familiarized himself with the layout of the crown prince's residence and the function of each room. Seeing everything progressing smoothly, Ran Fei immediately commenced the next phase. First, he reported to the queen, advising her to sacrifice a corrupt official in her employ. The reasoning behind this was that the crown prince, being newly engaged in governance, was eager to prove his capabilities. Ran Fei's intention was to expose a corrupt official from the queen's faction, one whose rank was not too high to incur significant losses, yet not too low to diminish the crown prince's achievements. After deliberation, the queen decided to target a corrupt governor in Qingdi as a sacrificial pawn. Ran Fei agreed and subsequently dispatched individuals to Qingdi. The governor in Qingdi was a notorious corrupt official, known for his oppressive behavior towards the populace, who harbored deep resentment against him. However, under the protection of the queen's family, all who attempted to report him to Linzi had mysteriously disappeared along the way. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The assassins dispatched this time had ceased all communication. Under normal circumstances, the assassins would send a letter daily and complete their mission within 3 to 5 days. Yet, while there were reports for the first 3 days, they inexplicably vanished after the 4th. The governor grew anxious by the 6th day, but being a cautious individual, he had already sent someone to intercept along the route to Linzi to prevent any mishaps. Strangely, there was also no word from the intercepting party. This left the governor in a state of utter distress. He hastily wrote to inform the queen's family, but this time, in their pursuit of the queen's son ascending to the throne, they chose to disregard the matter entirely. Moreover, they dispatched skilled individuals to the governor's residence to obliterate any evidence of their dealings with him. Soon, the queen's entourage arrived in Qingdi, and the governor went out to greet them. They informed him that the individual had been intercepted and was currently at the queen's residence, ready to be eliminated at the governor's command. The governor clasped his hands in gratitude, expressing his commitment to fully support the queen from then on, promising to be a loyal supporter of the second prince should he have the opportunity to enter the court. The envoy inwardly chuckled, recognizing the governor's cleverness. His statement not only strengthened ties with the queen's family, but also subtly conveyed his ambitions of gaining entry into the court. However, the envoy was well aware that their true objective was not to assist, but rather to eradicate any evidence linking the governor to the queen's family. Their previous feigned departure was merely a ruse, knowing full well the governor would seize any chance to win them over. The governor expended considerable resources to treat the envoy and his party to lavish feasts, and even took them to the city's most renowned brothel, where they pretended to indulge, while others discreetly vanished into the establishment. The queen's family had meticulously researched every individual seeking their favor to avoid the risk of betrayal. Their skilled operatives quickly located the hiding place of the governor's crucial documents, and with remarkable stealth, they uncovered the evidence of their dealings. The queen's family maintained a cautious approach with every official, who were equally amenable to such arrangements, as having fewer incriminating ties diminished their own risks. After all, anyone could find themselves in perilous waters. Thus the evidence left with the governor was scant. The following day, the envoys departed Qingdi with smiles, incinerating all incriminating documents along the way, all while the governor remained blissfully unaware. Subsequently, the witnesses arrived at Tian Dan's residence. Upon understanding the case, Tian Dan discreetly reported to the king of Qi. The king initially intended for Tian Dan to handle the matter directly, but upon hearing the news, the crown prince insisted on taking charge, eager to establish his worth. The king acquiesced. In no time, the crown prince and officials from the Shunqing division set out for Qingdi with an army. To prevent the opposition from fleeing, the crown prince ordered a swift advance of 1,000 cavalry, who within a day apprehended everyone in the governor's household. The case was clear-cut, with numerous citizens clamoring for the governor's punishment. The crown prince swiftly resolved the matter, but the governor bellowed defiantly, claiming that even as the crown prince, he would ultimately be released. Chapter 78. Upon hearing the governor's belief that he would be released, the crown prince couldn't help but chuckle. Who am I? I am the crown prince. In this realm, aside from the king of Qi, who else could possibly grant you clemency? We shall see, the governor retorted angrily. Curiosity piqued, the crown prince prepared to interrogate him thoroughly. In the prison, the crown prince faced the governor, bound to a large pillar, and disdainfully inquired, "Speak. What background do you possess? If you remain silent, I shall consider you merely an ant to be crushed here." The crown prince's reasoning was simple. Should the governor indeed possess a significant background, he would unearth it for a grand achievement. If not, he would dismiss him as inconsequential. However, the governor was not inclined to yield easily, arrogantly proclaiming, "I advise you to reconsider. Although you are the crown prince, you have yet to occupy the throne, and your words hold no weight. As the governor, I must be reported to the Shunqing division before any interrogation takes place." The crown prince laughed. "The Shunqing division is right here. No need for a report. Did you think we arrived unannounced? You are mistaken. My father is already aware of this matter, and the witnesses have directly reported the case to Tian Dan, the prime minister." What? The governor was taken aback. "You mean the witnesses reported the case to the king through Tian Dan? Are there witnesses in Linzi?" "Indeed. The order to capture you comes directly from my father. Do not harbor any illusions of rescue." Upon hearing this, the governor realized he had been deceived by the queen's people. Their arrival was not for investigating the assassins, but for ulterior motives. Quickly, he recalled, "You must go to my study. Behind the desk is a secret chamber. Check if anything remains inside. You have concealed things quite well." Yet soon despair gripped the governor, for everything in the secret chamber had vanished. The crown prince regarded the governor with a knowing gaze. This official's rank was neither too high nor too low, perfectly suitable for someone beginning to navigate political affairs. How fortunate! As the crown prince prepared to depart, the governor pleaded, "Your Highness, if you can spare my life, I will divulge everything I know about the queen's family." The crown prince had just exited the prison when he paused at the mention of the queen's family, turning back to ask, "Are you speaking of the queen?" "Yes. For a favorable future, I expressed my willingness to heed the queen's family's directives 3 years ago. But now, they cannot save me. I only hope you can spare my life, and I will serve you like a beast." The crown prince pouted, replying, "But what does your connection with the queen's family have to do with me? Even if I brought you before my father, the queen would only face a few reprimands and perhaps be confined for a few days. This hardly benefits me." Upon hearing these words, the magistrate became despondent, his gaze vacant, as if he had lost his senses. However, he soon regained his composure, seizing the prince's foot, exclaiming, "Your Highness, you must understand that you are not yet the king. As long as you remain so, the second prince still has a chance. If you agree to save me this time, I shall ensure the demise of the Ho family. Once they are eliminated, that helpless infant in the cradle cannot possibly rival you." The prince, enraged by this declaration, restrained his joy due to the presence of the officials from the Department of Justice, and in a fit of fury, kicked the magistrate away, admonishing him, "Do not listen to this scoundrel's nonsense. Attempting to sow discord between me and my brother is truly despicable." The officials, witnessing this, could not help but commend the prince for his valuing of familial bonds. Indeed, yet, as night fell, the prince pondered the magistrate's words, realizing their validity. As long as he did not ascend to the throne, even if the second prince had no desire for kingship, would the Ho family simply concede? Certainly not. Thus, he summoned his most trusted advisors to deliberate on the matter. They recognized the prince's concerns were not without merit, for the Ho family was substantial and would undoubtedly not support the prince in the future, posing a significant threat. Given this, it would be prudent to form an agreement with the magistrate, sparing his life in exchange for the demise of the Ho family, thereby ensuring that the prince's position remained secure. Resolved, that very night, the prince's confidant disguised himself and entered the prison to meet the magistrate. The magistrate, having seen him during the day, smiled broadly. "Thank you, Your Highness." The confidant, alert, scanned the surroundings and, finding no one, replied, "Yes, yes, yes." The magistrate nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. "It is agreed. The prince will arrange for you to meet the king. You will know what to do then." The prince assured him, "As long as you fulfill your part, find someone of similar appearance to take your place for the punishment." "Understood. Good. Since we have reached an agreement, I shall take my leave. We will ensure your protection." "Thank you, Your Highness," the magistrate replied, kneeling in gratitude. As the cloaked figure departed, in the royal palace, Ran Fei stood before the king, who, concerned, inquired, "Does the magistrate not know some of our secrets? What if he reveals them?" Ran Fei chuckled. "What evidence do we possess? But there are witnesses. Do you believe that, given Prince Chi's character, he would trust something without evidence? My intention is for the prince to bring the magistrate into the palace to meet King Chi." That might be perilous. I have already stated that King Chi will not believe it, for it lacks evidence, and with the second prince still in the cradle, the king would not allow his son to be frightened by the words of a corrupt official. Since this involves the Ho family, the king will surely seek the counsel of Prime Minister Tian Dan, who, based on his character, would not speak without evidence. Thus, the prince would find himself under suspicion. The queen asked, "Why is that?" Ran Fei replied, "Because the king is acutely aware of his son's nature, suspicious." After the death of the prince's mother, King Chi fabricated a story of her illness to avoid causing alarm. However, I believe the prince is already aware of the underlying issues and suspects your involvement. Furthermore, as I mentioned earlier, the king knows his son well. He will likely think the prince seeks vengeance for his mother or aims to eliminate a future threat. The queen chuckled. "Everyone praises Marshal Ran for his bravery and wisdom. Yet today I find I have underestimated you. You have orchestrated this matter without leaving a single flaw, and the assassins sent by the magistrate remain unaccounted for. Truly impressive." "Oh, not at all. You flatter me, Your Majesty." The queen countered, "Let us set aside the flattery. What should I do next?" Ran Fei responded, "You must act as if you know nothing. When the king addresses this matter, simply assert that you and the Ho family have always been loyal to him. Even if Ho Sheng has acted recklessly, he would never dare to offend the king. That will suffice." Ran Fei smiled, adding, "And do mention your child, the second prince, an infant who knows nothing." "Understood." Chapter 79. The prince sensed something amiss. The journey to deliver the magistrate to Linzi had encountered no obstacles, which was highly unusual. Given the Ho family's influence, they should have been aware of the magistrate's betrayal by now. Yet, there had been no response? Were they not fearful? The prince felt a disquiet, but could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Following the plan, he brought the magistrate before King Chi. The magistrate recounted everything, detailing his collusion with the Ho family. King Qi summoned an official responsible for managing records, who, after reviewing the documents, confirmed the magistrate's claims. Although King Qi felt there was no concrete evidence, he deemed it necessary to summon both parties for a debate on the matter. However, the Ho family's representative adamantly denied any involvement in the magistrate's transgressions. King Qi, understanding the political dynamics at play, recognized that the Ho family had amassed considerable influence through their connection to the queen and had engaged in various nefarious deeds over the years. While he suspected their involvement in the magistrate's affairs, the lack of evidence left him cautious. Wishing to suppress the Ho family's power, he declared, "Regardless of your involvement, I do not wish to hear similar grievances in the future. As for the magistrate, given your numerous misdeeds, let the law take its course." The head of the Ho family, aware of his guilt, remained silent, bowing in submission. The guards escorted the magistrate away, and King Qi subsequently departed the palace. Once the king had left, the onlookers recognized that the matter had come to a close and began to disperse. Back in his study, King Qi remained somewhat irked when he was informed that the queen had arrived with the second prince. Although he initially had no desire to see the queen, he felt a longing to see his own flesh and blood, thus summoned her for an audience. Upon her arrival, the queen refrained from mentioning the magistrate's accusations against the Ho family, instead extolling the virtues and charms of the second prince. King Qi, who had been harboring a tempest of emotions, found his ire dissipating upon hearing the infant's coos. He embraced the second prince tightly, playfully teasing him with his finger. The queen remarked, "My king, it has been some time since you last visited him." King Qi pondered, realizing it had indeed been a while. And with the child's full moon approaching, he considered what gift to bestow. The queen promptly knelt, expressing her gratitude for the king's generosity. After much contemplation, King Qi finally declared, "Bring me the sword of the moon." After a considerable wait, a servant presented a long sword to King Qi. He drew the blade, which gleamed with a dull light, flawless in its form, with a single character inscribed upon its blade, Qi. "This sword belonged to my father. Today, I bestow it upon my son. Since you have endured the turmoil faced by the state of Qi alongside me, we shall name him Tianding." King Qi entrusted the sword to his attendants. The queen, upon seeing this, immediately instructed others to safeguard it and rose to thank the king. King Qi hastily supported her, saying, "You have yet to complete your confinement. How can you move about so freely? Thank you for your concern, my king. The Ho family shall eternally remember your kindness, remaining loyal for generations." Upon hearing this, King Qi felt a twinge of suspicion. Why does this involve the Ho family? Does she know of the magistrate's plot against them? But then, why would he suddenly turn against the Ho family? Have they already begun their political maneuvering? If so, what of the prince's mother's death? The queen, noticing the king lost in thought, inquired, "My king, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" Upon encountering the queen, Qi Huang observed her genuine expression, which suggested she was unaware of the circumstances. Noticing the child cradled in her arms, his resolve solidified. It seemed she truly did not know, for the queen was wholly devoted to caring for the child, leaving her little time to concern herself with other matters. Qi Huang explained, "It is nothing. I merely recalled some past events. In our earlier days, we shared both joy and hardship, and we have finally persevered." Upon hearing this, tears streamed down the queen's face. "Indeed, my dear cousin, who sustained grave injuries while protecting you, ultimately succumbing to them. The thought is heart-wrenching." Qi Huang quickly embraced her, offering comfort. "The departed are gone. You must take care of yourself, for the child is still young." The queen wiped her tears with her sleeve, and seeing her composure improve, Qi Huang continued, "Once Dinger is older, we shall take him to meet his uncle and pay our respects." The queen expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, your majesty, for your concern." Qi Huang replied, "It is nothing. We are family." He instructed his attendants to care for the queen and the prince, then had her escorted to rest. Alone in his study, Qi Huang pondered for a long while, ultimately connecting the dots. The crown prince was suspicious and lacked a solid foundation. But the second prince was different, backed by the Ho family and possessing numerous allies among the court officials. It was evident that the crown prince harbored fears, likely suspecting that the Ho family had a hand in the death of his mother. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to insist on my meeting with the village chief. The position of village chief, while not insignificant, was nonetheless a local authority in the kingdom. The crown prince sought to enhance his prestige and achievements while simultaneously suppressing the Ho family's influence, primarily to convey that he, as the crown prince, should not be underestimated. Upon reaching this conclusion, Qi Huang could not help but exclaim, "Truly, the apple does not fall far from the tree. The crown prince and I are remarkably alike." After returning, the crown prince convened his advisors to deliberate on Qi Huang's intentions, as well as Qi Huang's unwavering stance against the Hou family and their destruction of evidence, which instilled a sense of dread within the crown prince. The Hou family's influence was too formidable, seemingly omniscient throughout Linzi. More alarmingly, the queen had given birth to a prince, heightening the crown prince's trepidation, for the Hou family would undoubtedly support the second prince. As the village chief remarked, although he was the crown prince now, should he meet an untimely demise, the second prince would become the sole candidate for the throne. Thus, vigilance was paramount. The circumstances surrounding his mother's death were shrouded in mystery. It was likely the Hou family's doing, and countermeasures must be considered. At that moment in northern Qi, Ran Fei smiled, having received news from the palace regarding the queen. This incident would undoubtedly exacerbate tensions between the crown prince and the Hou family. If he orchestrated a few more incidents, he could ensure that the two factions would engage in mutual conflict, allowing him to reap the benefits. The next step for Ran Fei was to persuade Qi Huang to relinquish the military authority of the entire northern region to him. For Qi Huang to do so, he needed to genuinely believe in Ran Fei's loyalty. The most effective approach would be to present himself as a trusted confidant of either the crown prince or the queen. Once Qi Huang recognized Ran Fei as a trusted associate of one of them, he would lower his guard and be inclined to transfer military power to him. Throughout this process, Ran Fei had to conceal any hint of rebellion, instead adopting an even more humble demeanor. Ran Fei understood that while the queen trusted him, the Hou family did not, for they would never trust someone who had harmed their kin. Therefore, the scrutiny in the north would not be eased. The only pathway forward was for Ran Fei to gain the crown prince's trust and become his confidant. Ran Fei was confident the crown prince would come to rely on him, especially since Liang Wenbing was not in the crown prince's camp. To become the king, having an army was paramount. Ran Fei smiled once more. The Hou family's power was substantial, and the crown prince required further support. However, everyone knew that Liang Wenbing was aligned with the Hou family, while the military strength of Qi was firmly in Qi Huang's hands. The only one he could ally with was Ran Fei in the north. Moreover, Ran Fei's elder brother, Yuan Shi, had previously slain members of the Hou family, creating an indelible rift between the two factions. The crown prince and his advisors resolved to gradually win over Ran Fei. Securing Ran Fei's allegiance would not be a simple task, so the crown prince decided to start with Tiandan, approaching him humbly with numerous gifts to discuss governance issues. Ran Fei positioned his people near Tiandan, and upon discerning the crown prince's intentions, he understood that the crown prince aimed to achieve two objectives with one move. For it was widely known throughout Qi and the Central Plains that Tiandan and Ran Fei shared a close bond forged through camaraderie. Qi Huang appointed Tiandan as the prime minister, intending to keep a watchful eye on him while simultaneously restraining Ran Fei, believing that their alliance would render them invincible. By separating them and monitoring one, he could mitigate the threat. Ran Fei was eager to establish communication with the crown prince, but due to the rigorous surveillance of the Hou family, he had not found an opportune moment. Finally, 2 months later, on Tiandan's birthday, he invited many guests to his residence, and Ran Fei was among them. Qi Huang did not attend personally, but sent his regards and gifts. However, the crown prince, wishing to demonstrate his sincerity in forging connections, attended in person, aiming to befriend both Tiandan and Ran Fei. Once everyone was seated at the banquet and pleasantries exchanged, with performances concluded, the crown prince stepped out and declared, "I have long heard of Marshal Ran's bravery and wisdom, unparalleled in this world. Today, I see that your reputation is indeed well-deserved. I propose that we invite Marshal Ran to perform a sword dance for our entertainment." Eager to cultivate a relationship with the crown prince, Ran Fei readily accepted the invitation, drawing his sword and dancing gracefully in the hall. Upon finishing, he humbly addressed the crown prince and Tiandan, saying, "I hope I did not embarrass myself." The crown prince immediately raised his cup and stood, exclaiming, "How can Marshal Ran's martial skills be considered a disgrace? Ask anyone today who does not know of Marshal Ran's illustrious prowess." The crown prince then turned to the assembly, asking, "Do you all agree?" No one dared to oppose the crown prince, and they nodded in unison, affirming, "Indeed, Marshal Ran is renowned for his valor and skill." With both hands clasped around his sword, Ran Fei respectfully replied, "Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness." The Crown Prince assisted Ran Fei, stating, "Marshal Ran has made significant contributions, but I have heard that some have spoken ill of you in my father's ear. Rest assured, I shall petition him tomorrow to disregard such slander." Hearing this, Ran Fei felt immense joy within, though he refrained from showing it, instead responding with deep respect. "Your Highness shows great consideration for your subordinate. I am profoundly grateful." The Crown Prince felt elated by Ran Fei's words, intensifying his desire to win him over. Ran Fei, calculating the Crown Prince's intentions, felt a surge of happiness, as long as the Crown Prince believed in his loyalty. Regaining complete military authority over the north would soon be within reach. That night, in Ran Fei's quarters, a servant of the Crown Prince arrived with several beautiful women. The servant said, "His Highness wishes to express his appreciation for Marshal Ran by providing some companions." Ran Fei's face flushed crimson, and he hurriedly declined, "No, no, no. I cannot bear such a scene. Please take them away. Kindly inform the Crown Prince of my gratitude for his kind gesture." The servant hesitated, but seeing Ran Fei's unwavering stance, he eventually departed with the women. Upon hearing this news, the Crown Prince muttered, "He does not fancy beautiful women?" The servant affirmed, "Indeed." The Crown Prince remarked, "Since he has no interest in women, I shall send him gifts instead. Let us see if he desires those." 3 days later, Ran Fei bid farewell to Tian Dan, who escorted him to the city gates of Linzi. As Ran Fei clasped his fists in gratitude, he said, "Brother Tian, I am leaving." Tian Dan replied, "Safe travels." Just then, a contingent appeared, led by a guard known to Tian Dan, who belonged to the Crown Prince. The leader approached Ran Fei, clasping his fists and stating, "Marshal Ran, His Highness has come to bid you farewell." The leading guard had just spoken when the Crown Prince stepped down from the carriage behind him. Ran Fei, who had already mounted his horse, dismounted immediately upon seeing the Crown Prince approach personally. Together with Tian Dan, he clasped his fists and said, "Your Highness." The Crown Prince replied, "I have learned that you are returning to Jiang today, and I have come to bid you farewell." Ran Fei responded, "I feel unworthy of such honor. It is truly a privilege to have you come in person, Your Highness." The Crown Prince exclaimed, "Ah, Marshal Ran is one of the great generals of our Qi kingdom. As the future king of Qi, I must naturally show consideration for my loyal subjects." He then turned around, extending his right hand towards the several large carriages before them. "I have heard that you, Marshal Ran, have been frugal in the north. As a general, you must take care of your health. I offer you this wealth today, hoping it will improve your circumstances." Ran Fei inwardly cursed, thinking, "Damn it, here I am in the north scraping by on meager rations, and you casually bestow such riches upon me." However, he maintained a respectful demeanor, replying, "Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness. Since you offer it sincerely, I shall accept it." Seeing Ran Fei accept the gifts, the Crown Prince thought to himself, "They say Ran Fei is incorruptible, yet upon seeing a few carriages of wealth, his eyes light up, and he accepts without hesitation. It seems he is merely putting on a facade of integrity while being avaricious at heart. His previous display of virtue was likely for my father's benefit, but he maintained his outward demeanor, saying, of course, it is given sincerely. I was actually concerned you might think it insufficient." Ran Fei knelt on one knee, sword in hand, and said, "Your Highness, your noble status makes your personal visit a great honor, and now you bestow such valuable gifts upon me. I, Ran Fei, would be remiss if I did not repay you with my very life." The Crown Prince immediately helped him up, saying, "You're already a loyal minister of Qi. I trust you completely. Rest assured, I shall report to my father and ensure that you regain full command of the northern troops." Ran Fei expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness." Chapter 81. Ran Fei mounted a magnificent steed, bade farewell to the Crown Prince and Tian Dan, and turned to lead his subordinates back to the north, laden with treasures. 3 days later, upon his return to Jiang, he discovered that Miss Dan was waiting at the city gate with several attendants. As soon as she spotted Ran Fei, a look of immense joy illuminated her face, and she immediately urged her horse forward. Ran Fei, equally delighted to see her, found himself speechless, merely smiling at Miss Dan. She laughed and said, "What is this? Are you not happy to see me? Not even a word of greeting?" Ran Fei replied, "Not at all. I am simply overwhelmed with joy and at a loss for words." The onlookers, witnessing the exchange, felt happiness for the pair. Among Ran Fei's companions, Miss Dan had long been regarded as their sister-in-law, though she had yet to formally enter the family. Ran Fei and Miss Dan rode side by side towards the residence. The townsfolk, upon seeing Ran Fei, bowed in respect, observing Jiang flourishing day by day. With the citizens growing ever more prosperous, Ran Fei felt a swell of happiness. Yet, when he thought of the Qi King and others' attitudes toward him and his comrades, and their utter disregard for the North's plight, a wave of anger surged within him. Upon returning to the residence, Zhang Dali, noticing several carriages laden with wealth, inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" Ran Fei replied, "The crown prince seeks to win us over and has sent these." Zhang Dali was taken aback. "You accept it?" Ran Fei nodded. "Indeed." Zhang Dali asked, "What shall we tell the queen?" Ran Fei retorted, "What is there to explain? We are now aligned with the crown prince. Why should we fear her?" Hearing this, Zhang Dali felt a deep concern, though he was unaware of who had slain the crown prince's mother. He doubted the queen would take this lightly. He sensed danger looming and felt the need to prepare for it. The news of the crown prince's generous gifts to Ran Fei quickly reached the queen's ears. Furious that Ran Fei had accepted without protest, she seethed. "This Ran Fei, who once vowed unwavering support for my son, has now been bought off by a few boxes of treasures." While she viewed him as a schemer, she also deemed him short-sighted, thinking that aligning with the royal family was a trivial matter. This reflected a woman's mindset, seeing only the surface while failing to grasp Ran Fei's true reluctance to side with them. Rooted in the fact that the royal family had never placed trust in him due to Yuan Qi's past actions against them. Though it was the queen who commanded Ran Fei to eliminate the crown prince's mother, he had not disclosed the identity of the assassin to her. Unless the crown prince uncovered the truth and caught the killer in the act, he would never suspect Ran Fei of the deed. This was part of Ran Fei's strategy, as the knowledge of his relationship with the queen was known to very few. The queen penned a letter, questioning Ran Fei, "Why did you accept the crown prince's gifts?" After reading the letter, Ran Fei burned it and proceeded to the sword forging hall, selecting a fine sword and a superb bow, carefully packaging them to send to the crown prince. Ran Fei's reasoning was straightforward. If he sent money, it would contradict his avowed integrity in the crown prince's eyes. Thus, he opted for valuable items that were not overly extravagant. Upon receiving the gifts, the crown prince smiled and thought, "This Ran Fei, with the north growing ever wealthier, dares not indulge himself. After accepting such a grand gift, he sends me only these 2 items. He truly is quite frugal. However, that's acceptable, as long as he does not covet the lands of Qi. Whatever else he desires, I shall grant him." Drawing the sword, the crown prince examined it closely, noting that its surface was not entirely smooth, yet intricate black lines adorned it. This was a mark of a fine blade, a result of excessive carbon content in the steel, forming lines that indicated high hardness and excellent toughness. The crown prince marveled, "A magnificent sword. The north indeed possesses remarkable craftsmanship. It seems Ran Fei has invested considerable effort into this. Clearly, he's inclined to align himself with me, with the support of the military. I shall not fear anyone, especially such a distinguished general." 3 days later, the queen, having received no response from Ran Fei, grew increasingly irate. In a fit of rage, she seized a nearby vase and hurled it to the ground, shattering it to pieces. At that moment, the crown prince was in the Qi King's study, imploring him to ease the surveillance over the north and withdraw the royal family's forces. The Qi King, aware of the crown prince's alliance with Ran Fei, inferred that Ran Fei had expressed his intention to support the crown prince. Since the crown prince was advocating on his behalf, the Qi King agreed to withdraw half of the monitoring troop station in the north, most of whom belonged to the royal family. Now, except for the military authority along the northern border, which remained with the royal family, all other powers returned to Ran Fei's command. The royal family, incensed by the withdrawal of their forces from the north, convened a meeting of their prominent members. They recognized that the north was almost entirely slipping from their grasp, a move orchestrated by the Qi King to provide the crown prince with an opportunity to gather a supportive army against the powerful royal family. The members debated vociferously, but the family head, after listening for some time, was unable to discern any solutions. Slamming his hand on the table, he exclaimed, "Enough! Stop your bickering. Such incompetence, needing me to resolve everything." At that moment, a bold young member of the family stepped forward. "Uncle, I have a plan to reclaim control over the north." The family head turned to see a seemingly inconspicuous descendant, one he could hardly recall. After a brief pause, he said, "The son of Ho Chang." Very well. What is your plan? The crown prince is not yet the king of Qi. Therefore, his opinions can only serve as a reference for the king. Ultimately, the power lies in the hands of the king. Our objective is to ensure that the king does not place his faith in Ran Fei due to the crown prince's thoughts, or perhaps even to lead the king to distrust the crown prince entirely. By doing so, not only might we regain our control over the northern territories, but we could also undermine the crown prince. The head of the Ho family, taken aback by the unexpected eloquence of this usually taciturn child, was somewhat astonished. Yet, he acknowledged the truth in his words. Power resided with the king of Qi, and should he change his mind, the north would return to our grasp. A smile crept across the head of the Ho family, startling those around him, as he typically only smiled when administering punishment. However, they were mistaken. The head of the family had grown old, and with age, had transformed. He simply remarked, "I never anticipated such a figure could emerge from the Ho family. Truly, it is our fortune." In the confines of the Ho family's secret chamber, the head of the family and the young man engaged in clandestine discussions. After half an hour, they emerged from the chamber, and the head decided to adjourn the meeting, leaving the young man behind in the residence. With the king of Qi having withdrawn most of his surveillance and the southern troops largely concentrated in one location, Ran Fei began to act boldly. He established clandestine military bases in remote areas of the north as potential rallying points for an uprising. He also began quietly relocating his most loyal troops, training them using the military of Qi, and integrating them into his own camp. Ran Fei's plans unfolded smoothly, and his relationship with Miss Shan rapidly blossomed. However, the crown prince dispatched a trusted confidant to the north. Ran Fei understood that he and the crown prince were not yet intimately acquainted. This was merely a test of his character. He provided the crown prince's confidant with excellent accommodations, delectable food, and fine clothing. Although of modest rank, he was a man of the crown prince, and Ran Fei knew that extending him courtesy was tantamount to honoring the crown prince himself. If he spoke favorably of Ran Fei before the crown prince, his fortunes would surely rise. Letters from the north quickly reached the crown prince, suggesting that Ran Fei held great respect for him and indeed harbored intentions of allegiance. The crown prince was exceedingly pleased and sent numerous gifts to the north, which Ran Fei graciously accepted, though he harbored some doubts. The Ho family's influence in the north was diminishing, yet they had not yet made a move, which he perceived as a positive omen. He was acutely aware of the Ho family's modus operandi. They would seek vengeance without fail. The absence of action typically indicated a more significant scheme brewing beneath the surface. Ran Fei longed to caution the crown prince to remain vigilant, but they were currently in a phase of mutual understanding, and to speak too soon might incite suspicion. Yet, he was unwilling to allow the Ho family's treachery to succeed. The only recourse seemed to be Tian, but the king of Qi held both trust and trepidation towards him. In the king's eyes, both the Ho family and Tian were of the same ilk. Should Tian act recklessly, the king would inevitably suspect him of attempting to eliminate rivals and seize power. The king's strategy was straightforward. He aimed for a balance, with Tian and Ran Fei countering each other while he remained the principal beneficiary, an approach many emperors adeptly employed. Ran Fei found himself in a quandary. The ever-scheming Ran Fei now felt a throbbing headache. However, without taking decisive action, he risked being caught off guard. At that moment, a significant calamity struck the north. A torrential flood devastated a town in the northern region of Jiang. The disaster occurred during the day, with most villagers engaged in their daily labors, leaving only a few to be buried beneath the deluge. Lu Zhonglian swiftly ordered the Jiang garrison to commence rescue efforts, personally leading the charge. In this instance, Ran Fei became the highest official in the city. The remnants of the Ho family in Jiang became prey in Ran Fei's hands, ripe for the taking, and he harbored intentions to do so. Under the pretext of insufficient rescue personnel, Ran Fei commanded all of the Ho family's spies to assist in the efforts, summoning only those loyal to the Ho family. He had already identified all of their operatives in Jiang. The Ho family recognized that Ran Fei's actions constituted a direct affront to them, yet they were compelled to comply. For at that moment, Ran Fei wielded the greatest power in Jiang. Refusal would be tantamount to insubordination, punishable by capture. The Ho family's relentless attempts to strip Ran Fei of his high-ranking position stemmed from the animosity resulting from Yuan Qi's killing of a Ho family member, which Ran Fei had fiercely defended. Consequently, the Ho family held no trust in Ran Fei's feigned allegiance. Under duress, The Ho family spies were forced to abandon Jiang to aid in the rescue. Once they departed, Ran Fei made a bold decision. He dispatched agents to stealthily infiltrate their residences and gather incriminating evidence of their nefarious deeds. To his surprise, he uncovered several pieces of evidence. However, Ran Fei was not about to present the evidence directly. Instead, he arranged for the incriminating materials to be discreetly deposited in the residence of the high-ranking official during the dead of night. Upon receiving the evidence, Lu Zhonglian's steward wasted no time and immediately sent word to Lu Zhonglian via carrier pigeon. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Zhonglian entrusted the matter entirely to Ran Fei, who opted for a straightforward approach, dismissing and detaining all implicated individuals pending trial. Seizing the opportunity, Ran Fei further weakened the Ho family's influence in the north, much to the crown prince's delight. The threat posed by the Ho family diminished, prompting Ran Fei to once again present his achievements to the king of Qi, who subsequently rewarded him handsomely. The king required the crown prince's strength to counterbalance the Ho family. Observing the growing closeness between Ran Fei and the crown prince, the king expressed great satisfaction and immediately decreed, severe punishment shall be meted out. Furthermore, the crown prince would preside over the investigation personally. Upon learning this news, Ran Fei felt immense joy, for it signified that the king had acknowledged the burgeoning vassal relationship between him and the crown prince. If this dynamic continued, he could lull the king into complacency and further develop his own strength. With the crown prince at the helm, the punishment would undoubtedly be harsh. Following this incident, the Ho family's power in the north dwindled significantly, leaving their head in a state of anxiety, yet seemingly with no recourse. Moreover, the Yin state had recently begun to exhibit a series of movements. Ran Fei promptly drafted a letter to the king of Qi, informing him of these developments and requesting the mobilization of a reserve force for training. The king, wary of Ran Fei's burgeoning power and the potential for it to become unwieldy, consented to the recruitment of only a small fraction of troops as reserves. After receiving the order, Ran Fei promptly devised an alternate plan, clandestinely integrating his own forces to establish a formidable army. Yet, he maintained the facade of adhering to the king's commands. Ran Fei dared to act so boldly because he anticipated that the state of Qi would soon fragment. And now was the opportune moment to prepare. A month later, a servant of the king fell ill and passed away, replaced by a new attendant who endeared himself to the king, often anticipating his thoughts. At that juncture, the crown prince was concluding the investigation into the corruption of northern officials. The king, pleased with his son's accomplishments, generously rewarded him with numerous valuables. Following his receipt of these gifts, the crown prince allocated nearly half to Ran Fei, hoping to secure his support. Through approximately a month of interaction with the crown prince, Ran Fei had cultivated a degree of rapport, yet he understood all too well that were he not the marshal of the north, the crown prince would have no need for his backing. Such kindness would not be bestowed upon him otherwise. Furthermore, given his understanding of the crown prince's temperament, which closely mirrored that of the king, Ran Fei became even more resolute in his belief that he must possess strength. Otherwise, he would forever be relegated to the role of a mere pawn. Chapter 83. In the Swordsmith Hall, a freshly forged batch of weapons was being packaged, with their destination known only to the leader of the Swordsmith Hall, for this matter was a military secret. Ran Fei ordered the mobilization, and no one dared to defy or question it, lest they face military discipline. Ran Fei casually selected a sword from the pile, inspecting its quality, which indeed impressed him. Nodding in approval, he commanded, "Send it forth." His subordinate collected the sword and replied, "As you wish." This batch of swords was prepared by Ran Fei for his private army. Throughout history, military affairs have always been shrouded in secrecy. The number of weapons and armor produced by the sword casting hall for Ran Fei has been steadily increasing each year. Yet no one dares to question the reason behind this, for it is classified information. Ran Fei's relationship with the crown prince has grown increasingly cordial, and soon, the king of Qi relinquished all military authority in the north back to Ran Fei, and the crown prince's men followed suit. Ran Fei understood that since ancient times, rulers have feared generals who command troops and disregard orders. Thus, the crown prince sending envoys to Ran Fei did not surprise him in the least. However, the emissaries dispatched by the crown prince were far fewer in number compared to those from the king of Qi, indicating the crown prince's trust in Ran Fei. The crown prince trusted Ran Fei because he recognized that to establish a foothold in the court, Ran Fei needed someone to advocate for him. and that individual had to be someone the king of Qi held in high esteem. Tiandan was not an option, and the Ho family was even less likely. Therefore, only the crown prince could serve as Ran Fei's pillar of support. In the crown prince's eyes, Ran Fei was someone who was rather avaricious. As long as he was offered sufficient wealth, Ran Fei would pledge his loyalty to the crown prince. Little did the crown prince know that Ran Fei was merely feigning such motives. While publicly expressing reverence and support for the crown prince, Ran Fei was secretly preparing for rebellion. As the number of his clandestine forces grew and his bond with the crown prince strengthened, the number of crown prince's men sent to the north began to increase, which Ran Fei, as a trusted confidant, could not refuse. However, this also heightened the risk of his secret army being discovered. Ran Fei promptly convened the Nine Dragons Mountain Conference to discuss countermeasures. Zhang Dali suddenly suggested, "Why don't we move the troops to Nine Dragons Mountain? It is remote and secluded. No one will bother us there." Upon hearing this proposal, Ran Fei's eyes lit up with inspiration. He declared, "Why not establish many strongholds in the north, presenting ourselves as bandits while in reality being our own forces? We have plenty of money and do not intend to commit robbery. No one will dare interfere with us." The others applauded this idea, exclaiming, "Indeed, this suggestion is splendid." Without delay, they set to work. 3 months later, numerous signs of a substantial military presence appeared in the treacherous regions of northern Qi. Yet due to the elusive nature of these forces and their non-interference with the common folk, the populace grew indifferent, and the authorities were reluctant to invite trouble that could tarnish their achievements. Thus, Ran Fei's plan progressed smoothly, and since he operated primarily in remote areas, the crown prince's men showed little inclination to venture there, failing to perceive any issues. Not only that, but Ran Fei also initiated a major personnel reshuffle within the local governments of the regions housing his secret forces. With the crown prince's backing, although Lu Zhonglian felt some reluctance, he dared not offend the crown prince. One day, the king of Qi, accompanied by several aides, strolled through the palace gardens. Marveling at the blooming flowers, he turned to a nearby eunuch and inquired, "Though our state has endured great hardships, after several years of recuperation, how have the common folk fared? Are their courtyards adorned with such splendid sights?" The eunuch replied, "Your Majesty is a rare sage king. Under your governance, Qi has already recovered swiftly. Moreover, with General Ran Fei's several constructive proposals, the people of Qi rejoice at encountering such enlightened rulers as you and General Ran." Hearing the eunuch equate Ran Fei with himself, the king felt a surge of discontent, for he was the sovereign, while Ran Fei was merely a general. Yet now, Ran Fei's reputation among the populace had risen to a level on par with his own. This was intolerable. The king immediately interrupted, discarding the conversation with a disdainful grunt. Crushing a flower beneath his foot, the attending eunuchs, sensing the king's anger, fell to their knees in fear, and the lead eunuch quickly prostrated himself, saying, "I spoke thoughtlessly. Your Majesty, I humbly request your pardon, but I implore you not to take my life. I wish to continue serving you." The king cast a sidelong glance at the eunuch, saying, "Ran Fei is but a general of the north. Should I choose, I could have him executed at any moment. Yet I never anticipated that his standing would be perceived as equal to mine in the eyes of the commoners." The lead eunuch, noticing the king's ire was not directed at him, slowly raised his head and pleaded, "Your Majesty, forgive me. I merely spoke in haste. How could Ran Fei possibly compare to you? Even if he possesses great military achievements, you remain the king of Qi." The king retorted, "King? If it were not for the vast army of Qi under my command, who knows how many would wish to slay me and proclaim themselves as kings." After uttering this, the king abruptly turned and departed from the garden, heading to his study. The following day, the king issued an edict. "The nation's strength is flourishing, and the people are well fed and clothed. We have weathered the harshest times. To bolster national defense, we shall conclude the 3-year tax reduction policy early, resuming taxes as usual starting next month." Upon the announcement of this policy, the populace erupted in indignation. Yet being subject of the king, they could only comply, daring to harbor resentment in silence. Meanwhile, Ran Fei felt elated upon hearing this news, for he understood that the fortunes of Qi were nearing their end. During the Warring States period, paper had yet to be invented, and the Qin Empire's notorious book burning and burying of scholars had led to the obliteration of many historical records. Thus, later generations possess only a limited understanding of the true nature of that era. They are aware of the 5 hegemons of the spring and autumn period and the 7 powers of the warring states, but remain oblivious to the existence of numerous other states. Furthermore, these prominent states were not perpetually powerful. Under sagacious rulers, they thrived, while under mediocre or inept monarchs, their might dwindled. The era of King Xiang of Qi was characterized by his mediocrity, lacking in capability. Though he understood the necessity of restoring the Jixia Academy, he failed to appoint talented ministers, resulting in figures like Li Si and Han Fizi leaving Qi after seeking knowledge from Xuanzi. Unbeknownst to Ran Fei at this moment, Li Si and Han Fizi were still in Qi, as he was not a historian. In the 84th chapter, the Qin state, having recently endured several major battles that depleted its resources, had become relatively subdued and refrained from stirring up further conflict. However, Wei Ran's ambitions to invade Qi via Zhao had never wavered. The greatest source of Wei Ran's frustration and jealousy was Qi's Jixia Academy. He devised various schemes to undermine it. Yet how could Qi's premier institution afford to let its guard down? Numerous plots were thwarted by Tiandan and others, and attempts to assassinate Ran Fei also failed, leaving Wei Ran seething with rage. Yet, due to the actions of Empress Dowager Xian, who employed Shang Yang's methods, the Qin state grew increasingly powerful, rendering other states unable to contend with it individually. In a bid to avoid Qin's aggression, states such as Han, Chu, and Yin sought alliances through marriage. Although Qi was viewed with hostility by Wei Ran, it remained shielded by the formidable Zhao state, which deterred Qin from acting against it. Observing the true strength of Qin's legalist approach, Ran Fei resolved to present a proposal to King Qi, advocating for governance by law. However, due to the obstruction posed by the Hou family and the king's reluctance to relinquish his family's privileges, his proposal was dismissed. Moreover, as the nation remained in a recovery phase, the king's reinstatement of normal taxation resulted in a significant decline in the people's livelihoods. The benefits of privilege dissuaded the king from pursuing legal reforms, and in matters of personnel appointments, he no longer heeded the counsel of Tiandan and the crown prince, but instead relied heavily on the suggestions of his intimate aide, Wang Quan, leading to a massive reshuffle in the court. Most of those replaced were supporters of the crown prince and Tiandan. Ran Fei discerned that Wang Quan was affiliated with the Hou family. Although the proportion of the Hou family South members in the court did not change significantly, the presence of Tiandan and the crown prince's supporters diminished considerably, causing the crown prince great distress and confusion. Nonetheless, as the crown prince was still the crown prince, power remained firmly in the king's hands, leaving him only to voice his grievances in private. However, after 6 months, as the crown prince garnered increasing support and affection from the commoners under the guidance of Tiandan and Ran Fei, the king, spurred by Wang Quan's insinuations regarding the crown prince's growing influence, became increasingly distrustful of him. Subsequently, the House of Hou began to sow discord, and as the crown prince's reputation grew ever more illustrious, King Qi became increasingly apprehensive that the crown prince might usurp his position. This sense of crisis deepened over the course of 2 years, and ultimately, when Bai Qi launched another assault on the state of Zhao. Qi was prepared to dispatch troops for aid. However, when it came to determining who would lead the expedition, the crown prince and the majority of officials endorsed Ran Fei, which incensed King Qi. At that moment, Ran Fei had already amassed the greatest military strength in the north, surpassing all other regions of Qi in both weaponry and the quality of personnel. The crown prince and Ran Fei were allies, and King Qi feared that entrusting military command to Ran Fei would enable him to seize the throne under the crown princess directive. King Qi's distrust of his own son was laid bare. The crown prince not only faced unfounded accusations in the court, but also saw military authority transferred to Liang Wenbing in the south, naturally displeased by the unwarranted rebuke. Upon returning home, the crown prince muttered a few disparaging remarks about King Qi, only to be overheard by someone assigned to the crown prince's residence, who reported back to King Qi. At this point, King Qi's fear of the crown prince had reached an extreme. He was convinced that the crown prince's recommendation of Ran Fei to command the military in rescuing Zhao was a ploy to claim the throne for himself. King Qi had become exceedingly narrow-minded and selfish, consumed solely by his own interests, to the extent that he disregarded the fact that the crown prince was his own son. In his trepidation towards the crown prince, King Qi, under the comfort of royal power, grew increasingly reliant on it. Bai Qi's formidable reputation was well known throughout the land. However, after he captured the city of Guanglong in Zhao, he found himself unable to advance due to the united opposition of Qi and Zhao. ultimately retreating because of the excessively long supply lines. Upon witnessing Qin's withdrawal, Liang Wenbing returned to the capital. Meanwhile, the crown prince had lost his ceremonial sword and searched his residence extensively to no avail. Half a month later in the court, Liang Wenbing entered the royal palace bearing the military insignia, much to King Qi's delight. However, Liang Wenbing showed no intention of returning the insignia to King Qi. Instead, he had his men seize all the soldiers present in the court. King Qi, furious, exclaimed, "Liang Wenbing, what are you plotting? Is this treason?" Liang Wenbing replied with a smile, "I would not dare." "But," King Qi interjected, "but what?" At that moment, the head of the House of Ho appeared behind King Qi and plunged the crown prince's sword into his chest, shouting, "This is the crown prince's sword. The crown prince has conspired against King Qi." Liang Wenbing cupped his fist towards the head of the House of Ho, declaring, "The crown prince has conspired against King Qi. I shall apprehend him at once." The head of the House of Ho nodded. "Indeed, the living must be seen, and the dead must be accounted for," Liang Wenbing affirmed. "Understood." The crown prince's residence was besieged by the royal guards, and Liang Wenbing announced, "The crown prince has sent assassins to murder King Qi, and the crown prince's sword serves as evidence. In the name of the queen, apprehend the crown prince. Any who resist shall be executed without mercy. Those who bring me the crown prince's head shall be generously rewarded." The bewildered crown prince realized that no matter what happened today, falling into their hands would mean certain death. Resolutely, he addressed his followers, "Our only course of action is to break through the encirclement and seek out Ran Fei in the north. If we can find Ran Fei, he will undoubtedly vindicate me and restore my honor. By then, my father will have perished, and I shall be King Qi. Those who follow me will be the true meritorious subjects of Qi. Are you prepared to pledge your lives to follow me?" The hundreds of retainers responded in unison. "We are," the crown prince declared. "Excellent. Let us set forth." Thanks to Ran Fei's support, the crown prince and his retainers were equipped with the finest weapons and armor, while the royal guards, despite inferior gear, held the advantage in numbers. A bloody battle ensued, causing great suffering among the citizens of the city. Nevertheless, the crown prince still had loyal supporters in the court and under their protection. He fought valiantly to break through the city gates and head north. At that moment, Ran Fei was celebrating his wedding with Mishan when he received a message via carrier pigeon from Linzi. Upon reading it, he smiled and summoned Zhang Dali, whispering a few instructions. Zhang Dali, having received his orders, departed with several dozen subordinates, prompting curiosity among the crowd. Ran Fei reassured them, "It is nothing serious. Just a minor issue. I have dispatched Zhang Dali to handle it. Please enjoy your festivities." Hearing it was a minor issue, the guests raised their cups and resumed their revelry. Ran Fei discreetly signaled to Yuan Qi to refrain from excessive drinking, indicating that important matters were at hand. Yuan Qi nodded in understanding and similarly gestured to the strategist to moderate his drinking. 6 hours later, the forces stationed in the southern region were fully under Zhang Dali's command. As night fell, Ran Fei's guests began to depart for home, leaving only Yuan Qi, the strategist, and the brothers from Jilong Mountain behind. Ran Fei drew his sword and plunged it into the table. "Brothers, a coup has taken place in Linzi. King Qi has been murdered by the House of Ho, and they have falsely accused the crown prince. The time for us to rise is now." Yuan Qi inquired, "What must we do?" "You command," Ran Fei instructed. "Elder brother, you and the strategist should secure Jiang, detaining all officials who are not aligned with us, including Lu Zhonglian and Tian Ba. You must go at once." Yuan Qi affirmed, "Understood. You can rely on me." Ran Fei replied, "I trust you to handle it." In Chapter 85, Ran Fei commanded the remaining brothers, "I have sent a carrier pigeon to Qinjin in the north, instructing him to maintain control of the situation there. He is the eldest disciple of my elder brother, and with his capabilities, there will be no issues. Now, return to your camps and oversee your subordinates. We must not allow any disturbances. Anyone who dares to cause trouble at this time shall face immediate execution. As for our secret forces, I will notify you." The crowd responded yes. That night, the various strategic mountain strongholds in the north were illuminated by thousands of torches, causing nearby villagers to believe they were witnessing ghosts, instilling great fear. However, as the torches drew near, they soon discovered the fully armed troops, with over half of the flags bearing the character Ran. Everyone recognized who was behind this, for in the northern Qi, only one individual possessed the capability to mobilize such a vast army simultaneously. Ran Fei. The forces stationed in the mountains were primarily gathered in 4 locations. One in Jiang, one on the northern bank of the Jishui River, with Linzi just a few dozen miles across the river, and another dispersed in the north and west, primarily to defend against sudden attacks from Zhao and Yin. By dawn the next day, the streets of Jiang were filled with troops, and all the noble and official residences were surrounded. Lu Zhonglian, curious about the situation, sought to inquire of Ran Fei, for in northern Qi, only Ran Fei had the audacity and capability to orchestrate such an operation. Yet, the captain of the guard stationed at Lu Zhonglian's door barred him from stepping outside. "I am sorry, but Commander Ran has issued orders. You cannot leave your residence. If you do, you will face immediate execution." Infuriated, Lu Zhonglian retorted, "What? Does Ran Fei dare to treat me this way? This is rebellion. Quickly send word to summon him. I demand an explanation. I am a dignified high official of the northern region." The captain replied, "I apologize, but we only heed Commander Ran's commands. Without his orders, even if you were to slay us all, we cannot allow you to leave." Enraged, Lu Zhonglian stepped out of the door, prompting the captain to draw his sword and pointed at him. "Please return. I do not wish to kill you. But if you insist on leaving, I must follow orders." As a scholar, Lu Zhonglian felt fear upon seeing the glinting blade, and he softened his tone. What on earth is happening? At that moment, the strategist arrived and bowed to Lu Zhonglian. "I apologize, my lord, but this matter is of great importance. You may not yet be aware. King Qi was murdered yesterday. Our commander fears." Before the strategist could finish, Lu Zhonglian interrupted. "What? King Qi was killed? Who did it?" The strategist replied. "Our commander suspects it was the House of Ho, but the sword that killed King Qi belongs to the Crown Prince. Yet, we all know the Crown Prince would not commit such an act. So to ensure stability in the north, Commander Ran has decided to mobilize the troops." Lu Zhonglian exclaimed. "But even so, he should consult with me first." The strategist offered apologies. Indeed. However, the situation is urgent, and there is no time for deliberation. I implore you to be considerate." Lu Zhonglian sighed. Very well. I shall endure a little hardship. All the nobles and officials of Jiang have been placed under house arrest by Ran Fei. This ability, besides him, is possessed only by the king of Qi throughout the entire state. Those under house arrest harbor some grievances, yet in the face of fully armed soldiers and gleaming long swords, they must submit. This group includes the Crown Prince's retinue. 2 days later, the Crown Prince, looking disheveled and covered in dust, finally arrived at the northern border of the Qi state, accompanied by a dozen men on horseback. However, pursuers were hot on their heels, with hundreds of cavalrymen pursuing the Crown Prince and his followers. These cavalrymen were equally weary, having pursued the Crown Prince for 3 or 4 days, subsisting on merely 2 meals during this time. When the Crown Prince broke through the encirclement of Linzi, he had over 100 riders with him. Many had perished, and others were injured, leaving only a handful of loyal followers. Upon seeing the northern border within reach, the Crown Prince shouted to his men, "Ahead lies the north. Once we cross the border, Ho's family will be powerless against us. Everyone, push on." The exhausted men, seeing hope before them, summoned their last reserves of strength, mercilessly whipping their horses as they surged towards the northern border. Yet, their steeds had not rested for 3 days, moving at an exceedingly slow pace. Even with the lash, their speed barely increased. Soon, the pursuing cavalry was almost upon them. The horsemen formed a semicircle, attempting to encircle the Crown Prince and his men, aiming to capture them alive. The order from the head of the Ho family was quite clear. They must capture him alive, with the intent to bring him back for trial and, subsequently, execution in public, thereby ensuring that the second prince's ascension to the throne was legitimate. However, even though the Crown Prince's horse was not swift, it managed to cross the border. Upon seeing this, the pursuers began to slow down. After all, this was Ran Fei's territory, and his reputation was not to be trifled with. Without Ran Fei's permission, no one dared to tread lightly into the north. The Crown Prince exhaled in relief, but little did he expect that the pursuing cavalry, enticed by a substantial bounty, would dare to cross the border in pursuit once more. Panic seized him, and calamity struck as his horse let out a mournful cry and collapsed, exhausted. As the pursuers closed in, suddenly, a flurry of crossbow bolts rained down, striking down several men who fell into the cavalry's ranks, trampled mercilessly by the hooves of the horses. Who dares to intrude into the northern Qi territory with weapons, unbidden? Cease at once, or face execution. Zhang Dali's booming voice echoed around, causing the pursuing cavalry to halt in trepidation. One of his men, riding up beside him, whispered, "Brother, this is not good. These are Qin crossbows, known for their long range and penetrating power." Though the leader had never seen a Qin crossbow, he was intrigued as to why such weaponry was present in the north, while Linzi remained oblivious. Nevertheless, having heard of their might, he commanded, "Do not act rashly." He then advanced. "You possess great audacity. We are under the orders of the king of Qi to pursue and eliminate the former crown prince. How dare you shoot at us? Come forth and surrender." Zhang Dali, astride a tall steed and flanked by hundreds of elite soldiers, emerged from the thick mist. The crescent blade in his hand radiated a chilling aura, effectively intimidating the opposition. Zhang Dali chuckled. "Whether we are guilty is not for you to decide. We require a written decree from our general. If our general declares us guilty, then I shall concede. Otherwise, not a chance." The leader brandished a silken document, declaring, "This is indeed a command penned by the king of Qi himself, complete with the royal seal. Do you dare to defy it?" Zhang Dali retorted, "Did you not claim the king of Qi was dead? How then could there be a command?" The leader was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this was a logical inconsistency. The king had perished, yet the command was signed with the royal seal by the head of the Ho family. However, he quickly concocted a justification. The crown prince assassinated the king of Qi. The evidence is abundant. The queen, having heard the king's orders before his demise, commanded the execution of the crown prince. Zhang Dali, with an impassive demeanor, replied, "But I have never seen the royal seal. What if you are a fraud? Only General Ran and Lu Zhonglian have seen the seal in the north. Present this command to our general. If he acknowledges it, then I shall concede." Taking advantage of Zhang Dali's conversation with the pursuers, the crown prince hastily made his way toward Zhang Dali. His men cooperated splendidly, escorting them forward. The leader of the pursuers, witnessing the crown prince's reception, realized that the mission had failed. With the assistance of Ran Fei and Tiandan, the crown prince had rapidly grown in strength, far surpassing the Ho family's expectations. Despite having dispatched countless troops in pursuit, he had still managed to escape. As the mist began to dissipate, the pursuing cavalrymen beheld Zhang Dali's 300 elite soldiers and were instantly taken aback. Clad in chainmail, with iron armor protecting their shoulders and knees, and their weapons glistening in the sunlight, they looked formidable. In stark contrast, the pursuers were equipped primarily with wooden armor, with only a few of their officers donning chainmail and wielding weapons of varying quality. The strength of Zhang Dali's force was not only comparable within Qi, but could also contend with Qin. Should they forcibly engage, they might not only fail to achieve their objective, but also risk their own lives and those of their comrades. After some contemplation, the leader stated, "I will have the general write to your commander, and we shall return to collect the captured." Zhang Dali chuckled inwardly, thinking, good luck trying to take them. Once the opposing forces had departed, he promptly turned his horse around and left, followed by his 300 elite knights. Upon reaching Jiang, the crown prince was assigned to a prearranged residence by Ran Fei, who dispatched elite guards for stringent oversight. Ostensibly, this was to ensure the crown prince's safety. However, in truth, Ran Fei sought to emulate Cao Cao, leveraging the crown prince to exert control over the Qi state. On the third day, a missive arrived from Linzi, demanding that Ran Fei surrender the crown prince or face charges of treason, resulting in the execution of 9 familial generations. In the presence of the envoy, Ran Fei tore the document to shreds. "Go tell the head of the Ho family that matters in the north are beyond his jurisdiction and capability. If he wishes to exterminate my 9 generations, let him send troops." The envoy seethed with anger, but was struck by the sight of Ran Fei's seasoned warriors, each exuding a palpable aura of menace, far beyond what ordinary men could match. He forced a smile and replied, yes, I shall report back to the king." Ran Fei nodded. "Very well, off you go." The head of the Ho family nearly exploded with rage upon hearing this news. Although the king of Qi had died, the crown prince remained alive, akin to a ticking time bomb that could detonate at any moment, threatening their very existence. Yet, the military strength in the north was unmatched throughout the Qi state to reclaim the crown prince. The only viable option was to woo the internal factions of Ran Fei's group. The Ho family had contemplated assassinating Ran Fei, but even if they succeeded, It would be futile, for there were still Yuan Shi, Zhang Dali, Chen Jin, and others. Even if Ran Fei were eliminated, they could swiftly regain control of the situation. Should they provoke these factions, forming alliances with Zhao or Yin states to invade Linzi, it would spell disaster. Presently, the crown prince lacked influence, and the Ho family was not overly concerned about him. Their primary concern was the stability of the court. With the king of Qi's death, although the crown prince was accused of murder, numerous factions within the court harbored doubts, and as the rightful heir, the throne would eventually be his. Why rush? How many would believe such claims? Furthermore, with the king deceased, Liang Wenbing had taken up residence in Linzi, and the Ho family's power was burgeoning, leading many to suspect foul play. There would undoubtedly be dissenters, but if they were to execute them outright, who would remain to govern? Cultivating an official is not a task that can be accomplished in a mere year or two. The court still needed their assistance. Thus, for the greater good of the Qi state, the Ho family resolved to temporarily set aside the issue of the crown prince. As for the crown prince, his followers perceived that he posed no threat, thereby establishing a precarious equilibrium between the two factions of the Qi state. This circumstance allowed Ran Fei to quietly bolster his own power, with aspirations of ultimately unifying Qi and asserting dominance over the region. Since his arrival in the north, the crown prince had been engulfed in a cloud of despondency. Ran Fei claimed to be his protector, yet in reality, he had effectively placed the prince under house arrest. The only area where the prince could move freely was the courtyard arranged by Ran Fei, which was surrounded by the latter's elite guardians. Moreover, the crown prince's attendants were also Ran Fei's people, while those he had brought from Linzi had been dispatched elsewhere, leaving him utterly isolated and defenseless. At that moment, the crown prince realized he had been deceived, but it was too late for regrets. Days later, the Ho family once again sent envoys to negotiate with Ran Fei, demanding the release of the crown prince, promising to bury past grievances. However, Ran Fei paid them no heed, fully aware that if they truly intended to set aside their animosities, they would not have repeatedly struck against him. After several attempts to gauge his intentions, the Ho family finally discerned Ran Fei's true objective. Like them, he sought to leverage the emperor to command the vassals. Yet, how could two tigers coexist on the same mountain? The Ho family contemplated eliminating Ran Fei, yet hesitated to act recklessly due to the formidable military strength of the north. Thus, they devised a treasonous scheme, collaborating with the Yin state to exchange half of their northern territory, intending to launch a dual assault against Ran Fei. The movements of the Qi court's army were swiftly reported to Tiandan, who advised that the state had only just regained its strength and could not afford internal conflict. A discussion was imperative. Nonetheless, the head of the Ho family insisted on reclaiming the north, fearing that its burgeoning power could soon threaten to engulf them if left unchecked. Tiandan's counsel was dismissed. In fact, he was ordered to remain confined to his residence, prohibited from any contact with the north. Chapter 87. Ran Fei soon received news of frequent troop movements from Yin, gathering at the border with Qi. Simultaneously, heavy forces were mobilizing in Linzi to the south. Although Ran Fei found it hard to believe that the Ho family would stoop to colluding with Yin, he understood their unscrupulous nature. They would resort to any means necessary to safeguard their rule and interests. Reluctantly, Ran Fei began issuing defensive orders, assigning Yuan Shi to the north, Zhang Dali to the south, while he stationed himself in Jiang. He also proclaimed to the north, "The Ho family of Linzi conspires against the crown prince, falsely accusing him, and now colludes with Yin to launch an assault on our northern territory. In the name of justice and peace, I, Marshal Ran Fei of the north, shall meet force with force and resist this band of villains." Though this declaration was simple, it ignited the fighting spirit among the northern populace, prompting all departments to mobilize vigorously. Initially, Yuan Shi employed the strategy of luring the enemy into the depths while severing their supply lines, effectively splitting the Yin forces into two. They entrenched themselves, and despite multiple assaults by Yan's vanguard, they could not break free from the encirclement. As time passed, the Yin troops faced severe shortages of provisions, resorting to tree bark and wild vegetables for sustenance. In the south, Zhang Dali established a defensive line along the Jishui River, launching volleys of fire arrows at vessels from Linzi. Thanks to meticulous preparations prior to the engagement, their arrows and oil supplies were sufficient, inflicting considerable damage on Linzi's forces. However, Liang Wenbing was no fool. On a rainy day, he braved the elements to lead his troops across the river. By dividing his forces into two, one to feign an attack and the other to strike. He disrupted Zhang Dali's plans, enabling his contingent to successfully land. Yet, Zhang Dali's cavalry was formidable, swiftly arriving at the battlefield, turning part of Liang Wenbing's landing troops into live targets for their charge. Following initial setbacks, Liang Wenbing faced a torrent of scorn from the head of the Hou family. While he outwardly expressed no discontent, seeds of betrayal were already taking root within him. In the north, the besieged Yin forces prepared a meal of wild vegetables and tree bark for their soldiers, readying for a final breakout. Yuan Qi observed from a distant hill as smoke rose from their camp, estimating that the main body of Yin forces was preparing food. Drawing from prior intelligence, he discerned their intentions. Yuan Qi commanded the archers to conceal themselves in the woods to the east of the Yin army. Soon, 10,000 Yin soldiers, resolute in their determination to fight to the death, stood before their commander. With a command, they surged toward the north, cavalry leading the way, followed by infantry. Unexpectedly, the initial 3,000 cavalry faced little resistance as they broke out of the encirclement. Yet the remaining 7,000 infantry found themselves obstructed at the valley's mouth by the sudden appearance of Qi's troops. A hail of crossbow bolts rained down, followed by the resounding call to charge from the Qi cavalry, which bore down upon the Yin forces from above. 3 hours later, when Chun Jin stood at the valley's mouth with the head of the Yin commander, the Yin troops, who had sought to penetrate their lines to rescue their comrades, began their retreat. The next day, the Yin forces sent a letter of truce to Yuan Qi. Subsequently, 3,000 cavalry and 5,000 infantry advanced southward in accordance with Ran Fei's orders. Due to Liang Wenbing's successful landing, the situation in the north became a stalemate. Neither side could gain the upper hand. Although Liang Wenbing suffered heavy casualties, Ran Fei's forces were severely outnumbered, with only around 70,000 troops, including 2,000 youths aged 12 to 16, resulting in a stark disparity in strength. After repelling the Yin army, Yuan Qi retained 10,000 men in the north, while the remaining 8,000 advanced south to provide support. Liang Wenbing seized the beachhead, and Zhang Dali's repeated assaults failed to dislodge the enemy. With the main force from Linzi establishing a foothold, the situation grew increasingly dire. During the night, the commanders convened within the tent to deliberate strategy. Zhang Dali proposed an early decisive battle, aiming to annihilate Liang Wenbing's troops before the main force from Linzi could arrive. However, inflicting 10,000 casualties while sustaining 3,000 losses was a perilous gamble. Even if Liang Wenbing were repelled, the main forces from Linzi would remain. And if Liang Wenbing fought to the death, the losses would be catastrophic. After extensive contemplation, a strategy emerged to exploit the rift between Liang Wenbing and Linzi, launching a full-scale assault on Liang Wenbing's forces. Given his heavy losses, the Hou family would be compelled to overlook him out of fear for their own strength, leading to a lack of reinforcements for Liang Wenbing and potential discord with Linzi. At that juncture, they could then split their forces to achieve a resounding victory. The assembly pondered the proposal for a moment, and all agreed it was an excellent idea, showering praise upon the strategist, who felt a touch of embarrassment. Indeed, a splendid notion. Truly, our intellect. Yet soon, the flattery subsided, and discussions turned to the specifics of implementation. In my view, we should proceed as follows, Ran Fei declared. Silencing the room, Zhang Dali was to lead 300 elite cavalry, concealed in the northern forests of Liang Wenbing's territory, launching a surprise attack to sever the inland and coastal forces. However, as the junction of the two forces lay in flat terrain, mere cavalry would not suffice for long. At that moment, the heavy infantry dispatched by Yuan Qi from the north would rapidly advance to prevent their reunion. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dali grew anxious. Their elite troops were handpicked from various divisions, with the finest steeds procured from the north. Although they were in open terrain, heavy infantry moved slowly, and if they were delayed, his 300 elite could face annihilation. Ran Fei replied, "Yet if we bolster our forces further, we risk exposure. It must proceed as planned. You shall advance. If you cannot prevail, retreat, and we will devise another strategy." Zhang Dali understood well that if they could indeed hold out until the heavy infantry arrived, it would deliver a crushing blow to Liang Wenbing, scattering the morale of Linzi's forces. However, these 300 men were the finest selected from all northern divisions, each possessing extraordinary valor. If they severed Liang Wenbing's supply lines, he would not be foolish enough to refrain from retaliating fiercely. Chapter 88. Zhang Dali pondered for a considerable time before finally agreeing. Rest assured, we shall provide support until the arrival of the armored troops. Ran Fei reflected for a moment, then patted Zhang Dali on the shoulder. If it becomes too overwhelming, return immediately. We have ample means to deal with them. Zhang Dali nodded. Do you still doubt our trust in each other? Fear not. After a night of deliberation, the strategic plan was ultimately finalized. The following day, various divisions commenced a significant mobilization, each returning to their designated positions. On the night of the third day, Liang Wenbing's forces were quietly assisting the main contingent arriving from Linzi when they unexpectedly faced a sudden assault. Thanks to the numerous adept assassins among Ran Fei's retinue, Liang Wenbing's frontline sentries were swiftly eliminated, unable to raise the alarm. Subsequently, Zhang Dali led 300 elite troops to sever Liang Wenbing's supply lines between the inland and the coast. As Ran Fei had anticipated, the supply line was indeed a lifeline. Liang Wenbing, not daring to be careless, immediately ordered his divisions to form a staggered formation to launch an assault on Zhang Dali's cavalry. Meanwhile, the fortunate remnants of the sentry units were ruthlessly executed by Liang Wenbing. Initially, Liang Wenbing believed he was facing a large enemy force, but quickly realized that if it were indeed a significant army, they would have been detected. Moreover, the speed and ferocity of the onslaught indicated a strike by elite troops. If they were not a large force, then they were certainly an elite contingent executing a surprise attack. Liang Wenbing decisively altered his formation from a staggered assault to a surrounding offensive. As Zhang Dali observed the enemy beginning to encircle them in a circular formation, he understood that while he could break through, charging forth recklessly could lead to the enemy aligning their forces, rendering their efforts that night futile. Furthermore, Liang Wenbing would undoubtedly bolster his defenses, making any future surprise attacks exceedingly difficult. Zhang Dali thought of his brothers in the northern territories and resolved that he had no regrets in this life. Today, he would fight to his last breath for them. Zhang Dali called out to his men, "Brothers, Liang Wenbing has begun to surround us. Marshal Ran has advised retreat if we cannot prevail. However, if we leave today, the situation will be entirely different in the future. But if any of you fear death and wish to flee, I shall not stop you." After a moment's contemplation, the brothers responded resolutely, "No. If we are to die, let us die together. If we are to live, let us live together." Then, 300 valiant warriors voiced in unison, "If we are to die, let us die together. If we are to live, let us live together." Zhang Dali was moved to tears, unsheathing his sword towards Liang Wenbing's forces. "Excellent. No wonder they are my trusted warriors. They possess such fierce spirit. Charge!" The 300 warriors followed Zhang Dali into battle against the encroaching enemy. From a distance, Liang Wenbing watched the unfolding situation with confusion. They appeared on the verge of encirclement, yet showed no intention of breaking out. Did they truly seek death? However, recalling Ran Fei's tactical genius, he knew it could not be so simple. He immediately commanded, "Surround them at full speed, and instruct all units to remain vigilant. The enemy surely has further tricks up their sleeves. Dispatch all scouts to reconnoiter Ran Fei's encampment." Understood. Soon, Liang Wenbing received news. "Commander, we have discovered that Ran Fei's main force is mobilizing towards the north." Liang Wenbing chuckled. "As I suspected, Ran Fei is employing a feint to distract me in the south while mobilizing his northern forces for a surprise attack. Order our troops to set a pocket formation and wait for their main force to come to their doom." "Yes, but what about the 300 here?" Liang Wenbing pondered for a moment, then smirked. "Since they wish to fall into a trap, we must appear as though we are ensnared. Command the troops to quickly eliminate them." Understood. Zhang Dali felt an increasing weight of pressure as the surrounding enemy forces multiplied. Under the shroud of night, illuminated by torches, he could scarcely see the end, only the enemy. Zhang Dali realized that the opponent intended to leave no survivors. Yet, he was even more perplexed by Liang Wenbing's strategy. Unable to fathom why, despite Zhang Dali having completed the task of feinting, he showed no intention of retreating. Was there a hidden strategy from Ran Fei? Liang Wenbing could not discern Ran Fei's ulterior motives, but upon observing the cavalry's equipment, he recognized that this was indeed Ran Fei's elite unit. Tonight, they must be vanquished at all costs. Whether to boost morale or for vengeance, Liang Wenbing resolved to leave no survivors. Whoosh! An arrow whizzed by, which Zhang Dali deftly split in two with his sword, then swiftly followed up with another strike, cleaving a soldier's head in half, blood gushing forth. Liang Wenbing, witnessing Zhang Dali's prowess, remarked, It is said that in the north, Ran Fei has a tiger under his command, immensely powerful and unmatched. It must be him. If Ran Fei were to learn that he fell by my hand today, what would he think? With that, Liang Wenbing drew back his bowstring and released another arrow toward Zhang Dali. Whoosh! Zhang Dali barely managed to evade, blocking the arrow with his left hand. Avoiding a fatal blow, Liang Wenbing, seeing this, held an even deeper admiration for the so-called Tiger of the North. Truly worthy of the title, he had evaded my attacks twice. But this time, I wonder if you can escape. Liang Wenbing drew back his bow once more, only to be interrupted by the sound of a horn. What? Liang Wenbing was astonished. How could Ran Fei's forces still be here? To set a pocket formation against Ran Fei, Liang Wenbing had left only 3,000 troops to deal with Zhang Dali, but unexpectedly, as Ran Fei's horn sounded again, 1,000 light infantry surged onto the shore, followed closely by another 1,500 heavy infantry. Had this been a prior staggered assault, Liang Wenbing would have been untroubled. However, now his troops formed a large circle around Zhang Dali, and those within were already exhausted, with a significant portion of fresh troops replaced. In contrast, the enemy's main force remained in peak condition. In this battle, if they did not retreat, defeat was inevitable. Liang Wenbing cursed, "Damn it, Ran Fei, I shall make you pay in blood for this." He commanded the entire army to withdraw. Yes, upon returning to the inland camp, Liang Wenbing discovered that Ran Fei's troop movements had been a ruse. That night, Ran Fei had only mobilized 3,000 men, none carrying distinctive torches. A wooden beam adorned with 3 torches created the illusion of thousands, effectively misleading Liang Wenbing. Meanwhile, Su Huang and the main force had exerted every effort to support Zhang Dali. Chapter 89. 10 days later, Liang Wenbing's supplies were nearly depleted. Throughout these 10 days, Ran Fei's infiltrating forces had held their positions tenaciously, allowing not even a fly to pass. Liang Wenbing had launched multiple assaults, employing various formations, whether in a line formation, a feigned attack, a staggered assault, or a sudden strike. None had managed to shake Ran Fei even a fraction. Estimating that Liang Wenbing's provisions were dwindling, Ran Fei sent someone to call out from outside Liang Wenbing's encampment. "As long as you surrender half of your soldiers as prisoners and hand over your weapons, we shall allow you to return to the south." Upon hearing this, Liang Wenbing could only laugh bitterly. While such a course might preserve his life, it would utterly strip him of dignity. The greatest beneficiary would be Ran Fei, as this would not only replenish labor post-battle, but also eliminate Liang Wenbing as a threat. Yet, Liang Wenbing had no choice. The main force from Linzi remained trapped by the riverbank. Though they later managed to break through the defenses and ascend, it was still too far for him, while Liang Wenbing remained heavily encircled by Ran Fei, unable to receive supplies. Before long, the voice of Ran Fei's men rang out again. "Brothers, we are all from Qi. There is no need for bloodshed. Let us resolve our matters amicably. Lay down your arms, and rest assured, the captured brothers will be released in a few years." Ran Fei's words struck a chord with Liang Wenbing's men, causing some to grow restless. They reasoned, "They are right. We are all from Qi. Why must we harm each other? Surely there are matters we can discuss civilly? How terrible it is for so many brothers to lose their lives. Even if the crown prince is at fault, it should be resolved properly, right?" Thus, the morale among Liang Wenbing's troops was in disarray. Despite being a scoundrel, Liang Wenbing cherished his soldiers as if they were his own children. Upon witnessing a significant number of his men fleeing, he chose not to execute those who were recaptured. After 3 days of starvation, he was compelled to resort to slaughtering his horse for sustenance. Eventually, he acquiesced to Ran Fei's proposal. Although Ran Fei and Yuan Qi harbored deep animosity towards Liang Wenbing, they felt obliged to spare him for the sake of their reputation. Consequently, word spread that the northern forces did not execute prisoners, which would lead many to surrender when pushed to the brink in future encounters. Ran Fei's prowess was well known across the land. Without Liang Wenbing, the main force at Linzi resembled a dim-witted tiger, powerful yet inept in its execution. Liang Wenbing was imprisoned and placed under strict surveillance. The vanguard suffered substantial losses, and the remaining soldiers were eager to flee, yearning to reunite with their families. Most of these men chose to circumvent Linzi's army. The main force at Linzi captured numerous individuals, and the head of the Ho family, fearing rebellion, ordered them to don their armor once more, seeking to redeem themselves through valor. However, the longing for home, coupled with a series of defeats, left morale severely diminished. Soon, Ran Fei's scouts reported that most of the soldiers who had fled Liang Wenbing's side had been captured and assimilated into another unit. Ran Fei conveyed this intelligence to Liang Wenbing's brother, Liang Wenbing, who, upon hearing the news, was predictably furious, grinding his teeth in frustration. Observing Liang Wenbing's demeanor, Ran Fei cast a scornful glance before departing. Why did Ran Fei refrain from eliminating Liang Wenbing? Because his survival served a greater purpose. As long as Liang Wenbing lived, his loyal subordinates would not launch a full-scale assault against Ran Fei. Moreover, if they infiltrated the Linzi forces, they would carry their pessimism with them. In the ever-changing theater of war, even the smallest detail could dictate the outcome. Low morale would prevent full exertion in the decisive battle, and should other advantages be secured, the prospect of a smaller force triumphing over a larger one would not be impossible. The head of the Ho family soon recognized the problem. Many soldiers, once integrated into new units, brought their despondent sentiments along, especially after witnessing Ran Fei's formidable capabilities firsthand in their own thorough defeat. This instilled profound fear among the troops, which in turn fostered trepidation in others. Consequently, incidents of desertion began to surface. At this juncture, the head of the Ho family finally understood why Ran Fei had allowed these soldiers to return. His aim was to influence the troops' morale. However, the damage was done, and the only recourse was to execute a few as a warning to the many. The head of the Ho family ordered the execution of 7 or 8 captured deserters in front of the camp soldiers. Nevertheless, the atmosphere of fear continued to permeate the ranks, leaving the head of the Ho family with no choice but to reassemble Liang Wenbing's former troops into another unit. Yet, this approach harbored its own issues, for they were all remnants of Liang Wenbing's forces, acutely aware of his imprisonment by Ran Fei. At that moment, their singular thought was to rescue Liang Wenbing. Furthermore, they would not fully comply with the head of the Ho family's orders, as they were not his men. The head of the Ho family had not anticipated the formidable reputation of Ran Fei, who had brought him such trouble so swiftly. He intended to use Liang Wenbing's remaining troops as bait to lure Ran Fei into a decisive confrontation. Yet Ran Fei first withdrew into seclusion, and then the bait from the Ho family vanished. Liang Wenbing's remaining forces completely disappeared overnight, and when the head of the Ho family received the report, he discovered that all the men he had dispatched to monitor them had perished. The combat effectiveness of Liang Wenbing's subordinates could not be underestimated. This was the essence of human sentiment. The head of the Ho family not only harbored no intention of rescuing Liang Wenbing, but also executed those who attempted to flee, which disheartened Liang Wenbing's former troops and drove them toward rebellion. Thus, rather than erupting in silence, they chose to rise in revolt. The 100,000-strong forces of Linzi had entirely entered the northern region, and the head of the Ho family's covert assault on Jiang was promptly discovered by Ran Fei's scouts, compelling him to dispatch reinforcements. At this moment, although the crisis in Jiang was averted, the disparity in strength was too great. They were simply no match, and Ran Fei dared not act recklessly. The head of the Ho family recognized Ran Fei's prowess and proceeded cautiously, avoiding rash assaults while seeking an opportunity for a decisive battle. However, Ran Fei remained exceedingly vigilant, staying behind closed doors, leaving the head of the Ho family with no choice but to allow his soldiers to hurl insults at the gates of their camp. 7 days later, unable to contain himself, the head of the Ho family launched a full-scale assault on Ran Fei's encampment. In order to conserve strength, Ran Fei resisted for a brief moment before leading his men in a complete withdrawal. Seizing the moment, the head of the Ho family pursued vigorously, only to find himself ambushed at the foot of Chasing Wind Mountain by Zhang Dali's cavalry and Ran Fei's heavy infantry from 2 sides. The battle raged until dusk, and when reinforcements from Linzi finally arrived, Ran Fei and his forces managed to retreat. In this engagement, Linzi suffered 6,000 casualties. The head of the Ho family once more learned of Ran Fei's formidable capabilities, yet he was no fool. He understood that following this battle, Ran Fei's troops would be exhausted. He divided his forces into 3 groups to launch a series of relentless assaults, commencing a war of attrition. Ran Fei discerned the enemy's intentions and coordinated the retreat of his units, alternating their coverage. Nevertheless, despite these efforts, he still incurred significant losses. After this protracted struggle, Ran Fei's forces dwindled to a mere 30,000, leaving him no choice but to hold fast within the city of Jiang. Soon enough, the western regions of northern Qi fell entirely under the control of the Ho family. Fortunately, The military strategist had the foresight to stockpile ample provisions in Jiang. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The Ho family launched several assaults in succession, all of which ended in failure. Yet, the head of the Ho family was acutely aware that Ran Fei was now at a dead end. Breaching the city was merely a matter of time. Ran Fei observed that although the troops of Linzi were not as well equipped as his own, they vastly outnumbered him and were comparable in the quality of their commanders. He could not help but marvel at the meticulousness of Guanzhong's institutional arrangements. The southern and northern forces were merely garrison troops, while Linzi's 100,000-strong army represented the true might of the Qi state. The downfall of King Min of Qi was also attributed to the heavy injuries inflicted on the main force by the armies of the Five Nations, leaving him with only 2 cities within a matter of months at the hands of Lui. The distinction between the main forces and local troops was evident. As the ranks continued to dwindle, both Ran Fei and his commanders grew increasingly anxious. Yuan Qi in the north could no longer spare troops for reinforcement, and should the Yin army emerge, Ran Fei's situation would become even more dire. After much contemplation, Ran Fei thought of the 10,000 defectors under Liang Wenbing. If he could recruit them into his forces, it would resolve the current shortage of manpower. However, they were, after all, the enemy troops, and persuading them to follow Ran Fei wholeheartedly seemed improbable. Yet, as they approached a life-and-death moment, with no other options available, he resolved to take a chance. Ran Fei conferred with his military strategists, and although they all voiced their misgivings, it appeared there was no alternative but to attempt it. Ran Fei and Zhang Dali approached Liang Wenbing, who regarded them with a mixture of confusion and suspicion, pondering their intentions. Ran Fei's countenance was grim, his suppressed fury palpable, and Zhang Dali shared a similar disposition. Nonetheless, for the sake of their objective, both men endeavored to conceal their true feelings. Liang Wenbing seemed to sense their intentions, chuckled lightly, and inquired, "What brings you to me? What assistance do you seek?" Ran Fei thought to himself, "What a wily old fox. He saw through my thoughts in an instant." While Ran Fei could manage his emotions, Zhang Dali lost his patience, rolled up his sleeves, and impatiently shouted at Liang Wenbing, "What? You, a defeated general, still harbor pride? Do you truly think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Liang Wenbing's expression darkened immediately, and he fell silent. Observing this, Ran Fei swiftly intervened, saying, "Dali, what are you doing? Let us not forget our purpose. So many brothers are waiting." Upon hearing this, Zhang Dali's ire dissipated. Indeed, the brothers were waiting, and Liang Wenbing was no ordinary individual. He was not only well-versed in military strategy, but also shrewd and adept at interpersonal relations. Moreover, his understanding of the Ho family surpassed that of anyone in the north. If he could lend his assistance, perhaps the tide of defeat could be turned into victory. Upon witnessing Ran Fei stepping in to halt Zhang Dali's advances, Liang Wenbing's conviction grew ever stronger. They were in need of his support. Otherwise, given Zhang Dali's temperament, he could have faced death countless times by now. Consequently, Liang Wenbing's demeanor began to take on an air of arrogance. Ran Fei stated, "We require your help." Liang Wenbing lifted his haughty head and retorted, "Why should I assist you?" Ran Fei insisted, "You must help me. Otherwise, when the Ho family breaches Jiang, you shall accompany us to the grave." Liang Wenbing lo harti. "Ah, accompany you to the grave? Now that is a fine way to threaten me. But do enlighten me. How exactly do you expect me to assist you?" Ran Fei urged, "Share your knowledge of the Ho family with us, and about your 5,000 troops. I need them." Liang Wenbing scoffed, "My men heed only my commands. It is out of the question for them to follow your orders. As for the head of the Ho family, I can certainly provide you with information." The head of the Ho family was originally a merchant who, upon providing significant assistance when the king of Qi ascended to power, saw his daughter crowned as queen, while the queen's brother secured a position in the court. Zhang Dali, growing frustrated, interjected, "Quit spinning tales. We are already aware of this." Liang Wenbing shot an irritated glance at Ran Fei, who raised a hand to silence Zhang Dali. Liang Wenbing continued, "Thus, while the head of the Ho family possesses little practical combat experience, he has an unparalleled understanding of human nature. Fearing my capabilities, he has appointed me as the vanguard, exhausting both our strengths. He intends to play the role of the opportunist." Ran Fei mused, "He understands human nature. Yet, he has failed to capture Jiang, despite having seized all territories to the northwest. Therefore, it stands to reason that his next move will be Liang Wenbing interjected with a smirk. Indeed, many of your soldiers hail from the west. If he threatens their loved ones, he could easily claim your heads. At that point, Ran Fei swiftly ordered Zhang Dali, hurry, issue a command to gather the soldiers from the west and position them at the easternmost point. They must not come into contact with the refugees entering the city. Zhang Dali, recognizing the gravity of the situation, did not hesitate and took his leave immediately. Ran Fei turned to Liang Wenbing and remarked, "It seems I have not misjudged you. You are indeed a cunning strategist. Yet, despite your prowess, I still find myself at your mercy," Liang Wenbing replied. Ran Fei continued, "The soldiers listen solely to you because of this. However, you must understand that the head of the Ho family does not seek a southern marshal who has been captured. To him, it matters not who occupies that position. As long as they do not heed his commands, then." Chapter 91. Thus, I shall assist you, Liang Wenbing declared with a smile. "I have faced death countless times, and many brothers have perished to protect me. I have long regarded their lives as more precious than my own. Hence, their loyalty to me is unwavering. However, I am acutely aware that the head of the Ho family fears me, which is why I have been designated as the vanguard, and my brothers turned into cannon fodder. Ran Fei, given this, why not lend me your aid?" Liang Wenbing inquired. "Why should I assist you?" Ran Fei replied, "Currently, the southern soldiers heed your commands alone. As long as you remain alive, they will not follow the Ho family's orders. This presents a significant threat to the Ho family, a fact you must surely comprehend. However, we harbor deep-seated animosities. You could easily exploit my contributions and then eliminate me. After all, I am doomed regardless. So why should I take this risk?" Ran Fei chuckled. "Indeed, we in the north despise you, but for now, we share a common enemy, the one responsible for the deaths of so many of your brothers. Moreover, we have resolved that should you agree to assist us, we will not only provide you with equipment akin to ours, but also grant you full command of the army, allowing you to lead your brothers." Liang Wenbing, both excited and perplexed, asked, "Are you not concerned that I might turn against you?" Ran Fei responded, "I believe you understand well that should you attempt that, you too would fall victim to the Ho family. The principle of the cunning rabbit dies, while the loyal dog is cooked is one you grasp fully. We are all in peril. The next to fall might very well be." Ran Fei's gaze shifted to Liang Wenbing. Liang Wenbing conceded, "That is indeed true. But should you decide to send troops to eliminate me, that would not pose a problem." Ran Fei smiled. "You need not worry about that. Once we unite to repel the Ho family, our strength will undoubtedly wane significantly. To attempt to eliminate you would only lead to even greater losses, especially with the need to remain vigilant against the attacks of the Yan army. Thus, we will hardly have time to concern ourselves with you." Liang Wenbing pondered for a moment before stating, "Give me some time to consider." Ran Fei exited, and shortly thereafter, a soldier arrived to report, "Marshal, General Zhang has secured control of the situation. Due to most of our troops being on high alert, the opportunity for contact with the refugees has been minimized, thereby reducing the difficulty of control." Ran Fei replied, "Good, send the refugees and any soldiers who have interacted with them to the rear. With the decisive battle approaching, we cannot afford any further complications." The soldier responded, "Understood, but will those soldiers who have interacted with the refugees be influenced?" Ran Fei took a deep breath and stated, "I shall personally speak with them." The soldier affirmed yes. That night, Ran Fei returned home, weary. Miss Dan stepped forward to remove his coat, urging him closer to the fireplace, inquiring, "How is the situation?" Ran Fei replied, "It is dire. The soldiers have suffered heavy casualties, and only half of the elite forces remain." Upon hearing this, Miss Dan's countenance darkened as she placed the coat aside, retrieving a bowl from the table and offering it to Ran Fei. The flames licked at the iron pot, where meat and vegetables simmered, filling the air with an enticing aroma. The water in the pot began to boil, and Miss Dan added some salt and scallions. "Eat first. You can't fight on an empty stomach," she urged. Ran Fei nodded, picked up his chopsticks, and selected a piece of meat, saying, "Fortunately, we stocked up on plenty of provisions. We have enough for 3 years. Otherwise, the situation would be even more dire." Miss Dan remained silent, merely watching Ran Fei devour a piece of bone, smiling softly. Realizing her gaze, Ran Fei asked, "You should eat too." Miss Dan revealed a dimple and replied, The following day, as Ran Fei donned his attire and prepared to venture out, the weather had shifted to autumn, and the breath he exhaled was visible. Just as he finished equipping his long sword, a soldier arrived to report the Ho family is reorganizing their troops, preparing to launch another assault. Ran Fei's expression darkened. This marked the 5th consecutive day of siege, and the Ho family showed no signs of granting respite. He bellowed, "Follow me. We need to survey the situation from the city wall." The soldier affirmed yes. As Ran Fei approached the city wall, an onslaught of arrows rained down upon him from a distance of over 30 meters. His soldiers quickly raised their shields to protect him, but Ran Fei pushed them aside, saying, "Do you think a few arrows can harm me?" He swiftly ascended the city walls, where the soldiers were diligently defending against the siege, hurling wooden beams, stones, and shooting arrows at the enemy. No one noticed Ran Fei's arrival until a guard, alerted, came forth to greet him. Ran Fei inquired, "What is the situation?" The guard, panting, replied, "Fortunately, we made timely adjustments last night, replacing damaged weapons and replenishing arrows. However, we are nearly out of large stones, and resupplying them will be challenging with our current forces." Ran Fei responded, "Wood and stones are the best weapons for defending the city. Once the enemy ascends the ladders, they will cease to shoot arrows indiscriminately. If we aim carefully, a single beam or stone can take out several foes." "Where are the logistics personnel?" The guard explained, "Marshal. Most of the logistics have been assigned to the reserve troops and cannot be mobilized. Otherwise, if a breach occurs, there will be no one to reinforce the defense." Ran Fei acknowledged, "You make a valid point." Just as he finished speaking, an arrow whizzed past his head, embedding itself in a pillar. The soldiers quickly reacted, shielding Ran Fei. The guard urgently advised, "Marshal, you should leave this place. If anything happens to you, I cannot bear the responsibility." Ran Fei nodded and swiftly took his leave with his troops. He sought out Zhang Dali, instructing him to work with the strategist to rally the citizens and assist in transporting the necessary stones and wood for the city defense. Zhang Dali sought the counsel of the strategist, and as they journeyed halfway, the strategist pondered, "Isn't Lu Zhonglian the prime minister? If he were to intervene, matters would be considerably simplified." Thus, the two decided to take a detour to find Lu Zhonglian. Meanwhile, Lu Zhonglian, filled with trepidation at home, paced restlessly. Upon seeing Zhang Dali, he hurriedly inquired about the battlefield conditions. Zhang Dali dutifully reported the situation and articulated his purpose. Lu Zhonglian, not a fool, recognized the dire state of affairs and resolved to assist Ran Fei in overcoming the crisis. He promptly summoned his household staff and gathered all the prominent families in the vicinity. The attendees, already aware of the brewing conflict, were initially fearful and reluctant to emerge from their homes. However, given Lu Zhonglian's past assistance to them, his call compelled them to brave the dangers and convene. Upon their gathering, cordial exchanges ensued, and Lu Zhonglian instructed his subordinates to tally the attendees, who were nearly all present. He then addressed the assembly with a resonant voice. "Esteemed guests, I am acutely aware that calling upon you during these tumultuous times is perilous, and I recognize that your presence here is a testament to your respect for me. For that, I extend my heartfelt gratitude." Following his words, Lu Zhonglian bowed deeply in reverence, prompting the assembly to reciprocate the gesture. He continued, "As you are undoubtedly aware, the late king has recently passed, and the crown prince has been unjustly accused. Not only has there been no court trial, but the ruling family has seized control of the government and dispatched troops to assassinate the crown prince. I believe you all understand that this is an attempt by the ruling family to eliminate any threats. After the crown prince sought refuge in the north, the ruling family, far from expressing remorse, has disregarded the welfare of the common people and instigated war. I urge you to reflect upon your consciences. Is this behavior justifiable?" The assembly fell silent, and Lu Zhonglian, sensing the impact of his rhetoric, pressed on. "We are all aware of the actions taken by the ruling family in the south over the years. Should they breach our city, how do you think they will treat you? Marshal Ran has forcibly acquired salt resources, yet the majority of the profits have been redistributed to the impoverished populace, alongside support for your burgeoning industries. Have you all forgotten this? However, should the ruling family invade, I fear that not only will the salt trade become their private possession, but your painstaking endeavors may also fall into their clutches." The crowd felt the weight of Lu Zhonglian's words, and after a moment of contemplation, a merchant rose, clasped his fists, and inquired, "Prime Minister, what is it that the marshal requires us to do?" Lu Zhonglian replied, "The front lines are in dire need of reinforcements. The assault has been relentless since morning, leaving no time for Ran Fei to even partake in lunch. The ruling family is aware that while Ran Fei's troops are formidable, they are still mortal. By employing a strategy of attrition, they aim to wear down Ran Fei's forces until vulnerabilities emerge. Ran Fei's reserve troops have already taken the field, replacing the frontline units, yet those who have returned are utterly exhausted. After 5 days of continuous combat, their bodies are beginning to ache. At this juncture, even the finest weapons and steeds will be of little use. Humans possess limits. Once they are pushed beyond their capacity for several days, various physical ailments will arise. The ruling family seeks to exploit this advantage with their overwhelming numbers. In his moment of anxiety, Ran Fei began to regret not engaging the enemy sooner. Perhaps there was still a chance for victory. If this continued, his soldiers would likely be utterly overwhelmed. If his troops were exhausted, the fall of the city would be imminent. Just as Ran Fei was consumed by worry, he received word that Lu Zhonglian was approaching with thousands of men. Overjoyed, Ran Fei hastened down from the city to greet him. However, with arrows raining down intermittently, the assembly sought refuge. Ran Fei reached Lu Zhonglian's hiding place, where the strategist promptly informed him, a total of 2,000 men have arrived, and another 3,000 will come tomorrow. 5,000 is the entirety of our household staff. Moved to tears, Ran Fei exclaimed, "Excellent. Let them report to Qinjin for management. They should begin transporting stones and timber." Lu Zhonglian affirmed, and after giving his orders, he had Zhang Dali lead the newcomers away. The guards, noticing the increasing number of arrows, urgently urged Ran Fei, "Marshal, you must find shelter. If anything happens to you, what will become of us?" Ran Fei nodded. "Very well. You must hold the line." He instructed his men to escort Lu Zhonglian to safety. Returning to the command tent, the primary officers awaited him. Ran Fei anxiously inquired, "What is the status at each city gate?" Nie Feng replied, "All reserve troops have been deployed, but the soldiers are utterly fatigued, with many exhibiting signs of pain. If this continues, the fall of the city will be inevitable." Gritting his teeth, Ran Fei declared, "Let us go meet Liang Wenbing." Upon seeing Ran Fei's hurried approach, Liang Wenbing smiled. "What's the rush?" Ran Fei seized Liang Wenbing by the collar and pushed him against the wall. Having been deprived of sunlight and sustenance for days, Liang Wenbing lacked the strength to resist Ran Fei's force. Ran Fei growled, "Listen, I have no desire for lengthy discourse. My soldiers are on the brink of collapse. Should the city fall, you will be the first to die." Originally intending to strike him, Ran Fei reconsidered and stated, "The half of our soldiers we released are regrouping in the northwest of Jiang, while others are either laboring within the city or stationed in the north. If you value their lives, it would be prudent to cooperate with us. When the city falls, the ruling family will likely execute them as traitors." Liang Wenbing, incensed by this, snarled, "He dares. My men were salvaged from the piles of corpses. If the ruling family dares to kill them, I will exact vengeance upon every member of the ruling family." Ran Fei smirked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Oh, why would he not dare? Your men only heed your command. If this continues, without a demonstration of authority, they may very well rebel." Liang Wenbing, face flushed with anger, pondered for a moment before striking the wall with his fist. "Fine. Tell me how we shall collaborate." Ran Fei summoned his subordinates and whispered into Liang Wenbing's ear. Moments later, Liang Wenbing erupted in laughter. "Ha! Truly, you are the wolf of the north. Very well, I agree, but I want the crown prince returned to Linzi as a condition." Ran Fei's brow furrowed in suspicion as he scrutinized Liang Wenbing, who retorted, "Do not think I am unaware that you have placed the crown prince under house arrest, seeking to control the government." Ran Fei glared at Liang Wenbing, gritting his teeth. "So this is your hesitation. You wish for us to engage in a mutual destruction, only to profit from our conflict." Liang Wenbing chuckled, "A mutual understanding indeed. Enough of this. I must swiftly inform my men. If Jiang falls, the consequences will be dire." Though Liang Wenbing had seen through Ran Fei's strategy, it left him unsettled. Nonetheless, with the lives of countless soldiers in Jiang at stake, Ran Fei had to suppress his ire. Night descended once more, and Liang Wenbing took advantage of the darkness to escape the city. Ran Fei promptly gathered his forces to account for the soldiers and reorganized their ranks. After 6 days of relentless assaults, Ran Fei had suffered over 20,000 casualties, with 7,000 dead and 15,000 wounded. The remaining troops were largely exhausted. Many soldiers, though uninjured, could hardly lift their weapons due to fatigue. Now, the sole reserve force had been deployed, and they could hold out for no more than 2 days. If Liang Wenbing failed to act within that time frame, Jiang would meet its doom. In the command hall, everyone pondered their next move when a scout arrived with news. The forces from Linzi were undergoing rapid reorganization, indicating some significant action. The assembly was astonished. Did the ruling family intend to launch a night assault to seize Jiang? Ran Fei contemplated for a moment before stating, "That is unlikely. Under the cover of darkness, an attacking force would be at a disadvantage. Even if the ruling family has not experienced much warfare, they cannot be unaware of this." The strategist had an epiphany. Could it be? The ruling family may very well plan a night siege, starting tomorrow. They aim to exhaust us, Ran Fei concluded. Chapter 93. The master of the Ho family schemes against human hearts. Although he lacked experience in warfare, he possessed a keen understanding of human limitations. Pitting 100,000 soldiers against 40,000, in both offense and defense, the only viable strategy for victory lay in exhausting the enemy. If he could wear down Ran Fei's troops, breaching the city would be a trivial matter. Thus, he orchestrated relentless assaults throughout the day, depriving Ran Fei's men even of mealtime. Now, the master of the Ho family's cunning plan had borne fruit. The combat strength of Ran Fei's subordinates dwindled to approximately 8,000. At this rate, within 1 to 2 days, Jiang would surely fall. Ran Fei pondered for a considerable time before finally recalling a certain individual, Lian Po. Lian Po's camp was a mere 200 miles from Jiang, and with a swift horse, he could arrive in little more than half a day. If he could hold out for 2 days, all would be well. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that his relationship with Lian Po was merely transactional, and mobilizing troops was a significant undertaking. Would Lian Po even come? When Ran Fei voiced this thought, others expressed skepticism regarding Lian Po's likelihood of assistance. In these chaotic times, the kingdom of Qi was both ally and rival to the Zhao kingdom. If Qi were to decline, it might not necessarily bode ill for Zhao. Yet Ran Fei insisted, "Let us treat this dying horse as if it were alive. We must give it a try." A messenger was dispatched hastily, yet before long, he was captured. The master of the Ho family executed him and sent back the severed head. Unperturbed, Ran Fei employed a feint, dispatching 3 messengers in total. Ultimately, just at dawn, one of them reached the border between Qi and Zhao. Upon receiving Ran Fei's handwritten letter, the master of the Ho family chuckled and said to his subordinates, "I wager with you all, should we breach the city, I shall claim 30% of Ran Fei's treasury as the prize." The generals were elated, for they knew that Ran Fei had amassed considerable wealth through his salt trade in recent years. The armor and weapons of the Northern Army alone spoke volumes of their riches. The master of the Ho family was quite clear in his intent. He was not genuinely wagering with them. The underlying message was that regardless of whether Lian Po arrived, as long as they could breach the gates of Jiang before his arrival, the 30% of Ran Fei silver would be theirs as a reward. Outside Jiang, the drums of war resounded once more. Ran Fei and his men had not slept a wink throughout the night. Hearing the drums, tension gripped the group anew. With bloodshot eyes, Ran Fei slammed his palm onto the table, exclaiming, "Damn it! Bring me all 5,000 of Lu Zhonglian's men." The strategist cautioned, "But none of them have ever killed before. They're all green recruits. Moreover, they are untrained." Ran Fei retorted, "If new soldiers do not taste blood, they shall never become seasoned veterans. They are all servants from various households. Though untrained, their strength is assured. Let them go forth and learn on the job." While the others were not entirely in favor of this suggestion, they saw no alternative. They had to proceed regardless. By noon, the messenger finally located Lian Po's camp, and the Zhao soldiers escorted him before Lian Po. After reading the letter, Lian Po laughed and asked the messenger, "Why should we send troops to assist you in Qi during your turmoil? Is your general's mind not functioning properly?" The messenger, furious, retorted, "In order to aid you against the Qin, my general risked his life to deliver weapons to you. Are you truly going to abandon us in our time of need?" Lian Po chuckled again. "Resist the Qin? You of Qi are merely aware of the Qin's might and do not wish for them to devour more lands and grow even stronger. This is simply a tactic of balance. Do you genuinely believe me to be just a mere warrior?" Upon hearing this, Lian Po's subordinates erupted in laughter. One even scoffed. "Even without Ran Fei, Qi would still provide us with weapons. Why should we assist a so-called traitor?" The messenger, incensed, declared with righteous indignation, "Humph! Were it not for General Ran's entreaties to the king of Qi, the king would have no desire to concern himself with your Zhao affairs, and may even have sought to carve up Zhao alongside Qin. If not for General Ran and Prime Minister Tian's efforts, it is likely that you, General Lien Pe, would have long since become a defeated general under by Qi." The battle raged on, from dawn until dusk. The frontline forces had already been replaced twice, yet the Ho family's assaults showed no signs of abating. Ran Fei grew anxious, and it was not just him. All the high-ranking officials from the north were equally alarmed. If the attacks did not cease, by midnight, the city would surely fall, and lives would be lost. Ran Fei commanded all the officials' guards from the northern region to assemble, deploying them entirely. Zhang Dali personally executed this order, although the strategists disagreed with this course of action, pointing out that some of these officials were not Ran Fei's loyalists, and there was little knowledge of their reliability. Fearing that their men might betray them midway, there was no other choice at this juncture. Ran Fei ordered all officials and their families to gather in the government courtyard, to be overseen by his trusted guards, while their troops were sent to the front lines. This plan was fraught with peril, but Ran Fei could no longer afford to ponder such risks. The city would eventually fall, so why not take a gamble? The Ho family's attack formations were once again replaced in battle. Torches had been lit, indicating preparations for a night assault. The Ho family aimed for a sustained offensive, seeking to capture Jiang in one decisive blow. The frontline forces had replaced 30% of their ranks with household troops, and everywhere was the scene of soldiers devouring their rations. Yet the frontline was merciless. After 2 hours, the Ho family's onslaught showed no signs of slowing. Sweat poured from Ran Fei's palms. The final reserves of household troops had already been deployed. Even the servants from merchant households had armed themselves and taken to the city walls. Hope dwindled, and Ran Fei sensed the encroaching despair. Zhang Dali could no longer contain himself, drawing his long sword, proclaiming, "If I must die, let it be on the battlefield. I shall never die at the hands of the Ho family." His words ignited a fervor among the northern high-ranking officials present. All the generals in the camp turned their gazes toward Ran Fei. Zhang Dali, upon seeing this, also looked to Ran Fei, awaiting his command to charge forth. After a moment of contemplation, Ran Fei rose and said, "Bring me Miss Dan. Have her leave quickly. Moreover, those with families should return to make arrangements. We will gather at the southern gate in half an hour." The generals responded yes. Miss Dan, clad in leather armor and mounted on a tall steed, arrived at the southern gate, witnessing hundreds of soldiers following Ran Fei. Among the northern commanders, aside from those stationed at the borders of Qi and Yin, all had brought every able-bodied man from their households. Miss Dan approached Ran Fei, and he bellowed, "What are you doing here?" She replied, "I wish to accompany you." Ran Fei stated, "Tonight, we may go and not return." She responded, "I vow to share life and death with you." Tears blurred Ran Fei's vision as he exclaimed, "Very well, let us face death together as husband and wife." Drawing his long sword, he addressed the soldiers, "Tonight, I may perish on the battlefield, but that is because I, Ran Fei, refuse to be a coward clinging to life. Even in death, I will stand proud on the field, for that is the honor of a soldier. Though we may be outnumbered, our perseverance will be remembered by future generations, and our glory shall be engraved in the annals of history. Will you follow me?" The soldiers responded, "We vow to follow the general unto death. We vow to follow the general unto death. We vow to follow the general unto death." Ran Fei shouted, "Open the city gates." The soldiers complied, and as the gates swung open, the soldiers outside were momentarily taken aback before charging in with their swords drawn. Ran Fei spurred his horse forward. Following his lead, the soldiers surged toward the dark throng ahead. Chapter 94. Ran Fei's charge disrupted the enemy's formation, yet they quickly adapted, initiating a counter-encirclement. Upon hearing the news of Ran Fei's breakout, the master of the Ho family hastily ordered, "Bring me Ran Fei's head and reward 30,000 coins." Yet, capturing Ran Fei's head was no simple task. Over a dozen enemy soldiers fell to his blade in swift succession. The generals of Linzi were once again astounded. They recognized Ran Fei, having fought alongside him before. Yet at that time, he had merely served as an outstanding commander, directing their battles. While they had heard tales of his prowess, they had never witnessed it firsthand, and thus were unaware of his true capabilities. But today, Ran Fei's performance left them utterly astonished. The master of the Ho family, Kiki, cared not for the countless soldiers who had perished. His singular focus was the demise of Ran Fei. Consequently, he raised the bounty once more, proclaiming a reward of 50,000 coins for the one who could deliver Ran Fei's head. The soldiers erupted in fervor, and it was not only they who felt the stirrings of ambition. Even the generals began to waver. Yet at that moment, news arrived from Linzi bearing ill tidings. Lian had crossed the border, leading 5,000 cavalry as vanguard, advancing straight towards Jiang. A mere 3 miles lay between them and the impending clash. Enraged, the master of the Ho family seized the scout by the collar, exclaiming, "Why is this only coming to light now? What are you all doing?" The scout, taken aback, explained, "The enemy moved with great swiftness and took a narrow path. Guided by subordinates of Ran Fei, they are well acquainted with the northern terrain and thus adept at circumventing our scouts." Fury consumed the master of the Ho family. 3 miles was little distance, and with cavalry in hot pursuit, they could arrive in mere moments. After countless battles, his own forces numbered only 50,000, scattered around Jiang. Should Lian Po's cavalry charge directly towards him, he would stand no chance against a nation that thrived on martial prowess. Lian Po's troops were advancing towards the master of the Ho family's location, and he understood instantly that the enemy aimed to capture their leader before vanquishing the rest. Thus, a choice lay before him. Either devote all efforts to eliminate Ran Fei while rallying troops for support, or retreat as the wisest course of action. With Zhao's reputation for martial might and the indomitable spirit of its soldiers, even a mere 5,000 cavalry could not be underestimated. It would be better to fight another day. After much deliberation, the master of the Ho family resolved to retreat. Exhausted and bloodied, Ran Fei found himself wielding a battered sword, surrounded by fallen comrades, the majority of whom had perished, leaving only a handful engaged in a desperate struggle for survival. If this continued, death was inevitable. Ran Fei, alongside Zhang Dali and Dan Gunyang, stood back to back, facing the forces of Linzi. Among the soldiers were many who recognized Ran Fei, yet the circumstances had shifted. One was a notorious criminal, while the other was a soldier of the state tasked with extermination. At that moment, the soldiers parted to allow a general to pass. Ran Fei recognized him as Yuan Tao, who had once resisted the Yin state. Yuan Tao clasped his fists and said, "Commander, you find yourself at the end of your rope. Why not surrender? I can personally guarantee your safety. None would dare harm you. These men are all mine, and I hold you in high regard for your bravery." Zhang Dali scoffed, "Surrender? Back when Lu Yi attacked Qi, we faced defeat after defeat, yet never considered surrendering. Look at the valiant souls behind us. None are cowards." Ran Fei, panting, replied, "I appreciate your goodwill, but once I, Ran Fei, have made a decision, no one can deter me. If death is to come, let it come. I shall never surrender." Yuan Tao sighed, alas, and retreated into the ranks of his soldiers. The surrounding soldiers, fearful of Ran Fei and Zhang Dali, hesitated to attack. Zhang Dali laughed artily. Zhang Dali have transformed from a mere rustic into a general whom tens of thousands fear. Not only that, but our fame has spread far and wide. It is worth it, brother. I thank you. With that, Zhang Dali brandished his sword and initiated an assault. The soldiers recoiled in fear, but a few who could not evade were swiftly dispatched by Zhang Dali. Yuan Tao commanded his officers to draw their longbows and aim at Zhang Dali. Whoosh! 3 or 4 arrows flew towards him. Zhang Dali sensed the projectiles, attempting to deflect them, but there were too many. One struck his left hand, narrowly missing his heart. He understood that next time, luck may not be on his side. As another arrow was poised to be loosed, a subordinate of Yuan Tao reported, "The master of the Ho family has ordered an immediate retreat to the east, organizing troops partway to fend off Zhao's cavalry." Yuan Tao was taken aback. How could this be? Zhao has truly dispatched troops? He turned to Ran Fei, who still had several hundred loyal soldiers behind him, elite guards from the Northern Army, making it impossible to handle the situation swiftly. If they did not escape in time, they would be caught in a pincer movement, and the consequences would be dire. Yuan Tao chuckled, glancing at Ran Fei. Ran Fei, it seems we have underestimated you." Noticing Yuan Tao's gaze, Ran Fei felt a twinge of confusion. "What is it?" Yuan Tao commanded, "All troops retreat." Clang, 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 clang. The sound of gongs echoed as Yuan Tao's formation began to retreat, leaving the soldiers bewildered. We were on the verge of breaching the city. Why retreat now? Though puzzled, They had no choice but to obey the orders. The hastily assembled defenses put in place by the master of the Ho family were quickly overwhelmed by Zhao's cavalry, forcing him to flee in haste, abandoning his troops as he scurried east with his remaining followers. Zhao Shi led his forces to the southern walls of Jiang, where Ran Fei awaited. Greeted by the sight of Zhao Shi's arrival, a smile crept on Zhao Shi's face. It seems I arrived just in time. Had I come any later, I might have missed witnessing the fallen state of you, Commander Ran. The implication was clear. He was relishing in the irony of Ran Fei's misfortune, suggesting that without his timely intervention, Ran Fei's life would have been forfeit. Ran Fei, recalling his previous criticisms of Zhao Shi during the Xiongnu invasion, thought to himself, in this world, one must eventually pay their dues. However, Zhang Dali was less than pleased and interjected, "You Zhao Shi, if it weren't for..." Noticing the ire in Ran Fei's eyes, Zhang Dali quickly silenced himself. Ran Fei promptly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, General Zhao, for your timely rescue." In turn, Dan Gunyang and the other soldiers followed suit, expressing their thanks. Zhang Dali, observing the scene, felt a tinge of embarrassment, sheepishly bowing in gratitude as well. Zhao Shi chuckled, dismounting and returning the salute with his sword. Chapter 95. The eastern and northern gates of Jiang were breached in succession. No sooner had Ran Fei met Zhao Shi than he called upon his troops to launch a counteroffensive. With Lian Po's support for Ran Fei, news of the master of the Ho family's defeat spread rapidly, causing the morale of Linzi's army to falter. Ran Fei's counterattack progressed seamlessly, swiftly reclaiming lost territory. To prevent another surprise attack from the Ho family, Ran Fei chose not to pursue and stationed his forces within the city, repairing the gates and defensive structures. The following day, when Lian Pei's 4,000 infantry arrived, Ran Fei, overjoyed by their arrival, fainted atop the city walls, having gone 3 days and nights without sleep. Subsequently, Ran Fei remained unconscious, and the command fell to Zhang Dali. According to Ran Fei's directives, Zhao's forces were permitted entry of only 3,000 men, with the remainder to remain outside, their supplies provided by Jiang. Although Zhao Shi felt discontent, with Ran Fei incapacitated and Zhang Dali in command, the situation was precarious for both sides. Thus, he had no choice but to comply. However, he insisted that their equipment must match that of Jiang's garrison. Zhang Dali refused, but after a moment's contemplation, the strategist conceded, "Very well, let it be. Otherwise, should he leave, how shall we withstand another assault from the Ho family?" Zhang Dali agreed. Meanwhile, the master of the Ho family was reorganizing his forces for another assault on Jiang when unwelcome news arrived from Linzi. Liang Wenbing had led 30,000 troops to besiege Linzi. The master of the Ho family panicked. If he turned back to rescue Linzi and Ran Fei pursued, disaster would surely follow. If he chose not to intervene, Linzi was only defended by 7,000 old, weak, and ill soldiers. And with many friends of Liang Wenbing and Linzi, should they come to her aid, the city would soon fall. Truly, he faced a dilemma with no easy way forward. At that moment, a young child from the Ho family chuckled. "What is so difficult about this? We can dispatch a unit in disguise to simulate a large force and confuse Ran Fei, while we take the main army to rescue Linzi." The master of the Ho family hesitated. "But what if we are discovered?" The child replied, "Even with Lian Po's support, Ran Fei's forces number only around 3,000. With Lian Po's additional 8,000, their strength barely exceeds 10,000, and Ran Fei's troops are utterly exhausted. They pose little threat. Moreover, Zhao Zhe is indeed a man of Zhao state. What he truly thinks in his heart, I fear even Ran Fei himself cannot ascertain." The head of the Ho family squinted thoughtfully for a long while, then chuckled, very well, truly worthy of being one of my Ho family. We shall proceed as you suggest." At this moment, in Linzi, during the twilight hours, Liang Wenbing had just arrived in Linzi, where over 30,000 troops had besieged the city to the point of complete blockade. However, Liang Wenbing seemed to have no intention of assaulting the city. Instead, he commanded his subordinates to rest and regroup, which left many generals in a state of perplexity. While the Ho family's main force was indeed strong in the north, they would receive word and arrive in Linzi within 2 days. If a swift resolution was not reached, the arrival of the Ho family reinforcements would spell disaster. Many generals clasped their fists and petitioned, "General, I believe we should settle the matter sooner rather than later. Otherwise, when the reinforcements reach Linzi, the situation will become dire." Yet, Liang Wenbing, with confidence, replied, "There is no rush. Rest assured, I have my own plans." Though the generals were filled with doubt, they had followed Liang Wenbing for long enough to know he never engaged in battles without certainty. If he claimed to have a plan, it must exist, and they ceased their inquiries. As night fell, the defenders of Linzi, seeing no action from their adversary during the day, lowered their guard. For it is a well-known truth that during the night, the defenders enjoy a distinct advantage. The commander of Linzi understood that Liang Wenbing was an experienced general and surely recognized the disadvantages of night assaults. Assuming that Liang Wenbing would not dare to attack under the cover of darkness, he prepared his troops for a good night's rest to ready themselves for the next day's defense. Thus, when informed that Liang Wenbing's forces continued to regroup into the night without any signs of rest, the commander of Linzi calmly remarked, "Do not worry. Liang Wenbing is merely preparing for tomorrow's siege. He is no greenhorn, and attacking at night is indeed unfavorable for the assailants." Little did he know, as night descended, Liang Wenbing personally led 3,000 troops towards Linzi. The defenders remained oblivious to Liang Wenbing's true capabilities and were unaware that the commander of the southern gate was his brother-in-law. Prior to departing from the south, Liang Wenbing had already penned a letter to his brother-in-law, informing him that on the night he arrived at Linzi, he would launch an attack, instructing him to open the city gates upon seeing a signal fire. The operation went smoothly. Liang Wenbing swiftly seized control of the southern gate. Subsequently, he released carrier pigeons, signaling his main forces to hasten their approach towards Linzi. The defenders, still unaware of Liang Wenbing's main forces' movements, were already present in the royal palace, personally orchestrating a counteroffensive against Liang Wenbing. The commander of Linzi was filled with dread, knowing that if the palace fell, his own life would be forfeited. 3,000 against 6,000 was an impossible task for an assault. However, in a defensive position with the city walls as their ally, it posed no issue. Within the span of a single incense stick, Liang Wenbing's main forces arrived at Linzi. The commander, realizing all hope was lost, understood that the only viable option was to retreat to the palace. Yet, Liang Wenbing appeared intent on denying them any respite, launching a night siege. Although the palace walls were formidable, lacking a moat and elite soldiers, after 3 hours of relentless assault, Liang Wenbing ultimately captured the commander of Linzi alive. Liang Wenbing had no intention of leaving any survivors. Thus, all members of the Ho family, save for the queen, were slain, including the second prince. By the time Tiandan and other ministers arrived, the second prince was nowhere to be found. Liang Wenbing claimed that the second prince had been smuggled out by the queen's people, but in reality, he lay buried beneath a patch of soil in the palace. The Ho family marched through the night, intending to return to Linzi before Liang Wenbing breached the city, but fate had other plans. Within just 2 days of besieging Linzi, with the aid of internal conspirators, the city fell into Liang Wenbing's hands. When the head of the Ho family finally arrived at the city gates, Liang Wenbing had long been awaiting their arrival atop the walls. Witnessing such a scene, the head of the Ho family cursed inwardly, realizing the gravity of the situation. Liang Wenbing had already executed all members of the Ho family except for the queen upon entering the city. Upon seeing the head of the Ho family, Liang Wenbing commanded his subordinates to toss the severed heads of the Ho family members over the walls. The sight filled the head of the Ho family with profound grief and intense hatred towards Liang Wenbing. However, at that moment, his rage and sorrow held no weight. Liang Wenbing unfurled a silk scroll and read aloud, "The Ho family has caused turmoil in the court, assassinated the former king, and falsely accused the crown prince. They have now been eradicated. The crimes of the head of the Ho family are unforgivable and warrant death by 1,000 cuts. However, considering past merits, he shall be detained for the time being, awaiting the return of the crown prince for further judgment." After concluding, Liang Wenbing addressed the assembled generals. "Do any of you wish to stand with this traitor?" The head of the Ho family retorted angrily, "Who is the true traitor here? You dare to fabricate royal decrees. You should be the one to die." The generals appeared skeptical of Liang Wenbing's words, for he was merely a southern marshal with no prior involvement in court affairs. If he had seized control of the court by force, he could issue orders at will. However, it soon dawned upon the head of the Ho family that something was amiss, for Tiandan had appeared, followed by inquiries from others, and soon, Yiwen also stood atop the city walls. If Liang Wenbing were to coerce the court, it might have been possible. Yet the presence of Tiandan, the prime minister, indicated that Liang Wenbing's previous claims had likely garnered the approval of the ministers. The appearance of various powerful ministers cast doubt upon the head of the Hou family in the eyes of the generals, though they had always adhered to military orders. Such commands were but mere tokens, designed to prevent the issuance of false orders within the court. The truly crucial factors were the royal decrees, military tokens, and the presence of powerful ministers. Now, with the king recently deceased, both royal decrees and military tokens could be forged, yet the ministers of the court could not be. The high-ranking officials of Linzi recognized the ministers of the court, and presently, they were all alongside Liang Wenbing, the so-called traitor. Such a scenario could only arise under two conditions. Either the ministers had betrayed the crown, or the head of the Hou family was the true traitor. The head of the Hou family realized the gravity of this predicament, but soon devised a countermeasure. He bellowed, "Liang Wenbing, you scoundrel! How dare you threaten the ministers of the court?" Upon his utterance, the generals turned against Liang Wenbing. As a man of martial prowess, hearing such accusations ignited his fury. "Head of the Hou family, you are the traitor. When have I ever threatened the prime minister and his associates? If you doubt me, ask them." The head of the Hou family retorted, "They are surrounded by your men. You can take their lives at any moment. What else could this be but a threat? If they speak in your favor, it is surely out of fear that you will kill them. You are nothing but a beast." Liang Wenbing, incensed, drew his bow, preparing to shoot down the scoundrel, but was halted by Tian Dan. Tian Dan instructed his subordinates, "Bring me my armor." Once more, Tian Dan donned the armor he had not worn for years. Clad in battle attire, he mounted a tall steed, ready to ride out and confront the head of the Hou family. Liang Wenbing, alarmed, exclaimed, "Prime Minister, no. It is dangerous. What if they become desperate?" The ministers urged caution as well. "Indeed, it is perilous. The Hou family is known for their ruthless killings." Yet Tian Dan remained confident, stating, "Many among them are those I have personally trained. Have no fear." Liang Wenbing attempted to dissuade him further, "But not all of them are, Prime Minister." To which Tian Dan replied, "A true man in this world finds joy in life, yet fears not death. Open the gates." The city gates swung open, and Tian Dan, alone, on horseback, with a sword in hand, stood resolutely before the gates. Drawing his long sword, he pointed it at the head of the Hou family. "Hou Yu, you dare to assassinate the king of Qi and falsely accuse the crown prince? Do you dare to engage me in a life-and-death battle today?" The head of the Hou family was taken aback by Tian Dan's unexpected courage to step outside. Chapter 96. Hou Yu discreetly signaled to a subordinate, who found a concealed spot, drew a long bow, and aimed an arrow at Tian Dan. Yet Tian Dan was no ordinary man. With a single stroke of his sword, he split the arrow in two, mockingly retorting, "Hou Yu, is this all the skill you possess?" The head of the Hou family began to panic. While the death of Tian Dan could intimidate those on the city walls, Tian Dan's survival, coupled with his extraordinary prowess, would undoubtedly inspire the soldiers. In military matters, respect for strength reigned supreme, and Tian Dan's capabilities left the soldiers in awe. Moreover, with his esteemed position as the prime minister, if at this moment Hou Yu fails to appear and vanquish Tian Dan, he can forget about commanding an army in the future. However, Hou Yu lacks both the courage and the strength for such a confrontation. Tian Dan gallops forward, directly targeting Hou Yu, while several generals under Hou Yu attempt to confront Tian Dan, only to be swiftly defeated and cast from their horses. In a state of fear, Hou Yu hastily commands his subordinates to drive away the carts and flee, yet none of the leaders from Linzi step forward to intervene. In their eyes, Tian Dan is boldly challenging Hou Yu alone. As a general and their leader, Hou Yu ought to possess the audacity to accept such a challenge. If a commander lacks the bravery to face an adversary, he is unworthy of their allegiance. Tian Dan, well aware of the military's code, dares to confront Hou Yu single-handedly. Knowing that Hou Yu lacks the mettle for it, Tian Dan quickly catches up with Hou Yu, first on horseback, then leaping on a Hou Yu's cart. Hou Yu's subordinates draw their swords to confront him, but they are no match for Tian Dan. With just 2 swift strikes, he dispatches Hou Yu's guards. Now defenseless, Hou Yu trembles, sword in hand, pleading, "Spare me. I will give you gold. Prime Minister, I recognize your prowess. I am no match for you. I implore you to let me go today, and I shall repay your great kindness in the future." Tian Dan retorts furiously, "Spare you? So you can regroup your forces and attack Linzi again? Inflict grave harm upon the nation and its people? My family has served the country loyally for generations. If I let you live today, I will be condemned by thousands. With that, he swings his sword toward Hou Yu. Realizing he has no escape, Hou Yu, like a cornered rabbit, fights back with all his might. Yet how could he possibly contend with the seasoned veteran Tian Dan? As Hou Yu strikes with all his strength, he is taken aback when Tian Dan does not evade. Instead, he deftly thrusts his sword, piercing Hou Yu's right hand. Injured, Hou Yu retreats, but Tian Dan seizes the opportunity to lunge for his throat. In a desperate move, Hou Yu pulls a soldier from behind him to block Tian Dan's attack. The soldier's throat is pierced, and all present witness this gruesome scene. The soldiers of Linzi, seeing Hou Yu disregard their comrade's life, merely viewing him as a tool, are filled with indignation and look upon him with even greater contempt. Realizing he has mistakenly harmed an innocent, Tian Dan hesitates, and Hou Yu seizes the moment to thrust his sword forward. Tian Dan, unable to dodge in time, is forced to abandon his weapon. Hou Yu discards the lifeless soldier from the cart and taunts, "You refuse to spare me, and now you face your demise." With that, he raises his sword to strike. Without a weapon, Tian Dan can only dodge, but he is a battle-hardened warrior. Killing him is not so easily accomplished. Tian Dan skillfully evades several of Hou Yu's attacks. And as Hou Yu grows increasingly desperate from his failed attempts to slay him, Tian Dan identifies a flaw in Hou Yu's offense. With a calculated leap, he pushes Hou Yu out of the cart. The two tumble to the ground, rolling several times with Tian Dan rising first. As Hou Yu stands, he finds Tian Dan pointing his sword at him. "Hou Yu, you have lost. Surrender. I will plead with the crown prince to spare your life." Tian Dan declares. Hou Yu exhales deeply, remaining silent. Tian Dan, looking exasperated, asks once more, "Do you still hope to turn the tide? Look at your current state. Who would still follow you?" Hou Yu, with a disdainful gaze, replies, "Since ancient times, the victor writes history. What more is there to say? Defeat is defeat." Hearing this, Tian Dan, who had been worried about any hidden schemes from Hou Yu, feels reassured. He steps forward to escort him back to Linzi, but unexpectedly, Hou Yu lunges at him, impaling himself on Tian Dan's sword. "My old friend, years ago, I heeded your counsel and supported the king of Qi, which led to my current position. Thank you, but my greed has brought me to this end. I have enmity with the crown prince. He will not spare me. I beseech you, spare the last survivor of my family and raise him." Hou Yu coughs up blood and laboriously produces a small copper leopard, the size of a palm. Tian Dan recognizes it instantly. It is a military token. This is the military token. Furthermore, I offer you a word of caution. Liang Wenbing and Ran Fei. You must not trust them. The crown prince's mother is... Before Hou Yu can finish, he draws his last breath. Tian Dan lets out a long sigh, lowering his friend's lifeless body from his shoulder, carrying it to the gates of Linzi. Upon seeing Hou Yu dead, Liang Wenbing is immensely pleased and rushes out of the city gates, declaring, "Humph! This traitor deserved his fate." Hearing the term traitor, Tian Dan feels a surge of displeasure, but he merely frowns without retorting. Liang Wenbing unsheathes his sword, pointing it at the rebel forces. "Will you not surrender? Do you wish to die? Come, bind them all and throw them into the dungeons." The rebel leaders promptly dismount and surrender, while Liang Wenbing's subordinates rush forward to seize their weapons. Suddenly, Tian Dan recalls Hou Yu's warning to distrust Liang Wenbing and raises his hand to halt the proceedings. "Wait, General Liang, I am still present." Liang Wenbing, irritated by this interruption, glares menacingly at Tian Dan. Tian Dan, undeterred by Liang Wenbing's malice, boldly inquires, "General, what is it? Do you intend to undermine authority?" Liang Wenbing's fury simmers, yet he refrains from exploding, for he fears Tian Dan's audacity stems from some advantage. The Linzi garrison boasts over 10,000 soldiers, who would not heed Liang Wenbing's command. Even with his own 20,000 troops, they are outmatched by the 50,000-strong forces waiting outside Linzi. Acknowledging the precariousness of the situation, Liang Wenbing restrains his anger, bows, and apologizes. "I do not dare. Please, Prime Minister, pass judgment." Tian Dan grunts and turns away, addressing the newly surrendered rebels. "Are you willing to follow me to rescue the crown prince? To redeem yourselves?" The rebel leaders, recognizing the futility of their circumstances with Hou Yu deceased and the military token in Tian Dan's possession, kneel before him, proclaiming, "We are at your command, Prime Minister." "Excellent. In that case, follow me to Jiang and retrieve the crown prince." Tian Dan Zhomans. In unison, the soldiers respond, "Yes." He then turns to Liang Wenbing, General Liang, will you accompany us? Understanding the monumental honor of retrieving the crown prince, Liang Wenbing promptly agrees. I swear to follow the crown prince to the death. Tian Dan snorts, mounts a tall steed, and declares, what are we waiting for? Let us depart. With a crack of his whip, the horse gallops forth, followed by thousands of soldiers heading northward. Liang Wenbing swiftly mounts his steed and orders his men, let us go. The two forces merge, advancing toward Jiang. Meanwhile, Ran Fei, adhering to their agreement, provide Zhao Shi's reinforcement troops with superior weapons and armor. Given that the Ho family has remained inactive, Ran Fei has been diligently preparing. 3 days later, Tian Dan's forces arrive at Jiang, and Ran Fei is utterly astonished to see Tian Dan leading the charge to rescue the crown prince. Initially, he expected Liang Wenbing would come to seize the crown prince and seize control of the court. Yet he knows such a scenario would not last long, as his assassins are far from ordinary. Tian Dan's arrival is a development Ran Fei had not anticipated. Given their relationship, he cannot leave Tian Dan outside the city, waiting to strategize with his subordinates, for he understands that this would only arouse suspicion and worsen his own position. Tian Dan directly requests an audience with the crown prince. Ran Fei, with no alternatives, must comply. Meanwhile, Zhao Shi's military advisor informs him that their assistance is no longer required. Though this carries a hint of being discarded once their utility has run out, Zhao Shi does not mind, for the reality is that war claims lives. Having already lost many while aiding Ran Fei, who has promised compensation, Zhao Shi is elated to receive fine weapons and armor without incurring further casualties. With a respectful gesture, he mounted his horse and departed with his companions. Under the guidance of Ran Fei, Tian Dan swiftly encountered the crown prince. The first thing he did was kneel before the crown prince and say, I am late in coming to your rescue. Please forgive me, your highness. The crown prince, upon recognizing Tian Dan, was filled with joy and hurriedly helped him to his feet, exclaiming, not at all. My loyal minister has achieved great merit. Ran Fei and Liang Wenbing were compelled to kneel in silence, and the crown prince soon noticed Ran Fei, his eyes filled with animosity. Ran Fei thought to himself, this time it seems. The crown prince learned from Tian Dan that he had already stabilized the situation and was merely awaiting the crown prince's return. Hearing this, the crown prince was greatly elated and quickly said, let us return at once. Tian Dan suggested, your highness, you have endured much stress these past days. I believe it would be wise to rest for a few days before returning. The crown prince grew angry, replying, no, I must return immediately. Tian Dan responded, yes, your highness. Ran Fei felt a sense of unease. Having confined the crown prince for over half a month, he knew the crown prince would not spare him. However, given the crown prince's current experience, he likely could not discern Ran Fei's intention to keep him under house arrest. He figured that once the time came, he could firmly assert that his actions stemmed from concerns over the crown prince's safety amidst political turmoil, thus justifying his forced confinement. Tian Dan, recognizing Ran Fei's contributions, would certainly speak in his favor. Surely it would be fine. 2 days later, the king of Qi returned to the palace. As the nation could not be without a ruler for a single day, the new king ascended the throne in haste, keeping things simple. The first order of business for the new king was to hold Ran Fei and Liang Wenbing accountable. In front of all the officials, the king of Qi angrily rebuked Ran Fei and Liang Wenbing. General Liang, you followed the Ho family in rebellion, slaying countless of my subordinates. Today, you dare to enter the palace of Qi? Guards, seize him and execute him. Yes, responded over a dozen soldiers, stepping forward to bind Liang Wenbing. Struggling to stand, Liang Wenbing pleaded, Your Majesty, I am wronged. I was coerced by the Ho family. If I did not comply, they would have killed me. I had no choice. The king of Qi, uninterested in his excuses, did not even glance at him. Seeing that pleas were futile, Liang Wenbing forcefully broke free from the soldier's grasp, rushed to kneel beside Tian Dan, and clutched his leg, beseeching, Minister, I am a meritorious subject. If I had not led the troops to reclaim Linzi, by the time the Ho family breached Jiang, then, upon hearing this, Tian Dan felt a pang of shock, yet the king of Qi remained unfazed, which sent a chill down Tian Dan's spine. As Liang Wenbing was on the verge of being dragged out of the palace, Tian Dan finally spoke up, Your Majesty. Although Liang Wenbing has no great merits, he has labored diligently. As he stated, had he not recaptured Linzi and diverted the attention of the Ho family, Jiang would have likely fallen long ago. I implore your majesty to spare his life. The king of Qi, after hearing Tiandan's words, contemplated and acknowledged the truth in them. He remarked, indeed, as the minister has said, a death sentence can be avoided. Yet the most severe punishment must still be meted out. Guards, mutilate his nose and ears, and demote him. The moment these words were uttered, all the officials were taken aback. Liang Wenbing, a strikingly handsome talent, would surely suffer greatly from such a fate. Tiandan also felt the situation had escalated too far and prepared to speak again, but the king of Qi interrupted him, stating, I have made my decision. This course of action is necessary to serve as a warning to others. Do not question it further. The ministers were again taken aback. The king's decisive and severe punishment left no room for negotiation. Such a ruler instilled fear in all the officials. Ran Fei sensed the looming dread. The crown prince concealed his depths well. It was not so simple, for he had lived in the Qin kingdom for many years, and one could not achieve such experience without some insight. However, the punishment seemed rather excessive. General Ran Fei, the king of Qi, called with a hint of sarcasm. Ran Fei quickly responded, I am here. The king continued, General Ran, you have rendered great service in protecting me and have ensured that my subordinates keep a close watch on me. Upon hearing this, Ran Fei felt a surge of guilt, cursing inwardly, damn it, has he figured out our plan? If I had known, I should have killed him back then. Sweat began to bead on Ran Fei's palms and forehead, but unexpectedly, the king of Qi shifted his tone, saying, although General Ran's actions were indeed questionable, in this critical period, I have reflected carefully. During the coup, you sealed off all of Jiang, preventing the uprising from escalating. Well done. Truly commendable. Ran Fei was perplexed by the king's intentions and dared not speak up. The king of Qi noticed Ran Fei's nervousness and chuckled, General. You seem to be afraid of something? Is the valiant General Ran, who strikes terror into the hearts of enemies, frightened by the earlier punishment? Not at all. Chapter 98. Ran Fei still did not dare to speak, lowering his head with a slight tremor. The king of Qi laughed heartily. Who would have thought the extraordinarily brave General Ran would have moments of fear? Most present felt a sense of distaste at the king's words, but dared not show it. The king of Qi was quite pleased, and seeing that the king showed no signs of relenting in his harsh treatment of Ran Fei, Tiandan could no longer remain silent. Your Majesty, even if Ran Fei has erred, it was for your sake. You emerged unscathed today. Yet Ran Fei has paid a considerable price. Considering this matter, I implore you to spare Ran Fei. The king of Qi, upon hearing Tiandan advocate for Ran Fei, respected Tiandan for his loyalty. Furthermore, Ran Fei's northern forces had suffered significant losses in this battle, and the primary goal had been to protect the king. Even if Ran Fei had made some mistakes, he had already received punishment. Thus, the king of Qi declared, General Ran Fei has rendered service. Guards, bestow upon him a reward of 1,000 taels of gold and 1,000 bolts of silk. Upon hearing this, Ran Fei initially found it hard to believe, but once he saw the eunuchs truly bringing forth the rewards, he finally accepted the king's words and breathed a sigh of relief. Ran Fei hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, your majesty. I shall dedicate my life to repay the king's kindness. The king of Qi replied, very well. You may rise. Only then did Ran Fei slowly stand up. Through this internal turmoil, the strength of the Qi kingdom had significantly diminished, drawing the attention of Wei Ran once more. Wei Ran contemplated launching a surprise attack on Qi. Yet at this juncture, it seemed nearly impossible, for Zhao and Qi had already formed an alliance, and Zhao would not yield to Qin. Thus, Wei Ran considered an alternative route to wear down Qi. Trembling, Ran Fei returned to the north. Still haunted by the king of Qi's cruelty days later, all affairs were handled by Zhang Dali in the meantime. Miss Dan remained by his side, not daring to leave his side. 3 days later, Ran Fei's situation began to improve, while at this moment in the palace of the king of Qi. He learned that Ran Fei had only just begun to venture out, supported by Miss Dan, resembling a patient. Upon hearing this, the king of Qi burst into laughter, prompting his attendants to inquire, Your Majesty, why such mirth? The eunuch, sensing the king's change in demeanor, suddenly hesitated to speak further. Realizing the look of displeasure upon the king's face, his brows furrowed tightly as his eyes narrowed. The eunuch understood he had misspoken and immediately prostrated himself on the ground, trembling in fear. The king of Qi, with a smirk, stood and taunted, Speak. Continue. The eunuch, terrified of further blunders, hastily pleaded, Your Majesty, I have said nothing. Initially intending to execute this eunuch, the king of Qi reconsidered upon hearing his clever reply, thinking that the eunuch could indeed be of use. His terrifying countenance transformed into one of warmth, as he personally helped the eunuch to his feet. "It is nothing. You have worked hard. Go and claim your reward." Hearing the king's tone soften, the eunuch sighed in relief and promptly replied, "Yes, I take my leave." The king of Qi watched the eunuch depart, pondering for a moment. Once the eunuch had exited the palace gates, he remarked to his attendants, "This young eunuch is rather interesting." The chief eunuch stepped forward and replied, "He is a poor lad from the outskirts of Linzi. He nearly starved to death before becoming a eunuch. It is said he has some education and understanding." The king of Qi chuckled, "Quite impressive indeed. Yet he is a bit too righteous. Send him to clean my latrines." "Yes," the chief eunuch responded. In the palace of the Qi king, the number of eunuchs tasked with disposing of waste soon increased by one. This particular eunuch, having been relegated from a front-line position to the most undesirable of roles, felt a deep sense of discontent. Seeking counsel, he approached his master to inquire about his predicament. However, the master could only sigh and advise him, "Child, refrain from speaking thoughtlessly in the future." The young eunuch, possessing a keen intellect, swiftly grasped the gravity of his error. Yet he remained a man of integrity, disapproving of the Qi king's actions. In his heart, he believed that Ran Fei was a great benefactor, and the Qi king ought not to act as he did. Yet, it seemed he was underestimating the situation, for the Qi king was not one to let such an affront go unpunished. Consequently, he found himself cleaning more toilets than his peers and frequently endured bullying, suffering bruises at the hands of several powerful eunuchs, with no one to assist him, and the next day, he was expected to continue his toil. At that moment, he came to understand that his sense of righteousness had provided him no assistance whatsoever. 3 months later, unable to endure any longer, he seized an opportunity to kneel before the Qi king. The king's guards, mistaking his actions for those of an assassin, prepared to draw their swords to slay him. But the Qi king halted them. "Guards, what is the meaning of this?" the Qi king inquired, stepping forward. The eunuch, prostrating himself, replied, "Your Majesty, I have come to realize my error. Through reflection over the past few days, I have understood that I am but a dog at your service, ready to heed your commands. I shall no longer dare to speak out of turn." The Qi king chuckled, helping him to his feet, and remarked, "Indeed, you possess insight. I did not misjudge you." The eunuch was profoundly moved, tears welling in his eyes. One of the guards beside the Qi king said, "Why do you not express your gratitude for the king's benevolence?" The eunuch prepared to kneel once more, but this time the Qi king did not assist him, stating instead, "Let it be known that from this day forth, you shall remain by my side." The eunuch exclaimed, "Thank you, your Majesty." As the Qi king retreated to a secluded area, the chief eunuch congratulated him. "Congratulations, your Majesty. You have gained a loyal subordinate." The Qi king replied with a smile, "You are the most eloquent of all." It is the brilliance of the king that inspires such heartfelt admiration from this eunuch. The eunuch flattered, "Your Majesty, to be honest, I was truly fearful he would not seek me out. Otherwise, I would have lost a valuable asset." The chief eunuch lowered his head and respectfully smiled. "Congratulations, your Majesty." The Qi king snorted lightly and said, "Let us depart." Ran Fei aspired to command the Qi state alongside the Qi king, as did Liang Wenbing and the others. Yet unexpectedly, one was branded a traitor and executed, another had his ears and nose severed and was demoted to commoner status, while a third was so frightened that he fell gravely ill for nearly half a month. Nevertheless, though this was an era steeped in superstition, Ran Fei did not believe in spirits or deities. After 16 years of education, he had no faith in the supernatural. One's determination can triumph over destiny. Ran Fei pondered that had Tiandan not led the troops to escort the prince, Liang Wenbing would have certainly arrived. However, Tiandan's arrival was far more advantageous than Liang Wenbing's. This was indeed a cause for celebration. In a small town in Yin, a corpulent man entered his home accompanied by several weary women, trailed by 3 or 4 henchmen. The rotund man slapped one of the women on her rear with a resounding smack, loud enough for those nearby to hear. Yet, due to his wealth and connections with local officials, the townsfolk dared only to mutter resentful remarks about the arrogance of the affluent. Soon, they were lost in a daydream of debauchery. Chen Dafu engaged in activities that many lowly individuals only dared to fantasize about. After Ran Fei and Yuan Shi raided his home, He fled to his cousin's residence in Yin, where he had remained in hiding for some time. Having heard of Ran Fei's exploits, he dared not return, and instead assisted his cousin in business, quickly amassing wealth once more, thereby becoming a local tyrant. However, from this day forth, their streak of good fortune would come to an end. A nearby swordsman observed Chindafu entering his courtyard and rose, his demeanor grave, exuding a quiet authority that commanded respect. As night fell, the cerulean sky transformed into a long rainbow, and gradually, the sunlight faded. Inside Chindafu's residence, he was blindfolded, engaged in a game of cat and mouse with a few scantily clad women. Though his eyes were covered, he drooled, seizing one woman and tearing away a piece of her clothing, exposing her form. Releasing one woman, he lunged for another. This time, however, the woman he grabbed was taken aback, for Chindafu did not rip her garments, but rather removed her mask and pushed her onto the bed, oblivious to the 5 uninvited guests who had quietly entered his abode. The leader directed the others in different directions while he stealthily lifted a tile to observe Chindafu's every move. The number of patrolling servants in Chin's household dwindled, most having succumbed to slumber, and those who did so would never again see the light of day. Half an hour later, silence enveloped the Chun residence, an eerie stillness pervading the air. 2 figures clad in black, one after the other, carried a large burlap sack to the garden, where they bowed before the leader, saying, "General." The leader nodded, instructing, "Open it." The 2 subordinates complied, revealing a head, none other than Chindafu, now unconscious. The leader proclaimed, "Indeed, it is he. Take him away." The subordinate responded, "Understood." The following noon, when Chindafu regained consciousness, he discovered himself bound tightly. Known for his foul temper, he bellowed, "Where am I? Who dares to bind me?" As he cursed, he surveyed his surroundings, noting only a minuscule window through which 2 beams of light penetrated, barely illuminating the interior. Before him sat a brazier with a heated iron, and beside it lay an array of torture instruments, reminiscent of a dungeon. Chindafu was taken aback, his bravado waning as he realized that such a scene could only be orchestrated by officials, for commoners cannot contend with authority. He fell silent, though his stomach betrayed him with an audible growl, reminding him of how long he had been unconscious. His outburst attracted the attention of an approaching individual, the space resembling a basement as footsteps echoed from above, growing louder. Soon, the door swung open, revealing a lean man clad in black with a sword at his waist. Although he appeared slight, he exuded strength, and his gaze pierced through Chindafu like a sword. Alarmed, Chindafu thought, "This is a military man, and judging by his demeanor, he holds considerable rank. Even the sentinels are formidable. Whoever is behind this must be powerful." However, confusion washed over him as he recalled, "But I haven't wronged any Yin military officers." "You are awake? What brings you here?" the officer inquired. Trembling, Chindafu responded, "Sir, where am I? I have never offended any Yin military officer. Why do you treat me this way? Please spare me. I will reward you handsomely. Whatever you ask, I shall provide." The officer chuckled, "Do you think we are from Yin?" Upon hearing this, Chindafu's face turned pale, his mind racing. Could they be Ran Fei's men? How could he have tracked me down to this place? The officer, observing Chindafu's reaction, found it amusing. "So you've deduced our identities?" Chindafu clenched his teeth, shedding his fearful demeanor, and retorted, "Umph. Ran Fei, you wretch. You killed my son. I harbor an irreconcilable grudge against you. Now that I've fallen into your hands, do as you will. Kill or maim. It's up to you. Come on." The officer's laughter grew louder, echoing through the chamber. Though he was aware of the gravity of the moment, and did not let his mirth fully escape, his laughter became so intense that it pained his stomach. And resting a hand on the wooden beam binding Chindafu, he remarked, "You actually think we are Ran Fei's men? You amuse me. If we were truly his subordinates, would you still be alive to speak?" Upon hearing that it was not Ran Fei, Chindafu's expression immediately softened considerably. He implored then esteemed military officer, "Why have you bound me? I distinctly recall having done no harm to anyone else." The officer chuckled for a moment, eased his breath, straightened his attire, and replied, "Since you harbor an irreconcilable enmity with Ran Fei, I shall promptly report this to Lord Rang. As long as you comply, not only will we spare your life, but we shall also bestow upon you a substantial sum of money." "Lord Rang?" Chindafu exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "You mean the esteemed Wei, the uncle of the current king of the Qin state?" "Indeed." Chindafu immediately began to flatter, I have long heard of Lord Rang's distinguished reputation. If I could truly serve him, it would be my greatest honor. I implore you, noble officer, to report without delay. Wait, do not raise your voice at me again. Yes, yes, of course. Chen Dafu nodded vigorously in agreement. In today's world, the Qin state was a nation of ferocious might, its strength unparalleled, rivaling the Qi state in the east, which had been vanquished through Su Qin's cunning strategy during the Six Nations alliance against Qi. Since that defeat, the Qin state had faced no singular opponent capable of matching its power. If he could serve the uncle of the current king of Qin, untold riches and glory would surely await him. As the officer approached the door, he was interrupted by a rumble from Chen Dafu's stomach. The officer turned back, and Chen Dafu sheepishly remarked, "I apologize, it seems I have not eaten in quite some time." The officer chuckled, "Just wait a moment." Yes, yes, of course. Chapter 100. Soon after, someone brought forth a meal. Due to Chen Dafu's cooperation, they loosened his bindings, and he began to devour the food ravenously. At that moment, Wei Ran, with his considerable girth, entered the cell, his face marred by disdain as he inquired of his subordinate, "Is this the Chen Dafu you mentioned? The one who is privy to Ran Fei's secrets?" "Yes, my lord. During the assault on Qi by the Five Nations, Ran Fei remained in the town where Chen Dafu resides. He is a local gentry." "Very well." Wei Ran nodded, evidently aware of Ran Fei's significance to the Qi state. If they could incite internal strife within Qi once more, the day of its annihilation would be imminent. Furthermore, they could then coerce and entice the Wei state into relinquishing the territories connecting Tao, Yi, and Qi, seizing vast expanses of land from Qi, thus enabling Qin to launch a formidable assault on the central plains of Han, Zhao, and Wei, creating a powerful pincer movement from east to west. The unification of the realm would no longer be a mere dream for the old Qin people. Wei Ran gazed at Chen Dafu, who, overhearing their conversation, instantly recognized him as Wei Ran and hastily rushed forward to kneel. However, Wei Ran's subordinates would not allow him to approach, kicking him away with force. One guard angrily admonishing, "Does the esteemed Lord Wei's personage deserve to be sullied by a lowly wretch like you?" Though Chen Dafu was struck harshly, he endured the pain, kneeling on the ground while repeatedly nodding, "Yes, yes, my lord speaks the truth. This lowly subject has been remiss." Wei Ran halted his guard. How could we treat him thusly? After all, he might be of assistance to us. Surely, we cannot treat our allies in such a manner.